Beautiful lady, may I inquire your age? 32. Would you consider someone younger? In which regard do you mean? Age, of course, my dear, what else could it be? To be frank, I notice your complexion appears sallow and your lips a shade of purple, almost as if you suffer from a gynecological ailment. Thankfully, I specialize in that field. All you need to do is, at the foot of Shennong Valley, Suwen was engaged in conversation with the sister-in-law of a local villager. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head as an elderly man with white hair delivered a resounding slap to the crown of Su Wen's head. You rascal! I sent you down the mountain to marry, and what are you doing instead? Master, I wish not to leave Shennong Valley. I hope to remain here to care for you in your old age, Suwen replied, his eyes glistening with tears that he was an orphan adopted by Su Wuhui 25 years prior, having no knowledge of his biological parents. Even his name, Su Wen, was bestowed upon him by Su Wuhui. Over these 25 years, Su Wen not only mastered the Ghost Valley medical arts of the Shennong lineage, but also surpassed his mentor by learning the death registry, earning him the moniker King of Hell among the martial world. Care for me in my old age? Nonsense! What drivel are you spouting? I am still in my prime, and do not require your assistance. Moreover, you suffer from the Nine Yang's absolute pulse only by marrying a woman from the Lu family. Can you survive? Su Wuhui retorted, irritation evident in his voice. And isn't Lu Xuanyi your childhood sweetheart? By marrying her, wouldn't you fulfill your youthful dream? I doubt reflecting on the sweet, innocent girl who once resided in Shennong Valley a decade ago. Su Wen's cheeks flushed slightly. Back then, Lu Xuanyi would not only share stories of the urban wonders with Su Wen, but would often lean on his shoulder for afternoon naps. What resonated most in his memory was the day Lu Xuanyi departed from Shennong Valley, vowing seriously that when she grew up, she would marry Su Wen. With this thought in mind, Su Wen finally acquiesced. Master, once I have healed from the Nine Yang's absolute pulse, I shall return to visit you. Bring a betrothal gift. This is a red truffle from Shennong Valley, which can prolong life by half a month. Su Wuhui tossed a black cloth bag towards him. Remember marry a woman from the Lu family. On the very day Su Wen left Shennong Valley, the prominent families across the 9 provinces received astonishing news. King of Hell had descended to the mortal realm. What? The King of Hell has emerged? Quickly, prepare 600 million in dowry. I must marry my daughter to him. To align with the King of Hell is to seize the world. Third princess, the sovereign has decreed that you must swiftly seek out the King of Hell and marry him. Saint Lady, we implore you to emerge. Our Kunlun sect yearns to restore its former glory, and only by allying with the King of Hell can we achieve that. 3 days later, in the Jiangnan province of the 9 provinces, in the city of Jinling, Su Wen arrived at the Lu family estate, clutching a somewhat crumpled marriage certificate and a black cloth bag. Grandmother, I refuse to marry. In the Lu family villa, a strikingly elegant young woman, clad in a flowing white gown with a sleek black ponytail, arrogantly proclaimed, I, Lu Xuanyi, have been the belle of the school from my first year to my 4th year of university. Freshly graduated, I founded Xuanyi Media, amassing a fortune in the millions. In the 13 cities of Jiangnan province, I am renowned as a phoenix woman. And now, you expect me to marry a rustic bumpkin raised in the mountains? This is impossible. Her words were delivered with unwavering conviction. Su Wen, taken aback by the stark contrast of Lu Xuanyi, now a stranger in many ways compared to the girl from a decade ago, stammered, Xuanyi, didn't you once promise in Shennong Valley that you would marry me when we grew up? Su Wen, can you not be so naive? Do you take the childish musings of youth to heart? How old are you now? I was merely jesting in my youthful innocence, and yet you cling to my words? Lu Xuanyi cast a condescending glance at Su Wen. Wake up, Su Wen. We do not inhabit the same world. I was born in the city, surrounded by luxury, while you were raised in the mountains, toiling in the fields that in a single meal, I can consume the harvest of your entire year of labor. The price of a single handbag I purchase is an astronomical figure that you could scarcely fathom in several lifetimes. And now, you think that with mere verbal promises, I would marry you? Allow me to gift you these 4 words. Dream on. I am not relying solely on verbal promises. I have this. Taking a deep breath, Su Wen produced the marriage certificate bestowed upon him by Su Wuhui. The document bore 10 words. Su Wen and Lu Xuanyi, a vow of eternal love. What? A marriage certificate? Grandma, why is my marriage certificate in his possession? Lu Xuanyi inquired in panic, glancing toward the elderly matriarch in traditional attire. Xuanyi, many years ago, Suwen's master rendered a favor to your grandfather. Upon your grandfather's passing, he entrusted your marriage certificate to Shennong Valley, the elderly lady explained slowly. How could grandfather have so recklessly arranged a betrothal? Fuming, Lu Xuanyi stamped her foot. Once she regained her composure, she snatched the marriage certificate and discarded it into the trash. Suwen, even if you possess my marriage certificate, what of it? What era are we in? Who still adheres to betrothal agreements? Who follows the vows inscribed in such documents? Let me be clear. Lu Xuanyi, will never marry you. I was born a phoenix of the city, while you are merely a wild chicken from the mountains. How could a mountain chicken ever be worthy of a phoenix? Lu Xuanyi, you have gone too far. Just then, a short-haired woman in a wheelchair retrieved the marriage certificate from the trash. She spoke up in defense. Everyone is born equal. What gives you the right to look down upon Suwen? Just because he was raised in the mountains? But do not forget, the food we consume, the fruits we enjoy, all come from the diligent labor of the farmers in the mountains. Without them, you would have perished long ago. As her words echoed, the short-haired woman returned the slightly crumpled marriage certificate to Suwen. You need not take my cousin's words to heart. The very fact that you dared to step out of the mountains is commendable in itself. Gazing at the exquisite woman before him, whose face resembled a silver plate and whose eyes sparkled like water-soaked apricots, Suwen found himself momentarily speechless. She wore a delicate blouse adorned with floral patterns, her posture exuding grace and nobility, radiating an ethereal elegance that seemed untouched by the mundane world, a beauty beyond compare that in the years spent in the Shennong Valley, Suwen had never encountered a beauty as breathtakingly stunning. As Lu Wanfeng Lu Wanfeng, how dare a mere waste of the Lu family speak so presumptuously to me? Have you forgotten that your very existence today hinges upon my goodwill? Were it not for my intercession, how could Dr. Dong have treated your disability? Before me, you would do well to adopt a more humble demeanor. Otherwise, I shall immediately instruct Dr. Dong to cease your medication, leaving you. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck Lu Xuanyi, and a sly smile graced her lips. Lu Wanfeng, since you hold Suwen in such high esteem, why not marry him on my behalf? After all, you, a mere waste, will spend your life confined to a wheelchair. Wouldn't it be quite fitting for you to wed a rustic from the mountains? Indeed, no man in Jinling City would ever wish to marry a burden such as yourself. Lu Xuanyi's words were intended to provoke Lu Wanfeng. Yet Lu Wanfeng responded with utmost seriousness. Very well, I shall marry him. The Lu family must understand the importance of gratitude. Years ago, grandfather incurred a debt of gratitude to Suwen's master. If you refuse to marry him to repay this debt, then I shall do so. Amidst their exchange, Lu Wanfeng cast a fleeting glance at Suwen and sincerely asked, Suwen, would you be willing to marry me? Gazing upon the enchanting yet dignified woman seated in the wheelchair before him, Suwen instinctively readied himself to decline her proposal. However, in a fleeting moment, he recalled the words of the venerable elder, Su Hui, remember, you must wed a woman from the Lu family. In that instant, Suwen turned to Lu Wanfeng and inquired, are you of the Lu lineage? Indeed, I am Lu Wanfeng, she replied. Her voice as melodic as the gentle evening breeze, with Lu signifying a continuous flow. Her radiant smile was exquisite, reminiscent of sweet spring water and the fragrant blossoms of a meadow, radiating warmth and charm. This enchanting scene momentarily distracted Suwen, yet he soon spoke with earnest resolve, since you belong to the Lu family. I shall take you as my bride. Very well, Suwen, this shall be your promise. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lu Xuanyi eagerly interjected. I shall escort you both to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once, lest this country bumpkin from the mountains change his mind and attempt to ensnare me once more. With that, Lu Xuanyi swiftly ushered Suwen and Lu Wanfeng away before the gathered members of the Lu family. Once the trio had departed, a relative of the Lu family could no longer contain himself and addressed the venerable matriarch, adorned in traditional garb. Mother, do you genuinely wish for Wanfeng to wed that Suwen? Although Wanfeng is, by nature, disabled, she remains a member of the esteemed Lu family. A matrimonial alliance for our family through her could prove to be a prudent choice. Indeed, mother. I recall that the rather simple heir of the Yun family appears to harbor an interest in Wanfeng. What are your thoughts? Enough. Allow Wanfeng to marry Su Wen, the matriarch responded, pinching her brow in contemplation. If we do not extinguish Su Wen's hopes, what will transpire when he inevitably uses the marriage certificate to harass Xian Yi in the future? Excluding a disabled woman from the Lu family not only ensures Xian Yi's contentment, but also fulfills the old man's vow, achieving dual objectives through a singular act. Upon hearing this, several members of the Lu family exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jinling City, a civil service staff member respectfully informed Lu Xianyi, Miss Xianyi, the marriage certificate for you and Mr. Su Wen has been processed. Gratefully, she replied, tossing a stack of money in his direction as her anxiety began to fade. Su Wen, now that you have wed Lu Wanfeng, any prospect between us is entirely extinguished. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. A sparrow has its own destiny, so cherish your life with Lu Wanfeng. As for the fanciful notion of soaring to great heights alongside a phoenix, that is merely the folly of a dreamer. As she spoke, Lu Xianyi's phone chimed. Yes, grandmother, they have procured the certificate. Very well, I comprehend. I shall bring them over at once. After severing the call, Lu Xianyi cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Wanfeng. Mr. Chiu shall soon be gracing the Lu family with his presence. Grandmother has arranged a banquet, and it is imperative that all members of the Lu family attend. Who is Mr. Chiu? Su Wen inquired with curiosity. Mr. Chiu is the sole martial arts master in Jinling City. It would be prudent for someone of your humble origins to refrain from inquiring about such illustrious figures, lest your words summon misfortune, Lu Xianyi admonished coldly. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Su Wen observed a multitude of unfamiliar faces within the villa. Su Wen, what is it that you carry? Suddenly, an elder from the Lu family discerned the black cloth bag in Su Wen's grasp. This bag contained a delicacy from Shennong Valley, the esteemed red truffle, a present from my master. However, now that I am united in matrimony with Miss Wanfeng, let this truffle serve as my betrothal offering. Su Wen pondered for a moment before presenting the black cloth bag to the matriarch of the Lu family, Zhao Xianglan. Within the bag lay 20 exquisite red truffles. At international auction houses, each red truffle commands a valuation between 2 to 3 million, rendering them invaluable in the marketplace. Thus, 20 red truffles represent an impressive sum of approximately 50 million. This betrothal gift is indeed substantial. However, Lu Xuanyi, positioned nearby, merely cast a fleeting glance at the red truffles before erupting into a derisive laugh. Su Wen, are you not a tad pretentious? A decayed fungus remains a decayed fungus. What merit lies in its being a red truffle? I have only encountered white truffles and black truffles. What, pray tell, is a red truffle? Did you conjure it into existence? If one cannot afford exquisite gifts, why feign opulence? Fortuitously, I did not enter into matrimony with you. Otherwise, should others discover that my engagement gift was a decayed fungus, how could I possibly face society? This red truffle is. Su Wen began to elucidate that red truffles are renowned for their longevity benefits. Yet, he observed the matriarch nonchalantly passing the black bag to a servant of the Lu family. I have heard that Mr. Chiu has a fondness for wild vegetables. Please take Su Wen's betrothal gift and prepare a chicken stew with mushrooms. Certainly, madam. The servant departed with the bag of red truffles. Witnessing this, Su Wen was rendered speechless. However, Lu Wanfeng gently grasped Su Wen's hand and remarked, Su Wen, I sincerely appreciate your betrothal gift. Thank you. She expressed this to alleviate any feelings of inadequacy Su Wen might harbor. Yet, just as she concluded her words, a soft murmur arose from the entrance of the Lu family home. Shortly thereafter, an alluring woman clad in an office uniform approached. Miss Yan, why are you the only one present? Where is Mr. Chiu? Curious, Zhao Xianglan inquired upon noticing Mr. Chiu's personal assistant. Grandma Lan, Mr. Chiu has an urgent matter to attend to. He shall arrive at the Lu residence shortly. He has requested that we commence our meal without him. Miss Yin replied with a smile. An urgent matter? Zhao Xianglan was taken aback. It pertains to the envoy, Miss Yin casually elucidated. Upon hearing the term envoy, Zhao Xianglan immediately refrained from further inquiry. Before long, the servants of the Lu family commenced serving an array of dishes. There were mountain delicacies, lobsters, and king crabs, alongside a variety of regional specialties, predominantly from Suzhou cuisine. To label it a grand banquet would indeed be an understatement. However, when Su Wen beheld his red truffles simmering with the wild chicken, he could not suppress a shake of his head. Red truffles are best savored raw. Regrettably, their exquisite flavor is diminished in a stew. Suwon, what sort of expression is that? Are you lamenting over a few spoiled mushrooms? Is your mountain dwelling so destitute that you hold mushrooms in high regard? Have you never encountered anything of merit? Observing Suwon's lingering gaze upon the chicken stew with mushrooms, Lu Xuanyi derisively remarked, "A rustic indeed remains a rustic, incapable of gracing the grandest of occasions. If your concern is so profound, I shall procure for you 1,000 pounds of decayed mushrooms from the market on the morrow." Enough, there are guests in attendance. You ought to temper your words, Elder Lu chided. Lu Xuanyi shot him a glare, then turned to Miss Yen with a cordial smile, saying, "Miss Yen, these are wild mushrooms my grandson foraged from the mountains. Do indulge in them." "No, thank you. I have never been particularly fond of mushrooms," Miss Yen replied with a courteous smile. As Lu Xuanyi sampled a bite of the red truffle, she promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "Ugh, what an abominable taste. How can it be so dreadful?" It is no surprise that destitute regions give rise to unscrupulous individuals. How many virtuous souls can thrive on such meager sustenance daily? "Lu Xuanyi, you are being unreasonable," Lu Wanfeng retorted, her gaze fierce. "Suwon graciously brought these wild mushrooms for you, and you still dare to be so fastidious?" "Fastidious?" Lu Xuanyi scoffed. "Is such a repugnant dish even suitable for human consumption?" In her revulsion, Lu Xuanyi cast aside her chopsticks and unceremoniously discarded the remaining red truffles from her bowl into the refuse. "Not even dogs would deign to eat this. Whoever desires it may have it." "You," Lu Wanfeng, stifling her indignation, shot back, "if you refuse to eat it, then I shall." As she spoke, Lu Wanfeng delicately lifted the red truffle to her mouth. The red truffle proved somewhat desiccated on the palate. Indeed, it lacked the distinctive flavor characteristic of mushrooms. While it was not entirely unpalatable, it certainly did not merit the description of delightful. Its texture was tough, akin to the experience of gnawing on insipid sugarcane. Before long, from a bowl containing 20 red truffles, Lu Wanfeng had consumed 19, leaving only the one discarded by Lu Xuanyi. TSK. You have managed to consume such an appetizing fungi? No wonder you and Suwon are well suited, Lu Xuanyi remarked with a hint of disdain. The other members of the Lu family could not suppress their laughter at the exchange. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white suit, adorned with glasses and radiating an air of sophistication, made his entrance into the Lu family villa. "Mr. Chiu, you have finally arrived," Zhao Xianglan exclaimed eagerly, her eyes drawn to the Patek Philippe watch gracing his wrist. "It is truly an honor for our Lu family to host you. It brings me great joy to see you, Mr. Chiu." "Greetings, Master Chiu." Lu Xuanyi and the others bowed in reverence to Mr. Chiu. After all, winning the favor of a master in martial arts could potentially save them 30 years of grueling effort. "I apologize for the delay," Mr. Chiu said, a smile of regret illuminating his face. "The envoy Chen from Jiangnan sought my counsel unexpectedly, and I felt compelled to assist him." Of course. "Matters concerning the envoy take precedence, and our Lu family can certainly wait," Elder Lu praised, then warmly invited, "Mr. Chiu, please take a seat. I shall have the servants prepare another banquet for you." "No need. I shall only partake in a light meal," Mr. Chiu responded. "I have pressing matters to attend to." Yet, at that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the trash bin at his feet, and he froze, his expression momentarily overtaken by shock. "Mr. Chiu, is something amiss?" Observing that Mr. Chiu had yet to find his place, Elder Lu could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Is the cuisine presented today not to your taste? If that is the case, I can have these exquisite Sichuan dishes removed. Such precious items, and you would simply cast them aside?" Mr. Chiu appeared to ignore Elder Lu's inquiry, his gaze fixated on the half-consumed red truffle lying in the refuse. His countenance bore an expression of deep melancholy, as if his heart were bleeding. "Precious items? Mr. Chiu, may I ask what you mean by that?" The members of the Lu family wore looks of bewilderment. "It is this red truffle." With a quivering hand, Chiu Fulong retrieved the truffle from the trash bin. He rinsed it with clean water and, to the astonishment of all present, consumed it before their eyes. What? This extraordinary display left the members of the Lu family utterly astounded. Lu Xuanyi's cheeks flushed immediately. For the very red truffle that Chiu Fulong had just ingested was the one she had so recently discarded. "Mr. Chiu, what are you doing?" Elder Lu was equally astonished by Chiu Fulong's audacity. A martial arts master, the preeminent expert in Jinling, stooping to partake in a discarded mushroom? "Ha. I beg your pardon for my conduct. Such rare longevity-enhancing treasures are scarce in Jiuzhou, and by sheer fortune, I chanced upon this red truffle, unable to resist its allure." Chiu Fulong was in high spirits. Longevity? Upon hearing this, The members of the Liu family were once again perplexed. A solitary red truffle can extend one's life by a fortnight. Such a rare delicacy does not come cheaply, commanding a price of no less than 3 million. Furthermore, they are seldom found in the marketplace. Only within your esteemed Liu family could one encounter such an opportunity. Otherwise, given my station, I would not even possess the privilege to indulge in a single red truffle. Qiu Fulong laughed heartily. 3 million? A fortnight of longevity? His words struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of all present from the Liu family. But in the very next moment, swish, Liu Xuanyi and the others directed their attention towards Liu Wanfeng, who sat confined to a wheelchair. Previously, Liu Wanfeng had indulged in 19 red truffles entirely on his own. Mr. Qiu, are you entirely certain that this red truffle possesses the ability to prolong life? Surely, you jest? Liu Xuanyi, unwilling to yield, pressed the inquiry once more. She simply could not fathom how Su Wen, an unassuming country dweller, could present a betrothal gift of such immense value. If Su Wen truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, would he voluntarily marry a disabled woman whom he had never met? How audacious! What presumption does a mere provincial individual like you possess to question Mr. Qiu? Before Qiu Fulong could provide a response, Miss Yin, seated beside him, icily admonished Liu Xuanyi. Xuanyi, apologized to Mr. Qiu immediately. Elder Liu struck her across the face, underscoring the severity of offending Qiu Fulong. The Liu family would cease to exist in Jiangnan province by the morrow. Mr. Qiu, I offer my sincerest apologies. My actions were thoughtless. I should not have questioned your authority. Liu Xuanyi, resembling a startled kitten, lowered her head in fear. Those who lack awareness are not culpable. After all, the esteemed standing of your Liu family does not entitle you to extraordinary treasures such as the red truffle. Qiu Fulong harbored no animosity towards Liu Xuanyi. After sampling a few dishes of Suzhou cuisine, he rose to take his leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall bid you farewell. Enjoy your meal. I shall escort Mr. Qiu out. Elder Liu stood to accompany him, but Qiu Fulong shook his head, declining the offer. As he approached the threshold of the Liu residence, he suddenly halted and turned to Elder Liu. Zhao Xianglan, in light of the previous red truffle incident, I wish to impart a word of caution. In the future, be vigilant regarding a young man known as King Yinan Jiangnan province. I have heard he is in search of a marriage partner there. If you succeed in winning his friendship, do not merely speak of the 13 cities of Jiangnan. The entirety of Jiuzhou opens its gates to the Liu family with ease. Yama? Lady Liu inquired with keen curiosity. Mr. Qiu, may I ask who Yama is? Is he truly as formidable as rumored? Qiu Fulong could not suppress a chuckle, responding. Even the god of war of Jiuzhou would seem like a mere moth drawn to a flame in Yama's presence, utterly powerless. If one asserts that martial arts have a pinnacle, I believe Yama personifies that very pinnacle. Qiu Fulong's countenance reflected a blend of yearning and admiration. Mr. Qiu, may I inquire about Yama's full name? From whence does he originate? With Qiu Fulong's evident reverence for Yama, Liu Xuanyi's intrigue was further ignited. I am unaware of Yama's origins. However, it appears that Minister Qin refers to him as Mr. One. Qiu Fulong replied, shrouded in ambiguity. Once Qiu Fulong and Miss Yin took their leave, the members of the Liu family lapsed into deep contemplation. The god of war is akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Is Yama truly that terrifying? Recalling the legendary female warrior of the northern frontier, Liu Xuanyi felt a sudden warmth flush her cheeks. How splendid it would be if she could unite in matrimony with Yama. Su Wen, what is the matter with that exquisite red truffle? In that moment, an elder of the Liu family admonished with a stern demeanor, such a precious elixir of longevity. Why did you not mention it sooner? Allowing the matriarch to incorporate it into a chicken stew? Are you deliberately seeking to offend our family? At this juncture, the gazes of the onlookers towards Liu Wanfeng were laced with envy and jealousy. Third uncle, do not cast blame upon Su Wen. It is conceivable that he was unaware of the truffle's life-extending properties. Before Su Wen had a chance to respond, Liu Wanfeng, seated in her wheelchair, self-deprecatingly remarked, no one would squander several million in betrothal gifts on a disabled person like myself. Indeed, the red truffle must have been serendipitously unearthed by Su Wen from the mountains. If he truly comprehended its worth, would he abandon me to wed Liu Wanfeng? Only from a sense of inadequacy would Su Wen yield. Liu Xuanyi exchanged a glance of disdain. Regrettably, Liu Wanfeng is but a burden, even if she could prolong her existence by a year or two. What purpose would it serve? It is an utter waste. Indeed, Wanfeng, why not consider a colonic cleanse? Perhaps you could eliminate some undigested red truffles for our consumption? Suggested an elder of the Liu family. What a splendid idea! The other members of the Lu family brightened at this notion. My dear friends, you are being excessive. Suwen interjected with a composed demeanor. Lu Wanfeng is my wife. Should you dare to inflict harm upon her? Do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility. Suwen, how can you utter such words? We merely propose a colonic cleanse. How could that be deemed as harm? A member of the Lu family retorted, yet Suwen remained impervious to the exchange. Enough, third uncle. Why engage in a dispute with a rustic like Suwen? I shall certainly not partake in whatever is contained within Lu Wanfeng's impaired belly. What if I were to inherit her affliction? Lu Xuanyi scoffed, her visage betraying her distaste. If Sister Xuanyi refuses to eat, then neither shall I. A mere fortnight of existence scarcely merits my concern, chimed in another youthful member of the Lu family. Cease this bickering. What worth do a few decayed mushrooms possess? By the time you take Lu Wanfeng for a cleansing, she will have already assimilated them, Lady Lu interjected. As all members of the Lu family are gathered today, I have an announcement to make. Half a month ago, the Zhu family from Nanling arrived in Jiang and with the intention of investing in an international music school. Who among you will undertake the negotiation of this collaboration with the Zhu family? If the collaboration proves fruitful, I shall bestow upon him the Rose Villa by Xiang Lake. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the assembly. The Rose Villa stands as a pillar of the Lu family's illustrious empire. Grandmother, I have devoted myself to the study of music since my youth. I aspire to represent the Lu family in negotiations with the Zhu family concerning the International Music Academy. A serene voice unexpectedly pierced the tension. The speaker was none other than Lu Wanfeng, seated gracefully in a wheelchair. You wish to engage with the Zhu family? Upon hearing Lu Wanfeng's words, Lu Xuanyi, positioned beside her, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into laughter. Lu Wanfeng, have you not yet emerged from your slumber? The Zhu family of Nanling is a formidable powerhouse in Suzhou, bolstered by the Duke of Suzhou. Not even Mr. Qiu, let alone the esteemed envoy, dares to provoke them. To engage in negotiations with such a formidable entity, the Lu family must dispatch either a business luminary or a martial virtuoso. You, a person with a disability, aspire to represent the Lu family? Is this not a farce? Indeed, Wanfeng, it would be prudent for you to abstain from meddling in familial affairs. Should the denizens of Suzhou witness your attempts to negotiate, they may perceive the Lu family as a third-rate power, remarked an elder from the Lu family. Attired in a suit and wearing a stern expression. Confronted with the opposition of her kin, Lu Wanfeng hesitated, ultimately casting a hopeful glance at old Madame Lu, longing for a glimmer of opportunity. Alas, old Madame Lu entirely disregarded Lu Wanfeng's gaze. Her voice frigid as she proclaimed, You shall not. Grandmother, I beseech you, grant me this opportunity. Lu Wanfeng's eyes shimmered with tears of desperation. The Rose Villa held profound significance for her. It was the place she had vowed to her late father. Furthermore, the Rose Villa embodied the entirety of her childhood. Had her father not passed away, Lu Wanfeng might still dwell within its cherished walls today. It has been said, no means no. You are a person with disabilities. You lack the qualifications to represent the Lu family, old Madame Lu admonished with impatience. At those words, Lu Wanfeng succumbed to tears. Observing his wife, so delicate yet overwhelmed with sorrow, Suwen suddenly turned to old Madame Lu. Old Madame Lu, would you permit Wanfeng to negotiate with the Zhu family if her legs were to be healed? Indeed, as long as Lu Wanfeng's legs can be restored, I shall allow her to represent the Lu family in negotiations with the Zhu family. Zhao Xianglan looked down at Suwen from her elevated vantage point. Very well. I shall commence the healing of Wanfeng's legs immediately. Although Suwen was puzzled by his wife's steadfast desire to represent the Lu family in these discussions. As devoted partners, he was unwavering in his commitment to assist Lu Wanfeng in realizing her aspiration. You intend to mend Lu Wanfeng's legs? Observing Suwen's confidence, old Madame Lu was briefly taken aback. Lu Wanfeng also regarded Suwen with disbelief. However, before Suwen could take any action, Lu Xianyi coldly crossed her arms and scoffed. Suwen, what folly are you uttering in broad daylight? Are you even knowledgeable in the art of medicine? Even Dr. Dong, the most esteemed physician in Jinling City, could not remedy Lu Wanfeng's affliction. What leads you to believe you possess the capability to do so? From a tender age, I have immersed myself in the study of medicine within the enchanting Shennong Valley. However, Lu Xianyi abruptly interjected. Enough, Suwen. Spare me your narratives of the Shennong Valley. Do not presume I am oblivious. You and your master are mere charlatans. When my grandfather escorted me to the Shennong Valley in search of healing, what transpired? I returned tormented by a fever that lasted 3 months, unable to retain anything. Yet, Without the intervention of the Shennong Valley, you would have perished long ago, Su encountered unexpectedly. Years prior, Lu Xian had been beset by the dire affliction known as the Heavenly Doom disease. This malady could only be addressed by Su Wu Hui and Su Wen throughout the vast expanse of Jiuzhou. Silence. Lu Xian exclaimed. Had I not ventured to the Shennong Valley, I would have been healed long ago. In the throes of her fervent outburst, Lu Xian caught sight of Su Wen resting a hand upon Lu Wanfeng's delicate leg. Mother, are we truly to permit Su Wen to act with such impunity? A member of the Lu family inquired of Zhao Lanxiang, urging her to allow Su Wen to attend to Lu Wanfeng. Zhao Lanxiang refrained from intervening. Her curiosity piqued regarding the late Master Lu's insistence on delivering Lu Xian's marriage contract to Shennong Valley, if Su Wen indeed possessed any remarkable abilities. Before she could contemplate further, she observed Su Wen frown and withdraw his hand from Lu Wanfeng's leg. Why do you not attend to her, Su Wen? Lu Xian taunted, noting Su Wen's pallid complexion. Did you not boast of your capacity to heal Lu Wanfeng's leg? Why does my cousin still bear a limp? What a jester you are, utterly incompetent, yet desperately seeking the spotlight. Are you even cognizant of your own predicament? Fortuitously, I remained resolute and did not wed you. Otherwise, how could I, Lu Xian, continue to thrive in Jiling City? Confronted by Lu Xian's derision, Su Wen remained silent, rendered speechless. He had initially believed his wife to be merely incapacitated, yet he soon discerned that Lu Wanfeng was afflicted by the heavenly remnant goo from Ningzhou province. This particular goo could be effortlessly eliminated by Su Wen's techniques. However, he uncovered that it had been entwined with Lu Wanfeng's essence for no less than 2 decades, inextricably binding their fates. Should he decide to eradicate the heavenly remnant goo, Lu Wanfeng would experience unbearable agony. For anyone else, Su Wen would act with unyielding resolve. Yet Lu Wanfeng was his beloved spouse, and he could not bring himself to witness her suffering. He possessed alternative methods to eliminate the heavenly remnant goo without inflicting pain, but they would demand time. Su Wen, why do you hesitate to treat her? At that moment, even the venerable matriarch Lu, seated high above, spoke up. Yet, her profound gaze was tinged with disappointment. It appeared that Su Wen, an ordinary inhabitant of the mountains, should not have harbored such unrealistic aspirations. Grandma Lu, please grant me 3 days. After 3 days, I shall assuredly cure Wanfeng, Su Wen implored earnestly. Drawing in a deep breath. 3 days? Humph. Even if you were bestowed with 3 years or 30 years, you would still be incapable of curing Lu Wanfeng. Lu Xuanyi sneered, looking down with contempt. How could a rustic bumpkin, who has come to the city to ascend the social ladder, possibly grasp the intricacies of medicine? Even if we were to entertain the notion that you, Su Wen, possess any medical knowledge, you are but a mediocre country doctor, scarcely deserving of respect. What of it if Su Wen is a country doctor? Another voice interjected. With genuine goodwill, he is tending to my leg. What gives you the right to scorn him? Lu Wanfeng retorted, her voice laced with indignation. I simply cannot bring myself to respect a talentless peasant who feigns superiority. Lu Xuanyi scoffed, entreating a leg. Has Su Wen truly achieved success? What if I were to restore Wanfeng's health? Su Wen raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Lu Xuanyi. In the recesses of his memory, Lu Xuanyi had once been the object of his youthful infatuation, yet the woman before him now bore little resemblance to that cherished figure. Should you succeed in healing me, I shall gladly wash your garments and prepare your meals, serving you as your devoted attendant. How does that proposition strike you, provincial simpleton? Lu Xuanyi spoke with disdain, deeming the matter unnecessary. Should I choose to heal Lu Wanfeng, my only stipulation is that the Lu family extend an opportunity for her to negotiate a partnership with the Zhu family of Nanling. Su Wen articulated each word with precision. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the Lu family's banquet drew to a close. Su Wen and Lu Wanfeng made their way home together. Su Wen, my abode is rather humble. I hope you will not take offense, Lu Wanfeng said. Her head bowed in modesty as she cast a glance at the somewhat dilapidated 2-bedroom apartment. My mother has encountered financial hardships in her business over the years, thus. That is of no concern, Su Wen replied with a warm smile. In the future, I shall ensure that you and your mother thrive. Indeed. Lu Wanfeng nodded shyly. I have faith in my man. What man? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman with curly hair, clad in a silk gown, emerged from the room. Upon noticing Su Wen, Li Guifan immediately interrogated Lu Wanfeng. Wanfeng, who is this man? Why have you brought him home? As Li Guifan was not a member of the Lu family, she had not attended the banquet and was unaware that her daughter had already wed. Mother. This is Su Wen, my husband. Lu Wanfeng elucidated the events of the day to her mother. What did you say? You have married this rustic simpleton? Are you out of your mind? This is evidently a scheme devised by Lu Xuanyi. She discards the men she deems unworthy onto you, treating you as if you were a mere refuse bin. Why are you so foolish? Li Guifeng lamented, her heart laden with sorrow. Enough, mother. Please refrain from saying such things. Su Wen is truly a good man. Today, I even relished the exquisite red truffles he procured from the mountains. Lu Wanfeng responded earnestly. Furthermore, I have never aspired to marry someone of high stature. I am not a phoenix girl. How can I expect my partner to be extraordinarily remarkable? Su Wen does not scorn my disability, and I do not disdain his humble origins in the mountains. Li Guifeng was consumed by fury, yet she recognized that this was the irrevocable decision of the Lu family, one beyond her power to change. Sighing deeply, she reflected on her lamentable fate. My husband departed this world too soon, and now my daughter is to wed a rustic lad. It appears that I am destined to remain shackled by my circumstances throughout this life. Li Guifeng sat in a state of despondency on the sofa, mourning her plight. Observing her mother's distress, Lu Wanfeng playfully stuck out her tongue at Su Wen, saying, "My mother has always been this way. Please do not take it to heart." The following day, Su Wen jolted awake from the sofa, exclaiming, "No, do not abandon me," with a sudden intake of breath. He opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Did I endure that nightmare once more? He mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. "Daughter, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Li Guifeng rushed into Lu Wanfeng's room, only to discover her daughter sprawled helplessly upon the floor. "Mother, I am quite well." Lu Wanfeng managed to smile despite the evident concern etched upon her mother's face. "It is merely, my long-standing leg affliction has resurfaced." "Resurfaced? Where are the medications that Dr. Dong prescribed for you?" Li Guifeng began to sift through Lu Wanfeng's belongings. "They have all been consumed," Lu Wanfeng explained. "Consumed? Why did you not inform me sooner? Come. I shall escort you to Dr. Dong's clinic at once." As she spoke, Li Guifeng gently lifted her daughter and placed her in a wheelchair. "Mother, I do not wish to go to the clinic." Lu Wanfeng shook her head. "Dr. Dong's medication is rather expensive, and Su Wen assured me that he would remedy my leg." "Su Wen? Did he truly assert that?" Li Guifeng paused, slightly taken aback. "Indeed," Lu Wanfeng replied with conviction. Upon seeing Su Wen enter the room, Li Guifeng suddenly inquired, "Su Wen, do you possess any knowledge of medicine?" She contemplated that if Su Wen possessed medical knowledge, it might not be such an unwise notion for her daughter to wed him. Modestly, Su Wen responded, "Actually, medicine is not my forte. I present your medical license." Li Guifeng interjected. "I do not possess a medical license," Su Wen replied, shaking his head. The Ghost Valley medical arts belonged to the realm of Yin-Yang mysticism and was not acknowledged as conventional medicine. "None? Humph, I anticipated this. You are deceiving my daughter. I have encountered many like you who boast of medical expertise after perusing a few texts. If you truly possessed the capability, would Lu Xuanyi not choose to marry you?" Li Guifeng glared at Su Wen, denying him the opportunity to defend himself, and promptly escorted her daughter to the Rinji Clinic in Jinling City. Within the clinic, numerous patients awaited treatment. Concerned for his wife, Su Wen followed closely behind. "Dr. Dong, are you occupied?" Upon entering a VIP double room, Li Guifeng observed a bespectacled, scholarly gentleman clad in a white coat skillfully administering acupuncture to an elderly man. On the adjacent bed rested another patient adorned in traditional attire, while several family members lingered nearby. "Ah, it is Aunt Li. Has Wanfeng's chronic leg ailment recurred?" Dr. Dong inquired politely upon noticing Li Guifeng. "Indeed, Dr. Dong. I implore you to examine my daughter. Her leg ailment has been exacerbating with increasing frequency over the past fortnight." Li Guifeng urged with palpable anxiety. "Once I conclude the treatment for Mr. Wang and Mr. Li, I shall attend to Miss Wanfeng, if that is agreeable." Dr. Dong responded in a soothing tone. "Mr. Wang and Mr. Li have succumbed to a cold. I shall attend to their ailment shortly." "Very well, I shall await your return," Li Guifeng nodded. As Dr. Dong prepared to insert a needle into Mr. Wang, Su Wen interjected suddenly, "Dr. Dong, you are positioning the needle incorrectly. Impudent. Dr. Dong is attending to the patient. And who are you to cast aspersions here?" Before Dr. Dong could articulate a response, a frigid woman beside him rebuked Su Wen. "If your reckless words bring any harm to my father, I shall not let you off lightly. Are you even a relative of the patient?" Su Wen cast a glance at her. "Indeed, I am Wang Qianqian, the vice president of Wang Group." Wang Qianqian proclaimed with an air of condescension. "Since you are a relative, let me remind you that your father, along with the gentleman beside him, is not merely afflicted by a common cold, but rather a severe cold toxin. This condition cannot be remedied through acupuncture. Otherwise, it could prove fatal. Su Wen replied nonchalantly. Su Wen, be silent. You possess no knowledge of medicine. Why are you uttering such drivel? Witnessing Su Wen dispense unsolicited counsel to Dong Changhai, Li Guifeng's ire ignited. Doctor, Dong is the preeminent practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in Jinling City. What credentials do you possess to flaunt your medical acumen? Merely having perused a handful of rural medical texts? Mother, Su Wen is simply silence. Li Guifeng fixed her daughter with a fierce glare. Are you not aware that speaking indiscreetly in a hospital could lead to dire consequences? In the face of Li Guifeng's accusations, Su Wen refrained from retorting and continued to muse aloud. The cold toxin primarily manifests as a loss of appetite and vivid dreams, particularly at midnight. One may experience pain in the lower abdomen, accompanied by, that's enough. Before Su Wen could elaborate further, the aloof Wang Chanqian interjected coldly. I do not require you to reiterate my father's condition. If you are indeed a doctor, present your medical credentials. I do not possess a medical license, Su Wen replied, shaking his head. No medical license? Then what are you masquerading as, a miracle worker? Wang Chanqian scoffed, her laughter tinged with derision. She then turned to Dong Changhai, stating, Dr. Dong, there is no need to heed this jester. Please continue with the acupuncture for my father. Very well, Dong Changhai replied. Throughout this exchange, he did not deign to glance at Su Wen. Instead, he reached for the silver needles and began his treatment on President Wang. He diligently inserted a total of 19 needles. With a gentle smile, Dong Changhai withdrew the needles and inquired, President Wang, how do you feel? I feel considerably improved. President Wang responded with a smile. Indeed, Dr. Dong is a master practitioner. Your commendation is overly generous. I am far from a miracle worker, Dong Changhai replied humbly. He then directed his attention to the elderly gentleman clad in a tang suit in the adjacent bed. Mr. Li, I shall now administer acupuncture to you. Dr. Dong, please hold on, the elderly gentleman began. But before he could finish, a sweet-faced woman beside him turned to Su Wen and inquired, Young sir, you just mentioned that my father's condition cannot be treated with acupuncture. What alternative treatment do you suggest? It was perfectly reasonable for Li Wenjing to harbor doubts. After all, the symptoms described by Su Wen regarding the cold toxin corresponded precisely with her father's ailment. Li Wenjing, do you genuinely place your faith in this individual? As Li Wenjing approached Su Wen, the aloof Wang Chanqian wore an expression of disdain. If he truly possessed such abilities, would he have brought his wife to seek treatment? As a gesture of goodwill towards our mutual vocation, allow me to impart a singular piece of counsel. Engage in critical thinking regarding all matters. I possess my own discernment when it pertains to my actions. Li Wenjing cast a fierce glare at Wang Chanqian, then directed her gaze towards Su Wen. Young man, do you possess a means to rescue my father? The cold poison has infiltrated his body. It manifests as a malevolent ailment. Restoring your father's health is rather straightforward, Su Wen replied. He approached the elderly gentleman clad in traditional garb and, under the scrutiny of those assembled, inscribed an unusual symbol upon the man's forehead with his fingertip. Completed. Are you suggesting that my father's affliction has been remedied? Li Wenjing's expression became intricate. Indeed, Su Wen affirmed. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Chanqian erupted into laughter once more. Li Wenjing, do you not perceive? Such an overt charlatan. And you still place your faith in him? You are truly gullible. Who seeks healing through talismans? Faced with Wang Chanqian's scorn, Li Wenjing could only summon the courage to meet Dr. Dong Changhai's gaze. Dr. Dong, my father, she began. Miss Li, given your lack of faith in my medical expertise, I recommend you consult a more competent physician, Dong Changhai responded, his demeanor resolute. I understand, Li Wenjing replied, her expression tinged with bitterness. She came to the painful realization that not only had she misinterpreted the circumstances, but she had also inadvertently insulted Dong Changhai, rendering her attempts futile. The elderly gentleman resting on the hospital bedside deeply. He rose and expressed his gratitude to Dong Changhai before turning to Wang Chanqian's father. Mr. Wang, we shall convene at the board meeting tomorrow. However, Su Wen interjected, Mr. Wang, the cold poison has already permeated his organs. He will not survive the night. Consequently, Miss Li, you will not see him tomorrow. You insolent child, what utter nonsense are you spewing? Do you dare to curse my father? Wang Chanqian cast a malevolent glare at him. Enough, Chanqian. If a dog bites you, do you intend to retaliate? Mr. Wang waved his hand and addressed Wang Chanqian. Let us return home. Once Wang Chanqian and the others had departed, The spacious ward was left with only Su Wen, Lu Wanfeng, Li Guifeng, and Dong Changhai. Dr. Dong, my son-in-law is experiencing certain difficulties. Please disregard him. First, attend to my daughter and examine her leg, Li Guifeng implored. Eager to placate Dong Changhai as she noticed his disapproving expression directed at Su Wen. At this juncture, she was reluctant to engage with Su Wen. Difficulties of the mind? Dong Changhai chuckled softly. If he suffers from such afflictions, why not seek treatment? Alas, let us not speak of it. Su Wen hails from the mountains and lacks the means for treatment, Li Guifeng retorted dismissively. What can a farmer possibly afford? Upon hearing this, Dong Changhai smiled and refrained from further remarks. He began to assess Lu Wanfeng's condition. Liani, Miss Wanfeng's leg has indeed deteriorated considerably. Allow me to prescribe a few medications to initiate her treatment. As Dong Changhai handed a prescription to Su Wen, his expression remained impassive. These traditional remedies will not suffice to heal Wanfeng. I am capable of treating her legs. Simply grant me a bit more time, and then. Su Wen, will you never relent? Li Guifeng could no longer restrain herself. She glared at him in fury. Leave at once. Otherwise, you shall never see my daughter again. She harbored a deep-seated fear that, akin to Li Guifeng, Lu Wanfeng too would be deprived of treatment by Dong Changhai. Just as Su Wen was on the verge of voicing his thoughts, Lu Wanfeng tenderly tugged at him. Very well, Su Wen. It is time for you to return home. Otherwise, my mother may truly become upset. As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue. I comprehend, he replied. As he gazed upon his sweet and compassionate wife, Su Wen turned and exited the hospital room. Outside the confines of the hospital room, Su Wen had taken but a few steps when he noticed two nurses meticulously arranging the medicine cabinet. Is that Ziyun lotus? Does it truly grow in Jiangnan province? How fortunate. It possesses the ability to wholly alleviate Wanfeng's leg ailment without inflicting any pain. With this realization, Su Wen approached the medicine cabinet at the Rinji clinic directly. Pardon me, what is the price of this Ziyun lotus? 200,000. The doctor at the cabinet responded with a smile. The Ziyun lotus is an exquisite herbal remedy for the treatment of gout, which explains its exorbitant price. Su Wen was on the verge of retrieving his wallet when a sudden recollection struck him. Over the years, the earnings he had amassed from treating patients in Shennong Valley had all been given to his father, Su Wuhui. He now found himself entirely devoid of funds. After a brief moment of hesitation, he timidly inquired, might I ask where this Ziyun lotus is sourced? Aware that the Ziyun lotus could not be cultivated artificially and was, in fact, a wild herb, he hoped to seize an opportunity. Ziyang Lake, the doctor at the cabinet candidly divulged. Shortly thereafter, Su Wen arrived at Ziyang Lake. The lake's surface was adorned with countless lotus flowers, resembling clouds and rainbows. Alas, he discovered no Ziyun lotus. It had likely been harvested entirely. Just as Su Wen was about to depart, a voice, filled with astonishment, called out from behind him. Su Wen? What brings you here? Xianyi, are you acquainted with this rustic fellow? Is he perhaps a distant relative of yours? A gathering of striking men and elegant women approached, among whom was a young man clad in a Givenchy suit, casting a glance of admiration towards Lu Xianyi. He is the one who aspires to be with a swan yet finds himself with the remnants, Lu Xianyi replied with a wry smile. Ah, so it is he. The impeccably dressed young man sneered as he assessed Su Wen, then jestingly remarked, Young man, I have pursued Lu Xianyi for 3 years without success. Do you believe yourself to be the ugly duckling of a fairy tale? Merely because of a marriage certificate. Do you think you can alter your destiny and transform into a swan? Zhuge Qin interjected. Why squander time conversing with a rustic? Do you not wish to engage in an archery contest with me? I have reserved the archery range adjacent to Ziyang Lake. Let us proceed. Lu Xianyi displayed no interest in Su Wen. Oh dear, Master Zhuge, as a professional archer, is it not rather inequitable for you to compete against Sister Xianyi? A tall beauty interjected, who in Jinling City is unaware that you, Zhuge Qin, are the archery champion of Jiangnan province? The mention of the archery champion left Lu Xianyi momentarily astonished. Is Zhuge Qin truly that remarkable? She pondered, completely oblivious to his accolades. The archery competition in Jiangnan province is but a trifling endeavor. My most notable achievement in the national championship is securing a place among the top 4. Zhuge Qin feigned humility. The national championship? Lu Xianyi cast a scornful glance at Zhuge Qin, while simultaneously regarding Su Wen with a touch of disdain. She reflected, even one of my admirers is so extraordinary. What audacity does Su Wen possess to aspire to me? Who granted him such audacity? With this thought, Lu Xianyi suddenly addressed Su Wen. Su Wen, having dwelled in the mountains since your youth, You must possess considerable skill in archery and hunting. What do you say to an archery contest between you and Zhuge Chun? Xuanyi, Zhuge Chun is an exceptional archer, while Su Wen is but a novice, hardly deserving even to polish Zhuge's arrows. Why would you set them against one another? Questioned the tall beauty beside her, bewildered. In response, Lu Xuanyi intriguingly remarked, I merely wish for Su Wen to grasp the vast chasm that separates him from Zhuge Chun. Even one of my admirers eclipses him by considerable margins. This rustic dreamer dares to aspire to marry me? Perhaps, out of sheer inadequacy, he will retreat to the mountains to till the soil, liberating me from the vexation of his presence. Su Wen, Xuanyi has graciously permitted you to engage in archery with a professional. Ought you not to hasten in selecting your bow and arrows? Urged the statuesque Jiang Ziki, perceiving Su Wen's reluctance. But why should I compete with him? Su Wen replied with cool indifference, casting a sidelong glance at Zhuge Chun. Triumphing over him would be merely a squander of my time, entirely devoid of significance. Just you? To triumph over Zhuge Chun? Are you lost in a reverie? He is an exceptional archer, having ascended to the semifinals of the national championships. Jiang Ziki scoffed. Su Wen, you have just asserted that competing against me is futile. Are you perhaps seeking to introduce a wager? Zhuge Chun suddenly knitted his brow, directing his attention towards Su Wen. Indeed, that is my intent, Su Wen replied, raising 2 fingers. If you should falter, you shall owe me this sum. 20 million? Zhuge Chun's expression darkened slightly. Although he was a scion of wealth, his monthly allowance was a mere 5 million. 20 million would deplete his savings accumulated over 4 months. Su Wen, have you never encountered money? To demand 20 million with such nonchalance is. Just as Jiang Ziki was poised to admonish him, Su Wen interjected, clarifying. I meant 200,000. 200,000. Just sufficient to procure the Xian lotus for the treatment of his wife's leg ailment. Ah, so it is 200,000? Jiang Ziki's intended reprimand transformed into ridicule. This rustic simpleton truly epitomizes provincial ignorance. I anticipated a substantial offering, yet this is all that is presented? Ziki, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. For us, 200,000 is merely the price of a lavish meal, but for Su Wen, 200,000 symbolizes the culmination of many years of labor in the fields, Lu Xuanyi lamented. The starting point from which we emerged is a destination he shall never attain in his lifetime. Amidst the derision, Lu Xuanyi grew increasingly convinced that the coveted truffle must have been fortuitously discovered by Su Wen in the mountains. Otherwise, if he could indeed proffer tens of millions as a bride price, why would he stake a mere 200,000 against Zhuge Chun? Ah, Su Wen, a mere 200,000 is but a trifling sum. I accept your wager, Zhuge Chun replied, a smirk playing upon his lips. He regarded Su Wen with a smile that wavered between amusement and derision. However, you are destined to lose. I have no need for your 200,000. All that is required of you is to proclaim thrice, I am a toad. As Zhuge Chun's declaration echoed in the air, Jiang Ziki chuckled softly beside him. Young Master Zhuge, you truly are exceedingly magnanimous, are you not? Having bested Su Wen in archery, you still seek to assist him in acknowledging his own failings? Our paths in life are simply divergent. I have never been one to exploit the mountain folk, Zhuge Chun retorted, striding toward the archery range with an air of superiority. Su Wen, I shall permit you to shoot 5 arrows first. Whosoever achieves 100 points first shall be deemed the victor. What say you? No need, Su Wen replied, shaking his head. I fear that by the time I complete my 5 arrows, you will have already succumbed to defeat. Su Wen, are you unwell? Do you even grasp the principles of archery? A solitary arrow can yield a maximum of 10 points. Even if you were to strike the bullseye with all 5 arrows, you would accumulate but 50 points. Pray tell, how could young Master Zhuge possibly face defeat? Jiang Ziki admonished him sharply. Jiang Ziki, you are imparting the rules of archery to a rustic like Su Wen. Does he even possess the slightest comprehension? Lu Xuanyi derided, casting her gaze toward Zhuge Chun. Zhuge Chun, you should take the first shot. This will afford Su Wen the opportunity to familiarize himself with the rules of archery. Then I shall humbly take my turn. Zhuge Chun declared as he grasped the bow. With the bow drawn taut and the arrow nocked, he released it with a swift whoosh. The arrow soared through the air, striking the bullseye 30 meters away. Bravo! Truly deserving of the title of archery champion of Jiangnan province, he scored 10 points with his inaugural arrow. Su Wen, I would advise you to concede swiftly. What is there to compare? Are you merely courting humiliation? Jiang Ziki and the others mocked with biting remarks. Yet, Su Wen remained undeterred by their jeers. In a fleeting moment, Zhuge Chun had completed his 10 shots. 7 arrows had struck the bullseye, 2 registered 9 points, and 1 scored 7 points. culminating in a total of 95 points. Good heavens, a score of 95? Young Master Zhuge, if my memory serves me correctly. Your score in the national championship was a mere 94, was it not? Jiang Ziki exclaimed in admiration. Today, with Xuanyi in attendance, I have surpassed my usual performance. Zhuge Chen replied, his eyes glistening with affection. Is this the essence of love? Someone jested. However, Lu Xuanyi remained unperturbed, her gaze steadfastly fixed on Suwen. Suwen, Zhuge Chen has completed his 10 arrows. It is now your moment to shine. Suwen acknowledged her with a mere "oh" as he nonchalantly grasped a wooden bow. Shooting with such a fragile instrument? Jiang Ziki's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Zhuge Chen could hardly suppress his mirth. Suwen, employing a wooden bow? These implements are notoriously delicate and lack the requisite power. Would it not be prudent to consider an alternative? This hardly appears equitable. No need, Suwen replied, shaking his head. Humph. Suwen must be acutely aware of his inferiority to young Master Zhuge, thus deliberately opting for a wooden bow. This way, even in the face of defeat, he secures a means of retreat, Jiang Ziki remarked with a smirk, as if she had unraveled his intentions. Suwen, you have yet to release an arrow and are already crafting excuses? Lu Xuanyi's demeanor turned icy. Do you not feel a sense of embarrassment? Thank heavens I did not wed you. Otherwise, I. Just as she uttered these words, Suwen deftly released his first arrow. With a sharp twang, the arrow found its mark, piercing the bullseye 30 meters away. Could it truly be a perfect 10? How could a mere country bumpkin like Suwen achieve such an extraordinary score? Jiang Ziki gazed at the distant target, her countenance a portrait of disbelief. Humph. Suwen is merely fortunate. Let him take another shot, and he is bound to miss. Lu Xuanyi scoffed dismissively. Yet, what followed was a remarkable display, for consecutive arrows from Suwen, each striking the bullseye with precision. Is this all 10s? Zhuge Chen's expression shifted slightly. However, at that moment, Suwen abruptly set down his wooden bow, opting not to continue shooting. What troubles you? Suwen, are you reluctant to shoot again? Do you fear that fortune may not always favor you? Jiang Ziki ridiculed with a sardonic smile. I have already secured victory. There is no necessity for further attempts. Suwen replied with an impassive demeanor. Victory? Jiang Ziki was momentarily taken aback. Then she erupted in laughter. Suwen, have you not yet awakened? Young Master Zhuge scored 97. You merely managed 50. What grounds do you have to proclaim victory? Just your words? Who said I only scored 50? Suwen retorted, stepping forward to adjust the target situated 30 meters away. In the next moment, Lu Xuanyi and the others gazed in astonishment as they witnessed Suwen striking the bullseye at 50 meters, achieving yet another perfect 10. Could it be that he has hit 2 targets with a single arrow? How? How is this possible? A country boy exhibits such remarkable archery skills, capable of surpassing the champions of the national tournament? Jiang Ziki grappled with the harshness of reality. Yet, the arrow lodged in the bullseye from 50 meters compelled her to face the undeniable truth. Zhuge Chen, a wager is a wager. Surrender the 200,000. In that moment, Suwen approached the vanquished Zhuge Chen, extending a composed hand. Despite the resentment bubbling within Zhuge Chen, he recognized that he had, indeed, suffered defeat. And such a defeat was marked by utter humiliation. Suwen, your prowess is commendable. I shall remember you. Here is the 200,000. He flung a bank card towards Suwen and departed in disgrace. Once he had left, Lu Xuanyi, brimming with indignation, confronted Suwen. Did you resort to dishonesty? How could a mere rustic like you possibly best Zhuge Chen? Initially, Lu Xuanyi had orchestrated the archery contest to witness Suwen's humiliation, but to her astonishment, Suwen had indeed astonished everyone. This left her feeling profoundly aggrieved. How could an ordinary farmer from the mountains eclipse her prominence in the social realm? Regrettably, in response to Lu Xuanyi's relentless accusations, Suwen opted to disregard her entirely, departing without so much as a glance over his shoulder. How dare he dismiss me? Lu Xuanyi seethed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. Xianyi, it must be that Suwen has succumbed to guilt over his deceit. Which is why he cannot confront you, Jiang Ziki offered in consolation. Even if we entertain the notion that Suwen is indeed an accomplished archer, what of it? He may hold the title of champion in the national archery tournament, yet he remains but a servant to the elite. How can he even be compared to young Master Zhuge? Master Zhuge, who labors not a single day, receives 5 million deposited into his bank account by his father. And what of Suwen, a man in his 20s, lacking even 200,000? What aspirations can he realistically entertain for his future? Xianyi's decision to forego marrying him was undoubtedly the most sagacious choice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi felt her spirits uplifted. She turned to Jiang Ziqi and said, "Come, let us go die." Meanwhile, at the Wang group, Wang Qianqian had just concluded a meeting with her father. "Father, I have a gathering tonight, so I shall not return for dinner," she declared playfully. "Make sure to come home early. Tomorrow, we have a project to discuss with the Li group," her father advised. "What is there to discuss with the Li group? Every time I see Li Wenjing, I feel vexed. She is insufferably arrogant, placing her faith in a charlatan who claims to heal her father. It is utterly laughable. In all my years, I have never witnessed anyone attempt to heal with talismans. It is simply absurd. And she dares to proclaim that her father will not survive the day. I hope I do not encounter that fraud in Jinling City, or else." Just as Wang Qianqian was speaking, a sudden thud echoed as her father collapsed before her, his face marred with darkness and blood. "Father? What transpired? Please, do not instill fear within me." As she comprehended that he had drawn his last breath, terror enveloped Wang Qianqian, rendering her pallid and trembling. In Jinling City, at the Li group. "Father, an unimaginable calamity has befallen the Wang group." Li Wenjing approached Li Donglu, her expression laden with complexity. "What has occurred at the Wang group?" Li Donglu instinctively inquired. "It is Wang Qianqian. Her father has passed away unexpectedly." As Li Wenjing articulated this, memories of Su Wen's earlier remarks at the Rinji Medical Hall flooded her mind. How did old Wang meet his end? Li Donglu questioned, disbelief etched across his features. "The autopsy report indicates it was due to a cold." Li Wenjing responded faintly. "A cold?" Li Donglu lapsed into silence, reflecting on how old Wang had been attended to at the Rinji Medical Hall by Dong Changhai. If that were indeed the case, how could he have succumbed to such an ailment? "Father, do you believe we have genuinely encountered a miraculous physician?" After a moment of silence, Li Wenjing felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Uncle Wang was not afflicted by a mere cold, but rather a chilling poison. This thought weighed heavily on Li Donglu, his countenance turning solemn. "Wenjing, come, we must rush to the hospital for an examination at once." Upon receiving the hospital's report, both Li Donglu and Li Wenjing were astounded. For within Li Donglu's body, the cold affliction had inexplicably dissipated. "Father, it is indeed a miraculous physician. We have truly encountered one," Li Wenjing exclaimed with fervor. "I knew my judgment was sound. How absurd for Wang Qianqian to have deemed me a charlatan. She is deserving of the fate that befell her father." "Enough. Do not revel in another's misfortune," Li Donglu interjected with a stern demeanor. Yet, he found himself pondering how to establish a rapport with a physician like Su Wen in the days to come. Meanwhile, upon Su Wen's return to the Rinji Medical Hall, his wife, Lu Wanfeng, had already departed in the company of Li Guifang, having expended 200,000 to procure the Ziyun lotus. Su Wen aimed to return home to treat his wife for the Tian Kinku. However, at that moment, at the Rinji Medical Clinic, a scene of pandemonium ensued. "Dong Chanhai, you fraud. Did you not assert that you had cured my father? Then why did he succumb to the chill of the wind? Dong Chanhai, come forth." A woman's anguished cry rent the air. Su Wen shifted his gaze and beheld Wang Qianqian, adorned in mourning garments, kneeling at the entrance of the clinic, her voice raised in a tempest of fury. "Alas, had I foreseen this outcome, I would have chosen a different course of action." With a heavy sigh, Su Wen was on the verge of turning away when Wang Qianqian's eyes fell upon him. "Stop! Do not move an inch." She rushed towards him, obstructing his path, her eyes ablaze with desperation. "Why did you not save my father back then? Why, if you harbor doubts about me, how can I ever hope to rescue anyone?" Su Wen replied with composed tranquility. "In your perception, am I merely a charlatan?" Wang Qianqian opened her mouth to retort, yet found herself bereft of words, ultimately succumbing to despair as she collapsed to the ground, stifling her tears. She was enveloped in regret and remorse. Alas, in this world, no remedy exists for such sorrow. Half an hour later, Su Wen returned to his wife's home. "Su Wen, you have returned," Lu Wanfeng said, gazing at him with gentle affection. "Mother and I have come to terms with the situation at the hospital. She even procured some spare ribs. Tonight, we shall feast on braised ribs." "Humph, those ribs are not for you, Su Wen," Li Guifang declared coldly. "Our family does not accommodate idlers. You are now wed to Wanfeng. When do you intend to seek gainful employment? Did you not claim to possess knowledge in medicine? Do you expect my daughter to sustain you for the remainder of your days?" Su Wen was on the verge of expressing his intention to search for a job the following day when suddenly, Lu Wanfeng's phone rang. "What? Is Sangu severely injured?" Upon receiving the urgent news, Lu Wanfeng swiftly conveyed to Li Guifang, "Mother, Sangu has been involved in a car accident." "Your Sangu? Lu Qinxin? Is she not abroad?" Li Guifeng inquired, her voice filled with astonishment. Sangu returned to the country today with my cousin, and then Lu Wanfeng elucidated while hurriedly dressing. Suwen, you must accompany us to the hospital. Sangu often looked after me during my childhood. Now that she has met with misfortune, I feel compelled to visit her. Very well, Suwen responded. Upon their arrival at Jinling City Hospital, the Lu family congregated around a hospital bed, their visages marked by deep concern. Mother, what did the doctor say? Will my legs ever heal? The woman, clad in a qipao, her legs rendered immobile, cast a forlorn glance towards the matriarch of the Lu family, her voice a poignant amalgamation of despair and tears. I cannot bear the thought of living my life confined to a wheelchair. I do not wish to be disabled. Qin, the physician from the city hospital, had conveyed the disheartening news that her legs were irreparable. Recovery is unattainable unless you consider prosthetics. The elderly matriarch beheld her paralyzed daughter, her heart weighed down by profound sorrow. What was intended to be a day of familial reunion had devolved into a harrowing ordeal. Prosthetics? No, I shall not accept prosthetics. I yearn to lead an ordinary life. I have no desire for prosthetics. As she spoke, Lu Qinxin was overwhelmed with tears. Witnessing this poignant scene, Lu Wanfeng, who stood beside Su Wen, felt an overwhelming wave of empathy. As someone who faced her own challenges, she could deeply relate to the despair that enveloped Lu Qinxin at that moment. In fact, apart from prosthetics, there exist alternative avenues for healing Aunt Qinxin. Su Wen interjected suddenly, having remained silent until now. Su Wen, what right do you have to speak? Who granted you permission to interject? Lu Xuanyi glared at Su Wen, his discontent palpable. Who is he? The family of Lu Qinxin, unfamiliar with Su Wen, exchanged puzzled glances in his direction. Third aunt. He is Su Wen, Lu Wanfeng's husband. A simpleton hailing from the mountains, Lu Xuanyi remarked dismissively, choosing to omit any reference to her previous connection with Su Wen. Lu Wanfeng's husband? Lu Qinxin observed Su Wen intently, her expression transforming into one of anticipation as she asked, Xiao Wen, you mentioned there are alternative methods to restore my health. What remedies do you refer to? It is this, Su Wen proclaimed, producing the Ziyun lotus he had acquired from the Rinji Medical Hall. The Ziyun lotus possesses not only the ability to alleviate the remnants of the celestial mutilation curse, but also to mend disabilities and fractures. Are you suggesting that this lotus can restore my leg? Lu Qinxin appeared momentarily bewildered. In the next moment, Lu Xuanyi erupted into laughter. Su Wen, are you jesting once more? You were unable to heal Lu Wanfeng before. Now you intend to trick my third aunt? You don't even possess a medical license. Can't you simply remain silent? Su Wen, that is quite enough. This is a hospital, not a venue for your quest for attention. The other members of the Lu family chastised sternly. Upon discovering that Su Wen lacked any medical credentials, the expectation etched on Lu Qinxin's face swiftly morphed into a biting reprimand. Su Wen, are you intentionally attempting to bring me shame? Who employs a lotus for the treatment of disabilities? If this lotus genuinely possesses the ability to cure such afflictions, why do you not use it to heal your own wife? Am I merely a subject for your experiments? And you, Lu Wanfeng, why would you choose to wed a charlatan? Are there truly no suitable suitors remaining in Jinling City? Confronted with Lu Qinxin's aggressive demeanor, Lu Wanfeng could only respond with a flushed countenance. Third aunt, Su Wen is not a fraud. He may simply be attempting to offer you solace out of kindness. In that instant, upon observing the lotus in Su Wen's grasp, Lu Wanfeng began to realize that perhaps Su Wen truly lacked the medical expertise he professed. His prior assertions of being capable of remedying her disability might have merely been hollow words of consolation. For if Su Wen were indeed a proficient physician, why would he choose to marry a woman with a disability? I do not require his comfort. He has no authority to console me. Lu Qinxin proclaimed icily. Su Wen, I implore you to set aside that lotus. What business does a country lad have in the city, making a spectacle of himself? You evidently lack medical knowledge. Why feign competence that you do not possess? Lu Xuanyi derided with scorn. Who asserts that I lack medical knowledge? I shall heal Wanfeng this very moment, to liberate you from your narrow-mindedness. Su Wen retorted with a frosty chuckle, crushing the Ziyun lotus within his grasp. Drip, drip. The crystalline essence of the lotus cascaded from its leaves, which Su Wen meticulously collected in a delicate crystal cup. Before long, he had filled 2 crystal chalices with the precious lotus water, while the Ziyun lotus in his hand began to wither, having been thoroughly drained of its vitality. Su Wen, are you not attending to Lu Wanfeng's leg? What purpose does your dalliance with the lotus serve? Do you harbor a sense of guilt? Lu Xuanyi sneered derisively at Su Wen's actions. You assert that I underestimate you? Is it not evident that you are lacking in capability? What merit does your archery talent hold? Even if you have attained the title of national archery champion, you remain beneath me. Disregarding the arrogant Lu Xuanyi, Suwen delicately poured the lotus water from one of the exquisite crystal cups onto Lu Wanfeng's leg. Upon completing this act, Suwen presented another crystal cup before Lu Qinxin, remarking, Aunt Qinxin, given your care for Wanfeng in her youth, I bestow upon you this cup of lotus water. It possesses the potential to mend your leg injury. As for your decision to utilize it, suddenly, before Suwen could conclude his thought, Lu Qinxin let out a derisive laugh and forcefully shattered the crystal cup upon the ground. With a sharp crack, the cup splintered into countless pieces, dispersing the lotus water and shards across the floor. Do you truly believe this worthless object can remedy a disability? Do you consider me a fool like Lu Wanfeng? Suwen simply shook his head with a sigh, choosing silence in response. Meanwhile, Lu Wanfeng, seated in her wheelchair, defended Suwen. Third aunt, even if you do not believe in Suwen, there is no need to disparage that cup of lotus water. Enough, Lu Wanfeng, silence yourself. You are limping yet still choose to advocate for a charlatan like Suwen? Lu Qinxin interrupted coldly, then directed her icy glare towards Li Guifang. Li Guifang, can you not rein in your son-in-law? Must he seek attention in the hospital? Suwen, if you utter another word, you shall be ejected from my home. Scolded by Lu Qinxin, Li Guifang dared not retaliate against the Lu family. Her frustration was instead unleashed upon Suwen. Simultaneously, her anger intensified. How could her daughter have wed such an indiscreet rustic? Mother, please cease your harshness towards Suwen. He only has good intentions. Lu Wanfeng countered her mother's tirade. Good intentions? Humph. I see no benevolence here. And you, Lu Wanfeng, what enchantment has Suwen woven upon you? Why do you champion his cause at every opportunity? Cannot you take a lesson from Lu Xuanyi? She understands that those of the mountain folk are ill-suited for matrimonial alliances. As Li Guifang spoke, she observed the tears welling in Lu Wanfeng's eyes. Mother, what does it matter if Suwen hails from the mountains? Why must you prioritize wealth over merit? I am not a phoenix maiden. What sort of splendor do you expect me to pursue? I have never yearned for an extraordinary partner. Suwen is truly fine. He has never looked down upon my disability. Why can you not embrace him more readily? After a brief pause, Lu Wanfeng continued, at the very least, I do not regret my union with Suwen. Never. Regret. Witnessing Lu Wanfeng's resolute and defiant demeanor, Li Guifang raised her hand to strike her daughter. However, several members of the Lu family interceded, saying, Enough, Li Guifang. One must accept their destiny. Lu Wanfeng does not object to marrying Suwen. Why are you so troubled? Indeed. A sparrow is bound by its own fate. Not all women resemble Lu Xuanyi. I comprehend your desire for a prosperous son-in-law. Yet the pertinent question remains, does Lu Wanfeng possess such qualifications? The members of the Lu family exchanged sharp retorts, leaving Li Guifang utterly mortified, yearning to dissolve into the earth. In that moment, Lu Xianyi approached Li Guifang and remarked, And Fang, it is indeed a remarkable achievement for Wanfeng to find a suitor. One must temper their expectations. In this contemporary era, it is quite arduous for an individual with a disability to secure a match. Although Suwen boasts of his medical prowess, he can at least shoot arrows. Can he not? What merit does shooting arrows hold? Li Guifang quivered with indignation. Can shooting arrows provide sustenance? Why not? Shooting arrows can aid in capturing wild chickens and rabbits in the mountains. Lu Qinxin ridiculed mercilessly, unable to withstand the derision from the Lu family. Li Guifang indignantly declared to Lu Wanfeng, Daughter, let us return home. Aunt Fang, do not be so hasty to depart. Did not Suwen proclaim his ability to cure Wanfeng's legs? Allow me to observe. Lu Xianyi's visage was contorted with scorn. Yet, in the next instant, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. Alongside her, the venerable matriarch of the Lu family and Lu Qinxin, present in the hospital room, were equally astounded, gazing at Lu Wanfeng. Wanfeng, your legs. At that moment, the lotus water upon Lu Wanfeng's legs had evaporated, and the once prominent black bruises were visibly dissipating at a remarkable rate. The bruises are disappearing? Wanfeng, could it be that your legs have been healed? Li Guifang gasped in astonishment. No, it is inconceivable. Suwen must be employing the lotus water to mask the bruises. This is a mere chemical reaction, akin to invisible ink. I refuse to accept that Lu Wanfeng's legs are healed. Lu Xianyi asserted, throughout my years, I have never encountered any evidence suggesting that lotus water possesses the capacity to remedy disabilities. Indeed, it is inconceivable that Lu Wanfeng's legs could ever be restored. Suwen must surely be misleading us. What credentials does he hold in medicine? How could lotus flowers possibly mend disabilities? Lu Qin Xin interjected coldly. Unless Lu Wanfeng is capable of standing up at this very moment. Precisely, Wanfeng. Why not attempt to rise? The other members of the Lu family regarded Lu Wanfeng with skepticism regarding her recovery. A person who had been incapacitated for over a decade, who had spent a significant portion of her life confined to a wheelchair, could not feasibly experience such an abrupt restoration. Feeling the weight of the Lu family's gaze upon her, Lu Wanfeng was engulfed by trepidation. She was frightened. If she failed to stand, Suwen would endure their scorn. Wanfeng, cease your hesitation. If your legs are indeed healed, then rise. Even the venerable matriarch fixed her penetrating gaze upon Lu Wanfeng. Suwen, am I able to? Lu Wanfeng contemplated deeply, biting her lip as she addressed Suwen. It was not that she harbored disbelief in him. Rather, the notion of lotus water possessing the ability to heal disabilities was simply too extraordinary. Wanfeng, you can achieve this, Suwen gently encouraged his wife. Your past may have been shrouded in darkness and sorrow, but from this day forward, I shall ensure your happiness, making you the most blissful woman in existence. All right. Lu Wanfeng affirmed with conviction, then inhaled deeply. Before the entire Lu family, she endeavored to rise from her wheelchair. Step by step. The slow and laborious sound of her footsteps reverberated throughout the hospital. Upon witnessing Lu Wanfeng's faltering stride, Li Guifeng was unexpectedly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Oh, heavens! I am eternally grateful. My daughter is no longer doomed to a life of disability. Could it be? Has Lu Wanfeng truly regained the use of her legs? Am I merely dreaming?" Lu Xuanyi and the others grappled with their astonishment. As Lu Qinxin observed Lu Wanfeng walking, the teacup in her grasp shattered upon the floor with a deafening crash. Suwen, has the Lian water truly restored Wanfeng? If not, then what? Suwen responded with an air of indifference. Shaowen, do you possess any Lian water remaining? Might you spare some for my aunt? I cannot bear the thought of being confined to a wheelchair for the remainder of my days. Lu Qinxin's demeanor transformed from sharp and acerbic to one of desperate entreaty. Yet, Suwen remained unmoved, stating, Aunt Qinxin, I sincerely regret to inform you that I have exhausted my supply of Lian water. I had previously bestowed upon you a portion, yet you did not recognize its worth. I, fixated on the ground where the Lian water had vanished without a trace, Lu Qinxin succumbed to despair. How could this transpire? Why is my fate so cruel? No, I refuse to endure life as a cripple. Why was I so foolish as to doubt Shaowen? Yes, Lu Xuanyi, it is entirely your fault for disparaging Shaowen. I shall not let this matter rest. Witnessing Lu Qinxin's emotional unraveling, a woman with short hair gently implored, Mother, please regain your composure. Indeed, Aunt Qinxin, you must restore your serenity. Surely, you cannot sincerely believe that it was the Lian water that facilitated Lu Wanfeng's recovery? Lu Xuanyi interjected with a derisive scoff. Lu Xuanyi, what do you mean? I personally witnessed Lu Wanfeng's legs regain their strength. Could that possibly be a fabrication? Lu Qinxin retorted, her voice laced with anger. That is because Lu Wanfeng consulted Dr. Dong today. Here is a message from Dong Changhai. Examine it for yourselves. Lu Xuanyi contemptuously offered her phone for all to inspect. This, upon discovering that Lu Wanfeng had previously sought the counsel of Dr. Dong. Lu Qinxin found herself faltering. Aunt Qinxin, have you pondered the notion that if Suwen were indeed an extraordinary healer, he would willingly choose to marry a woman with disabilities like Lu Wanfeng? Lu Xuanyi spoke with earnestness. Moreover, yesterday, when Lu Wanfeng did not seek the assistance of Dr. Dong, Suwen was unable to cure her. Yet today, following her visit to Rinji Clinic, she has been miraculously healed. Does that not strike you as somewhat coincidental? At these words, a flicker of doubt shadowed Lu Qinxin's gaze. Xuanyi, are you insinuating that it was, in fact, Dr. Dong who healed Lu Wanfeng? Is that not abundantly evident? Lu Xuanyi responded with a sarcastic huff. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanfeng retorted indignantly, Lu Xuanyi, it was Suwen who restored my legs. How dare you misrepresent the truth? Perhaps that Lian water is indeed Suwen's exclusive remedy. Very well, if that is your assertion, then so be it, Lu Xuanyi replied with a nonchalant shrug. Suwen is your husband. His capabilities are of no concern to me. If he indeed possesses such talent, he ought to heal Aunt Qinxin's legs as well. Indeed, Shaowen. Hasten to cure Aunt Qinxin's legs and substantiate your merit, Lu Qinxin urged fervently. However, Suwen remained immobile in his position. Third aunt, did you notice that? Suwen dares not attend to your leg. He is evidently consumed by guilt. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xuanyi spoke just as old lady Lu's phone began to ring. What? Mr. Chiu, are you serious? Excellent, excellent. I comprehend. Once old lady Lu ended the call, the members of the Lu family shifted their attention toward her. Mother. What did Mr. Chiu say? Old lady Lu inhaled deeply, stifling her exhilaration, and replied. Did the Zhu family from Nanling not intend to invest in an international music school in Jiangnan? Mr. Chiu has just informed me that Zhu Lingtian will be coming to Jiangnan. As she uttered the name Zhu Lingtian, a tone of profound respect resonated in old lady Lu's voice. What? The legendary master, Zhu Lingtian? How could such a distinguished figure from Shuzhou arrive in Jiangnan? I have heard that Zhu Lingtian endured grave injuries in his youth, and it was believed he would not survive past the age of 60. Perhaps he has journeyed to Jiangnan to reconnect with his origins, as his mother is indeed a native of that region. While others murmured among themselves, old lady Lu interjected forcefully, silence. A legendary master possesses tremendous power. How dare you speak of him in hushed tones? Do you wish to invite calamity upon our Lu family? In an instant, the entire ward was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a single word. Then old lady Lu continued, previously. I proclaimed that whoever could negotiate a collaboration with the Zhu family regarding the International Music School would be rewarded with the Rose Villa by Xiang Lake. However, I have since reconsidered my stance. Whoever secures the collaboration with the Zhu family shall ascend as the next head of the Lu family. A sharp intake of breath reverberated throughout the room, as Lu Qingxin and the others trembled at her declaration. Grandmother, are you truly serious? Lu Xuanyi's gaze flickered with intrigue. Initially, she had little interest in the collaboration with the Zhu family, but the situation had now transformed, for Lu Xuanyi had long harbored aspirations of leading the Lu family. Have I ever deceived you? As old lady Lu's words lingered in the air, Lu Wanfeng, seated beside Su Wan, interjected, Grandmother, I shall exert every effort to negotiate with the Zhu family. You? Negotiate? Huh? Lu Wanfeng, are you jesting? What is Zhu Lingtian standing? Our Lu family ought to dispatch an individual of considerable merit, at the very least a female CEO such as Lu Xuanyi, or a proficient martial artist like your cousin. Ideally, it should be your cousin, a distinguished student from abroad. What do you possess to engage in negotiations with the Zhu family? A mere idler? A member of the Lu family spoke with a chilling reprimand. Lu Wanfeng found herself momentarily speechless. Yet, at that instant, Su Wan, exuding an air of nonchalance, interjected. Lu Xuanyi, do you not recall our wager? Should I succeed in healing Wanfeng's leg within 3 days, your family would permit her to negotiate with the Zhu family. Now that Wanfeng's leg has indeed improved, do you intend to renege on your promise? What a preposterous notion. Did you truly heal Wanfeng's leg? Lu Xuanyi replied with a sarcastic tone. It was evidently Dr. Dong who administered her treatment. You may summon Dong Changhai for a confrontation and ascertain whether he possesses such skills. Su Wen interjected with a chilling smile. Call him. I harbor no fear. Lu Xuanyi prepared to dial Dong Changhai, but was interrupted by the sharp voice of old Madame Lu. Enough with the quarreling. Every member of the Lu family has the right to negotiate a partnership with the Zhu family of Nanling. The one who successfully secures a collaboration shall ascend as the next head of the Lu family. Upon their return home, Su Wan and Lu Wanfeng were unexpectedly enveloped in a gentle embrace, the delicate fragrance of a woman wafting towards him, as subtle as orchids, enchanting and beguiling. Wanfeng, is that you? Caught off guard by Lu Wanfeng, who stood on tiptoe and nestled into his arms, Su Wan was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment, he could feel the elegant contours of his wife's figure pressed closely against him. My husband, thank you for healing my leg. Although Lu Xuanyi and the others insist it was Dr. Dong who cured me, in my eyes, it was you. From now on, I shall take good care of you. She murmured, burying her head in Su Wen's embrace, her cheeks suffused with a rosy hue of shyness. In truth, the instant she had risen in the hospital, Lu Wanfeng had yearned to embrace Su Wan, but the presence of others had restrained her. Now, in the sanctity of their home, her inhibitions were cast aside. We are husband and wife. Why speak of gratitude? If anyone should be caring for the other, it ought to be me. As Su Wan spoke, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. Lu Wanfeng, do you not possess any sense of shame? As a young woman, cannot you uphold some semblance of decorum? Moreover, was it truly Su Wan who healed your leg? Indeed, it was. That Lian water must undoubtedly be Su Wen's singular elixir, Lu Wanfeng asserted with unwavering conviction. Singular elixir? More akin to a heap of absurdity. If Su Wan genuinely possessed a remedy, why would he not capitalize on it? Instead, He gathers a mere handful of inconsequential mushrooms from the mountains as a betrothal offering. How disgraceful, Li Guifeng derided. Even if Su Wen lacks a remedy, he remains my husband. What harm is there in a simple embrace? Lu Wanfeng stood resolute. Not even a mere embrace with your husband, Li Guifeng exclaimed, forcibly pulling Lu Wanfeng from Su Wen's embrace. As the beloved presence receded, Su Wen experienced a sudden void. However, to his astonishment, he perceived a fleeting indication of healing within his being, the elusive Zhuyang Absolute. The pulse began to thrum with vitality. Wait, the Zhuyang Absolute pulse has been suppressed? Su Wen's countenance transformed into one of astonishment. Throughout the years spent in the Shennong Valley, his pulse had remained unimpeded. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after his arrival at the Lu family abode, he found himself in this predicament. No wonder my master once remarked that only by marrying a woman from the Lu lineage could I endure. It seems that the women of the Lu family possess the remarkable ability to quell my Zhuyang Absolute pulse. The following morning, Lu Wanfeng, adorned with a delicate touch of cosmetics, graced Longhu Sanxianting in Jinling City with her presence. Longhu Sanxianting stands as a premier luxury residence in Jiangnan Province, serving as the esteemed domicile of the Zhu family from Nanling. May I inquire whom you seek? At the entrance of Longhu Sanxianting, a group of middle-aged men clad in somber black robes obstructed Lu Wanfeng's path. Their movements were deliberate, exuding an air of formidable internal strength, unmistakably indicating their experience as martial artists. Greetings, I am Lu Wanfeng of the Lu family from Jinling. I seek to engage in discussions concerning the International Music Academy with the esteemed Zhu family. However, before Lu Wanfeng could articulate her intentions further, one of the men in black curtly interjected, regrettably, the Zhu family is not receiving visitors today. Understanding the situation, Lu Wanfeng hesitated momentarily before ultimately turning away, disheartened. Just then, a striking red Porsche came to a halt before her. The window descended, revealing Lu Xuanyi, resplendent in a Chanel evening gown and Valentino heels, who playfully remarked, "Ah, Lu Wanfeng, do you truly have the audacity to approach the Zhu family at Longhu Sanxianting? It appears you have been met with indifference. Has the Zhu family declined your visit? I implore you to reconsider. There is no necessity for you to subject yourself to humiliation at Longhu Sanxianting." "I shall not yield," Lu Wanfeng resolutely declared as she departed without a backward glance. "Xuanyi, who was that woman just now?" In the Porsche, Zhuge, seated in the front passenger seat, observed Lu Wanfeng's receding silhouette, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What a stunning and innocent lady. In contrast to Lu Xuanyi's graceful beauty, Lu Wanfeng appeared akin to an unbloomed lotus, lacking any worldly allure. "She is my cousin, Lu Wanfeng, who has a disability," Lu Xuanyi disdainfully introduced. "Disabled?" Zhuge was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, Lu Wanfeng's leg was healed by Dr. Dong yesterday. She is no longer disabled," Lu Xuanyi replied, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she queried, "What is this, Zhuge? Are you intrigued by my cousin?" Before Zhuge could articulate a response, Lu Xuanyi pressed on. "If you harbor affections for Lu Wanfeng, you might as well seize the opportunity. While pursuing me may be beyond your reach, securing the attention of a Lu Wanfeng should not prove overly daunting." Zhuge hesitated. "But isn't she wed to Su Wen?" "Su Wen? Uft. Merely a provincial simpleton from the mountains. How could he possibly compare to you? Furthermore, isn't it often the case that men are drawn to married women?" Lu Xuanyi teased playfully. "Ahem. Xuanyi, I would appreciate it if you could temper your candor. Men are indeed different. I remain quite innocent," Zhuge chuckled. Disinterested in further exposing his naivete, Lu Xuanyi redirected the conversation. "Zhuge, you previously alluded to possessing a means to facilitate my introduction to the Zhu family. What assistance do you propose?" Within Longhu Sanxianting, an elder adorned in a luxurious white mink fur was engrossed in a game of chess with a young lady clad in green. The girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, exhibited a playful demeanor accentuated by her ponytail. "Grandfather, you have lost this game once more," Zhu Wenju declared, placing her white piece down and playfully sticking out her tongue. "Grandfather is quite foolish. He cannot secure a single victory against me. Perhaps it is due to my advancing years," Zhu Lingtian mused, his gaze fixed upon his black pieces as he drifted into a nostalgic reverie. "Grandfather, you are merely 59 this year. How can you possibly be deemed old?" Just as Zhu Wenju concluded her statement, footsteps resonated from the courtyard behind them. "Miss Wenju, Miss Lu Xuanyi from the Lu family of Jinling has come to pay you a visit." Looking up at the enchanting woman approaching, Zhu Wenju inquired with an expressionless demeanor. What brings Miss Liu to see me? Miss Zhu, I would like to convey the following. I have come to learn that the esteemed Zhu family from Nanling aspires to invest in an international music academy in Jiangnan province. While my family, the Liu, possesses the requisite qualifications in this domain. Hence, I wish to discuss this further. As Lu Shuani addressed Zhu Wenju, her demeanor radiated the highest respect and courtesy. However, before she could articulate her thoughts completely, Zhu Wenju, adorned in green, shook her head and interjected, Miss Liu, I kindly ask you to excuse yourself. Today, my sole desire is to engage in a game of chess with my grandfather. I harbor no interest in matters of commerce. Might we then exchange our business cards? Lu Shuani inquired with a tone of deep concern, acutely aware of the esteemed lineage of Zhu Wenju, the granddaughter of a revered master, which compelled her to adopt a more modest demeanor. However, Zhu Wenju retorted coldly, there is no need. We dwell in disparate realms. After today, our paths shall not cross again. With that, she gestured imperiously to the attendant by her side, see our guest out, humiliated in front of others. Lu Shuani suppressed her indignation and forced a smile, saying, I apologize for disturbing you, Miss Wenju. Only after Lu Shuani had taken her leave did Zhu Wenju exhale sharply, lamenting, why must I tolerate the incessant disruptions from these inconsequential beings who intrude upon my grandfather's tranquility? It is most exasperating. The elderly gentleman in fur, who presided over the chessboard, merely shook his head with a smile, replying, Wenju, when one occupies a position of considerable stature, certain matters become unavoidable. Humph. What is so unavoidable about it? She retorted, they are merely inconsequential individuals striving to ascend the social hierarchy by associating with my grandfather. Were it within my power, I would make an example of them to dissuade such nuisances from encroaching upon us, Zhu Wenju proclaimed with indignation. Do not resort to threats of violence so readily, remember. We find ourselves in Jiangnan province, not Shuzhou, cautioned Zhu Lingtian. Just as he concluded his statement, his visage abruptly paled. Then, with a sudden he expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Grandfather, old Master Zhu. Both Zhu Wenju and the attendant were taken aback. I am well, it is merely an old affliction rearing its head, Zhu Lingtian asserted, wiping the blood from his lips. He was on the verge of reassuring his granddaughter when his vision clouded, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Grandfather, witnessing Zhu Lingtian's descent, Zhu Wenju fervently exclaimed, quick, summon a miraculous physician. As destiny would have it, several esteemed physicians journeyed to Jiangnan, yet ultimately failed to cure Zhu Lingtian. One doctor, prior to his departure, lamented, old Master Zhu's internal organs are desiccated. He is fated not to witness his 60th year. This is not merely an ailment, but the hand of fate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenju crumpled to the ground, overcome with inconsolable grief. Amidst her sobs, another servant from the Zhu family approached, announcing, Miss Wenju. Miss Li Wenjing from the Li group in Jinling has come to pay her respects. Miss Wenju, I have heard that the Zhu family from Nanling intends to invest in an international music academy in Jiangnan, and thus, Li Wenjing began to articulate her thoughts, only to be abruptly interrupted by Zhu Wenju's vehement retort, begone, depart at once. It is individuals like you, these trivial denizens of Jiangnan, who disturb my grandfather's tranquility and exacerbate his condition. Leave immediately. I refuse to associate with the likes of you. Recognizing the tempestuous nature of Zhu Wenju's ire, Li Wenjing belatedly comprehended that the affliction plaguing Zhu Lingtian had resurfaced, culminating in his collapse, and that even the most esteemed physicians were rendered powerless to provide assistance, thus inciting Zhu Wenju's fury. Alas, she exhaled a heavy sigh, reflecting upon the unfortunate timing of her arrival. With a courteous bow, she addressed Zhu Wenju, expressing her apologies for the interruption before making her way to exit. However, just as she was poised to depart, a notion struck her. Tentatively, she turned back to Zhu Wenju and proclaimed, Miss Wenju, your grandfather's ailment is not insurmountable. What did you say? Zhu Wenju inquired with newfound intensity. Are you suggesting that you possess a means to cure my grandfather's illness? I am acquainted with an individual who may hold the key to healing elder Zhu. Li Wenjing divulged, alluding to Su Wen's method of employing drawing charms to remedy ailments at the Renji Medical Hall. Drawing charms to cure ailments? Zhu Wenju slightly furrowed her brow, for even she had never encountered such an extraordinary method of healing. Fetch that individual, she commanded. If he truly possesses the ability to heal my grandfather, our Zhu family shall undoubtedly express our profound gratitude. Zhu Wenju uttered these words with an air of nonchalance. Deep within, She harbored the understanding that no one throughout the entirety of Jiuzhou could rescue her grandfather. Yet, she was loath to concede defeat, at the very least. She wished to avoid leaving any regrets. Meanwhile, Su Wen was diligently seeking employment at the talent market. After all, Li Guifeng had made it clear that their family did not condone idleness. And Su Wen was unwilling to rely on his wife as support for the entirety of his life. Thus, he deemed it essential to secure a respectable position to provide for his family. "Brother, I have finally located you." Suddenly, a silver Audi came to an abrupt stop before Su Wen. "Is it truly you?" Su Wen inquired with curiosity as he observed Li Wenjing alight from the vehicle. "Do you require something from me?" "Dear brother, it is not I who seeks you. Rather, it is the illustrious Zhu family of Nailing." Li Wenjing has apprised Su Wen of Elder Zhu's long-standing affliction. However, Su Wen, shaking his head, replied, "I regret to inform you that I am in pursuit of employment and lack the time to attend to ailments. You are being quite short-sighted, dear brother. Should you succeed in healing Elder Zhu, what opportunity would elude you? Perhaps, in her exuberance, Miss Wenju might even present you with a position at a publicly traded company. Would not the prospect of being your own master surpass the notion of serving another?" Li Wenjing chuckled. "Oh." Su Wen mused for a moment before conceding. "That does sound enticing. Please, lead the way." A mere half-hour later, Su Wen arrived at Longhu Senqianting. "Miss Wenju, I have brought Su Shini," Li Wenjing announced. Bowing respectfully to Zhu Wenju. "Is he the miraculous healer you mentioned, the one who conjures charms to alleviate afflictions?" Zhu Wenju regarded Su Wen with a mixture of contemplation and skepticism. "Indeed, it is he," Li Wenjing confirmed with a solemn nod. Zhu Wenju chose to remain silent. The reality was that Su Wen appeared exceedingly youthful. She had encountered numerous esteemed healers, the youngest of whom were in their 50s, while Su Wen seemed scarcely 30. So youthful. Even if Su Wen indeed possessed medical acumen, how much experience could he possibly have? "Miss Wenju, why not permit Su Shini to examine Elder Zhu first?" Li Wenjing, perceiving Zhu Wenju's continued silence, conjectured that she might be doubting Su Wen's medical prowess and thus took the initiative to propose. "Very well, let him have a try." Zhu Wenju acquiesced reluctantly, her fingers pressing against her temple in contemplation. In truth, after noting Su Wen's age, she had already lowered her expectations. The outcome. As Su Wen gently placed a hand upon Zhu Ling Tian's forehead, the seemingly lifeless Zhu Ling Tian unexpectedly opened one eye. "Grandfather? Ah, grandfather, you have finally awakened. I feared I would never behold your presence again." Upon witnessing the opening of Zhu Ling Tian's eyes, Zhu Wenju could no longer restrain her tears. However, Su Wen shook his head, remarking, "Your grandfather has not truly awakened. This is merely a fleeting sign of vitality." "Fleeting vitality?" Zhu Wenju could not help but ask. "Can my grandfather still be saved?" "Yes," Su Wen replied with a nod. "Then I entrust his fate to you, divine physician Su." Observing the confidence emanating from Su Wen, a surge of hope enveloped Zhu Wenju's heart. Time flowed by second, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. During this interval, both Zhu Wenju and Li Wenjing held their breaths, silently watching as Su Wen inscribed symbols upon Zhu Ling Tian's internal organs. Suddenly, Su Wen released a deep sigh. He withdrew his hand from Zhu Ling Tian's vital organs, and in that instant, a brilliant white light abruptly emanated from the 7 orifices of Zhu Ling Tian. In the following moment, dark blood began to seep from the tips of Zhu Ling Tian's fingers, presenting an exceedingly sinister sight. "What has transpired with my grandfather?" Observing the faltering breath of Zhu Ling Tian, Zhu Wenju's countenance transformed dramatically, her previous hopes in Su Wen now wavering. "Your grandfather is expelling toxins." Su Wen responded with composure. He had endured immense suffering in the past, yet had found no effective remedy, resorting instead to the suppression of his ailments with intense fiery energy. Unbeknownst to him, this fiery energy poses dire threats to the internal organs. "Merely moments ago, I examined your grandfather's body and discovered his organs utterly depleted, ravaged by fire poison. Therefore, I must extract this toxin. Only then can he be afforded a chance at survival." As his words resonated, a sudden boom echoed. Zhu Ling Tian's body convulsed, and he unexpectedly ceased to breathe. "Grandfather." Upon realizing that all traces of life had extinguished from Zhu Ling Tian, Zhu Wenju frantically accused Su Wen. "Quack. You claimed my grandfather was expelling toxins. Why? Why is he dead now? It is you. You have taken my grandfather's life. Were it not for your treatment, he would not have departed so swiftly." As she spoke, Zhu Wenju succumbed to despair. Amidst her tears, several martial artists hastily encircled Su Wen. One among them declared coldly, "Wretch, the death of Zhu Qian lies upon your conscience. You must pay with your life." What? What? Li Wenjing, observing Su Wen's inability to rescue Zhu Tian, felt a surge of anxiety. For she was acutely aware that Su Wen was the individual she had introduced. As the adage goes, when the city gate is ablaze, the fish in the moat suffer. She feared that after Zhu Wenju dealt with Su Wen, she would be next. Yet, just as Li Wenjing found herself in a state of confusion, she heard Su Wen calmly address Zhu Wenju, "Miss Zhu, is this how your family treats those who endeavor to save lives? What benefactor? You have brought about my grandfather's demise. How can you still?" As she spoke, Zhu Wenju's voice abruptly ceased. Not only she, but all those present stared in astonishment at Zhu Tian. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man, who moments ago had shown no signs of life, now sat up with a vibrant complexion. What manner of healing is this? A man who was undeniably deceased is now restored to life? Li Wenjing gazed in disbelief. She had observed the principles of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, listening, inquiry, and palpation, as well as the methods of Western medicine, including instrumental diagnosis. Yet, she had never encountered a physician like Su Wen, capable of defying the very essence of death. "Grandfather, you are not truly gone." Zhu Wenju, having recovered from her initial shock, joyfully flung herself into the embrace of the elderly gentleman. "Enough now, Wenju, dry your tears." Zhu Lingdian gently consoled his granddaughter before rising to express his gratitude to Su Wen. "I am deeply indebted to you, young friend, for liberating me from the brink of despair." During Su Wen's detoxification, he had already regained consciousness. However, his body remained unresponsive, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement. "Do not mention it, Grandfather Zhu. My assistance comes with certain expectations," Su Wen replied with a gentle smile. "What is it that you desire, young friend?" Zhu Lingdian inquired earnestly. "In Jiangnan, I, Zhu Lingdian, have numerous acquaintances. Wealth, status, fame, women, whatever you wish, I can provide." Zhu Lingtian's tone was sincere. Yet, Su Wen simply shook his head. "I require none of these. None of these." Zhu Lingtian was taken aback, but before he could respond, Li Wenjing interjected, "Elder Zhu, doctor, Su is merely seeking employment." Employment? This declaration not only astonished Zhu Lingdian, but also rendered Zhu Wenju perplexed. With Su Wen's exceptional medical expertise, which hospital would not compete fervently for his affiliation? The pursuit of employment is indeed a straightforward endeavor. Prior to my mother's passing, she entrusted me with a business association in Jiangnan. From this moment forth, you shall assume the esteemed position of president of the Liyue Business Association, my young friend. As Zhu Lingtian articulated these words, he presented Su Wen with a business transfer document. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wen inscribed his name upon the document. Once the contract was duly executed, Zhu Wenju bestowed upon Su Wen a bank card. "Dr. Su, this is a token of my gratitude." "That is unnecessary," Su Wen replied, shaking his head. "Your grandfather has already compensated me for my services." "Your grandfather is one matter, and I am another," Zhu Wenju stated, her voice imbued with sincerity. "Furthermore, I previously expressed doubt regarding Dr. Su's medical skills, and I offer my heartfelt apologies for that." Yet, Su Wen continued to decline the bank card. Smiling as he addressed Zhu Lingdian, "Grandfather Zhu, may I now take the reins of the Liyue Business Association?" "Certainly. I have already informed Chun Baifu of the Liyue Business Association. He will be awaiting your arrival downstairs." Zhu Lingtian nodded. It was only after Su Wen and Li Wenjing had departed that Zhu Wenju regarded Zhu Lingtian with confusion. "Grandfather, the Zhu family possesses numerous small enterprises in Jiangnan. Why would you entrust the Liyue Business Association to Dr. Su? That organization was founded by our great-grandmother, and after years of diligent development, it has ascended to become one of the 4 principal associations in Jiangnan. Small enterprises? Considering Dr. Su's esteemed position, he may not even deem the Liyue Business Association as noteworthy. How could I be so audacious as to present him with a mere modest company?" Zhu Lingtian chuckled softly. "It is often remarked that within the 9 provinces, there are always those who excel beyond their peers, and in the realms above, even greater beings exist. I was previously oblivious, confined to Shuzhou, but now I have borne witness to the true essence of encountering an extraordinary individual." "Grandfather, are you implying that Dr. Su holds significant importance?" Zhu Wenju's voice quivered with tension. "Nevertheless," Zhu Lingtian sighed, "I find myself unable to comprehend the profound depths of Su Shini." "Grandfather, could it be that Su Shini is the individual whom Chun Sishi from Jiangnan is in search of?" Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Wenju. Who can say? Chen Sishi regards me with suspicion, as though I were a common thief. He discloses nothing when probed. His demeanor is perpetually secretive, truly insipid. Zhu Ling Tian sighed once more, his gaze intensifying. Regardless of whether Su Shini is the individual Chen Sishi pursues, our Zhu family must not provoke him. I comprehend, grandfather. After departing from Longhu Sanqian court, Li Wenjing cast envious glances at Su Wen. Upon inquiry, Su Wen discovered that the Luyue Chamber of Commerce, bestowed upon him by Zhu Ling Tian, was no ordinary establishment, but rather one of the 4 principal chambers of commerce in Jiangnan province. It is noteworthy that Jiangnan province is home to a total of 13 cities. The enduring prominence of the Luyue Chamber of Commerce among the 4 principal chambers speaks volumes about its illustrious legacy. Even the esteemed Lu family of Jinling City appears diminutive in comparison to the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, akin to a minor sorcerer overshadowed by a great one, entirely inconsequential. After bidding farewell to Li Wenjing, Su Wen arrived at the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. Nestled in the heart of Jinling City, the Luyue Chamber spans hundreds of acres, with its office building soaring to 70 stories, a true landmark of the city. At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a white suit and adorned with a Rolex watch, awaited respectfully at the foot of the building. Upon noticing Su Wen's approach, the man promptly stepped forward with an obsequious demeanor. "Are you Mr. Su Wen?" "Indeed," Su Wen nodded. "Mr. Su, please come inside. Elder Zhu has decreed that, effective today, you shall assume the role of president of the Luyue Chamber of Commerce," Chen Baifu continued, guiding Su into the chairman's office, where he presented a document. "Mr. Su, this delineates all the assets and projects associated with the Luyue Chamber to date. Furthermore, I shall serve as your personal assistant henceforth. Here is my business card. My phone remains operational 24 hours a day, should you require anything." Before Chen Baifu could complete his thought, Su Wen, wearing an inscrutable expression, interjected, "I understand. You may take your leave." Once Chen Baifu departed, Su Wen took a moment to acclimate himself to the work environment, with the intention of returning home to inform Li Guifeng of his newfound employment. However, just as he was about to exit the Liyue Chamber's office building, a strikingly attired, statuesque woman approached, Jiang Ziki, a friend of Lu Xuani. "Oh, isn't this the rustic Su Wen? Instead of traversing the rugged mountains, what compels you to visit our esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce?" With a piercing gaze directed at Jiang Ziki, Su Wen replied, her countenance devoid of emotion. "I have come in search of employment. Is that a concern? Seeking employment?" Jiang Ziki hesitated, then erupted into laughter. "Ha! Su Wen, you are an entertainer indeed. Attempting to amuse me into fits of laughter, aspiring to inherit my position at Huabei? You wish to join our Luyue Chamber for work? Do you perceive this establishment as a refuge for the lost souls of Jinling City? Allow me to enlighten you. The Luyue Chamber of Commerce stands as one of the 4 preeminent chambers in Jiangnan province. Even our custodial staff comprises highly educated individuals who have studied abroad. You, a mere provincial, dare to harbor ambitions of securing a role within the Luyue Chamber? Are you still dreaming? While you may scrub the toilets for the Luyue Chamber, rest assured, we would never entertain the thought of considering you." As she spoke, Jiang Ziki disdainfully discarded her recently emptied Starbucks cup before Su Wen. "Do not think that I have not considered your plight," she taunted. "In light of your rejection by Sister Xianyi, retrieve your cup and perhaps you might earn a meager sum. Someone of your ilk, a rustic simpleton, is best suited for the role of a refuse collector." Upon hearing this, Su Wen's expression hardened with icy resolve. "Jiang Ziki, I fail to see how I have wronged you. Why must you subject me to such indignity? And what if I choose to humiliate you?" Jiang Ziki retorted, her voice rising. "I derive great satisfaction from belittling you, this ignorant and unsightly duckling, a destitute lad from the mountains. Yet you dare to aspire to ascend the lofty heights occupied by Sister Xianyi? What leads you to believe you are worthy of such aspirations? Whether I am deserving or not is of no concern to you, Jiang Ziki. The marriage contract was orchestrated by the grandfather of Lu Xianyi. I have merely arrived at the Lu family in compliance with that arrangement. Moreover, starting tomorrow, you need not set foot in the Luyue Chamber again. Our chamber has no need for someone as foolish and disdainful as yourself." Su Wen enunciated each word with precision. "Uft, Su Wen, what are you attempting to convey? Do you believe you can bar my entry into the Luyue Chamber? Do you see yourself as the president of the chamber?" Jiang Ziki sneered. "If you were indeed capable, do you think Sister Xianyi would not choose to marry you? Deceiving me is one matter, yet do not deceive yourself. A person of your ilk, a mere rustic, is simply..." At that moment, Chen Baifu approached from the distance. "Manager Chen, Upon sighting him, Jiang Ziki swiftly transformed her demeanor, discarding her scornful tone towards Su-won. Instead, she eagerly advanced and charmingly inquired, "Manager Chen, do you have time this evening? I know of a delightful bar." As she spoke, Jiang Ziki audaciously leaned in closer to Chen Baifu. However, he gently pushed her away, inquiring with curiosity, "Ziki, are you acquainted with Mr. Su-won?" "Yes, I know him," Jiang Ziki replied with confidence. "He is merely a mountain." Before she could finish her thought, Chen Baifu chuckled, "Ziki, you have been excelling at the Liyue Chamber lately. I intend to elevate you to the position of Human Resources Manager. What do you think?" "Really?" Jiang Ziki's eyes shimmered with joy. The Human Resources Manager occupies a pivotal high-ranking role within the Liyue Chamber. This is no jest. From this day forth, Jiang Ziki might transform her destiny, even earning Lu Xianyi's affection by addressing her as Sister Ziki. A gentleman's promise is his bond. Proceed to Shaolu to finalize the promotion paperwork. Chen Baifu's readiness to elevate Jiang Ziki was rooted entirely in his esteem for Su-won. After all, Su-won was the president appointed to the Liyue Chamber by Zhu Lingtian. If he could gain favor with Su-won, would he not ascend to the Zhu family in Shuzhou? Would this not signify a remarkable elevation in his life? "Thank you, Manager Chen. I shall undoubtedly excel at the Liyue Chamber and uphold your trust," Jiang Ziki proclaimed, raising her eyebrows and glaring at Su-won. "Su-won, what business do you, a mere country bumpkin, have at our Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Depart at once. Allow me to convey that I have ascended to the position of Human Resources Manager at the esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Without my express consent, none would dare to allow your continued presence in this establishment. You should humbly resort to menial tasks." As Jiang Ziki voiced her thoughts, Chen Baifu, who was nearby, was taken aback. Before he could formulate a response, Su-won interjected with an icy demeanor, "Chen Baifu, what do you imply by that? I was on the verge of expelling Jiang Ziki from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, and you choose to advocate for her instead? Are you attempting to defy my authority?" "And no, Su, it is a misunderstanding," Chen Baifu stammered, filled with trepidation, as he abruptly knelt before them, simultaneously delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Ziki's face. "Jiang Ziki, you despicable woman, how dare you insult Su-won as a mere country bumpkin? To suggest he should leave the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Who do you believe you are?" "Someone, silence Jiang Ziki with a slap to her mouth until she can utter no more. How dare she offend President Su?" As soon as Chen Baifu concluded his remarks, several security guards hastened from a distance. These guards raised their hands and commenced striking Jiang Ziki's face. With a series of resounding slaps, blood filled Jiang Ziki's mouth. "Chen Manager, did you say Su-won is the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce?" Jiang Ziki's pupils dilated, her expression one of incredulity. "Isn't Su-won merely a mountain dweller? How could he have ascended to the presidency of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce in an instant? Enough of your absurdities. If Su-won is not the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, then who are you?" Chen Baifu continued, delivering a kick to Jiang Ziki. "You lot. Expel this foolish woman for her arrogance. If she dares to return to the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, I shall ensure you face consequences." "No, please, Chen Manager. I implore you not to cast me out. I cannot afford to lose my position at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce." Jiang Ziki hastily clung to Chen Baifu's leg. Yet he did not spare her a single glance. In her despair, she turned to Su-won, tears welling in her eyes. "Su, I was wrong. I should not have spoken ill of you. Please, grant me your forgiveness. Without my employment at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, I might as well cease to exist. My father once incurred the wrath of a powerful enemy who, out of fear of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, has refrained from acting against our family." "Jiang Ziki, your plight is of no concern to me," Su-won replied coldly. "You find yourself in this predicament solely due to your own choices." "No, that is not the case. I did not bring this upon myself. I was merely momentarily foolish. If only you would grant me this one reprieve, I would do anything. I can be exceedingly obedient. I am willing to spend the night with you, and I possess a commendable figure with my legs." Slap. As Jiang Ziki spoke, Chen Baifu unleashed another brutal kick. "You wretched creature, are you still foolishly aspiring to ascend to Su-won's bed? Have you gazed into the mirror? Do you truly believe yourself worthy? What stature does Su-won possess? In Jiangnan, what woman is beyond his reach? Why would he ever choose you? I. Jiang Ziki sobbed in despair. "I have come to comprehend my folly. I shall no longer look down upon others. If nothing else, permit me to remain at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce as a cleaner. Take her away." Chen Baifu coldly dismissed Jiang Ziki. In her anguish, Jiang Ziki cried out, "No, I refuse to depart." Lu Xuanyi, you treacherous scoundrel, you assert that Su Wen is unworthy of your affection. Yet he is indisputably the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. I abhor you. I detest you. It is you who has shattered my existence. You despicable woman. After Jiang Ziki's departure, Chen Baifu promptly struck himself twice across the face and forced a smile, stating, "General Manager Su, I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault for mismanaging personnel, which has led to today's unfortunate incident. Let it go. It is not your concern." Su Wen shook his head, preparing to depart from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a brown suit approached. Upon seeing Chen Baifu, the silver-haired elder exhibited a look of desperation. "Manager Chen, I implore you to assist me this time. Our Wanfeng International Hotel is on the brink of a financial crisis. Could you possibly lend me 200 million? I assure you." Coughing, old Lu interrupted, "I am no longer in charge of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. If you seek financial assistance, you should consult our General Manager Su." Chen Baifu interjected, cutting off the elderly man's plea. "General Manager Su?" Lu Yuanqing turned in astonishment to catch a glimpse of Su Wen. Indeed, he is the newly appointed president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Su Wen. Chen Baifu interjected, "He was appointed by the esteemed Zhu Lingtian." A chill coursed through Lu Yuanqing upon hearing the name Zhu Lingtian, a legendary figure in Suzhou province, whose skills eclipsed even those of Chen Baifu. "Greetings, General Manager Su. It is truly extraordinary that one so young can ascend to the presidency of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. A veritable dragon among men, a youthful hero." After offering a few accolades, Lu Yuanqing's expression transformed into one of eager entreaty. General Manager Su, may I request a loan of 200 million in cash from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Rest assured, within a month, or at most 2 weeks, I shall repay you in full. I will not shortchange you on interest either." Having spoken, Lu Yuanqing anxiously awaited Su Wen's response. Observing Lu Yuanqing's cautious demeanor, Chen Baifu quietly remarked to Su Wen, "General Manager, old Lu has collaborated with our Liyue Chamber of Commerce for many years. He is indeed quite trustworthy. By the way, the Wanfeng International Hotel he represents is the most opulent wedding venue in Jiangnan Province. Numerous celebrities and princesses have celebrated their nuptials there. Should you have acquaintances desiring to host a wedding at the Wanfeng International Hotel in the future, simply give him a heads up. No reservations are necessary. Given his trustworthiness, let us bestow upon him the 200 million. Su Wen did not impose any difficulties on Lu Yuanqing. "Thank you, General Manager Su, thank you," Lu Yuanqing exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. At that moment, Su Wen's phone rang. It was his wife, Lu Wanfeng. "Su Wen, where are you? My cousin is soon to be engaged at the Lu family villa. Please remember to come as soon as you conclude your affairs. Do not arrive tardily." Lu Wanfeng's voice conveyed her admonitions over the phone. "Very well, I shall make my way there immediately." Upon concluding the call, Su Wen arrived at the Lu family villa, resplendent with vibrant red decorations emblazoned with the character, symbolizing celebration. "Su Wen, you have arrived." Lu Wanfeng, elegantly adorned, approached and linked her arm with his. "Which cousin of yours is celebrating her engagement today?" Su Wen inquired with genuine curiosity. "Should we prepare a gift?" "There is no need," Lu Wanfeng replied, shaking her head and gesturing towards Lu Wentong, who was surrounded by a throng of well-wishers. "There she is. The belle of today's engagement, cousin Wentong. Is it she?" Su Wen recognized Lu Wentong as the daughter of Lu Xin, the exceptionally talented student studying abroad. "Initially, my cousin had not intended to become engaged so soon. However, in light of our third aunt's recent paralysis, she believed it prudent to marry early, both to uplift spirits and to alleviate our aunt's concerns," Lu Wanfeng explained, lost in her own contemplations. As their conversation unfolded, Lu Xianyi and others arrived in succession. Before long, the engagement banquet officially commenced. "Today marks the celebration of Wentong's engagement. Let us raise our glasses." Lu Xin, seated in her wheelchair, rarely exhibited a smile. "Xin, you are indeed fortunate. Your daughter is marrying a handsome and affluent man. I have heard that Xiao Zhou has even established a company. Quite remarkable." Nearby, members of the Lu family encircled Lu Xin, offering her their heartfelt inquiries. "It is but a modest enterprise, far removed from the grandeur of Xianyi's Xianyi Media," Zhou Ziling modestly replied. Yet, Lu Xin was not satisfied. "What do you imply by a modest enterprise? I have heard that your company collaborates with the esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Considering their prominent position in Jiangnan, How could they possibly align themselves with a mere insignificant firm? At her utterance, numerous women of the Lu family cast envious glances towards Lu Xin. Even some unmarried women among them regarded Lu Wentong with a hint of jealousy. After all, the collaboration with the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce served as a testament to the significance of Zhou Ziling's enterprise. Perceiving the envious gazes from her contemporaries, Lu Wentong held her head high, resembling a proud bird. At that moment, the venerable matriarch interjected, "Xiao Shou, now that you are to wed Wentong, we shall be family. Should the occasion arise, I kindly request you to introduce me to a few leaders of the Lu Yu Chamber of Commerce. Our Lu family would also like to engage in discussions regarding potential projects with them. Of course, Grandma, if the opportunity presents itself, I shall certainly assist you." Zhou Ziling replied earnestly. Upon his affirmation, several elder members of the Lu family sighed with appreciation. Xiao Zhou is truly considerate. Indeed, not only is he thoughtful, but he is also remarkably young and already accomplished. Wentong is indeed fortunate. What a pity my daughter married early, otherwise I would have relished the prospect of having Xiao Shou as my son-in-law. Such beautiful sentiments. Hearing the elders' discourse, Lu Wanfeng silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her mother did not attend today's engagement banquet. Otherwise, Li Guifeng would have inevitably drawn comparisons between Su Wan and Zhou Ziling, as her mother had a propensity for competition. Just as Lu Wanfeng felt fortunate, Lu Xin suddenly interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "My daughter is marrying well. That is her fortune, unlike some women in our Lu family, who can only follow the fates of their husbands." "How unfortunate, Aunt." "I do not feel unfortunate marrying Su Wan," Lu Wanfeng abruptly retorted, turning to Lu Xin. "After marrying Su Wan, my disability has been healed. I no longer have to endure the sin of traditional Chinese medicine in the hospital. I am truly happy now. This is the most joyous period of my life. All this beauty is a gift from Su Wan." "Lu Wanfeng, be quiet. Did I solicit your opinion? How egotistical of you." Upon hearing the phrase disability healed, Lu Xin felt as if she had been struck at her most tender point. She immediately erupted in fury. "And did Su Wan truly mend your leg? What gives you the audacity to exalt him? Wanfeng, take a seat. Nearby." Grandma Lu cast an exasperated glance at Lu Wanfeng. Lu Wanfeng opted for silence, quietly settling beside Su Wan. At that juncture, Lu Xianyi unexpectedly inquired, "Cousin Wentong, where do you intend to host your wedding with brother-in-law Zhou Ziling?" "I was contemplating simply selecting any hotel, but your brother-in-law insists on celebrating the nuptials at Wanfeng International Hotel. Alas, I cannot dissuade him." Though Lu Wentong expressed her grievances, a victorious smile lingered upon her lips. "What? Wanfeng International Hotel? The venue where stars and princesses celebrate their unions? Brother-in-law Ziling, you are indeed remarkable. You succeeded in securing a reservation at Wanfeng International Hotel?" Several younger members of the Lu family were taken aback. After all, the Wanfeng International Hotel is celebrated throughout Jiangnan province for its opulent weddings. Given the stature of the Lu family, not only would they be deemed unfit to orchestrate a wedding there, but even attending such an event would be considered a privilege. Please do not misconstrue. I certainly did not reserve the outdoor venue at the Wanfeng International Hotel. However, I am acquainted with Manager Xiao from the establishment, and he has graciously agreed to secure the basement level for my wedding. When Zhou Ziling referred to the basement level, Lu Wentong displayed no hint of embarrassment. Rather, her demeanor remained self-satisfied. After all, to host a wedding at the Wanfeng International Hotel is an immense honor for any woman. How enviable for cousin Wentong to be marrying at the Wanfeng International Hotel. Were I in her position, I would consider myself the happiest person alive. Indeed, which woman would not yearn to wed at the Wanfeng International Hotel? "Oh, by the way, Lu Wanfeng, when do you intend to unite in matrimony with Su Wan?" Amidst the conversation, someone turned their attention to Lu Wanfeng. "Me?" Lu Wanfeng contemplated for a moment before mustering a smile. "I still need to confer with my mother." "And where do you envision hosting the wedding?" the individual inquired once more. However, before Lu Wanfeng could articulate a response, Lu Xianyi interjected with a sneer. "Where else could it possibly be? Surely at the most economical hotel in Jinling City. The Lu family is devoid of connections and affluence, and Su Wan is merely a simple rural dweller. What do you anticipate, Lu Wanfeng? Wanfeng International Hotel? She likely wouldn't even be granted entry. I have no desire to wed at Wanfeng International Hotel." Feeling belittled by Lu Xianyi, Lu Wanfeng merely shook her head and declared, "There is nothing amiss with a modest hotel. As long as Su Wan is by my side on my wedding day, that is sufficient." to hold a country bumpkin in such high regard. It is no wonder you cannot transform into a phoenix. Lu Xianyi shook her head with disdain. Why must I aspire to embody a phoenix woman? As Lu Wanfeng spoke, Lu Wentong smiled and addressed Lu Xianyi, cousin Xianyi. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. If Wanfeng chooses to marry in a modest hotel, so be it. Not everyone can metamorphose into a phoenix, nor are we all alike. Indeed. Sister Wentong's words ring true. Lu Xianyi smiled faintly, a wave of relief washing over her heart. Thank goodness she did not adhere to the vows of the marriage contract and marry Su-Wen. Otherwise, Lu Wentong would be united with a wealthy and handsome gentleman, while she would be bound to a rustic country bumpkin. How could she possibly hold her head high before her cousin in the future? By the way, how did your discussions with the Zhu family regarding the collaboration with the International Music School unfold? Suddenly, during the evening repast, Grandma Lu posed a question. In a heartbeat, the once jovial atmosphere among the Lu family members dissipated into silence. Grandma, I ventured to loan Hu Sanqian Ting today, but the Zhu family was closed, and thus, I did not have the opportunity to meet their representative. Lu Wanfeng responded softly. Humph, what status do you possess? Retorted Lu Xianyi, her demeanor exuding arrogance as she proclaimed, if you ask me, Lu Wanfeng, you might as well return to the countryside with Su-Wen and take up farming. No matter how frequently you pay visits to Longhu Sanqian Ting, you shall never encounter the Zhu family's representative. What stature does Miss Zhu Wenju hold? She is the granddaughter of a legendary master. Even I must tread cautiously in hopes of winning her favor. Do you truly believe such a distinguished individual would squander her words on someone of your inferior standing from Jiangnan? Confronted by Lu Xianyi's assertive demeanor, Lu Wanfeng found herself momentarily speechless. However, beside her, Su-Wen maintained a composed countenance, stating, Lu Xianyi, whether Miss Zhu Wenju is inclined to meet Wanfeng is not for you to determine. Perhaps tomorrow, Wanfeng will secure a partnership with the Zhu family, he continued. Tomorrow? Huh. Su-Wen, are you lost in a reverie once more? Inquire of Sister Wentong if she would dare to utter such a claim, and then confer with brother-in-law Xiling. You possess no competence and squander your days on idle chatter. Only Lu Wanfeng would entertain your words. Look around. Who in the Lu family pays you any heed? Lu Xianyi's expression was one of utter disdain, and just as her remarks concluded, her phone rang. Are you serious? Very well, I understand. I shall depart immediately. Upon hanging up, Lu Xianyi turned to Grandma Lu with urgency. Grandma, the Jiang family is in dire straits. I must go at once. What has befallen them? Grandma Lu inquired nonchalantly, aware that Jiang Ziki was a classmate of Lu Xianyi from their middle school days. The Jiang family's residence had tragically succumbed to flames. With that revelation, Lu Xianyi departed without a backward glance. Upon returning home that evening, Li Guifeng learned of Lu Wentong's marriage to a wealthy and handsome man, which prompted her to cast a disapproving glance at Lu Wanfeng. Wanfeng, she remarked, look at your cousin. She may not possess your beauty, youth, or figure, yet she has secured a union with a company executive, while you, despite your numerous advantages, have chosen to wed a rustic simpleton. As the conversation unfolded, Li Guifeng's ire mounted, culminating in a fierce glare directed at Su-Wen. What are you staring at? Depart from my home at once. My daughter is no longer disabled. A poor boy from the mountains like you is unworthy of her. Do you comprehend? Mother, what are you doing? Observing Li Guifeng's reprimand directed at Su-Wen, Lu Wanfeng could not contain her displeasure. It was Su-Wen who mended my leg. How can you repay such kindness with ingratitude and demand his departure? This is absurd, she exclaimed. Your leg was undeniably treated by Dr. Dong. It has no connection to Su-Wen. If he truly possessed such skills, why has he not healed your third aunt's leg? Li Guifeng retorted icily. Mother, you. Confronted with her mother's unwavering stance, Lu Wanfeng found herself too exasperated to reply. My dear daughter, I only desire your happiness. As silence enveloped Lu Wanfeng, Li Guifeng continued earnestly, you are youthful and beautiful, no less than Lu Wentong. If she can wed a wealthy and handsome man, so too can you. Mark my words, you must divorce Su-Wen by tomorrow. I will not divorce. Lu Wanfeng articulated each word with fervor. Mother, why must you insist on comparing me to cousin Wentong? Cousin has wed Zhou Xiling, and she is destined for a life of splendor. To marry Su-Wen, however, signifies a life of mediocrity for me. Must matrimony always be with a man of wealth and striking appearance? Wanfeng, you are still in the bloom of youth. Your understanding is yet limited. Li Guifeng sighed deeply. Were you still in your previous state of disability, I would refrain from broaching the subject of divorce, but circumstances have shifted. You have transformed into someone remarkable, and you are worthy of more. Is Su Wen truly inadequate? Lu Wanfeng countered. He possesses no value. He is unemployed. At the mention of employment, Li Guifeng cast a fierce glare at Su Wen. Su Wen, have you secured a job since I urged you to seek one? I have found one, Su Wen replied with a nod. Even if you have discovered someone, you remain unworthy of my daughter. She is exceptionally beautiful and ought to wed at least a scion of the wealthy. Li Guifeng, exhibiting a dispassionate demeanor, did not bother to inquire about the nature of Su Wen's occupation, coldly adding, I grant you 3 days to depart from my daughter's life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Mother, I cannot abandon Wanfeng. Observing Li Guifeng's furious countenance, Su Wen offered a resigned smile. The condition of his 9 yang absolute veins would inevitably lead to his demise should he part ways with Lu Wanfeng. You shameless scoundrel. Cease referring to me as mother. Li Guifeng raised her hand, poised to strike Su Wen, but Lu Wanfeng interposed herself protectively. Mother, Su Wen is my beloved. If you wish to strike someone, direct your ire at me instead. I will not permit you to harm him. Lu Wanfeng, step aside. Li Guifeng gazed at her daughter, her expression rife with disappointment and frustration. I will not. Lu Wanfeng replied with a defiant spirit, expressing, I wish to be with Su Wen. Are you attempting to drive me to despair? In a fit of rage, Li Guifeng forcefully slammed the door and retreated to her chamber. Observing this, Lu Wanfeng offered a wry smile to Su Wen. My dear, do not take my mother's words to heart. It is quite all right. I have grown accustomed to it over these past few days. Su Wen shook his head, pausing momentarily before suddenly proposing, Wanfeng, might I accompany you to the Zhu family tomorrow? I could assist with the collaboration concerning the International Music School. Having rescued Zhu Lingtian, he believed Zhu Wenju would grant him this favor. There is no need for that, my dear. You have just secured a position today, and I am certain you will be quite occupied in the coming days. I can manage on my own at Longhu Sanqianting. Rest assured, your wife is more than capable. Lu Wanfeng graciously declined Su Wen's kind offer. Very well. After Lu Wanfeng had fallen into slumber, Su Wen received an unexpected telephone call. Who is this? He inquired. Mr. Su, it is I, Xiaochen. You must hasten to Longhu Sanqianting. Miss Wenju has sustained injuries, came the anxious voice of Qin Baifu over the line. Zhu Wenju has been injured? Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. He quickly replied, Understood, I am en route. Moments later, he arrived at Longhu Sanqianting. Dr. Su, you have finally arrived, Zhu Lingtian exclaimed, visibly relieved upon seeing Su Wen. What has happened to Miss Wenju? Su Wen asked as he walked. She was assaulted by a malevolent assailant. Fortunately, I intervened in time to save her life, but Zhu Lingtian guided Su Wen to the ailing Zhu Wenju. The goo poison from Ningzhou province? Observing Zhu Wenju's clammy palms and pallid lips, Su Wen gently placed his hand upon her forehead. With a soft hissing sound, a dark mist emanated from her being. After a brief moment, Su Wen withdrew his hand, proclaiming, I have expelled the goo poison. Miss Wenju shall awaken shortly. No sooner had he uttered these words than the unconscious Zhu Wenju opened her eyes. Dr. Su? Upon seeing him, she immediately grasped that he was her savior. Dr. Su, I am profoundly grateful for your healing of Wenju. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to articulate. Our Zhu family shall undoubtedly fulfill your request, Zhu Lingtian vowed. His gaze upon Su Wen now imbued with immense respect. The goo poison from Ningzhou province was notoriously arduous to contend with. Yet Su Wen had managed it with apparent ease. Indeed, Dr. Su, our Zhu family possesses numerous enterprises in Jianan. Would you like me to arrange for my grandfather to bestow another upon you? Zhu Wenju smiled as she gazed at Su Wen. A company is unnecessary. Yet I do have a request for Miss Wenju. Su Wen gracefully shifted the conversation. I hope the project with the International Music School can collaborate with a woman named Lu Wanfeng. Although Lu Wanfeng had previously declined Su Wen's assistance, he understood that failing to mention this to Zhu Wenju would hinder his wife's opportunity to meet her. That poses no problem at all. The International Music School project is merely a leisure pursuit for me. Since you, Mr. Su, have made this request, I shall ensure that my team entrusts this matter entirely to Lu Wanfeng. Zhu Wenju replied with a nod and a smile. Thank you, Miss Zhu, for your support. As Su Wen prepared to take his leave, he turned to Zhu Wenju and said, Miss Zhu, you have previously been afflicted by the fireworm, which has compromised your heart meridian. It would be wise for you to refrain from exerting your strength for the next fortnight. How does Dr. Su know that I possess martial abilities? Are you also a practitioner of martial arts? Zhu Wenju exclaimed, her countenance a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Martial artists devote themselves wholeheartedly to their discipline. From the 1st to the 9th rank, each level is devoted to enhancing one's physical capabilities. It is only those who ascend beyond the 9th rank that can cultivate their strength to a level of internal control, attaining what is referred to as Jingli. This realm signifies a true master of martial arts, reminiscent of Mr. Chiu from Jinling City. Furthermore, when Jingli evolves into the formidable Qi, one transcends into the realm of the Grandmaster, akin to Master Qin from Jiangnan Province and Zhu Lingtian. Yet, even a Grandmaster may find it challenging to perceive Zhu Wenju's mastery of Jingli, while Su Wen effortlessly unveiled this profound truth. This was indeed a matter of great perplexity. A practitioner of martial arts? He echoed, a fleeting shimmer of nostalgia flitting across his visage before he shook his head. I am no longer a practitioner of martial arts. Have you relinquished your training? Zhu Wenju pondered inwardly, yet upon recollecting Su Wen's unparalleled medical prowess, she deduced that his decision to abandon martial endeavors for the art of healing was undoubtedly sagacious. For among the myriad of martial artists, those capable of refining their strength into Jingli are exceedingly scarce. Legendary grandmasters resemble mythical entities, and those who transcend this rank into supremacy are virtually non-existent throughout the entire realm. After Su Wen departed from Longhu Sanqian Court, Zhu Wenju's complexion drained of color as she cast a glance at her grandfather, Zhu Lingtian. Grandfather, who was it that ambushed me this evening? It was orchestrated by your third uncle, Zhu Lingtian replied, furrowing his brow. I had hoped that by bringing you to Jiangnan, he would relent, yet he remains unyielding. How could my third uncle be so merciless? We are family. Tears brimmed in Zhu Wenju's eyes. Enough with the tears. Today, I acknowledge my oversight. I assure you, such an incident shall not recur, Zhu Lingtian consoled his granddaughter, gently ruffling her hair. The following morning, attired in an office lady uniform and elegant black high heels, Lu Wanfeng was prepared to discuss a project at Longhu Sanqian Court. Do not fret, Su Wen said as he approached her just before she departed. I have already conferred with the Zhu family on your behalf. You will undoubtedly succeed in securing the collaboration. Su Wen, I caution you. Refrain from boasting so early in the morning. Li Guifeng shot him a glare. Do you consider yourself someone of importance? Like Master Qin from Jiangnan? Your attempts at consolation leave much to be desired. If you cannot articulate your thoughts with clarity, then perhaps it would be prudent to remain silent. Lu Wanfeng retorted defiantly. Mother, please do not be so harsh on Su Wen. He is your son-in-law. To me, he is merely a nuisance. I do not acknowledge him as my son-in-law, Li Guifeng huffed disdainfully. At that moment, Lu Wanfeng's phone chimed with an incoming call. Mother, my taxi has arrived. I am en route to Longhu Sanqian Court, so there is no need for you to prepare lunch for me. Furthermore, I implore you to refrain from being unkind to Su Wen any longer. Upon her arrival at Longhu Sanqian Court, she encountered Lu Xuanyi, who was resplendent in an evening gown, radiating elegance and poise. Like a model gracing the runway of Fashion Week, she shone brightly amidst the throng. Ah, Lu Wanfeng, are you still clinging to your feudal aspirations? Do you genuinely believe you can forge a partnership with the Zhu family at Longhu Sanqian Court? Casting a scornful glance at Lu Wanfeng, who had just emerged from the taxi, Lu Xianyi derisively exclaimed, Awaken from your delusions, my dear cousin. I previously stated that the Zhu family would never entertain someone of your insignificance. Surely, you do not genuinely believe the absurdities uttered by that Su Wen? What does he know but to prattle on? He claims that you will secure a collaboration with the Zhu family by tomorrow? Is that even conceivable? Trust me. If you linger here any longer, the Zhu family's security will soon escort you away. As if on cue, several security personnel approached Lu Wanfeng. TSK. Did I not foresee this? A mere nobody aspiring to penetrate the upper echelons, yet treated like a pariah. Just as Lu Xianyi anticipated the spectacle of Lu Wanfeng's humiliation, to her astonishment, the approaching security personnel respectfully addressed Lu Wanfeng. Miss Lu Wanfeng? Miss Zhu Wenju is already awaiting your arrival. What? Miss Zhu Wenju awaits Lu Wanfeng? How can this be? The words of the security guard left Lu Xianyi in a state of utter shock and disbelief. What standing did Zhu Wenju possess? And what of Lu Wanfeng? Logically, their paths ought never to have intersected. Yet, as Lu Wanfeng disappeared from view, Lu Xianyi suddenly regained her composure and hastily pursued her. Miss, please stop. Longhu Sanqian Court is not receiving guests today. One of the guards obstructed Lu Xianyi's way. I am her cousin. We are together, she exclaimed desperately, pointing towards Lu Wanfeng, waving her arms and calling out. Wanfeng, wait for me. With a rustle, Lu Wanfeng paused and turned to regard Lu Xianyi. Observing this, the guard finally permitted her passage. Upon entering Longhu Sanxian court, Lu Xianyi leaned closer to Lu Wanfeng and whispered, "Why does Miss Zhu Wenju wish to see you?" "I am uncertain," Lu Wanfeng replied, shaking her head gently. After a brief pause, she recalled Su Wen's words from that morning. Perhaps Su Wen has facilitated an introduction, which might explain Miss Zhu Wenju's desire to discuss a collaboration concerning the International Music School. "Su Wen," Lu Xianyi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then responded with evident disdain, "Lu Wanfeng, you may deceive yourself if you wish, but do you truly believe I am as naive as you? What is Su Wen's status? Merely a provincial simpleton. How could he possibly be acquainted with anyone from the esteemed Zhu family? If he possessed such influential connections, would he ever entertain the thought of marrying someone with your limitations?" Then I found myself at a loss for words. Lu Wanfeng lapsed into silence. In truth, she too perceived Su Wen's earlier remarks as a whimsical jest intended to elevate her spirits. The Zhu family of Shuzhou province wielded considerable influence. Zhu Lingtian was even a legendary figure among the 9 provinces. Should Su Wen indeed possess ties to the Zhu family, he would surpass Zhou Ziling in prowess. While Lu Wanfeng had contemplated the potential for Su Wen to achieve some degree of success in Jinling City, she nurtured no illusions of grandeur. A life of simplicity is, in fact, the most authentic. "Lu Wanfeng, I recall that your father journeyed to Shuzhou province prior to his untimely demise. Might Miss Zhu Wenju's encounter with you be linked to the news of your father's passing?" At the mention of Lu Wanfeng's father, Lu Xianyi felt compelled to interject, for the circumstances surrounding Lu Chang'an's death remain a mystery to this day. "My father's death?" Lu Wanfeng trembled slightly at the utterance of Lu Xianyi's words. Yet, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, a vivacious young lady clad in a vibrant green ensemble approached them within the courtyard of Longhu Sanxianting. The girl, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, adorned with a delicate blue bow, radiated a youthful exuberance. "Greetings, Miss Wenju," Lu Xianyi remarked, observing the somewhat frail demeanor of Zhu Wenju. With an air of respect, she promptly bowed and gently prodded Lu Wanfeng beside her, urging, "Lu Wanfeng, why do you linger? Bow." "Oh, indeed." Regaining her composure, Lu Wanfeng promptly inclined her head in deference to Zhu Wenju. "There is no necessity for such formalities," Zhu Wenju remarked, her gaze appraising Lu Wanfeng. Although clad in professional attire, Lu Wanfeng exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a delicate blossom, free from any ordinary essence. It is little wonder that the esteemed physician Su held her in such high regard, for Lu Wanfeng was undeniably striking. "Miss Wenju, may I ask the reason for your desire to meet with Lu Wanfeng?" Casting a wary glance at Zhu Wenju, Lu Xianyi's visage radiated curiosity. "I wish to meet Miss Lu Wanfeng to deliberate on a potential collaboration." As she spoke, Zhu Wenju withdrew a collection of documents from her Hermes handbag. The papers were inscribed with the title Jinling International Music School Project. "Miss Lu Wanfeng, all that is required of you is to inscribe your name upon this contract. The Zhu family shall entrust you with the complete stewardship of the investment endeavor for the International Music School in Jiangnan." Placing the contract before Lu Wanfeng, Zhu Wenju addressed her with composure. "Is this genuinely a collaboration being extended to me?" Lu Wanfeng was momentarily stunned, her thoughts swirling around the figure of Su Wen. However, before she could articulate her questions, Lu Xianyi seized the contract and addressed Zhu Wenju, saying, "Thank you, Miss Wenju, for entrusting our Lu family with this opportunity. Rest assured, we shall exert every effort to establish the International Music School." With that, Lu Xianyi promptly affixed her signature to the contract and handed it to Lu Wanfeng, urging, "What are you waiting for? Sign it." Despite her discontent with Lu Xianyi's signature, Lu Wanfeng dutifully inscribed her name in silence. Once the collaboration was confirmed, Zhu Wenju hinted at a forthcoming farewell, stating, "You may both take your leave. I have not been feeling well of late and require some rest." Miss Wenju, may I inquire if you are acquainted with someone named Lu Chang'an?" Just as they were poised to depart, Lu Wanfeng suddenly called out to Zhu Wenju, for the Lu family had yet to unveil the mystery surrounding her father's demise. The Zhu family, a formidable force in Shuzhou province, might possess some insight. Lu Chang'an. That name resonates with familiarity, Zhu Wenju mused thoughtfully. "Miss Wenju, Lu Chang'an was the martial arts practitioner who trained alongside you in the past," interjected a respectful servant of the Zhu family. "Ah, so it was he?" Zhu Wenju's expression transformed into one of realization. Upon uncovering that Zhu Wenju genuinely knew her father, Lu Wanfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Trembling, she implored, Miss Wenju, do you possess knowledge of the circumstances surrounding my father's passing? Your father has departed? Zhu Wenju exhibited a trace of bewilderment. When Lu Chang'an departed from our Zhu family, he was undeniably alive. Upon realizing that Zhu Wenju was equally oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Lu Chang'an's demise, Lu Wanfeng refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Beside her, Lu Xuanyi displayed a momentary flicker of astonishment. Thus, her fifth uncle had indeed journeyed to Suzhou and even acted as a practice partner for Miss Zhu Wenju. After leaving Longhu Qianting, Lu Xuanyi grasped the contract from the International Music School, intending to return to the Lu family villa. Yet, Lu Wanfeng gently interjected, Xuanyi, kindly hand the contract to me. Why should I relinquish the contract to you? Lu Xuanyi retorted. This collaboration with the International Music School was negotiated by me. Lu Wanfeng asserted with unwavering confidence. You negotiated it? How utterly absurd. The sole reason Miss Zhu Wenju consented to meet with you is attributable to the esteemed reputation of the Lu family within the construction sector. Even had you not appeared today, Miss Zhu Wenju would undoubtedly have finalized the collaboration with me. Or should I inquire? Do you genuinely believe that Miss Zhu Wenju is meeting with you solely because of Su Wen's introduction? Humph, if you possess the audacity, call Su Wen immediately and request his presence at Longhu Qianting. I would relish the opportunity to witness whether Miss Zhu Wenju would even acknowledge that provincial simpleton. Confronted by Lu Xuanyi's imperious demeanor, Lu Wanfeng hesitated to place the call. What troubles you? Are you bereft of the courage to dial? Would you like me to summon Su Wen on your behalf? Observing Lu Wanfeng silently biting her lip, Lu Xuanyi scoffed with disdain. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. Su Wen was still occupied with work and would undoubtedly lack the time. Lu Wanfeng concocted an excuse on Su Wen's behalf. Deep within, she harbored doubts that Su Wen would be acquainted with Zhu Wenju, the daughter of the esteemed Zhu family from Nailing. Moreover, her name was inscribed upon that contract, granting her at least half of the recognition. Xuanyi, I have heard that you have secured a collaboration with the Nanling Zhu family for the International Music School. Zhuge Chen, impeccably attired in a suit, approached Lu Xuanyi within the confines of Xuanyi Media Company. Zhuge Chen, your news travels swiftly, Lu Xuanyi retorted, a hint of irritation lacing her tone. Perhaps I am not well versed in the affairs of others, but yours stands apart. You are the woman I admire, Zhuge Chen replied, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Xuanyi, what troubles you? Securing a collaboration with the illustrious Nanling Zhu family ought to be a cause for celebration. However, you seem rather discontented. Do not bring it up. It is all due to that Lu Wanfeng. As she spoke, Lu Xuanyi unveiled the contract from the Nanling Zhu family. Examine it for yourself. Hold on. Why does this contract bear Lu Wanfeng's name? Zhuge Chen asked, bewildered. Then, donning a knowing expression, he remarked, Xuanyi, you do not wish to share the accolades with Lu Wanfeng, do you? Naturally. My grandmother proclaimed that whoever clinches this collaboration shall ascend as the next head of the Lu family. If it were you, would you desire to share the limelight with a woman who has faced disabilities for the greater part of her existence? Lu Xuanyi retorted with a disdainful scoff. If you are unwilling to share the credit with Lu Xuanyi, that can be easily remedied. Zhuge Chen smiled as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Moments later, he turned to Lu Xuanyi and declared, it is resolved. What do you mean by resolved? Lu Xuanyi responded with a sharp retort. I contacted manager Wang from the Zhu family. Zhuge Chen, with a weighty emphasis, remarked, when the Zhu family reveals the list of collaborations online, only your name, Lu Xuanyi, will be highlighted. Is that genuinely true? Lu Xuanyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Certainly, but concerning the name Lu Wanfeng on the contract. Before Zhuge Chen could complete his thought, Lu Xuanyi let out a soft chuckle, stating, I will handle the name on the contract. After a brief pause, she playfully inquired, Zhuge Chen, did you not mention your intention to pursue my cousin? How is that endeavor faring? I have been preoccupied with attending Jiang Ziqi's funeral in recent days. Leaving me little time, Zhuge Chen replied, shaking his head. At the mere mention of Jiang Ziqi, Lu Xuanyi fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, a devastating fire had engulfed the Jiang family home, resulting in the tragic demise of all 4 family members without exception. To this day, Lu Xuanyi remained oblivious to the reasons behind Jiang Ziqi's expulsion from the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. Meanwhile, having departed from Longhu Sanqianting, Lu Wanfeng arrived at the Lu family villa, eager to inform her grandmother about the collaboration she and Lu Xuanyi had secured with the Zhu family from Nailing. However, upon her entrance, she was met with the sight of a jubilant banquet being hosted by the Lu family. Cousin Wentong, what is the cause of such merriment today? Is there a joyous occasion within the Lu family? Lu Wanfeng approached Lu Wentong, who was adorned in a light green gown, and inquired with curiosity. Are you not aware? Xuani has successfully forged a partnership with the esteemed Zhu family from Nanling. And tomorrow they shall send a representative to formally inaugurate the alliance with the Lu family. Lu Wenong responded, her voice laced with envy and jealousy. Although she was on the verge of marrying the affluent and handsome Zhou Xiling, she could not shake off the feeling of inadequacy in light of her cousin's achievements. Given the opportunity, Lu Wenong would willingly trade places with Lu Xuani. What? Lu Xuani has secured a collaboration with the Zhu family? What about my standing? Lu Wanfeng quivered slightly. You? What relevance does that hold for you? The partnership with the International Music School was orchestrated by Lu Xuani. Do you intend to usurp your cousin's accolades? Lu Qinxin, seated in a wheelchair, approached Lu Wanfeng with a tone laced with sarcasm. That is not the case. Third aunt. This morning, Xuani and I ventured to Longhu Sanxian Ting together. That collaboration was. Before Lu Wanfeng could complete her explanation, Lu Xuani, adorned in a resplendent red evening gown and a necklace of pearls, arrived at the Lu family villa. Today, she radiated like the luminary of the banquet, captivating the gaze of all present. Observing Lu Xuani laughing and conversing with the matriarch, Lu Wanfeng felt a wave of jealousy surge within her and hurried over to confront her. Xuani, what do you mean by this? The collaboration with the International Music School was unequivocally a collective endeavor, yet you claim all the accolades for yourself. A collective endeavor? Lu Xuani, unfazed by Lu Wanfeng's agitation, responded, Lu Wanfeng, are you feeling unwell? What absurdity are you uttering in broad daylight? Open your eyes and see clearly. Where is your name on this contract? With a sharp intake of breath, Lu Wanfeng's elegant form became momentarily paralyzed as her gaze fell upon the contract held by Lu Xuani. At the bottom of the document, only Lu Xuani's name was inscribed, entirely omitting Lu Wanfeng's. Lu Xuani, how dare you manipulate the contract? Lu Wanfeng exclaimed, her legs quaking with indignation. Manipulate? What a ridiculous notion. The collaboration was negotiated by me. Why would I resort to such underhanded tactics? It is you, Lu Wanfeng, a jobless wanderer devoid of connections, who dares to approach the Zhu family of Nanling for collaboration. Are you relying on mere fantasies or the dreams you conjure in your sleep? Lu Xuani derided her without mercy. Based on Su, Lu Wanfeng began, intending to reference Su Wen's introduction to the Zhu family, but her words faltered in her throat. Su Hu, do not tell me you are depending on that country bumpkin Su Wen. If he truly possessed connections with the Zhu family, would he have chosen to marry a woman with a disability such as yourself? Lu Xuani scoffed derisively. Even if Su Wen is unacquainted with anyone from the Zhu family, this collaboration was negotiated by both of us, Lu Wanfeng retorted, her exasperation palpable. However, the Zhu family has already published the collaboration list online, and it distinctly features only Lu Xuani's name. Why must you insist on appropriating your cousin's credit? Lu Xuani's mother interjected, unable to restrain herself. Each bird is destined for its own fate. You cannot secure a collaboration, yet you audaciously cling to your cousin? Aunt Chi, I am not. Lu Wanfeng's visage reflected despondency and injustice. Do you still dare to deny it? Lu Wanfeng, you have truly disappointed me. The venerable matriarch of the Lu family reproached her sternly. Enough, grandmother. Perhaps my cousin Wanfeng is merely beset by insecurities and finds it intolerable to witness my success. I can empathize. After all, she is wed to a man I chose to discard. With that, Lu Xuani lifted her chin, reminiscent of a proud phoenix, and imperiously proclaimed to Lu Wanfeng, allow me to reiterate, the collaboration with the Zhu family of Nanling was negotiated solely by me, Lu Xuani, and bears no connection to you. Furthermore, tomorrow the Zhu family will dispatch representatives to the Lu family for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, graced by the presence of distinguished families from Jinling. At this critical moment, I certainly do not wish for a woman who resorts to deception to sully the Lu family's esteemed reputation. As her words resonated, other members of the Lu family echoed her sentiments. Xuani, why waste your breath on Lu Wanfeng? Expedite her departure. She should not attend the ribbon-cutting tomorrow. We cannot afford to feel shame. Indeed, Lu Wanfeng, it would be best for you to depart. For the next 3 days, do not return to the Lu family. A deceitful woman like you is not welcome here. You all of you witnessing the disbelief from her family. Tears welled in Lu Wanfeng's eyes as she wiped her cheeks and fled the Lu residence. Upon returning home, Lu Wanfeng discovered that night had fallen. She chose not to confide in Su Wen or her mother regarding her distress, instead opting to weep silently in her room. The following morning, Li Guifeng noticed her daughter's reddened eyes and rushed to her side with concern. Wanfeng, what has happened to your eyes? Have you been crying? Pray tell. Did that rustic Suan torment you? I have consistently urged you to consider severing ties with him. However, mother, this matter transcends Suan. Lu Wanfeng took a moment to reflect, unable to contain her feelings of injustice, and thus recounted the events of the preceding day. Upon discovering that Lu Xuanyi had appropriated her daughter's achievements, Li Guifeng was immediately engulfed by fury. That wretched Lu Xuanyi. She truly surpasses the limits of propriety. The contract with the International Music School undeniably encompasses a significant portion of my daughter's accomplishments, yet she. As Li Guifeng spoke, her anger escalated, and ultimately, she clasped Lu Wanfeng's hand, proclaiming, "Come, Wanfeng, let us pursue retribution from the Lu family. Let it be, mother. Today marks the celebration of the Lu family, and I would prefer to spare myself further humiliation," Lu Wanfeng replied, shaking her head. "Grandmother and the others all support Lu Xuanyi. No one is willing to believe me." Observing her daughter in tears, Li Guifeng fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging the truth in her daughter's lament. Ever since the passing of Lu Chang'an, the members of the Lu family had become devoid of compassion. Very well, we shall endure this silent injustice. At the very least, we need not associate with Lu Xuanyi in the future, Li Guifeng sighed in resignation. No sooner had she uttered these words than Su Wen stirred awake. "Mother, Wanfeng." "Good morning." Wanfeng, what troubles your eyes?" "Silence, Su Wen." The mere sight of him ignited Li Guifeng's ire. "Mother, please do not unleash your anger upon Su Wen. He has wronged you not," Lu Wanfeng choked out. "How has he not wronged me? By marrying you, he has indeed offended me," Li Guifeng retorted vehemently. Observing the tense atmosphere between Lu Wanfeng and Li Guifeng, Su Wen felt an irresistible surge of curiosity. "Wanfeng, are you feeling unwell today?" "No, I simply..." Lu Wanfeng was reluctant to discuss the collaboration with the International Music School. However, Li Guifeng interjected. "How can my daughter be in good spirits when Lu Xuanyi has appropriated her credit?" "Appropriated credit?" Upon understanding the full context, Su Wen's demeanor darkened. "Wanfeng, rest assured. Lu Xuanyi cannot lay claim to the collaboration with the Nanling Zhu family." As he spoke, Su Wen sent a message directly to Zhu Wenju. "Enough, Su Wen. Cease this pretense. Did you not assert that you had already conferred with the Nanling Zhu family? If so, how could Lu Xuanyi dare to usurp my daughter's credit?" Li Guifeng scoffed. "If you possessed even a fraction of Zhou Ziling's capability, my daughter would not be enduring indignities within the Lu family. Now, I present you with a pair of choices. Either confront Lu Xuanyi and compel her to concede that my daughter is deserving of half the recognition for the partnership with the International Music Institution, or vacate our residence and sever ties with my daughter. Mother, must you truly be so unreasonable?" Lu Wanfeng cast a discontented glance at Li Guifeng, fully cognizant that Lu Xuanyi would never acquiesce. Yet Su Wen continued, aligning with Li Guifeng, "Mother, not only will I secure acknowledgement of half the credit for Wanfeng, but I shall insist that Lu Xuanyi publicly declare that the collaboration with the Nanling Zhu family is solely Wanfeng's accomplishment. Without Wanfeng, the Zhu family would not even be in celebration today." "Very well. Su Wen, this is your solemn vow. A man's word must carry significance. Should you falter in your commitment, you ought to promptly sever ties with my daughter to safeguard her future," Li Guifeng cautioned, apprehensive that Su Wen might waver. She hastily retrieved her phone to document the exchange. Observing the unfolding events, Lu Wanfeng sought to dissuade Su Wen from acting rashly. Nevertheless, Li Guifeng swiftly hailed a taxi, declaring, "Daughter, let us depart. We are bound for the Lu residence at once. I must witness how Su Wen dares to obstruct the Zhu family from partaking in the ceremony." Half an hour later, the Lu family returned to their villa. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation, as numerous affluent families connected to the Lu family had convened to partake in the celebration. "Congratulations, old lady Lu," one guest exclaimed. "Xian Yi truly embodies the pride of Jinling City, having successfully forged a partnership with the Zhu family of Nanling. It is unlikely that we shall encounter a woman as remarkable as Xian Yi and Jinling for the next decade." As the guests lavished praise upon Lu Xian Yi, old lady Lu and Kong Manyun radiated with delight. Lu Xian Yi stood proudly amidst the crowd, adorned in a resplendent evening gown that rendered her both noble and enchanting, akin to a celestial being, captivating the attention of many young gentlemen. Suddenly, a voice laden with disdain emerged from within the villa. "Oh, Lu Wanfeng, what brings you here again?" Upon noticing the approach of Lu Wanfeng and her family, Lu Xian's demeanor was devoid of warmth. "Who is this woman?" inquired a curious guest, directing their gaze toward Lu Wanfeng. "She is the disabled daughter of the Lu family. Someone recognized her. It is said that Dr. Dong has healed her leg." "Oh, so she is perceived as the family's misfortune." Whispers circulate that she was the cause of her father's untimely end. As the assembly murmured, Kong Manyan confronted Lu Wanfeng with a belligerent demeanor. "Lu Wanfeng, did I not admonish you yesterday to abstain from visiting the Lu residence for a span of 3 days? What brings you here? Are you endeavoring to incite my daughter?" And 7. Before Lu Wanfeng could articulate her thoughts, Li Guifeng interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Lu Xian, my son-in-law has proclaimed that he will compel Lu Xianyi to concede that the collaboration with the Zhu family is solely attributable to Wanfeng's efforts. Otherwise, the Zhu family shall withdraw from the ceremony." "Mother, what are you doing?" Lu Wanfeng gazed at her mother in bewilderment. "What am I doing?" "I am simply ensuring that everyone is cognizant of my son-in-law's capabilities." Li Guifeng deliberately emphasized the term capabilities, intending to belittle Su when within the Lu family, ultimately aspiring for Lu Wanfeng to sever ties with him in disgrace. Capabilities? If Su Wen truly possessed such talents, how could he be abandoned by Lu Xianyi? "Li Guifeng, have you lost your wits?" Lu Xian scoffed. "Do you genuinely care whether I am sensible? Regardless, those are my son-in-law's precise words." Li Guifeng raised her voice, articulating each syllable with clarity. "Mother, you." As all gazes converged upon Su Wen, Lu Wanfeng immediately grasped her mother's ulterior motives. Li Guifeng sought to ensnare Su Wen in an inextricable dilemma. Who is this young man? How audacious of him to publicly claim credit for Lu Xianyi's accomplishments. Did you not hear Li Guifeng declare him her son-in-law? He must be Lu Wanfeng's companion. Is Lu Wanfeng's partner truly so formidable? How can he obstruct the Zhu family from partaking in the ceremony? Is this for real? How boastful. Does he truly believe himself to be the son-in-law of the esteemed Zhu family? It appears their lineage is consumed with envy over Lu Xuanyi's achievements. Alas, they are all kin yet harbor such profound jealousy. How lamentable. Several young scions present at the Lu family gathering engaged in idle chatter. At that moment, upon catching wind of Li Guifeng's comments, Lu Xuanyi could not suppress a chuckle. Su Wen, is what my fifth aunt said indeed true? I refuse to concede that the collaboration with the Nanling Zhu family is attributed to Lu Wanfeng. Does the Zhu family not cut the ribbon in light of that? Indeed, Su Wen responded, his countenance devoid of emotion. Really? Su Wen. Do you believe the Zhu family is comparable to your own? Do you think that by proclaiming they will not cut the ribbon, others will heed your words? What do you even signify? Just days ago, you donned the guise of a miraculous healer, and now you have assumed the role of a jester? Gazing at Su Wen, Lu Xuanyi exhibited a palpable air of disdain and contempt. Allow me to illuminate your ignorance. Su Wen, the Zhu family has publicly unveiled the roster of collaborations with the International Music School online, and my name, Lu Xuanyi, stands alone upon that list. How could I possibly concede that this is the accomplishment of Lu Wanfeng? Much like you, a mere charlatan, is it not? Pray, peasant. We now reside in the age of the internet. Any information can be swiftly obtained with a simple search on one's phone. Do you truly believe that Jinling is as primitive as your village, where messages take an eternity to convey? As she spoke, Lu Xuanyi unceremoniously extracted her phone, located the Zhu family's announcement, and presented it before Su Wen. Su Wen, do you recognize the characters that spell Lu Xuanyi? Should you be unable to read, I am more than willing to educate you. Observing Lu Xuanyi's acerbic and sardonic demeanor, Su Wen fell into a contemplative silence. He had never envisioned that the childhood companion he once cherished would transform into someone so utterly loathsome. Su Wen, what is that expression you wear? If you find the list unsatisfactory, perhaps you should consider filing a grievance at Longhu Sanxian Court, Lu Xuanyi mocked. As if the Lu family were forbidden from inaugurating the event. What a disgrace. Do you truly believe you possess any understanding of the Zhu family? A mere village child masquerading as a person of significance? If you do not belong to this circle, why impose yourself upon it? You are better suited to a life of toiling in the fields. Enough. Before Lu Xuanyi could articulate further, Lu Wanfeng quivered as she interjected, Lu Xuanyi. You have already caused Su Wen pain once. Why persist in humiliating him? Indeed, Su Wen may not have connections to the Zhu family, but so what? Is there any shame in being an ordinary person? With that, Lu Wanfeng clasped Su Wen's hand, intending to depart. At that moment, a stir erupted outside the Lu residence. The representatives from the Nanling Zhu family had arrived for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Mr. Chiu, is that you? Upon witnessing the arrival of Chiu Fu Long at the Liu family residence, all present were taken aback. The Zhu family held the Liu family in such high esteem that they dispatched Chiu Fu Long, the sole martial arts master in Jinling, to preside over the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Mr. Chiu, your presence at our Liu family indeed bestows upon us great honor. Please, do enter, exclaimed the matriarch of the Liu family. Her visage radiant with joy at the sight of Chiu Fu Long, Lu Xuanyi promptly vacated her esteemed seat, remarking, the arrival of Mr. Chiu is undoubtedly a fortuitous event for our Liu family. Enough of the flattery, he interjected. Miss Xuan has suffered an injury and cannot be present. Therefore, I am here to execute the ribbon cutting. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chiu Fu Long inquired, where are the scissors? Let us commence with the ceremony. His words resonated with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the Liu family swiftly procured scissors and ribbons. Mr. Chiu, please proceed. Very well, Chiu Fu Long responded, grasping the scissors with determination. Observing this, Lu Xuanyi approached Su Wen and remarked, Su Clown, did you not assert that if I failed to acknowledge the collaboration between the Nailing Zhu family and Lu Wanfeng, they would abstain from attending the ribbon cutting? Then what of Mr. Chiu's presence? Do you consider this martial arts master to be insignificant? How ludicrous. Lu Wanfeng still dares to regard you as an ordinary individual. In my view, you are even beneath that. Fortuitously, I did not wed you. Otherwise, it would be I who faced humiliation, not her, Lu Wanfeng. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanfeng bit her lip in silence, simmering in her anger. Meanwhile, Li Guifeng, basking in her triumph, interjected, Su Wen, given the circumstances, what more can you possibly say? Mr. Chiu has already arrived at the Liu family for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Your assurances to both Wanfeng and myself were nothing but hollow promises. Tomorrow morning, you must promptly proceed to divorce my daughter. Observing Li Guifeng's joy, the other guests at the Liu residence exchanged knowing glances. Lu Qinxin scoffed, Lu Wanfeng, I cautioned you against attending this gathering, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now, behold the predicament in which you find yourself. You are neither Lu Xuanyi nor Lu Wentong. As for Su Wen, he is certainly not Zhou Xiling. How could a miracle possibly unfold in your presence? You consistently heed Su Wen's absurd utterances. Can the words of a rustic hold any veracity? Did he assert that the Zhu family would abstain from participating in the ribbon cutting? Next, he might as well proclaim that the moon will collide with the earth tomorrow. In my humble opinion, your entire family should retreat to the mountains to cultivate the land. Otherwise, just as Lu Qinxin was ruthlessly deriding Lu Wanfeng, a sudden ring from Chiu Fu Long's phone interrupted the moment. Very well, I comprehend. Upon concluding the call, Chiu Fu Long deliberately placed the scissors aside. Mr. Chiu, why have you not yet cut the ribbon? Did you not just proclaim your intention to commence immediately? Kong Manyun and the others regarded Chiu Fu Long with intrigue. Yet, his subsequent revelation struck the Liu family like a bolt from the blue. The Zhu family has just reached out to me. They will only partner with Miss Lu Wanfeng on the International Music School project. Should anyone else attempt to intervene, they will ensure the annihilation of the Liu family from Jiangnan province. Therefore, I cannot proceed with the ribbon cutting. If I do, your family shall face utter devastation. As his words resonated, a profound stillness enveloped the Liu residence. Make the Liu family vanish? Upon hearing Chiu Fu Long's declaration, the smile on Lu Xuanyi's face vanished entirely. Li Guifeng stood there, her mouth agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Wanfeng gazed incredulously at Su Wen, contemplating whether he truly had ties to the illustrious Nanling Zhu family. Had she unearthed the concealed gem? Mr. Chiu, surely you jest, do you not? Has the Zhu family genuinely asserted that they will only collaborate with Lu Wanfeng? Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xuanyi, in a fit of frustration, presented a contract, exclaiming, but I have unequivocally signed this contract with the International Music School. How can the Zhu family exclusively recognize Lu Wanfeng and disregard me? Are you insinuating that I have deceived you? Chiu Fu Long retorted coldly, casting a scornful glance at Lu Xuanyi. No, that is not my intent. I merely, before Lu Xuanyi could finish her sentence, a sudden slap resounded. Lady Lu struck her across the face. Humph. Lu Xuanyi, how dare you invoke your signature? Lu Wanfeng also affixed her name to that contract, did she not? Have you appropriated her credit? Lady Lu's previous benevolence towards Lu Xuanyi dissipated, supplanted by a vehement reprimand. Observe the chaos you have wrought. Out of selfish ambition, you have nearly brought calamity upon the Lu family. Grandmother, Lu Xuanyi began, yet her words faltered, for she could scarcely fathom that the Zhu family of Nanling would appoint Lu Wanfeng to oversee the construction of the International Music School. I apologize, grandmother, I was in the wrong. After an extended silence, Lu Xuanyi bowed her head in contrition. Wrong? Humph. What transgression have you committed? It appears you have grown accustomed to the adulation of Jiang'an. And now you have succumbed to arrogance. Lady Lu chastised vehemently. Lu Xuanyi, you possess undeniable talent, but heed this. The Zhu family of Nanling wields tremendous influence in Suzhou, a force so formidable that even the officials dare not provoke. And you, with audacity, seek to alter their contract? Are you inviting your own downfall? Witnessing Lady Lu admonishing Lu Xuanyi, the other guests at the Lu family gathering were left in astonishment. They had not foreseen that Lu Wanfeng's companion had indeed spoken the truth. The Zhu family genuinely desired to perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony solely with Lu Wanfeng. Lu Xuanyi, extend your apologies to your cousin. Permit her to cut the ribbon alongside Mr. Chiu. After a moment of silence, Lady Lu issued her command with unequivocal authority. Grandmother. I apologize. Lady Lu rebuked once more. Now that the Zhu family had unequivocally declared that Lu Wanfeng would oversee the establishment of the International Music School, the Lu family could ill afford to let Lu Wanfeng feel slighted or nurture any resentment. Cousin Wanfeng, I sincerely apologize. I should not have removed your signature from the contract. It was a moment of folly on my part. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me and join Mr. Chiu in cutting the ribbon. Although deeply aggrieved, Lu Xuanyi could only lower her head and apologize, given Lady Lu's formidable authority. Wanfeng, your cousin has expressed her remorse. Why not grant her forgiveness? Throughout the years, she has made considerable efforts to assist you with your leg treatment. Dr. Dong has prescribed medication for you, taking her requests into account. Beside them, Lu Xuanyi's mother, Kong Manyun, interjected with a conciliatory smile. This, observing Lu Xuanyi's submissive demeanor and the supportive stance of Lady Lu. Lu Wanfeng felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She had never anticipated that the Lu family would bestow such significance upon her. Very well. I shall perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wanfeng seized the scissors and approached Chiu Fulong, declaring earnestly, Mr. Chiu, I am Lu Wanfeng. Shall we proceed with the ribbon-cutting? Certainly. Soon, the scissors glided gracefully through the ribbon. In the presence of numerous esteemed families in Jinling, the Lu family triumphantly ascended to the lofty heights of the Zhu family. Alas, one remarked, the destiny of the Lu family is on the cusp of transformation. Once the winds of fortune blow, they shall metamorphose into a dragon. Henceforth, we shall be compelled to regard the Lu family with reverence, lamented another noble household head. As the autumn sun dipped below the horizon and Long Li took his leave, the guests who had gathered to witness the momentous occasion also departed. The venerable matriarch of the Lu family approached Lu Wanfeng with a gentle demeanor. Wanfeng, your cousin has indeed overstepped this time. However, rest assured, dear, I shall not permit such occurrences to transpire again. Yes, Wanfeng, do not allow anger to engulf you, urged Kong Manyun, swiftly defending her daughter. Oh dear. We are all family. Wanfeng would never harbor resentment towards Shen Yi, she added. Suddenly, Li Guifeng, standing nearby, interjected with an understanding smile. What head of a family would bear a grudge against the younger generation? Would you not concur? At that remark, the members of the Lu family directed their attention towards the matriarch, for she had previously proclaimed that whoever could establish a partnership with the Zhu family from Nanling would ascend to the position of the next head of the Lu family. Mother, surely you cannot be serious about designating Lu Wanfeng as the head of the family, one elder expressed his doubts. She is neither proficient in martial arts nor skilled in managing family affairs. Her appointment could lead the Lu family down a treacherous path. Indeed, mother, while you may consider Wen Tong for this esteemed role, Lu Wanfeng is ill-suited to bear such responsibilities, Lu Qin Xian interjected, nodding in fervent agreement. Moreover, Lu Xianyi has also played a pivotal role in fostering the partnership with the Zhu family. Precisely, Kong Manyun affirmed with vigorous nods. Enough. Silence your clamor. The matriarch interjected, her discontent unmistakable. When have I, Zhao Xianglan, ever misled anyone? The Zhu family of Nanling has specifically requested Lu Wanfeng to oversee the collaboration concerning the International Music School. Therefore, she is indeed worthy of this esteemed title. With that, the matriarch cast her benevolent gaze upon Lu Wanfeng. Wanfeng, I intend to confer upon you the position of head of the Lu family. What is your response? Grandmother, I do not aspire to be the head of the Lu family. Lu Wanfeng's reply astonished all present. What my aunts have stated is true. I am neither a martial artist, nor do I possess the aptitude to manage a family. I am but an ordinary individual, and I firmly believe that ordinary individuals should lead ordinary lives. My sole desire is for you to return the Rose Villa to me. The Rose Villa was a cherished obsession of Lu Wanfeng, a place entwined with a promise made to her late father. Her fervent pursuit of a partnership with the Zhu family stemmed from her hope of reclaiming the villa from her grandmother. Oh, is the Rose Villa all that you desire? The matriarch beheld Lu Wanfeng with a gaze filled with astonishment. Indeed, my sole desire is for the Rose Villa, Lu Wanfeng affirmed with a resolute nod. Very well, here is the key to the Rose Villa. You may relocate at your convenience, the matriarch remarked, presenting a set of keys to Lu Wanfeng. Witnessing this, Li Guifeng grew increasingly agitated. Wanfeng, have you lost your senses? Would you relinquish the esteemed position of head of the Lu family for a mere villa? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you. Mother, there is no need to continue. I am acutely aware of my limitations. I cannot assume the role of head of the family. Lu Wanfeng managed a strained smile. Raising her gaze, her clear, enchanting eyes turned towards Suwen. Suwen, did you notify the Zhu family of Namling prior to Mr. Chiu's refusal to inaugurate the ribbon-cutting ceremony alongside Lu Xianyi? Lu Wanfeng was enveloped in a profound curiosity regarding Suwen. She discerned that her companion was cloaked in an enigmatic aura, rendering him difficult to comprehend. Before Suwen had the chance to reply, Lu Xianyi earnestly interjected, Cousin Wanfeng, I comprehend your aspirations for Suwen to flourish and discover a treasure. Nonetheless, one must remain grounded in reality. Do you genuinely believe Suwen is acquainted with anyone from the Zhu family of Namling? He is but a rustic lad raised amidst the mountains. How could he possibly engage with the formidable powers of Shuzhou province? If Suwen does not possess any connections to the Zhu family, then why did Mr. Chiu decline to cut the ribbon alongside you? Lu Wanfeng retorted. Why? I too was perplexed previously, but I have now reached a conclusion. The Zhu family likely entrusted you with the oversight of the collaboration with the International Music School due to the late fifth uncle. Before his passing, fifth uncle acted as a practice partner for Miss Zhu Wenxiu. Perhaps upon learning of fifth uncle's demise, Miss Zhu felt a pang of compassion for you, leading her to entrust you with the construction of the International Music School. Xianyi, did you just say that Chang'an ventured to Shuzhou province to serve as a practice partner for Miss Zhu Wenxiu? Upon hearing Lu Xianyi mention Lu Chang'an, the elderly matriarch's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Among her numerous progeny, Lu Chang'an exhibited the most remarkable aptitude for martial arts. At a tender age, he had already achieved the rank of a sixth-tier martial artist. Alas, he met an untimely end in Shuzhou province, the cause of which remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Indeed, grandmother, that is what Miss Zhu Wenxiu herself articulated, Lu Xianyi affirmed with a nod. Did Miss Zhu Wenxiu disclose the circumstances surrounding Chang'an's demise? The elderly matriarch inquired, her voice trembling with emotion. No, Lu Xianyi responded, a hint of regret adorning her tone. Upon hearing Lu Xianyi's words, Lu Wanfeng discerned a semblance of truth in her reasoning. Perhaps Miss Zhu genuinely empathized with her, thus her decision to include her in the collaboration with the International Music School. After all, had Suwen possessed connections within the Zhu family, he likely would not have selected an ordinary woman like herself. After departing from the Lu residence, Lu Wanfeng escorted Suwen to the Rose Villa by Xiang Lake. I have finally returned, she declared, her eyes brimming with tears as she opened the villa door. She was enveloped in joy. Wanfeng, I heard from Lu Xianyi that your father has passed away, Suwen remarked, noticing the glimmer of tears in his wife's eyes. Yes. My father departed this world in Shuzhou province when I was 16, Lu Wanfeng responded with a touch of melancholy. Yet, almost instantaneously, a smile pierced through her sorrow. But I believe that one day, my father will return to find me. Find you? Suwen expressed his surprise, exclaiming, Indeed. That is the promise I made to my father. As long as I await his return at the Rose Villa, he shall undoubtedly come back to me, Lu Wanfeng declared, her gaze earnest and unwavering. Nevertheless, Suwen fell into silence, for he recognized that the resurrection of the departed is a pursuit laden with insurmountable obstacles. At the very least, he is incapable of reviving one who has been gone for a decade. Wanfeng, come here for a moment. I wish to speak with you. Li Guifeng suddenly summoned Lu Wanfeng. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lu Wanfeng returned to Suwen alone, yet Li Guifeng was nowhere to be found. Where's mother? Suwen instinctively inquired. My mother mentioned that she has grown accustomed to her small abode over the years and harbors no desire to relocate to the Rose Villa. Lu Wanfeng replied, her cheeks flushing with a sudden shyness. From now on, it will just be the two of us living here. You and I. As he beheld the captivating Lu Wanfeng under the starlit sky, Suwen felt his heart quicken. A lone man and woman ensconced within the same chamber. What if Lu Wanfeng were to allure him? Su-wen, what thoughts occupy your mind? Your visage is flushed. You are not unwell, are you? Noticing the flush upon Su-wen's visage, Lu Wanfeng was poised to place her hand upon his forehead when she lost her balance and tumbled into his embrace. In that ephemeral moment, their noses were nearly touching, the chasm between their lips as delicate as a gossamer thread. Indeed, at that instant, Su-wen could discern Lu Wanfeng's anxious breath and the rapid cadence of his heartbeat. Su-wen, I am fatigued. I shall retire for the night, she stammered, springing from his arms like a startled hare, her head bowed as she hastily retreated. Once Lu Wanfeng had departed, Su-wen was astounded to find that the 9 young absolute veins within him had endured a measure of suppression. His previously dwindling lifespan of 3 months had, remarkably, extended to 4 months. Meanwhile, upon returning home with her mother, Lu Xianyi was confronted by the anguished cries of her mother, Kong Manyan. Cursed, cursed. That wretched Lu Wanfeng, that despicable Lu Chang'an. Were it not for their interference, my daughter would have already claimed the esteemed position of head of the Lu family. Enough, mother, cease your lamentations, Lu Xianyi replied, her countenance betraying no emotion as she faced her mother's outburst. Even if Lu Wanfeng succeeds in establishing an alliance with the Nanlingzhu family, what significance does it hold? From the moment she wed Su-wen, she was fated to dwell forever in my shadow. Indeed, Su-wen is but a simple rustic lad. He is unlikely to ascend to any prominence in Jiangnan province, whereas you, my daughter, are the very phoenix of Jiangnan province. You shall undoubtedly secure a marriage far superior to that of Lu Wanfeng. Kong Manyan nodded vigorously in agreement. However, Lu Xianyi merely smirked with disdain. Mother, is it not only to be expected that I would forge a more advantageous union than Lu Wanfeng? I harbor doubts that anyone from our Lu family could find a spouse worse than she. Indeed, it is certain that you shall fare more favorably than Lu Winton in the days to come, Kong Manyan conceded. Lu Xianyi smiled quietly, her thoughts shrouded in mystery as she contemplated. Regarding the land owned by the International Music School, Lu Wanfeng alone shall not succeed in acquiring it. I suspect it won't be long before she approaches me, beseeching us to collaborate on its development. What is so extraordinary about that land? Kong Manyan inquired with curiosity. Yet, Lu Xianyi remained silent, her countenance betraying an alluring enigma. The following morning, as dawn illuminated the sky, Su-wen awoke in the Rose Villa to discover that his wife had already taken her leave. He beheld the warm milk and bread arranged upon the dining table, a wave of warmth washing over his heart. After partaking in his meal, Su-wen made his way to the Luyuan Merchants Association. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face just outside the building. Su-wen, what brings you to the Luyuan Merchants Association? Zhou Xiling, attired in a light-colored suit, emerged from the establishment and inadvertently collided with Su-wen. In that moment, Zhou Xiling cast aside the courteous demeanor he had previously displayed at the Lu family and abruptly remarked, I heard from Lu Wenong that Lu Wanfeng has secured a collaboration with the Nanlingzhu family for the International Music School. Indeed, Su-wen nodded in acknowledgement. Humph. Upon Su-wen's admission, Zhou Xiling's gaze became even more envious. In terms of appearance, Lu Wentong could not compete with Lu Wanfeng, and regarding physique, Lu Wentong still fell short of Lu Wanfeng. Regarding age, the disparity was particularly striking, with Lu Wentong being 3 years the senior of Lu Wanfeng. In the nascent stages of their careers, Lu Wenong had eclipsed the unemployed Lu Wanfeng. However, with Lu Wanfeng now at the helm of the International Music School, Lu Wenong found herself eclipsed in her professional endeavors as well. Yet, paradoxically, this goddess, personifying beauty, elegance, and success, had chosen to wed Su-wen, a humble lad from the mountains. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiling, a seasoned entrepreneur, had married a woman who seemed to pale in comparison to Lu Wanfeng, leaving him thoroughly discontented. Zhou Xiling, do you have something to express? Observing Zhou Xiling's hostile glare, Su-wen maintained an expression of impassivity. Su-wen, I deem you unworthy of Lu Wanfeng, Zhou Xiling stated bluntly and without hesitation. My worthiness in relation to Lu Wanfeng is of no concern to you. Tend to your own affairs, Su-wen retorted with a frosty smile. What did you just say? You, a rustic simpleton from the mountains, dare to challenge me? Zhou Xiling was on the brink of losing his composure but suddenly recalled something. Tempering his ire to offer counsel, Su-wen, heed the advice of your brother Zhou. A refined lady merits a gentleman. In days of yore, Lu Wanfeng was regarded as impaired, and no suitor in Jinling City showed her any interest. Yet, the tides have shifted. Should you choose not to sever ties with Lu Wanfeng, misfortune will inevitably befall you. Do you take me at my word? Misfortune will befall me? Observing Zhou Ziling's insinuating smirk, Suwen merely shook his head in disdain. When soldiers approach, I shall confront them. When waters rise, I shall construct a dam. Do you suppose, given my standing, I would be perturbed by trifling troubles? My standing? Zhou Ziling paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Suwen, you are merely a mountain lad. What standing could you possibly possess? As he spoke, Zhou Ziling's phone rang. Upon glimpsing the caller ID, a subtle shift occurred in his expression, and he departed with a troubled demeanor. Just as Zhou Ziling exited, Chen Baifu emerged from the Liyue Merchants Association. Observing the familiarity between Su Wen and Zhou Ziling, he approached cautiously. Mr. Su, do you know Zhou Ziling? Yes, he is my wife's cousin. Su Wen replied with a nod. Oh, so Zhou Ziling is a relative of Mr. Su? Chen Baifu appeared flustered, then smiled. Since Zhou Ziling is connected to you, I shall overlook the 50,000 he deceived from our Liyue Merchants Association. Deceived money? Su Wen was taken aback. What is happening? Does President Su not know? This Zhou Ziling was once a financial fraudster. He swindled numerous companies in Jinling City. How else could he have established a company? Chen Baifu chuckled as he continued, however. Recently, Zhou Ziling has encountered misfortune. Why is that? Su Wen inquired with a casual air. It was because Yang Wubiao had returned. Chen Baifu elaborated. Yang Wubiao is a 9th-grade martial artist in our Jinling City, a notable figure in the underground realm. By a twist of fate, he became acquainted with the son of Governor Chen of Jiangnan, subsequently departing from Jinling to serve as his subordinate for several years. However, recently, the son of Governor Chen has replaced his entourage, prompting Yang Wubiao's return to Jinling. Puzzled, Su Wen asked, how is Yang Wubiao's return to Jinling connected to Zhou Ziling? Chen Baifu replied, it is because Zhou Ziling swindled a significant amount of money from Yang Wubiao years ago, a staggering sum totaling 20 million. Just a few days ago, I heard that Yang Wubiao was contemplating having someone deal with Zhou Ziling. After a brief pause, Chen Baifu reconsidered his suggestion. President Su, given that Zhou Ziling is your relative, should our Liyue Chamber of Commerce extend a helping hand to him? Does he truly deserve our assistance? Su Wen waved his hand dismissively. And what of Zhou Ziling? He harbored no affection for him. The fate of Zhou Ziling, whether he lived or perished, was of no significance to him. Meanwhile, in a village on the eastern outskirts of Jinling City, Lu Wanfeng surveyed the vast expanse of undeveloped land before her. Her countenance somber. This land was earmarked for the Lu family's ambitious project, the International Music School. However, it was currently tainted by the presence of an unyielding household. Lu Wanfeng had attempted to engage in dialogue with them, but her efforts were met with a torrent of insults and indignities. Miss Lu, that family adamantly refuses to vacate. And our foundation project is at a standstill, a construction supervisor stated awkwardly, glancing at Lu Wanfeng. Please return for now. I shall devise an alternative solution. Lu Wanfeng responded with a strained smile, clad in a black office attire. Once the construction supervisor and the team of workers had departed, Lu Wanfeng rapped on the door of the obstinate household. Grandmother, leave at once. I shall not be moving. Before Lu Wanfeng could complete her plea, a chilling, aged voice resonated from the dilapidated courtyard. Do you believe I would budge? Dream on. No sum of money could persuade me to leave. However, dear grandmother, this land has fallen into disrepair, and your household remains the sole one in the village. Life has become quite inconvenient for you, as has transportation. It would be far more advantageous to relocate to the city, which thrives with vibrancy and boasts extensive shopping malls. Lu Wanfeng urged with patience. Yet, no sooner had she finished her entreaty than an elderly woman, frail and silver-haired, clad in straw sandals, emerged brandishing a broom. You are causing quite a disturbance. I have already made it clear, I shall not move. You are a lovely young lady, but why can you not comprehend? Now be gone. As the elderly woman spoke, she wielded her broom to drive Lu Wanfeng away. In a state of resignation, Lu Wanfeng had no alternative but to depart from the old courtyard. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Lu Xuanyi approaching her. Lu Wanfeng, it appears that your efforts to establish the International Music School are not unfolding as seamlessly as you had hoped, Lu Xuanyi remarked. Her arms crossed and a smirk gracing her lips. What do you want? Lu Wanfeng shot a frosty glance at Lu Xuanyi. Are you attempting to obstruct the construction of the International Music School? Have you forgotten the words of the Zhu family? Rest assured, Lu Wanfeng, I am merely here to visit a lonely elder. There is no need for you to be apprehensive. With that, Lu Xuanyi rapped on the door of the old courtyard. Grandma Jiang, it is I, Lu Xuanyi. I have come to pay you a visit. Oh, it is Xuanyi. Come in, dear. Grandma Jiang opened the door. And upon seeing Lu Xuanyi, her prior indifference dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. It has been quite some time since your last visit, Grandma Jiang. I have been rather preoccupied of late. To express my apologies, I brought you some imported pineapples. I recall you mentioning that your late husband had a fondness for them. Lu Xuanyi presented a basket brimming with pineapples. You are exceedingly thoughtful, Xuanyi. Please, come in and take a seat. After accepting the pineapples, Grandma Jiang's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Wanfeng, and she coldly commanded, "Why are you still here?" Lu Wanfeng opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately, she could only depart under Lu Xuanyi's triumphant gaze. At 6 in the evening, Lu Wanfeng arrived at the Lu family villa to report on her work. Oh, there exists a stubborn household in Dongjia village? They refuse to relocate regardless of the compensation offered? Upon receiving this news, the expressions of the Lu matriarch and her associates shifted with palpable unease. After an extended silence, an elderly gentleman of notable authority abruptly proclaimed, "Wanfeng, why waste time with this obstinate household? Simply proceed with the demolition. The Zhu family's endeavor must not waver. Indeed, if that recalcitrant household hinders the construction of the International Music School and incurs the Zhu family's ire, the Lu family will undoubtedly suffer grave repercussions." The other elder members of the Lu family voiced their concurrence. However, as thoughts of the humble Grandma Jiang crossed his mind, Lu Wanfeng was poised to speak. Yet the Lu matriarch decisively interrupted, "Wanfeng, ensure that the obstinate household is forcibly removed by tomorrow. Should any complications arise, I shall bear the responsibility." Grandma, wouldn't that be excessively harsh? Lu Wanfeng felt a surge of compassion. Grandma Jiang is truly unfortunate. Unfortunate? In Jiangnan province, there exists a multitude of individuals in dire need. Wanfeng, bear in mind that those who elicit our compassion often harbor their own shortcomings. Given that the Zhu family has entrusted you with the International Music School project, it is imperative that you do not let them down. The matriarch of the Lu family articulated her words with great emphasis. Grandmother, I beseech you for just 3 more days, merely 3 days. If, by that time, I have been unable to persuade the obstinate household to vacate, I shall resort to demolition. After a brief internal conflict, Lu Wanfeng gazed imploringly at the matriarch. Very well. Very well. I recognize your compassionate nature, so I shall grant you 3 days. After a moment of reflection, the Lu matriarch acquiesced to Lu Wanfeng's entreaty. Once the work report was completed, Lu Wanfeng sought a private audience with Lu Xuanyi. What is it that you wish to discuss? Lu Xuanyi inquired. Raising an eyebrow and casting a scornful glance at Lu Wanfeng, her demeanor replete with arrogance. Xianyi, are you aware of the reasons behind Grandmother Zhang's refusal to relocate? Lu Wanfeng inquired with keen curiosity. The Lu family had offered a substantial sum to Grandma Jiang for her relocation. Logically, she should not still be lingering in Dongjia village. Of course, I am aware of the reason, Lu Xianyi replied with a playful glimmer in his eye. But why should I divulge it to you? Lu Wanfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Wanfeng, given that the Zhu family has entrusted you with the endeavor of the International Music School, you ought to concentrate on your work. Instead of seeking my assistance at every turn, why not consult Su Wen? Lu Xianyi remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Did you not previously assert that Su Wen had connections with the Zhu family? If he possesses such capability, how could he fail to resolve a mere holdout? Lu Xianyi, we both understand that Su Wen is unlikely to have any connection with the Zhu family. There is no necessity for you to ridicule me regarding this matter repeatedly. Lu Wanfeng retorted with indignation. Ah, Wanfeng. You acknowledge that Su Wen cannot possibly be acquainted with the Zhu family? I had assumed you were as ensnared in delusion as he is. Lu Xianyi responded with a soft chuckle, raising her head like a regal phoenix, declaring, if you desire my aid, you must kneel and plead. What? What did you just say? Lu Wanfeng quivered with fury. For such a trifling issue, you expect me to kneel? Trifling? Lu Xianyi scoffed. Lu Wanfeng. As long as Grandma Jiang remains steadfast, the project for the International Music School cannot be initiated. This has profound implications for the very destiny of the Lu family. Tell me, is this truly a trivial matter? Then I could forcibly remove her. Lu Wanfeng countered. Go ahead and attempt to evict her. If it results in a catastrophic incident, well. Lu Xianyi smirked. What catastrophic incident? Lu Wanfeng's countenance paled. Yet Lu Xianyi paid her no mind and departed. As night descended, Lu Wanfeng returned home. Wanfeng, do you not feel well? Your complexion appears rather poor. Su Wen observed. noting the distracted demeanor of his wife. It is nothing significant, merely a minor issue at work, Lu Wanfeng replied, shaking her head as she forced a gentle and warm smile. Do you require my assistance? Suwen offered her a cup of warm water. No. It is merely a trivial matter that I can manage, Lu Wanfeng declined, wishing not to burden Suwen with her concerns. By the way, my dear, how has work been treating you of late? Are you feeling fatigued? Not at all. I find myself quite unoccupied, Suwen replied with a smile. That is reassuring to hear. Lu Wanfeng embraced Suwen, her captivating eyes shimmering with emotion as she earnestly expressed, I do not wish for my man to be overly weary, for I am more than capable of providing support. Support me? As he beheld the enchanting Lu Wanfeng, Suwen's heart raced. Was she attempting to allure him? Yet, by the time Suwen regained his composure, he observed that Lu Wanfeng had succumbed to slumber. She must have been quite wearied from the day's endeavors. The following day, Suwen arrived at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. President Su, Yang Wubiao seeks your audience. Chen Baifu approached Suwen with utmost respect. Yang Wubiao. Suwen found the name somewhat familiar. He is the 9th-rank warrior who was formerly a subordinate of Chen Xi's son. Chen Baifu elaborated. What could he desire from me? Suwen inquired nonchalantly. I'm not entirely certain, but it would be prudent for you to meet him. In Jinling City, under the auspices of Qiu Fulong, Yang Wubiao is the preeminent warrior. Preeminent warrior? Suwen emitted a derisive chuckle and addressed Chen Baifu. Let us proceed to meet Yang Wubiao. Shortly thereafter, Suwen found himself in the reception room of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, where he encountered Yang Wubiao clad in a sleek black jacket. Yang Wubiao's sun-kissed physique exuded an aura of strength. Are you the newly appointed president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, Suwen? Yang Wubiao's piercing gaze was firmly fixed upon Suwen. Indeed, that is I, Suwen replied with a subtle nod. Do you have matters to discuss with me? I seek the assistance of your esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce in locating an individual, Yang Wubiao declared with unwavering conviction. Upon success, I shall bestow upon you a reward of 50 million. As he spoke, Yang Wubiao presented a photograph. The image depicted a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years of age. I am not interested, Suwen replied decisively, not even casting a glance at the photograph. President Su, you may wish to reconsider, for I perceive numerous prospects for our collaboration in Jinling City in the times to come. At that moment, an immense force emanated from Yang Wubiao, shattering the furniture before him. Observing this, Chen Baifu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, a half-step martial arts master? Yang Wubiao, have you truly achieved a breakthrough? Thanks to your guidance, young Master Chen, I have fortuitously attained this advancement, Yang Wubiao responded. Then turned to Suwen with a veneer of a smile. President Su, will you still decline to assist me? You must grasp the significance of a half-step martial arts master in Jiangnan province. I have expressed my disinterest. Suwen elevated his gaze, meeting Yang Wubiao's eyes with an unwavering calmness. Yet, that singular glance sent a shiver through Yang Wubiao's heart. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, now brimming with indignation. President Su, the Liyue Chamber of Commerce thrives in Jiang, and owing to the Zhu family of Nanling. But have you contemplated that a formidable dragon cannot overshadow a local serpent? The Zhu family, after all, does not represent the true power of Jiangnan. Once the esteemed Zhu Lingtian and Miss Zhu Wenju depart from Jiangnan, who will provide you with support then? Just extend your hand now, and in the future, should you encounter adversity, I, Yang Wubiao, shall not remain a passive observer. Adversity? At the utterance of that term, Suwen erupted into hearty laughter. My affairs do not warrant your concern, Yang Wubiao. Manager Chen, kindly escort our guest out. You. Confronted with Suwen's steadfast disposition, Yang Wubiao suppressed his ire. Very well, President Su, while youthful enthusiasm is admirable, inflexibility may lead to fracture, whereas adaptability prevails. The journey ahead is extensive. I trust that one day you shall not find yourself in need of my aid. Otherwise, With those ominous words, Yang Wubiao departed without a glance back. Once he had gone, Chen Baifu turned to Suwen, his expression laden with concern. President Su, you ought not to have dismissed Yang Wubiao. He has ascended to a half-step martial arts master, and it is likely that numerous factions in Jiangnan are eager to win his favor. Will Zhu Lingtian enlist Yang Wubiao? Suwen refrained from answering directly. Instead, he smiled and posed a counter-query. Certainly, Elder Zhu would not. As a legendary master, why would he concern himself with a mere half-step martial arts master? Chen Baifu shook his head. If even Zhu Lingtian pays no heed to such an individual, why should I expend my efforts to recruit him? Suwen spoke with an air of intrigue. As his words lingered in the air, the phone rang. and Li Guifeng's anxious voice broke through. Su Wen, where are you? Lu Wanfeng is involved in a confrontation. You must hasten to her aid. Upon arriving at Dongjiao village, Su Wen beheld Li Guifeng in a fervent dispute with a flamboyantly attired young woman. Meanwhile, Lu Wanfeng knelt on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. Wanfeng, mother, what is transpiring? Su Wen inquired as he approached his wife for elucidation. Before Lu Wanfeng could respond, Li Guifeng pointed an accusatory finger at the young woman, exclaiming, "How dare you strike my daughter? And what of it?" The young woman retorted with an air of superiority. Who told her to interfere? You. Li Guifeng was poised to continue, but Lu Wanfeng shook her head, saying, "It's all right, mother, just let her be. Why don't you take your leave?" Li Guifeng raised her voice at the young woman. As the young woman prepared to depart, she cast a fierce glare at Lu Wanfeng, asserting, "Let me be unequivocal. Lu Wanfeng, the estate and wealth bestowed by old lady Jiang are rightfully mine. I can intimidate her at my whim. What recourse do you possess? Should you dare to challenge her again, I shall ensure that you are left utterly incapacitated." With that, the young woman directed a scornful look at Su Wan. "What are you staring at? Have you never encountered beauty before? You simpleton, be gone." Yet Su Wan stood undeterred. "So it was you who assaulted my wife? Your wife? Ah, indeed, I struck her. And what of it? Do you believe you can intimidate me merely by having greater numbers? Attempt to lay a hand on me, if you dare." Xiang Shaoling retorted defiantly at Su Wen. "My husband is Qin Beishan from Jinling City, a subordinate of Yang Wubiao. If you so much as touch me today, the three of you will meet your demise by tomorrow." No sooner had she uttered these words than, smack, Su Wen delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Call your husband now, and let us witness how he shall ensure our downfall." Xiang Shaoling, staring at Su Wen in disbelief, roared, "How dare you strike me, you insolent wretch? I desire your demise. I desire your demise." In a frenzy, she began dialing a number. Yet the call seemed to stretch into eternity. "Just wait. My husband is preoccupied at the moment, but once he is free, I shall ensure that you and your despicable wife..." Smack. Before she could complete her menacing words, Su Wen struck her once more, retorting, "Who are you referring to as despicable? I mean Lu." Smack. Wan. Smack. After two additional slaps, Xiang Shaoling was rendered utterly petrified, too terrified to utter the concluding syllable of "Feng." You shall pay for this. I shall not allow you to escape." Grasping her flushed visage, Xiang Shaoling uttered a scathing remark before fleeing in trepidation. Once she had departed, Li Guifeng approached Su Wen, her earlier indifference metamorphosing as she applauded him in approval. "Well done, Su Wen. That woman mistreated Wanfeng. She warranted retribution. Su Wen, you ought not to have acted so rashly." In stark contrast to Li Guifeng's satisfaction, Lu Wanfeng appeared perturbed. "I have heard of Qin Beishan. He is reputed to be a martial artist. Fear not, Wanfeng. Should anything arise, I shall assume responsibility." Su Wen interjected, soothingly addressing his wife's concerns. "With me by your side, no one in this world dares to inflict harm upon you." "Enough, Su Wen. Just put on a performance. Do not prolong this," Li Guifeng retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Su Wen before turning her attention to Lu Wanfeng. "My dear, there is no need for trepidation. The Lu family stands firmly by your side. Qin Beishan may possess martial skills, but does the Lu family lack martial prowess? Your grandmother requires your presence now. The Lu family shall not forsake you." This holds true. Lu Wanfeng experienced a slight alleviation of her apprehension. At that moment, the door of the dilapidated old courtyard creaked open, unveiling an elderly woman clad in cotton attire and donning straw sandals, despite the sweltering summer heat. "Miss Lu, I am grateful for your earlier assistance. Had it not been for you, that Xiang Shaoling would have seized my home," the old woman articulated, her words laced with a touch of bitterness and self-deprecation. "It was nothing, Grandma Jiang. My aid was, in truth, also for my own benefit," Lu Wanfeng responded, bestowing a gentle smile reminiscent of a refreshing breeze. "Wanfeng, what is the narrative here? What do you imply by assisting yourself? And that woman from earlier?" Observing his wife engaged in conversation with the elderly lady, Su Wen sought clarification. "That woman is Xiang Shaoling, a child adopted by Grandma Jiang. However, she has never offered her support to Grandma Jiang. Rather, she has harbored wishes for her demise, all while scheming to usurp her home and wealth. Truly, she is a heartless scoundrel." The mere mention of Xiang Shaoling ignited Lu Wanfeng's ire. Should Xiang Shaoling succeed in taking Grandma Jiang's residence, she would undoubtedly extort a considerable sum from our Lu family, drawn from the demolition funds allocated for Dongjiao village. Thus, I confronted her, and in my exasperation, I resorted to violence. Now, I comprehend. Observing his wife championing Grandma Zhang's cause, Suwen probed further, what of Grandma Zhang's other offspring? All of Grandma Zhang's offspring have departed from this world, yet she is blessed with a granddaughter. Regrettably, a decade ago, her beloved granddaughter was ensnared by the clutches of human traffickers. The reason behind Grandma Zhang's reluctance to relocate lies in her profound fear that, should her granddaughter ever return, she might be unable to find her way back home. As she recounted her tale, Lu Wanfeng's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by a deep sense of empathy for Grandma Jiang, it became evident to her why the entirety of Dongjia village had chosen to move, while Grandma Jiang remained resolute. For she awaited the return of her granddaughter. Grandma Jiang, a decade has elapsed. It is likely that your granddaughter has succumbed, Li Guifeng lamented, her heart heavy with compassion for Grandma Jiang's tribulations. You speak nonsense. My granddaughter is alive. She will not perish. Grandma Jiang, visibly distressed, shot a fierce glance at Li Guifeng, her weathered eyes brimming with tears. Mother, could you please refrain from speaking so much? Lu Wanfeng cast a vexed glance at Li Guifeng. Li Guifeng lowered her voice as she spoke, but Wanfeng, this elderly woman adamantly refuses to leave Dongjia village. How can we possibly advance with the International Music School project? We must not overlook the involvement of the Zhu family. She is the last remaining obstinate resident. Lu Wanfeng found herself at a loss for words. She had previously contemplated forced demolition, yet now the thought repulsed her. Is it true that if we locate Grandma Zhang's granddaughter, she might be inclined to relocate? Suddenly, Su Wen, who had remained silent until now, interjected, Indeed. If you manage to locate my granddaughter, I shall willingly relocate to the city. Before Lu Wanfeng could utter a word, the elderly Grandma Jiang, enveloped in a heavy cotton coat, clutched Su Wen's hand with fervor. I am illiterate, devoid of any formal education. My granddaughter is missing, and I am at a loss as to whom I can turn for assistance. No one seems inclined to offer their help. As she spoke, tears cascaded down Grandma Jiang's cheeks, her voice trembling with anguish. Dear Grandma Jiang, please refrain from weeping. Present me with a photograph of your granddaughter. As long as she is alive, I shall endeavor to aid you in your search. Gazing into Grandma Jiang's tear-filled eyes, Su Wen made a heartfelt vow. Very well. I shall procure a photograph for you. Kindly hold on for a moment. As she spoke, Grandma Jiang opened an aged cabinet and retrieved a pristine photo frame. Within the frame lay a portrait of a girl, approximately 16 or 17 years of age. Upon gazing at the image, Su Wen narrowed his eyes, pondering. Could it truly be her? My dear, do you recognize Grandma Jiang's granddaughter? Observing Su Wen's penetrating gaze fixed upon the girl in the photograph, Lu Wanfeng could not restrain herself from inquiring. I do not, Su Wen replied, shaking his head. Well, Lu Wanfeng sighed and continued. My dear, Grandma Jiang's granddaughter has been missing for a decade. Locating her will prove exceedingly challenging. Let us make an attempt, Su Wen responded with a gentle smile. Otherwise, how do you envision establishing the International Music School? Will it be through the forceful demolition of Grandma Jiang's home? I have no desire to resort to such measures. Grandma Jiang is far too unfortunate, Lu Wanfeng countered, shaking her head. In that case, await my news. If fortune favors us, we should have results by tomorrow. As he spoke, Su Wen took the photograph and departed. Mother, do you believe Su Wen can genuinely locate Grandma Jiang's granddaughter? Lu Wanfeng expressed her doubts while watching Su Wen's retreating silhouette. He is squandering his time. Li Guifeng interjected bluntly. It has been 10 years since she vanished. Who can say if she is even still in Jiangyan? Where shall he uncover her? This endeavor proves to be considerably more arduous than locating a needle within a haystack. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanfeng bowed her head in despondency. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, Mother, I shall enlist the assistance of the Lu family to seek out the granddaughter of Grandma Jiang. There is strength in numbers. Perhaps a miracle shall unfold. Akin to the day of the ribbon cutting. Departing from Dongjia village, Su Wen returned to the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, where have you been? Chen Baifu approached with an obsequious demeanor. At that moment, Chen Baifu's mind was in disarray. Previously, Su Wen's scornful comments regarding Yang Wubiao had led him to ponder. Even Zhuling Dian did not pursue an alliance with Yang Wubiao. Why then with Su Wen? Could it be that Su Wen is also a martial arts master? However, that appears rather improbable. Manager Chen, your timing is truly impeccable. From this moment onward, I implore you to utilize the complete resources of the Luyue Chamber of Commerce to aid me in the quest for this girl. Su Wen delicately positioned the framed photograph before Chen Baifu. Ah, is this not Upon gazing at the young girl captured in the frame, Chen Baifu momentarily hesitated. Is this not the very girl whom Yang Wubiao had previously entrusted to Su Wen for retrieval? In that fleeting moment, Chen Baifu grasped that Su Wen's prior rejection of Yang Wubiao was but a mere pretense. The young man, filled with hubris, often revels in affectation, yet must ultimately confront the starkness of reality. Su Wen is neither Zhu Lingdian nor Chen Sishi. His association with Yang Wubiao is simply a reflection of human nature. Very well, Mr. Su. I shall direct my subordinates to seek out this girl immediately. With a respectful acceptance of the task, Chen Baifu turned to depart. As all his earlier assumptions about Su Wen evaporated like morning mist. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Wen received a call from his wife, extending an invitation to dinner at the Liu family villa. Humph, Su Wen, I have heard that you laid hands on Chen Beishan's wife today? At the dining table, Lu Qinxin glared icily at Su Wen. What business do you, a mere rustic, have in causing such turmoil? Are you not aware that Chen Beishan is a martial artist? Do you believe he will simply overlook your actions against Xiang Shaoling? Aunt, Su Wen acted out of genuine concern for my well-being when he confronted Xiang Shaoling. Lu Wanfeng rose in Su Wen's defense. If blame must be assigned, let it rest upon my shoulders. Do not direct your anger towards my husband. Is it not commendable that he stands for what is right? When Chen Beishan comes seeking vengeance, will you possess the power to temper his fury? It will undoubtedly be the Liu family's responsibility to intervene. Kong Mandan scoffed derisively. Ever since the prior ribbon-cutting incident, she had nurtured profound resentment towards Lu Wanfeng. Had it not been for her, her daughter would have already claimed the title of head of the Liu family. There is no necessity for the Liu family to intervene. Should Chen Beishan dare to trouble Wanfeng, I shall address it myself. At this declaration, Su Wen set down his chopsticks, speaking with composed confidence. You shall address it? Are you a martial artist? Kong Manyun cast a scornful glance at Su Wen. Lu Xuanyi observed with contempt, yet she found herself disinclined to ridicule Su Wen. She merely viewed him as a perpetual source of amusement. I am indeed not a martial artist, Su Wen remarked, shaking his head with an air of indifference as he noted the scrutinizing gazes of the Liu family upon him. However, I am. Humph. I am fully aware that you are no martial artist, Kong Manyun interrupted haughtily. You, a mere peasant from the mountains, what do you truly know of martial arts? Training in martial arts demands significant financial investment. You cannot even afford the betrothal gifts for Lu Wanfeng. How could you possibly find the means to pursue martial arts? Before Su Wen could articulate his thoughts further, Kong Manyun continued. Moreover, allow me to enlighten you that Chen Beishan is supported by Yang Wubiao, the underground leader of Jinling City. Not long ago, Yang Wubiao ascended to the rank of half-step martial arts master. He is a figure of considerable renown, second only to Mr. Chiao. Even my esteemed Liu family cannot afford to provoke him. Should Yang Wubiao demand that my family surrender Lu Wanfeng, you. Enough. Kong Manyun, there is no need to intimidate Su Wen and Lu Wanfeng. Given Yang Wubiao's prominence, he would not deign to personally involve himself in such a trivial affair. The venerable matriarch of the Liu family interjected, interrupting Kong Manyun as she partook of her meal. Mother, I merely aim to caution Su Wen, lest this unsophisticated individual remain oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Kong Manyun offered a sheepish smile. At that moment, Lu Qinxin remarked, Mother, even if Yang Wubiao were to intervene, our Liu family need not tremble in fear. Oh, are you insinuating that we can rely on the Zhu family? Old Lady Lu directed her gaze toward her. The international music school has yet to be established. Do you wish for our Liu family to wield the Zhu family's reputation as a mere shield? Are you not apprehensive about provoking the ire of the Zhu family? That is not the case, Mother. It pertains to Zhou Xiling. Lu Qinxin swiftly shook her head. Zhou Xiling shares a profound connection with Yang Wubiao. They often refer to one another as brothers, as my son-in-law has affirmed. Oh, the expression of old lady Lu transformed, her gaze scrutinizing Zhou Xiling anew, before she inquired. Xiling, do you know Yang Wubiao? Indeed, I do, Zhou Xiling replied. Brother Biao is a cherished friend of mine. As Zhou Xiling confirmed this, Su Wen at the dining table could no longer contain a chuckle. Su Wen, what is so amusing? Lu Qinxin glared at Su Wen with indignation. Aunt Qinxin, I was unaware that Yang Wubiao and Zhou Xiling were such close brothers. Conversely, I have heard that Yang Wubiao recently intends to eliminate Zhou Xiling. Su Wen remarked with a significant undertone. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Wentong interjected. Su Wen, cease your nonsensical chatter. How could you possibly know? What could a country bumpkin like you comprehend? Am I not cognizant of my husband's virtues? I personally witnessed my husband being warmly embraced by Yang Wubiao, as he entered a sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As Lu Wentong spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wanfeng, declaring, "Cousin Wanfeng, your partner pales in comparison to mine, and yet he resorts to maligning Zhou Xiling? How rife with jealousy he must be. Unable to achieve success himself, he cannot bear to witness the prosperity of others. How utterly vain. Cousin Wentong, please do not be disheartened. Perhaps Su Wen has erred," Lu Wanfeng interjected, observing Lu Wentong's indignation. She swiftly pulled Su Wen aside, adopting an affectionate demeanor. "Please refrain from making unfounded accusations, lest Cousin Wentong becomes incensed." The dinner at the Lu family concluded, and Lu Wanfeng departed with Su Wen. Following their exit, Lu Wentong approached Lu Xuanyi with a smile. "Cousin Xuanyi, would you be willing to assist Lu Wanfeng in her quest to locate Grandma Zhang's granddaughter?" During dinner, Lu Wanfeng apprised the family of the construction challenges faced in Dongjiao village. Presently, the continuation of the International Music School's construction is contingent upon locating Grandma Zhang's granddaughter. "Why should I extend my assistance to Lu Wanfeng?" Lu Xuanyi arched an eyebrow, a scoff escaping her lips, asserting that the Zhu family has no associations with her. Furthermore, she expressed a curiosity regarding whether Lu Wanfeng would provoke the Zhu family's ire by persistently delaying the project. "Are you suggesting that you question Lu Wanfeng's capability to find Grandma Zhang's granddaughter?" Lu Wentong began to perceive the underlying implications. Locating a person who has been missing for a decade is no trivial task. Lu Xuanyi shook her head in disdain, pondering whether Lu Wanfeng genuinely believes she can continue to conjure miracles. "That is indeed a valid observation." Lu Wentong nodded in agreement, stating that it ultimately hinges on whether Lu Wanfeng possesses the audacity to forcibly raise Grandma Zhang's residence. Should she refrain from doing so, the Zhu family's project will be unable to commence, inevitably inciting Grandma's displeasure. Let her proceed with the demolition. Should a calamity ensue, they shall all find themselves incarcerated. Lu Xianyi's expression was laden with resentment. The following day, Su Wen arrived at the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. "Manager Chen, have you made any headway in locating the girl you were tasked with finding?" Su Wen inquired, raising an eyebrow as he observed Chen Baifu approaching. Chen Baifu hesitated, and after a protracted pause, he mustered a smile and replied, "Regrettably, we have yet to locate her. The principal challenge lies in the vastness of Jiangnan province, coupled with the fact that the girl, Jiang Shiyao, has been missing for a decade, rendering the search rather formidable. Would it be feasible for me to seek assistance from Director Chen in Jiangnan? Might he be able to expedite the search for Jiang Shiyao?" Su Wen inquired abruptly, "Mr. Su, are you familiar with Director Chen?" Chen Baifu was momentarily taken aback. Despite the familial ties he shared with Director Chen, their societal standings were vastly disparate. Director Chen was not merely a legendary figure within Jiangnan province. He was also one of the 3 esteemed individuals in Jiangnan Prefecture. Among the 13 cities of Jiangnan, only one held a status superior to that of Director Chen, the prefect of Jiangnan, known as the Xianyuan. However, in the past 2 years, the Xianyuan had been absent from Jiangnan, rendering Director Chen the de facto authority of the region. "I have heard of Director Chen, though I have yet to have the pleasure of making his acquaintance," Su Wen remarked nonchalantly, noting Chen Baifu's gaze. Upon hearing this, Chen Baifu chose not to pursue the matter further and replied, "Even if Mr. Su were to seek an audience with Director Chen, I fear he may not be able to hasten the search for Jiang Shiyao." "Why is that?" Su Wen inquired with curiosity. "Mr. Su, you may not be aware, but even Director Chen would need to rely on our intelligence network at the Luyue Chamber of Commerce to locate someone in Jiangnan," Chen Baifu replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I see," Su Wen acknowledged, opting for silence thereafter. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 days had slipped away. Yet, the Luyue Chamber of Commerce had still not succeeded in locating Jiang Grandma's granddaughter, Jiang Shiyao. Lu Wanfeng and the Lu family found themselves equally perplexed. "Su Wen, what shall we do?" "It has already been 3 days," Lu Wanfeng, adorned in a light green long dress, leaned against Su Wen, her long, delicate legs poised with elegance. She expressed her anxiety. "If we cannot find Jiang Shiyao soon, the Lu family will have no choice but to resort to forcibly demolishing Grandma Zhang's house, and if that occurs..." As she spoke, her phone abruptly rang. "What?" "The Lu family has indeed commenced the demolition in Dongjiao village." Upon concluding the call, Lu Wanfeng urgently conveyed to Su Wen, "My dear, we are in grave trouble. The Lu family is dismantling Dongjia village, and Grandma Jiang is contemplating the unthinkable. We must hasten our arrival." Upon reaching Dongjiao village, Su Wen and his wife beheld the Liu family members accompanied by construction workers, poised to forcibly raze Grandma Jiang's residence. Lu Xianyi, what is the meaning of this? Was it not agreed that the project for the International Music School would proceed according to my directives? Upon spotting Lu Xianyi amidst the crowd, Lu Wanfeng surged forward, seething with indignation. Who authorized this demolition? It was I who granted permission. The venerable matriarch of the Liu family approached with a grave demeanor. Wanfeng, the collaboration with the Zhu family is of utmost significance. We have sought Jiang Shiyao for 3 days without any success. Any further delay in the project for the International Music School will imperil the Liu family. LWNFing found herself at a loss to counter old Lady L's assertions and could merely murmur, "Where is Grandma Jiang? In what location can she be found?" "Over there." A member of the L family gestured towards the dilapidated old courtyard, where an elderly woman, clad in a cotton coat despite the summer's warmth, precariously perched upon the rooftop, seemingly contemplating her fate. Grandma Jiang, LWNFing, her visage drained of color with trepidation, dashed forward, exclaiming, "Grandma Jiang, please descend. It is perilous up there. Liars, you are all liars." Upon encountering LWNFing, Grandma Jiang's voice became imbued with fervor and sorrow. "You pledged to assist me in locating Jiang Shiyao, yet here I stand, bereft of my granddaughter, while you contemplate the demolition of my home. I merely wish to await my granddaughter's return. Why must you torment an elderly woman such as myself?" As she uttered these final words, tears of despair cascaded down Grandma Jiang's cheeks. "Grandma Jiang, please descend. I shall help you find Jiang Shiyao," Su Wen urged, stepping forward. "No, I shall not come down. The moment I do, you will raze my home," Grandma Jiang retorted, her eyes ablaze with desperation. "If I do not glimpse Jiang Shiyao, I shall remain here. Should you proceed with the demolition of my abode, I will perish before your very eyes. Let her perish if she so desires." "Who do you believe you are to intimidate us, old woman? The L family can afford a life." Among the throng, Kang M. New York and scoffed with disdain. Just as her words faded, Su Wen's phone chimed. It was a call from CHNBF. "Oh, have you located her? Good, I shall proceed at once." After concluding the call, Su Wen turned to LWNFing and declared, "I have successfully located Jiang Shiyao." "Really?" LWNFing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She quickly addressed Grandma Jiang. "Grandma Jiang, my husband has located your granddaughter. Please come down. If Jiang Shiyao does not come, I shall not descend." Grandma Jiang remained resolute. "I know you are attempting to deceive me. I will not be fooled by your tricks. Grandma Jiang, we are not deceiving you. I shall bring Jiang Shiyao to you at once." As Su Wen spoke, he turned back to the L family, asserting, "No one is to forcibly demolish Dongjiao village before my return. Otherwise, do not hold me responsible for my actions." "Su, how dare you address us in such a manner?" LQNXN, seated in her wheelchair, glared icily. "Have you truly found Jiang Shiyao?" Old Lady L regarded Su Wen with a solemn expression. He has yet to uncover any leads. Before Su Wen could articulate a response, El Su New York interjected, her voice laced with derision. "If our L family is unable to find her, how could he possibly succeed? All he does is fabricate tales. Is it truly amusing? Thank heavens I did not become his bride." El Su New York, hold your tongue, LWNF-ing admonished, casting a fierce glare in her direction before turning to old Lady L. "Grandmother, lives hang in the balance. I firmly believe Su Wen speaks the truth. Very well. I shall extend my trust to Su Wen this once." Old Lady L paused, her gaze fixed intently on Su Wen. "Su Wen, can you retrieve Jiang Shiyao within half a day?" "Absolutely," Su Wen nodded. "Then I shall await your return for half a day. Should you fail to return by that time, I shall promptly command the demolition of Dongjiao village." The old Lady L articulated each word with precision. In JNLing City, at the WNHO nightclub, Chen Beishan was engaged in discourse with several local coal magnates. "Brother Chen, I have heard that Master Biao has returned to Jinling City," remarked a portly gentleman clad in a white suit, his tone laced with feigned cordiality. "When might you introduce us to Master Biao? Do you desire to make his acquaintance?" Chen Beishan responded with a sardonic smile, his gaze piercing through the coal tycoons. "Indeed. It is said that Master Biao has transcended the threshold of a half-step martial arts master. In Jinling City, he stands as the preeminent martial artist, second only to Mr. Xiao. To cultivate such a connection is a desire we all share." A coal magnate eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Chen Beishan's gaze bore a trace of curiosity. "Xiao Lu," he remarked, "I am not well versed in the customs of your coal yards, but here, should one wish to solicit a favor, one must adopt an appropriate demeanor. Merely expressing a desire to become acquainted with Master Biao seems rather whimsical, does it not? Upon hearing this, the coal magnate quickly grasped the situation, promptly unveiling a password-protected case while ingratiatingly assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Chen, I shall not deprive you of my offerings." With a click, the case sprang open, revealing an immaculate assortment of cash, no less than 5 million. "Brother Chun, this is for you, and for my interest as well." As the other coal tycoons observed this display, they too produced their password-protected cases, presenting them before Chen Beishan. Commendable. I acknowledge your sincerity, yet it feels somewhat inadequate." After accepting a dozen or so cases, Chen Beishan wore a knowing smile. "I have heard that the women at the Marriott nightclub possess quite an allure?" The coal barons exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Chen Beishan's intentions. However, the man in the white suit, Lu, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Indeed, the ladies at our Marriott nightclub are all exceptionally beautiful and voluptuous. They exude an irresistible charm." Upon concluding his remarks, Lu retrieved his mobile phone and placed a call, instructing, "Have the ladies come in." Shortly thereafter, a dozen young women, elegantly attired in crimson high heels and alluring black stockings, graced the private room of the nightclub. These young women epitomized beauty and allure, uniformly clad in sailor outfits, exuding an irresistible charm. "Address him as Brother Chun," Lu directed the young women. "Hello, Brother Chun." The chorus of uniformed women harmonized in unison. "Brother Chun, these ladies are the stars of our Marriott nightclub. Whichever one captures your fancy, you may take her with you tonight," Lu offered with enthusiasm. "You may indulge as you desire." Yet, still unsatisfied, Chen Beishan cast a few discerning glances at the uniformed women and shook his head dismissively. This is hardly lacking, is it?" Lu's lips twitched in surprise. "These ladies are all internet celebrities. Some have even graced the world of modeling. Xiao Lu, do you have anyone who possesses a touch more innocence?" "I find myself utterly fatigued by the phenomenon of internet celebrities," Chen Beishan remarked, his contempt unmistakable. "A tad more innocent?" Lu hesitated briefly. Yet one of the coal magnates beside him chuckled. "Lu, did you not previously procure a woman from the traffickers? She appeared quite innocent. Why not allow her to accompany Brother Chen for an evening?" "Are you alluding to Jiang Shiyao?" Lu's countenance revealed his reluctance. For Jiang Shiyao is the most virtuous woman he has ever encountered. Even President Lu himself cannot bring himself to lay a finger upon her. Indeed, it is Jiang Shiyao. You are familiar with the adage, "One cannot capture a wolf without releasing the child." Surely, you do not wish to forfeit the chance to meet with Master Biao? Observing President Lu's hesitance, the coal magnate artfully enhanced his rhetoric, remarking, "She is but a woman. Should she be lost, another shall inevitably take her place. Yet, to forfeit the opportunity to meet Master Biao, very well, I shall summon Jiang Shiyao at once." Before his companion could conclude his statement, President Lu initiated a phone call. Moments later, an untainted maiden clad in a flowing white dress, with cerulean eyes, was ushered into the nightclub's private chamber. This innocent lady possessed a delicate beauty, her short hair framing a visage that exuded an innate allure, evoking a sense of sympathy. Particularly striking was her subtle fragrance, reminiscent of bellflowers. Upon beholding this pure woman, even Chen Beishan, a man well acquainted with the charms of countless women, found himself momentarily entranced. What an embodiment of purity! Jiang Shiyao resembled a pristine white lotus, untouched by the mire, exuding purity and innocence, a striking contrast to the alluring women clad in sailor uniforms at the Wanfeng nightclub. Very good, Xiao Lu, I am quite enamored with your sister. Allow her to remain with me tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you all to meet Master Biao." After regaining his composure, Chen Beishan smiled at President Lu. "Jiang Shiyao, did you hear that? Brother Chen has taken a liking to you. Tonight, be sure to keep him company." President Lu addressed Jiang Shiyao with an authoritative tone. I do not wish to accompany anyone for drinks," Jiang Shiyao murmured, her voice laced with trepidation and fear. "Who the hell mentioned drinks? You shall accompany him to bed. Do you understand?" A coal magnate scolded Jiang Shiyao with anger. "I will not accompany him to bed." Despite her fear, Jiang Shiyao summoned the courage to respond. "I am not a loose woman. Go to hell." The coal magnate struck Jiang Shiyao, declaring that Brother Chun had taken a fancy to her, a fortune she purportedly earned in a previous life. He demanded that she obediently disrobe and await Brother Chen in bed, questioning her audacity to refuse. Who did she think she was? Jiang Shiyao retorted defiantly, proclaiming that she would rather perish than submit to his desires. Shielding her face, she glared fiercely at President Wan and the others. her countenance resolute as if prepared to confront death itself. The coal magnate, on the verge of an outburst, was interrupted by Chun Beishan's amused chuckle. Ah, splendid. I have a penchant for women who exhibit such steadfast loyalty. The more she resists, the more my excitement grows, he remarked with a sinister glee as he advanced toward Jiang Shiyao. With a mere flick of his fingers, Jiang Shiyao felt a jolt coursing through her, rendering her immobile. What? What have you done to me? She gasped, bewildered. Sensing her body stiffen, Jiang Shiyao's countenance drained of color in sheer terror. It is nothing of great concern. I have merely sealed your meridians, Chun Beishan remarked, reaching out to delicately tuck a strand of Jiang Shiyao's hair behind her ear. With a mischievous grin directed at President Wan and the others, he continued, fetch a camera. I wish to immortalize this unforgettable evening. In no time, a coal magnate returned with a camera. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Shiyao trembled uncontrollably, beseeching Chun Beishan, I implore you, please release me. I am willing to spend the night with you, to share a drink with you. Please, do not capture any photographs. Do not beg me, dear beauty. To be frank, I find your defiant spirit far more appealing, Chun Beishan replied, his laughter erupting as he observed the tears cascading down Jiang Shiyao's face. The other coal tycoons joined in the raucous laughter, their mirth reverberating throughout the room. Amidst their revelry, Jiang Shiyao was engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Just as she was consumed by hopelessness, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man clad in a white shirt strode in, announcing, Who is Jiang Shiyao? Come with me. Your grandmother wishes to see you. The sudden voice momentarily stunned everyone in the private room of the nightclub. After regaining his composure, General Liu arched an eyebrow at Su Wan and, with a menacing glare, remarked, Who is this wild brat? Jiang Shiyao is a woman cherished by our brother Chun. Do you presume you can simply take her away? Who do you think you are? Pausing, General Liu flung a fruit knife from the table towards Su Wan and, adopting an authoritative tone, commanded, Kneel down at once, and sever your index finger to apologize to Brother Chun, or you shall not witness the dawn in Jinling tomorrow. At these words, the other coal bosses regarded Su Wan with mocking expressions. The flamboyantly attired hostesses displayed pity and sympathy. Believing that this young man truly did not grasp the severity of his predicament by daring to lay claim to someone from the Marriott nightclub. Was he still in a state of slumber? You wish for me to sever my finger? Confronted by the arrogant General Liu, Su Wan, instead of succumbing to indignation, donned a captivating expression. Are you certain? Enough of this frivolity. Proceed. I shall count to 3. Should you fail to comply, I shall personally intervene. With that, General Liu audaciously commenced his countdown. 1, 2. In the oppressive atmosphere, Jiang Shiyao fixated on Su Wan, her heart filled with unfulfilled yearning. The other party asserted that her grandmother wished to see her. Could it be that her grandmother still drew breath? As Jiang Shiyao's thoughts meandered, General Liu reached the count of 3. In that instant, a heart-rending wail reverberated through the nightclub's private chamber. Why, you insolent wretch? You dare. Upon beholding his severed finger before him, General Liu's countenance contorted in agony. Brother Liu? General Liu, are you well? The other coal magnates gasped in astonishment at the sight of Liu's bloodied hand. I have severed your finger. Now, may I take Jiang Shiyao with me? As Su Wan approached the bloodshot-eyed General Liu, a smirk played upon his lips. You insolent child, do you dare sever my finger? I shall perish. I shall ensure your demise. General Liu, clutching his hand in a frenzy, bellowed, Bring me someone. This impudent wretch shall be eliminated. He will plead for his life yet find none, and crave death yet be denied. However, after an extended period of his vociferous outburst, no one appeared in the nightclub's private chamber. Cease your clamor. Your subordinates have likely already been dealt with by this young wretch, interjected Chun Beishan, who was seated on the sofa. For the first time, he lifted his gaze, casting a predatory glare at Su Wan before smirking. Young man, did you just assert your intention to take Jiang Shiyao away? Indeed, Su Wan replied, his demeanor unfazed as he nodded. Do you harbor any objections? Objections? Chun Beishan and several coal magnates beside him chuckled. Young man, do you even comprehend to whom you are speaking? I acknowledge that your abilities are indeed praiseworthy. However, Brother Chen stands as a 4th-tier martial artist in Jinling City. Even if you possess combat skills, can you genuinely rival a martial practitioner? As soon as the coal baron concluded his statement, Chun Beishan casually addressed Su Wan, declaring, You shall not take Jiang Shiyao away, for soon you will find yourself a mere corpse. With that proclamation, Chun Beishan surged into action, akin to a tiger roused from its slumber. delivering a swift strike towards Su Wen's crown with a single palm, his speed astonishingly rapid. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless. Extraordinary, truly remarkable. Is this the might of a martial artist? It is said that a fourth-tier martial artist possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds. That young man is destined for doom. He merits his fate. Lacking prowess, yet audaciously causing a disturbance in our Wanhao nightclub? If he does not perish, who shall? One of the enchanting hostesses scoffed. However, a pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Shiyao's heart as she began to fret over Su Wen's safety, for she comprehended that he had come to her rescue. As Chen Beishan's hand was poised to strike Su Wen, General Liu, writhing in agony on the ground and clutching his injured hand, suddenly shouted with fervor, "Eliminate him! Dispose of this insolent brat! Kill him!" Just as General Liu was convinced that Chen Beishan's blow would surely herald doom for Su Wen, an astonishing turn of events transpired. Su Wen effortlessly flicked Chen Beishan's forehead. Boom! Chen Beishan was hurled through the air like a wild stallion, crashing against the wall of the nightclub's private chamber with such intensity that it left a profound indentation in the concrete. The crowd inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. As they beheld Chen Beishan, now soaked in his own blood, General Liu and the coal magnates collectively held their breath, too apprehensive to exhale. The hostesses recoiled in terror, their faces drained of all color. Jiang Shiyao too regarded Su Wen with astonishment, her thoughts racing. This young man is undeniably formidable. Brother Chen, are you all right? After a prolonged silence, one of the coal magnates finally regained his composure and hastened to assist Chen Beishan down from the wall. Fetch me a phone. I must call someone. I require Biaogu to come to Wanhao nightclub. Chen Beishan lay languidly in the embrace of the coal baron, his voice imbued with a blend of fury and apprehension. Once Chen Beishan concluded his call, a robust middle-aged man adorned in a black coat soon entered the private chamber of the nightclub, accompanied by his retinue. Greetings, Biaogu. It is a pleasure to see you, Biaogu. As Yang Wubiao approached, the coal barons bowed their heads in deference, while the hostesses nearly yearned to nestle into his arms, acutely aware that aligning themselves with Yang Wubiao could dramatically alter their destinies. Beishan, what transpired? You mentioned over the phone that someone had assaulted you. Who in Jinling City possesses the audacity to lay hands on my Yang Wubiao's associates? Fixing his cold gaze upon the bloodied Chen Beishan, Yang Wubiao inquired, Is this the little rascal you speak of? With trembling fingers, Chen Beishan pointed at Su Wen. His face twisted in rage. Yes, it is he. Ah, it is indeed you, President Su, Yang Wubiao remarked, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the young man from the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. He had not foreseen that this youth was a practitioner of martial arts, proving to be a formidable opponent even against Chen Beishan. It is no wonder that Zhu Lingtian entrusted the Luyue Chamber of Commerce to Su Wen. However, Yang Wubiao's expression soon transformed, his gaze wavering between uncertainty and resolve. President Su, we do not meddle in one another's affairs. Why did you strike my subordinate? He warranted it, Su Wen replied with a subtle smile, unfazed by Yang Wubiao's reproachful demeanor. Warranted it? The determination of whether my people merit a beating is not yours to make. Yang Wubiao tightened his fist, tempted multiple times to strike Su Wen, yet ultimately abstained. Mindful of the Zhu family's formidable support, President Su, permit me to offer you a word of counsel. The Zhu family cannot remain in Jiangnan indefinitely. As for today's incident, out of respect for the esteemed Zhu Lingtian, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. However, should a similar occurrence take place in the future. With a disdainful snort, Yang Wubiao motioned for Su Wen to depart. Brother Biao, are you truly allowing that scoundrel to leave unscathed? Chen Beishan interjected, seething with discontent at Yang Wubiao's leniency. Silence. Yang Wubiao shot a withering glance at Chen Beishan. You are nothing but a hindrance, achieving naught but sowing discord. Before reaching the Wanhao nightclub, Yang Wubiao had been informed of a dispute involving Chen Beishan over a woman. Brother Biao, Chen Beishan faltered under Yang Wubiao's formidable presence, ultimately bowing his head in silence. Miss Jiang, let us take our leave. Grandmother Jiang is already awaiting you, Su Wen remarked. Glancing at Jiang Shiyao, albeit slightly taken aback by Yang Wubiao's unexpected concession. Very well, Jiang Shiyao responded dutifully, her cerulean eyes sparkling. Just as the two were on the verge of departure, Yang Wubiao's gaze lingered on Jiang Shiyao's exquisite and captivating beauty. Suddenly, he trembled. President Su, I beseech you to pause. Yang Wubiao, do you have additional matters to discuss? Su Wen halted, turning back with an air of indifference. President Su, you may proceed. But this woman must stay, young Wubiao proclaimed, his voice laced with fervor and longing as he gestured towards the enchanting Jiang Shiyao. And should I decline? Su Wen inquired, his demeanor remaining entirely unruffled. Decline? Yang Wubiao fell into a contemplative silence as he poured himself another drink before resuming, President Su. Are you aware of the invaluable lessons Jiang Nan has imparted to me over the years? Sensing Su Wen's reticence, Yang Wubiao continued. Jiang Nan has instilled in me the significance of recognizing one's limitations. In light of the esteemed Zhu Lingtian, I have opted not to hold you accountable for the injury inflicted upon Qin Beishan. At this juncture, I humbly request that you allow this woman to remain by my side. Is such a modest plea too burdensome? Do you refuse to honor my request? As he finished speaking, Yang Wubiao's grip tightened, and with a sudden crash, the glass he held shattered into fragments. Your Honor? Observing the veins protruding on Yang Wubiao's forehead, Su Wen responded with a contemptuous smile. Yang Wubiao, what are you? Why should I extend you any respect? How audacious. My brother Biao is a master of martial arts. A half-step grandmaster, the preeminent warrior beneath Mr. Chiu in Jinling City. Do you dare to show him disrespect? Witnessing Su Wen's contempt for Yang Wubiao, Qin Beishan was consumed by indignation. Very well, Mr. Su. Since you choose to extend no courtesy to Yang Wubiao, I shall likewise withhold my esteem for Zhu Lingtian. I have cautioned you previously. You, President Su, would do well not to seek my aid. Even if you were to kneel and plead for mercy, I would not grant you reprieve. With that declaration, Yang Wubiao grew disinterested in further discourse. An immense wave of vitality radiated from him, and under the weight of this formidable force, Qin Beishan felt as though he were being crushed by a mountain, each breath becoming a laborious endeavor. Apart from him, the other coal magnates and their untrained female companions instinctively succumbed to the pressure, kneeling in submission. What prompts their kneeling? Observing the prostrated figures, including General Liu, Jiang Shiyao felt a surge of intrigue as she remained unscathed behind Su Wen, impervious to the overwhelming force. Exercise caution. Amid her bewilderment, Jiang Shiyao suddenly beheld Yang Wubiao charging towards Su Wen with formidable intensity, hastily alerting him, her countenance paling with alarm. Mr. Su, today, your life shall be forfeited at the Marriott nightclub. I have previously asserted that rigidity is prone to fracture. Your demise is entirely of your own making. With a malevolent grin, Yang Wubiao unleashed a punch, a terrifying force that ignited sparks in the air. Little brat, you may have triumphed over Qin Beishan, but do you truly believe you can stand against Yang Wubiao? Prepare to meet your end. General Liu's eyes shimmered with malice and trepidation as he witnessed Yang Wubiao's thunderous blow. Beside him, Qin Beishan's lips curled into a faint smirk. As anticipated, Brother Biao would not permit his subordinates to suffer. However, just as Qin Beishan and the others presumed that Su Wen was on the brink of catastrophe, they observed Su Wen shake his head in regret. Yang Wubiao, you had an opportunity to salvage your existence. Why do you not value it? What do you mean? Yang Wubiao's countenance darkened. However, before he could delve deeper into his inquiries, Su Wen nonchalantly waved his hand, and in that instant, a resonant hum echoed as the nightclub's private chamber appeared to suspend in time. Each movement became lethargic. What is happening? Yang Wubiao momentarily froze, only to perceive an overwhelming force descending upon his limbs. Crack, crack, crack. In a heartbeat, both his hands and legs were shattered. Soon, Yang Wubiao found himself sprawled on the ground, bloodied, his gaze fixed upon Su Wen as he emitted a pained wail. You are a master of martial arts? Aside from a martial arts master, Yang Wubiao could scarcely fathom who else could wield such formidable power. It must be the legendary prowess he had heard whispers of, a master of martial arts? Upon hearing those words, Su Wen offered no response, merely placing a foot upon Yang Wubiao's head. Yang Wubiao, have you uttered your final words? Mr. Su, I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you to grant me mercy. I implore you. Under the frigid gaze of Su Wen, Yang Wubiao quaked with trepidation, fervently entreating, from this moment forth in Jinling City, I, Yang Wubiao, pledge to serve as your loyal servant, Mr. Su. Direct me to the east, and I shall not stray to the west. Please grant me the mercy to live as your humble servant. You desire to be my servant? Su Wen had initially aimed to eliminate Yang Wubiao. Yet this proclamation ignited a spark within him. In the days to come, he would indeed require a loyal aide in Jianan. The Liyue Chamber of Commerce was ultimately a faction of the Zhu family, rendering it impractical for Su Wen to employ their services. Indeed, esteemed sir, I am prepared to serve you faithfully. Woof, woof. Yang Wubiao ingratiatingly prostrated himself at Su Wen's feet. Throughout the years in Jiangnan, Yang Wubiao had come to grasp the harsh realities of survival. Furthermore, considering Su Wen's esteemed status as a martial arts master, his humble position as a servant was far from a disgrace. Very well, since you entertain such sentiments, I shall not cast you aside. Su Wen lifted his foot from Yang Wubiao's head and, with a knowing glance, remarked, Yang Wubiao, you shall soon discover the fortune that lies in being my loyal companion. As he spoke, Su Wen turned to the innocent young woman, Jiang Shiyao, who had been rendered speechless, and said, let us take our leave. No one shall dare impede your departure now. Jiang Shiyao regained her composure, observing that the throng in the nightclub's private chamber had receded, parting to create a passage for her. With tears brimming in her eyes, she conveyed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Wen. Thank you for rescuing me in my most desperate hour. Miss Jiang, there is no need for thanks, Su Wen replied with a gentle smile. My motivation for saving you is rooted in my regard for your grandmother. In Dongjiao village. Only 10 minutes remained until the half-day mark agreed upon by old lady Lu and Su Wen. Where's Su Wen? Why hasn't he returned yet? Lu Wanfeng inquired anxiously as she glanced at her watch, her eyes flitting about restlessly. Cousin Wanfeng, do you truly believe Su Wen can locate Grandma Jiang's granddaughter? Lu Xianyi approached Lu Wanfeng, unable to contain her playful banter. You place too much confidence in that unsophisticated fellow. He's merely a country boy, how could he possibly perform miracles? Lu Xianyi, do not take this lightly. The gravity of life and death hangs in the balance. Su Wen would never deceive me. Lu Wanfeng cast a fierce glare at Lu Xianyi. Deceive you? Then where is Su Wen? Half a day has elapsed, and he has yet to return with Grandma Jiang's granddaughter. It appears to me that he has fled in terror. As soon as Lu Xianyi finished speaking, old lady Lu addressed a construction supervisor, commenced the demolition. Grandma. Lu Wanfeng swiftly interposed herself before her grandmother. Please wait, Grandma. Lu Wanfeng. How much longer do you expect us to remain idle? Lu went and spoke with icy detachment. If Su Wen truly intended to find her, he would have returned by now. Why has it dragged on to this extent? But, just as Lu Wanfeng felt utterly powerless, two figures materialized from the distance of Dongjiao village. Su Wen. Wanfeng. I have returned with Grandma Jiang's granddaughter, Su Wen gently proclaimed as he approached his wife, Lu Wanfeng. Su Wen. Is she truly the granddaughter of Grandma Jiang? You did not merely encounter a woman on the street to deceive her, did you? With her gaze fixed upon the pure and enchanting Jiang Shiyao, who possessed striking azure eyes, Lu Xuanyi abruptly interjected, I must caution you. Should Grandma Jiang fail to recognize her and turmoil ensue in Dongjiao village, you shall be held accountable. Indeed, you will bear the responsibility, Lu Wenong added. Regrettably. Su Wen paid them no heed. Su Wen, I am addressing you. Can you hear me? Seeing Su Wen remain silent, Lu Xuanyi felt a surge of irritation. How dare a rustic individual, who had descended from the mountain seeking favor in Jiangnan, disregard her? Yet, before Lu Xuanyi could articulate her frustration, Jiang Shiyao suddenly dashed to the front of the dilapidated courtyard, calling out, Grandma. Jiang Shiyao looked up at the elderly Grandma Jiang, donned in a cotton coat upon the roof, and was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears. Grandma, it is I, Shiyao. Please, descend. Come down. Woo-woo. Shiyao? Are you truly my granddaughter? Jiang Shiyao? Upon hearing her granddaughter's voice, Grandma Jiang, whose heart had long been encased in numbness, quivered with a flicker of hope. It had been an eternity since she had last heard her granddaughter's sweet tones. Each night, as slumber enveloped her, Grandma Jiang envisioned the moment of their reunion, never daring to believe that she would witness Jiang Shiyao return home in her lifetime. Grandma Jiang, my husband has brought your granddaughter back. Please, come down from the rooftop. It is perilous up there. Witnessing the poignant reunion between Grandma Jiang and her granddaughter, Lu Wanfeng managed to conjure a radiant smile. Very well, I shall descend at once. As Grandma Jiang spoke, she endeavored to navigate her way down from the roof. However, in her eagerness, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling down. Grandma Jiang. The unexpected turn of events astonished both Jiang Shiyao and Lu Wanfeng. However, Su Wen swiftly advanced, skillfully catching the fallen Grandma Jiang. Thank you, dear Su. Grandma Jiang expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she regained her composure. Oh, Grandma Jiang, you are far too gracious, Su Wen replied just as Jiang Shiyao, her eyes brimming with tears, threw herself into her grandmother's embrace. Woo-woo, Grandma, I have missed you immensely. I feared I would never see you again in this lifetime. Shiyao, I have missed you as well. Grandma Jiang held her granddaughter close. Grandma Jiang, is she truly your granddaughter? Witnessing the tears cascading down Grandma Zhang's face, Lu Wentong approached with trepidation. Her skepticism did not stem from doubts regarding Jiang Shiyao's identity. Rather, she grappled with the incredulity that Su Wan, an unassuming country girl, could possibly locate the granddaughter of Grandma Jiang, who had been lost for a decade. It is noteworthy that the Lu family had been diligently seeking Jiang Shiyao's whereabouts for days without yielding any results. Absurd. If she is not my granddaughter, then what authority do you possess to question? Grandma Jiang cast a sharp, irritable glance at Lu Wentong. Though I may have aged, the memory of my beloved granddaughter remains ever vivid. Lu Wentong managed a tentative smile, rendered speechless. With the reunion of Grandma Jiang and Jiang Shiyao, the matriarch ultimately acquiesced to the prospect of relocation, bidding farewell to Dongjiao village. Consequently, Lu Jia successfully dismantled the last obstinate household in Dongjiao village, paving the way for the international music school project to advance. At 10 o'clock that evening, after ensuring the comfort of Grandma Jiang and her family, Lu Wanfeng and Su Wen returned to the Rose Villa. "My dear, what troubles you?" Su Wen inquired, having noticed Lu Wanfeng's evident distraction during their journey. Finding Grandma Jiang's granddaughter should invoke feelings of joy, should it not? Lu Wanfeng responded with a heavy heart. "I find no joy in it." "What was the meaning of Jiang Shiyao embracing you when we departed from Grandma Jiang's new abode?" Su Wen was taken aback as he beheld Lu Wanfeng's flushed cheeks, which bore a touch of grievance and jealousy. He had not anticipated that his wife's reticence stemmed from this matter. "What do you mean? You have yet to answer my question," Lu Wanfeng said softly. "Well, perhaps it was because I assisted Jiang Shiyao in locating her grandmother, and she was so overwhelmed with joy that she embraced me?" As Su Wen spoke, he felt a gentle warmth in his arms. At that moment, Lu Wanfeng, clad in a delicate white short skirt, nestled into his embrace and expressed, "Thank you, my dear. If it were not for your efforts in finding Grandma Jiang's granddaughter today, I would not know how to resolve this situation." "You are no longer upset with me?" Su Wen inquired, gazing at his wife. "Why would I harbor any anger? I was merely jesting before. I am not so trivial. Furthermore, I have faith that my beloved would not be easily swayed by another woman." Lu Wanfeng replied with a radiant smile. Just as her words lingered in the air, the doorbell chimed. "I shall attend to it," Lu Wanfeng declared as she opened the door, revealing Li Guifeng standing outside. "Mother, what brings you here at this late hour?" Lu Wanfeng inquired with curiosity. "Hee, cousin, it was I who requested Annie to bring me to find you." A girl of 16 or 17 years peeked out from behind Li Guifeng. "Shanshan, what brings you to Jinling City?" Lu Wanfeng exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected visit from her cousin, Wang Meshan. "Are you on summer break?" "Indeed. I completed my examinations the day before yesterday. I found myself rather bored at home, so I decided to come and visit you. By the way, I heard from Annie that you have married. Where is my brother-in-law?" Wang Mengshan stealthily entered the Rose Villa, soon catching sight of Su Wan. "Ah, you must be my brother-in-law, correct? Who is she?" Su Wan inquired of Lu Wanfeng, casting a glance at Wang Mengshan, who donned a delicate light yellow skirt. "She is my cousin, Wang Mengshan," Lu Wanfeng succinctly introduced. Then, turning to Wang Mengshan with a grave demeanor, he said, "Shanshan, I have been exceedingly occupied of late and shall not have the opportunity to accompany you. It would be prudent for you to return home." "I shall not return home," Wang Mengshan retorted, her lips pursed defiantly. "I wish to remain in Jinling City." "If you remain in Jinling City, you will find yourself without companions," Lu Wanfeng emphasized. "That is of no consequence. I can engage with my friends. Several of my classmates reside in Jinling City," Wang Mengshan replied nonchalantly. "That is entirely unacceptable. It is far too dangerous for someone of your age to be wandering outside. What if an unfortunate incident were to occur?" Lu Wanfeng articulated without ambiguity. "You must return home at once." "I do not wish to," Wang Mengshan declared, shaking her head in indignation. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she hastily clung to Su Wen's leg. "Cousin, since you are too preoccupied to engage in play with me, my brother-in-law can take me out." "That is sheer nonsense. Does your brother-in-law not have obligations to fulfill?" Lu Wanfeng intended to send Wang Mengshan away, yet Su Wen chuckled and interjected, "Oh, let it be, Wanfeng. Since your cousin desires to remain in Jinling City for amusement, I shall escort her out for a few days. And what of your own responsibilities?" Upon witnessing Su Wen express his support for Wang Mengshan, Lu Wanfeng inquired rather brusquely, "My responsibilities are quite trivial, thus they bear no weight." Su Wen replied with a gentle smile. This left Lu Wanfeng momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she sighed with a hint of resignation. Then I shall place her in your care for the next few days. I will ensure that Wang Mengshan's mother comes to retrieve her at the earliest convenience. There is no need for such formalities among family, Su Wen remarked, shaking his head. Following Li Guifeng's departure, Wang Mengshan took up temporary residence in the Rose Villa. Hey, cousin, brother-in-law, do you not share a bed at night? Wang Mengshan asked with curiosity. Noticing that Su Wen and Lu Wanfeng had returned to their separate chambers. Are you not married? At those words, Lu Wanfeng's cheeks instantly bloomed with a vivid crimson hue. To this day, despite their marital union, they had consistently occupied separate chambers, and Su Wen had never once laid a hand upon her. Shan is indeed correct. We ought to share the same bed, Su Wen remarked, as he nonchalantly stepped into Lu Wanfeng's room. Then, with a resolute thud, he shut the door behind him. Inside, the lights remained extinguished, enveloping the space in a soft, subdued ambience. Lu Wanfeng dared not meet Su Wen's gaze, murmuring, I shall retire now, as she swiftly nestled beneath the covers. Observing this, Su Wen prepared to fashion a makeshift bed upon the floor. However, Lu Wanfeng's delicate voice broke the silence. Su Wen, are you not coming to sleep? I feared you might object, Su Wen replied with an awkward smile. We are husband and wife. Why would I ever object? Lu Wanfeng cast him an exasperated glance before commanding, come up and rest. Very well. As Su Wen reclined beside Lu Wanfeng, he could distinctly perceive the delicate fragrance that enveloped his wife, reminiscent of sweet murmurs amidst blossoms, utterly enchanting. Su Wen, do you wish to? Before Lu Wanfeng could complete her thought, Su Wen nodded without hesitation, I do. Then you should go fetch takeout, Lu Wanfeng declared, ordering fried chicken, which caused Su Wen's lips to twitch in bemusement. Were you merely inquiring if I desired fried chicken? His expression was one of incredulity. Yes, what else would you assume? Lu Wanfeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. And nothing, Su Wen stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. He had initially believed his wife was attempting to seduce him, only to discover it was merely a false alarm. The following day, Lu Wanfeng embarked on his journey to Dongjia village at the break of dawn. Upon awakening, Su Wen found Wang Mengshan eagerly clamoring to visit the zoo. By the time Su Wen had guided Wang Mengshan through their excursion at the zoo, the clock had already struck 4 in the afternoon. At that moment, Wang Mengshan received a phone call and turned to Su Wen, saying, brother-in-law, my best friend has invited me to sing. Why don't you return home first? That is simply out of the question. Su Wen resolutely dismissed Wang Mengshan's entreaty, asserting, your cousin has made it abundantly clear, wherever you venture, I must accompany you. Oh, come now, brother-in-law, I implore you, she pleaded. My friends do not bring their parents, and I would prefer not to either. Absolutely not, Su Wen remained unwavering in his decision. Faced with no alternative, Wang Mengshan reluctantly escorted Su Wen to the venue her friends had selected, the Lanchan KTV, nestled on the bustling bar street of Jinling City. Lanchan KTV is infamous for its tumultuous congregation of diverse individuals. Ming. At the threshold of Lanchan KTV, Wang Mengshan spotted her dear friend, Zhao Yiming. Shan. Why did you take so long? I have been waiting for you, Zhao Yiming remarked, her gaze then shifting to Su Wen, who stood behind Wang Mengshan. Shan. Who is he? He is my brother-in-law, concerned for my safety, which is why he accompanied me. Wang Mengshan responded with a trace of resignation. It is all right. Simply leave it to me, Zhao Yiming declared, striding confidently towards Su Wen. Ah, old man, you may return home now. Wang Mengshan is in my company. She is entirely safe. Regrettably, Su Wen remained steadfast. I may depart, but I must take Wang Mengshan with me. That is out of the question. Shan is scheduled to perform with me shortly. Zhao Yiming resolutely declined his request. Then I shall merely observe her performance, Su Wen remarked with a smile. You. Observing Su Wen's unyielding resolve, Zhao Yiming stamped her foot in exasperation and finally retorted, do as you please. Soon after, Zhao Yiming escorted Wang Mengshan and Su Wen into a private room at Lanchan KTV. Within the room were 7 or 8 young men and women, all approximately the same age as Wang Mengshan. Hey, Zhao Yiming, whose child is this? One of the students, observing Su Wen, who seemed to be approximately a decade his senior, inquired with a hint of curiosity. He is Shan's brother-in-law. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us simply revel in our enjoyment. As Zhao Yiming concluded her statement, a girl with pink hair gasped in astonishment. Oh, isn't he that rustic fellow from the Lu family? By way, do you know Shan's brother-in-law? A bespectacled boy nearby asked inquisitively. Indeed. At the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the international music school hosted by the Lu family, My father took me there, and I fortuitously encountered him, whispered the girl named Bai Wei. What did you just utter regarding a rustic fellow, Bai Wei? At that moment, Wang Mengshan abruptly turned to the pink-haired Bai Wei. Her countenance a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Rustic fellow? Is she alluding to her brother-in-law, Su Wenda? Yet, her second aunt had not previously mentioned anything of this nature. What troubles you, Wang Mengshan? Are you unaware of your brother-in-law's background? He arrived in our Jiangnan province, specifically in Jinling City, bearing a marriage certificate. As he was once betrothed to Lu Shuani. Bai Wei articulated this with great patience. Are you implying that my brother-in-law was once engaged to Lu Shuani? Wang Mengshan inquired. Her confusion deepening. She was indeed familiar with Lu Shuani, the illustrious daughter of the Lu family. It is said that at a remarkably young age, she established Xianmei Media, earning her a reputation as a paragon among the elite within the 13 cities of Jiangnan province. However, the crux of the matter lies in the perplexing question. Given that Su Wen was once engaged to Lu Shuani, why did he ultimately choose to marry his cousin instead? Indeed, your brother-in-law was once betrothed to Lu Shuani. However, it seems she found him lacking, deeming him merely a rustic from the countryside. Consequently, your brother-in-law wed your cousin. Lu Wanfeng. As Bai Wei concluded her revelation, Wang Mengshan's expression darkened, her visage turning a ghostly pale. She could scarcely comprehend the truth. Her brother-in-law was, indeed, a simpleton. Moreover, he had been spurned by Lu Shuani. Had she been privy to this information earlier, she would have resolutely abstained from inviting Su Wen to launch on KTV today, for Wang Mengshan now felt utterly humiliated and stripped of her dignity. Shan, are you all right? Noticing Wang Mengshan's pallor, Zhao Yumeng felt compelled to inquire. Yet, Wang Mengshan remained mute. Instead, she approached Su Wen and proclaimed, Su Wen, you must leave. I no longer wish to see you. What is the reason? Su Wen was bewildered. Why do you ask? You, a humble peasant, have brought me immense humiliation before my peers. As she spoke, tears glistened in Wang Mengshan's eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Yet, Su Wen responded with unwavering determination. I may take my leave, but you must accompany me. This is your cousin's entreaty. She is deeply concerned for your well-being while you revel outside. I will not go with you. Wang Mengshan exclaimed in outrage, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Su Wen. Nevertheless, despite her vehement insistence for him to depart, Su Wen remained resolutely seated upon the KTV sofa, unyielding. Shan, your brother-in-law exhibits considerable audacity, Zhao Yumeng remarked with a scoff, observing Su Wen's steadfastness at launch on KTV. It is no wonder Lu Shuani deems such a man unworthy. He is devoid of any semblance of social grace. Were she in a similar circumstance, she would never contemplate marrying Su Wen. Enough, Shan. Since your brother-in-law is resolute in his refusal to depart, cease your endeavors to rid him from our company. Let us revel in our enjoyment. Simply consider him a mere nonentity. Rest assured, we are all classmates. We shall not deride you for having a rustic brother-in-law. At that moment, Bai Wei approached, guiding Wang Mengshan in the selection of songs. As the melodies began to resonate, Wang Mengshan seemed to relinquish all her grievances, joining Zhao Yumeng and the others in a spirited display of song and dance, thus cultivating a vibrant atmosphere. The other students entirely disregarded Su Wen, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place at launch on KTV. After several songs had been rendered, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. A young man clad in an Armani jacket entered. Bai Wei, is it truly you? I recognize that voice. Brother-in-law? Upon seeing her brother-in-law, Lu Jiwen, Bai Wei expressed her astonishment. What brings you to launch on KTV? Where is my sister? She has returned home. I was next door, entertaining a few clients with some singing, when I happened to hear your voice, which compelled me to come over. As Lu Jiwen spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Yumeng and the others in the room. Brother-in-law, they are all my classmates. Without waiting for Lu Jiwen to inquire further, Bai Wei took the initiative to introduce them. Classmates? This young man appears rather mature for his age, remarked L. Jiwen, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Wen. Bai Wei, merely 16, was in the prime of her youth. Yet, Su Wen seemed to possess the visage of someone in their 20s. Brother-in-law, he is not my classmate. He is Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law, Bai Wei explained, beaming as she approached him and linked her arm with LG Wen's. Brother-in-law, you arrived just in time. Come sing with us. I think I shall pass. You are enjoying a gathering with your classmates. What could I possibly contribute? You ought to return home early, yet LG Wen graciously declined. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yumeng and the others were struck by the keen insight of Bai Wei's brother-in-law, a stark contrast to Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law, who had been dismissed. Meanwhile, Su Wen lingered. Hey, Elgu, are you acquainted with any of the students in this private room? Just as LG Wen was about to turn away, a sultry young woman clad in a red dress and black high heels approached from outside the KTV booth. She seemed to be around 18. Yet her cascading waves of hair and glasses radiated a mature allure, distinctly different from the youthful demeanor of Wang Meishan and her peers. Indeed. They are all classmates of my sister-in-law, LG Wen elucidated. Ah, so they are classmates of LG's sister-in-law. The captivating young woman eagerly approached Zhao Yuming and the others. Hello, I am Zhang Xianger from Lanshan KTV. In tribute to Elgu, I invite you to partake in a toast. All your expenses here today will be halved. After the toast, Zhang Xianger informed LG Wen that she would not intrude any further and gracefully exited the booth. My goodness, brother-in-law. When did you become acquainted with Zhang Xianger from Lanshan KTV? She is my idol, Bai Wei exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. A sentiment echoed by Zhao Yuming and the others. Zhang Xianger previously worked at my establishment, and I had the pleasure of assisting her on several occasions. LG Wen explained nonchalantly. You are truly remarkable, brother-in-law, to have had Zhang Xianger work for you. I have heard she is now a prominent figure alongside Xiang Shaoling. Indeed quite influential, Bai Wei remarked, a trace of pride evident in her demeanor, for LG Wen was an exceptional individual, and his association with her conferred a certain prestige. Who was Xiang Shaoling? While Zhao Yuming and her companions expressed admiration for LG Wen, Wang Meishan, filled with curiosity as a newcomer to Jinling, posed a question. Shanshan. Xiang Shaoling is a prominent figure in Jinling City, Bai Wei stated with conviction. Despite the eclectic mix of patrons, none dare to instigate trouble within this realm. For it is under the protection of Xiang Shaoling's partner, Qin Beishan. Upon uttering Qin Beishan's name, Bai Wei's countenance betrayed a hint of trepidation. In Jinling City, Qin Beishan indeed commands significant respect. Qin Beishan, I believe he is connected to a person of great influence. My mother once spoke of him, Wang Meishan murmured, though she struggled to recall the identity of Qin Beishan's subordinate. It was LG Wen who provided clarity, stating that Qin Beishan is subordinate to Yang Wubiao. Indeed. Yang Wubiao, the local magnate of Jinling, is well known to me, Wang Meishan acknowledged with enthusiasm. It is said that the fate of Jinling hinges upon Biaoye's influence. However, as soon as she concluded her statement, Zhao Yuming shook her head and remarked, Enough, Shanshan, someone of Biaoye's stature is beyond our purview. Let us return to our songs instead. Brother-in-law, do stay and sing with us, won't you? I yearn to hear more tales of Zhang Xianger's past. Bai Wei gently tugged at LG Wen's hand, playfully encouraging him. Upon hearing this, the other students in the private room also encircled LG Wen, imploring him to remain. Very well, I shall stay and sing with you, LG Wen conceded, unable to withstand their fervent pleas, a wry smile gracing his lips as he acquiesced. Su Wen, with Bai Wei's brother-in-law present, you can take your leave, correct? Bai Wei's brother-in-law is acquainted with Zhang Xianger. Do you truly think I would find myself in peril at Huilan Mountain KTV? You have just heard that Zhang Xianger is a cherished companion of Xiang Shaoling. He continued speaking. Suddenly, Wang Meishan turned, her expression a mixture of turmoil as she addressed Su Wen. Bai Wei's brother-in-law is remarkably impressive, commanding even the respect of Zhang Xianger, while her own brother-in-law is but a simple rustic from the mountains, forsaken by Lu Xuani. In light of this stark contrast, Wang Meishan was engulfed by a wave of inferiority. Why are others' brothers-in-law so extraordinary? I may return, but you must accompany me on the way back, Su Wen firmly asserted. You. Just as Wang Meishan was on the verge of losing her composure, Zhao Yuming interjected, Enough, Shanshan. Your brother-in-law possesses a rather thick skin, do not drive him away. With Bai Wei's brother-in-law present, the two adults might discover common ground. Otherwise, it would be rather uncomfortable for Bai Wei should your brother-in-law take his leave. Wang Meishan contemplated this, recognizing the validity in Zhao Yuming's words, and henceforth, she diverted her attention from Su Wen. Instead, she gravitated towards LG Wen, eager to hear him narrate tales of Zhang Xianger's past. At that moment, a drunken bald man abruptly stumbled into the KTV private room. Upon beholding the throng of female students before him, he unveiled a lascivious grin. Ha, so many young ladies, they are all mine, all mine. With that, the bald man lunged toward the most elegantly attired Zhao Yuming. Get away from me. Upon encountering the greasy man with his arms outstretched, Zhao Yuming swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Slap. The resounding crack of the slap reverberated through the private confines of the KTV room. Witnessing Zhao Yuming's reaction, Bai Wei and the others were taken aback. Yet, the bald man remained unfazed, his laughter growing even more fervent. Haha, I have an affinity for spirited women. Come, strike your brother. Go on, hit me hard right here, he taunted, gesturing towards his ample backside. You depraved scoundrel, how repulsive. Zhao Yumeng could no longer tolerate his behavior. She delivered a swift kick to the bald man's rear, her stiletto heel making impactful contact. The bald, greasy man let out a shrill cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, exclaiming, how dare you lay a hand on me? At that moment, the man had regained his clarity, still clinging to the delusion of being wronged. He uttered a final taunt, vowing that they would come to rue their actions, and departed the private chamber without a backward glance. What a stroke of misfortune! No matter where I wander, I seem to encounter such boorish, contemptible men, Zhao Yumeng remarked with a scornful glance, feeling quite displeased. Beside her, a young woman could not suppress her curiosity, asking, Yumeng, do you believe that foolish man will truly return to vex us? Does he still possess the audacity to seek us out? We have not troubled him. He ought to consider himself fortunate. Zhao Yumeng scoffed in response. Bai Wei, seeking to allay the anxious girl's fears, stated, do not fret. With my brother-in-law present, even if that foolish man does come seeking trouble, so what? Indeed, the students experienced a profound surge of confidence, particularly in light of the fact that even Zhang Xianger exhibited deference towards LG Wen. Meanwhile, the aggrieved bald man made his way to an opulent royal suite within launch on KTV. Old Xiao, I have been assaulted, he lamented, his expression a vivid portrayal of grievance. And his assailants were merely a handful of students. Zhang Xianger, what on earth transpired? Is not Lanshan KTV under your jurisdiction? Why has my brother been attacked? In the royal suite, a middle-aged man, adorned with a gold chain and a jade ring, knitted his brow as he interrogated a seductive girl in a crimson dress who had approached to offer him a toast. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall contact Xiang Shaoling this very instant. Xiaoge, please remain composed. I shall attend to the matter immediately. Zhang Xianga said, forcing a smile, fully cognizant of the intimate connection between Hu Xiao and Xiang Shaoling, both originating from the same village in the eastern suburbs of Jinling. Bring someone to me, Zhang Xianger ordered, beckoning a bouncer from Lanshan KTV. Zhang Jia, did you summon me? The nearly 30-year-old bouncer bowed respectfully to Zhang Xianger. Moments ago, one of Xiao Ji's associates was assaulted within our establishment. Go and bring them here, she commanded. Understood, Zhang Jia. Meanwhile, Zhao Yumeng and her companions remained blissfully oblivious to the looming peril. They were currently encircled around LG Wen, engaging in song. Wang Mengshan, it is already 8:30. We ought to return, Suwen remarked, glancing at his phone before rising to address Wang Mengshan. I promised your cousin I would escort you home before 9. I refuse to go back, Wang Mengshan retorted with a defiant pout. You may leave on your own. Are you perhaps fearful of that rotund man pursuing you? Is that the reason for your eagerness to escort Mengshan home? Zhao Yumeng interjected, exasperated. What young individual returns home at 9? We should remain until at least 11. Precisely, Bai Wei nodded in acquiescence. My younger cousin, even in his elementary years, does not return home until 9. If you fear the retribution of that portly fool, it would be wiser to depart. My brother-in-law is present. None would dare to intimidate Mengshan. Suwen, did you take note of that? With Bai Wei's brother-in-law in attendance. I require no protection from you. Moreover, you lack the capability to manage any situation. Should trouble arise, you would be utterly helpless. Wang Mengshan retorted, sulking. No sooner had she uttered those words than the door to the private room swung open. Shortly thereafter, several ruffians from Lanshan KTV entered, proclaiming, cease your singing. You are all required to accompany us. One of them proceeded to silence the sound system. In that instant, the atmosphere within the room became oppressively tense and silent. What is the meaning of this? LG Wen arched an eyebrow at the men clad in black. Have you come to instigate trouble? Do you believe I would hesitate to summon Zhang Xianger? Indeed, you ought to depart. My brother-in-law is familiar with Zhang Xianger. She even came to raise a toast to us previously, but Bai Wei's boastful words were met with the derisive laughter of the ruffians. I apologize. But it was Sister Zhang who requested us to bring you here. Zhang Xianger summoned us. LG Wen's brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of reflection, he and Xiao Yumeng made their way to the Emperor's room at launch on KTV. Sister Zhang, I have brought them. One of the thugs announced with deference as he approached Zhang Xianger. Xiao Ge, that is the insufferable wretch who struck me. The greasy-haired man in the Emperor's room immediately spat upon seeing Zhao Yumeng. He Hearing the greasy-haired man's voice, Bai Wei and the others' expressions altered. They had not anticipated that this man held an acquaintance with Zhang Xianger. Elga, what shall we do now? Feeling the oppressive gaze of the sinister, greasy-haired man upon her, Zhao Yiming cast a fleeting glance at LG Wen. Anxiety etched vividly across her countenance, though she had previously boasted of her fearlessness. Such bravado had been merely a fade, bolstered by the camaraderie of the crowd and the celebratory toast from Zhang Xianger. Now, confronted with genuine danger, Zhao Yiming stood on the brink of tears, her long legs encased in high heels trembling uncontrollably. Do not fear, Ming Ming. I shall take care of everything. LG Wen assured her with a comforting look before stepping forward with a smile, addressing Zhang Xianger. You summoned us here to seek justice, did you not? He is Xiao Ji's brother, and Xiao Gu shares a close bond with Xiang Shaoling. I could not simply turn a blind eye to this. Zhang Xianger sighed, realizing she had not anticipated that the assailant would be a student from LG Wen's private room. Close with Xiang Shaoling? LG Wen swiftly grasped the intricacies of Zhang Xianger's dilemma and regarded the gold chain-adorned Xiao Gu with a smile. Indeed, my sister-in-law's classmate did inadvertently strike your brother, but it was merely a consequence of inebriation. Allow me to propose this. I shall extend my apologies on his behalf, and you may attribute all expenses incurred today to me. Shall we seek to resolve this amicably? An amicable resolution sounds appealing, Xiao Gu. Observe El Gu. He is genuinely contrite. Why not view this as an opportunity to forge a friendship? Let us not burden that young lady. She remains innocent, interjected Zhang Xianger, keen to avert discord from both parties. You seek reconciliation, do you? Xiao Gu inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized the seemingly innocuous LG Wen. Reconciliation is indeed feasible, but the condition is that she must remain here tonight to keep my brother company. Pointing at Zhao Yiming, Xiao Gu spoke each word with an unmistakable air of arrogance and authority. Xiao Gu, permitting your sister to share your bed appears somewhat excessive. She remains a student. Why not have her toast to your brothers instead? LG Wen spoke, his brow furrowed as he regarded the formidable presence of Xiao Gu. I have made my position unequivocally clear. She must remain, or all of you shall be compelled to stay here this night, Xiao Gu declared with undeniable authority. In an instant, several menacing figures clad in black surrounded the imperial suite, encircling LG Wen and Bai Wei. They brandished fruit knives, their expressions threatening, poised for confrontation. Recognizing the seriousness of the predicament, LG Wen comprehended that Xiao Gu was not to be underestimated and swiftly turned to Zhang Xianger, hoping she might intervene on their behalf. However, Zhang Xianger shook her head in resignation. LG, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you in this matter today. LG Wen acknowledged her words with a sigh and exchanged a meaningful glance with his sister-in-law, Bai Wei. Bai Wei, would you kindly step outside for a moment? However, dear brother-in-law, what of Zhao Yiming? Bai Wei cast a glance at her dear friend. Zhao Yiming gazed at LG Wen with imploring eyes, yearning for his assistance. Yet, LG Wen sighed and said, Yiming, I do not perceive Xiao Gu as a villain. Perhaps you should accompany them for just one evening. Rest assured, we shall keep today's events confidential. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiming's countenance paled. She had once regarded her sister's husband as a formidable presence, only to be met with disillusionment. You are being unreasonable. It was that unsavory bald man who made advances toward Zhao Yiming. Why should she be compelled to share a bed with you? Should it not be you who offers an apology? In that moment, Wang Mengshan, positioned beside Bai Wei, could no longer suppress her outrage and exclaimed, on what grounds? Xiao Gu chuckled at Wang Mengshan's challenge, for the proprietor of this bar street, Shaoling, is a dear friend of his. Thus, if I declare you to be in the wrong, then indeed, you are. You act with impunity. Wang Mengshan, filled with indignation, stamped her foot. Indeed, I do. What will you do about it? Xiao Gu sneered down at Wang Mengshan, taunting her, little sister, if you are displeased, why not assume your friend's role for the evening? I dare say you have garnered your fair share of attention from men. You are utterly shameless. Wang Mengshan retaliated with a slap across Xiao Ji's face. In that instant, the opulent suite of launch on KTV was enveloped in a stunned silence. Shan, have you lost your senses? Bai Wei gazed at Wang Mengshan in disbelief. Even her brother-in-law had to tread carefully around the domineering Xiao Gu. Yet Wang Mengshan dared to strike him? I did not intend to, Wang Mengshan stammered, becoming acutely aware of the predicament she had instigated. She hastily conveyed her apologies to Xiao Gu. I am sorry. To hell with you, Xiao Gu growled, rising from the leather sofa and shattering a beer bottle upon the ground with a thunderous crash. He fixed a fierce glare upon Wang Mengshan, asserting, if apologies held any weight, why would I indulge in this nightlife? Someone, Seize this little vixen. I am determined to impart a lesson upon her tonight." As he spoke, Xiaoge cast an appraising glance at Wang Mingshan's slender legs, his intentions clearly veering towards the sinister. "Do not approach me," Wang Mingshan stammered. Trepidation evident in her retreat as she noticed thugs advancing from behind Xiaogu. "Little sister, it is indeed fortuitous that Xiaogu has taken a fancy to you. Should you not willingly disrobe and recline upon his bed? How dare you refuse?" One of the thugs smirked mockingly, as if Wang Mingshan were already ensnared. "By way, could you kindly enlist your brother-in-law's assistance for me?" In her utter helplessness, tears brimmed in Wang Mingshan's eyes as she turned to Bai Wei. Yet, Bai Wei remained mute, for she comprehended that her brother-in-law lacked the capability to rescue Wang Mingshan. In her anguish, Wang Mingshan noticed Su Wen behind her. She parted her lips, prepared to beseech for assistance. However, in the next instant, she bit her lip firmly, stifling her words, for she realized that her brother-in-law was merely a provincial simpleton, devoid of the means to aid her. At that moment, a thug's hand reached out towards Wang Mingshan's skirt, but abruptly, Su Wen interposed himself, delivering a swift kick that sent the thug tumbling. "Brother-in-law?" Wang Mingshan gazed at Su Wen in disbelief, astonished that he would come to her aid. Zhao Yiming and the others were equally astonished. "What do you mean, young man? Do you wish to provoke our Xiaoge?" The ruffian, now standing upright, glowered at Su Wen with gritted teeth. However, Su Wen paid him no heed, instead turning to Xiaoge with a cunning smile. "Did you not just express your desire for my sister-in-law to accompany you? Indeed, not only do I covet your sister-in-law, but I also yearn for your wife." Before Xiaoge could complete his utterance, Su Wen seized a wine bottle from the table and brought it crashing down upon Xiaoge's head. With a resounding crack, blood and wine erupted forth. As Su Wen surveyed Xiaoge, now crouched on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in torment, he jested. "What more do you wish for my wife? You insolent wretch, how dare you strike me?" Xiaoge's visage contorted in pain and fury. In the bar street of Jinling City, he had not endured such treatment in ages, and he bellowed, "I shall have someone eliminate you. Eliminate you. Are we calling for assistance, are we?" Su Wen casually tossed a phone to Xiaoge, uttering, "Contact anyone you deem formidable. Summon their aid, or face your demise today." The mere mention of death sent a shiver through Zhang Xianger, concealed within the imperial suite. "Very well, you insolent child, just wait," Xiaoge retorted, dialing Xiang Xiaoling's number, incensed by Su Wen's audacity after having been struck. At that juncture, Bai Wei approached Wang Mingshan and whispered, "Shan Shan, is your brother-in-law out of his mind? Even my brother-in-law would not dare to provoke Xiaoge, yet here he stands. Perhaps we should take our leave?" Regaining her composure, Wang Mingshan quietly implored Su Wen. "Xiang Xiaoling is affiliated with Qin Beishan. We cannot afford to offend her." "No issue," Su Wen responded dismissively. "Humph, no issue? When Xiang Xiaoling arrives, we shall witness how a mere country bumpkin like you will cope. Do you truly believe the Liu family will come to your aid? You occupy merely a marginal position within the Liu family, not as Liu Xuani. Pray, why would they advocate on your behalf?" At this juncture, Bai Wei articulated her disdain with a caustic tone, primarily vexed that Su Wen, a mere rustic, had eclipsed her brother-in-law. No sooner had her remarks dissipated than the sound of footsteps resonated, heralding the arrival of Xiang Xiaoling at Lanshan KTV in the company of Qin Beishan. "Master Qin." The unexpected presence of Qin Beishan astonished Xiao Gu and his companions, who promptly extended their respects. Even LG Wen and Zhang Xiang hastened to greet him. "Good day, Master Qin." Qin Beishan acknowledged them with an indifferent nod, while Xiang Xiaoling cast her gaze upon the injured Xiao Gu and, surprisingly, inquired, "Hu Xiao, what transpired here? Who dares to lay hands on you within Lanshan KTV?" "It was I." Before Xiao Gu could assign blame, Su Wen smiled at Xiang Xiaoling. "Our paths intertwine once more. Is it indeed you?" Upon witnessing Su Wen's enigmatic smile, Xiang Xiaoling's ire ignited. Meanwhile, Wang Mingshan, feeling a wave of relief at recognizing their acquaintance, pondered, "So, my brother-in-law is familiar with Xiang Xiaoling? This rustic individual actually knows Xiang Xiaoling?" Bai Wei found this notion difficult to fathom. Her own brother-in-law was oblivious to Xiang Xiaoling, yet Wang Mingshan's was not, consumed by vanity. Her scornful gaze towards Su Wen intensified. However, what Xiang Xiaoling articulated next left Bai Wei momentarily at a loss for words. "Su Wen, do you dare to create a disturbance within my domain? I have not forgotten how you assailed me in Dongjiao village when my man was absent." Xiang Xiaoling seethed, each syllable imbued with venom. "What? Wang Mingshan's brother-in-law has perpetrated an assault on Xiang Xiaoling? This, indeed, a denizen of the mountains. unyielding in the face of tigers. With Chun Beishan in attendance today, Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law is destined to encounter grave repercussions. Wang Mengshan's classmates exchanged anxious glances, their heads shaking in disbelief. Upon discovering the animosity between Su Wen and Xiang Shaoling, Zhao Yimeng felt her flickering hope shatter. Is my sister's husband out of his senses? He dared to strike Xiang Shaoling and provoke chaos within her realm? Is he oblivious to the peril he invites? Xiang Jie, I extend my sincerest apologies. My brother-in-law is a straightforward man hailing from the mountains. His previous actions may have stemmed from a misunderstanding. Wang Mengshan hastily interjected. Misunderstanding? I'll be damned. This impudent wretch was insufferably arrogant before. Today, I shall bring him to an end. With that, Xiang Shaoling seized a fruit knife, determined to plunge it into Su Wen. However, with a thunderous crash, Su Wen swung a bottle and struck Xiang Shaoling upon the head. Who do you presume you are going to kill? As Xiang Shaoling collapsed to the floor, blood cascading from her head. The Imperial Room of Launch on KTV succumbed to a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping resonating in the stillness. What on earth? Xiao Gu and the others stood utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the chaotic scene that had unfolded. Shanshan, what does your brother-in-law imply? Is he planning to drag us all down with him? In that moment, Bai Wei erupted into tears, exclaiming, he has harmed Xiang Shaoling. Will Qin Beishan allow us to escape unscathed? I am still in the bloom of youth. I do not wish to be compelled to share my bed with anyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Mengshan's classmates were enveloped in a shroud of dread and trepidation, fearing that Qin Beishan might unleash misfortune upon them. Confronted by their unfriendly stares, Wang Mengshan found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of reflection, she quietly suggested to Su Wen, brother-in-law, perhaps you should urgently summon my cousin. The circumstances of today may necessitate the intervention of the Liu family for a resolution. Wang Mengshan was acutely aware that the Liu family possessed considerable influence in Jinling, being one of the 7 distinguished aristocratic families. There is no need for that. This trivial matter is one I can manage on my own without your cousin's aid, Su Wen replied dismissively. You can manage it? How do you propose to do so? The individual you struck, Xiang Shaoling, is under the protection of Qin Beishan. Qin Beishan is a genuine martial artist. Even if you possess some strength from laboring in the fields, can you genuinely challenge a martial practitioner? Bai Wei inquired of Su Wen, a hint of envy in his voice. It was only then that Su Wen's gaze shifted to Qin Beishan, who stood beside Xiang Shaoling, trembling in silence. He approached with curiosity, remarking, what is this? Are you intending to defend Xiang Shaoling? And no, I wouldn't dare, Qin Beishan stammered, shaking his head vigorously like a child before an elder. My dear, what are you saying? Dare not? You must swiftly confront this rogue and avenge me. Xiang Shaoling, exasperated by Qin Beishan's sudden display of submissiveness, exclaimed, how can you remain indifferent when your woman is being tormented? Husband, are you even listening to me? As Qin Beishan continued to maintain his silence, Xiang Shaoling suddenly screamed, I demand that you immediately rid us of this scoundrel, Su Wen, and make him pay. Bang. As she spoke, Qin Beishan struck her with a bottle, declaring, I would sooner take my own life than acquiesce. Even my brother Biao is but a mere hound at Su Ye's behest. Do you expect me to turn against the hand that nourishes me? Is young Wu Biao merely Su Wen's pet? Xiang Shaoling stood in a state of utter bewilderment. Hu Xiao was taken aback, while even Wang Mengshan and Zhao Yimeng were left astonished. In that moment, Qin Beishan continued, Xiang Shaoling, you have incurred the wrath of Su Yi. Do not concern yourself with my fate. Soon, young Wu Biao shall come to demand retribution from you. Take heed of your own safety. After dismissing Xiang Shaoling, Qin Beishan suddenly knelt before Su Wen, exclaiming, Su Yu, I was unaware that Xiang Shaoling had offended you. I shall divorce her today. I humbly beseech you not to entangle a trivial individual such as myself in your disputes. As he spoke, Qin Beishan respectfully offered Su Wen a gift box, stating, This is a Luha Ding from the ancient Song dynasty. I have heard that Mr. Qiu has been in pursuit of this item for quite some time. I hope it brings you joy. You have displayed some discernment, Su Wen remarked, casting a glance at the antique, which appeared rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, he did not decline it, casually accepting it, and then indifferently stating, Qin Beishan, you are aware of how to address the matter concerning the man who sought to seduce my sister-in-law, correct? Rest assured, Su Yi, I possess the capability to manage the situation. Upon witnessing Su Wen direct his finger at Brother Xiao, Qin Beishan promptly summoned a cadre of subordinates, issuing a command, seize this ignorant fool and cast him into Xiang Lake to serve as sustenance for the fish. I implore you, spare my life. Hu Xiao, gripped by terror, soiled himself in fear. He repeatedly bowed his head before Su Wan, pleading, "Master Su, I have erred, indeed I have. I should never have dared to covet your sister-in-law. I beseech you for your clemency. I do not wish to meet my demise." After Qian Beishan escorted Hu Xiaowei, only Zhao Yiming and Zhang Xiang'er remained in the opulent private chamber of Lanshan KTV. "Brother-in-law, you are truly extraordinary." At that moment, Wang Mengshan, having recovered from her earlier astonishment, gazed at Su Wen with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Even Yang Wubiao is in your service? Why have you never disclosed the extent of your remarkable prowess?" "Yet, I do not consider this a matter of pride," Su Wen replied with composure. "How could it not be? In my estimation, you are the most formidable brother-in-law in existence, having rescued both myself and Zhao Yiming." Wang Meishan radiated joy as she intertwined her arms with Su Wen's, then turned to Bai Wei and the others, inquiring, "Is that not so, Bai Wei?" "Indeed." Bai Wei nodded awkwardly, unable to meet Su Wen's gaze. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of humiliation and embarrassment. Wang Mengshan's brother-in-law possessed the power to dictate Hu Zhao's fate with a mere utterance, while her own brother-in-law lacked the courage to confront him. This striking contrast was simply overwhelming. "Thank you, Brother Su." Zhao Yiming approached Su Wen with sincerity, expressing, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am grateful for your intervention. Otherwise, I would have had to endure the company of those despicable men." "No need for thanks," Su Wen replied just as his phone rang. It was his wife, Lu Wanfeng, calling. "Understood. I will bring Wang Meishan home at once." After concluding the call, Su Wen turned to his sister-in-law, Wang Meishan, stating, "Shanshan, your cousin has requested our return." "Got it, brother-in-law." This time, Wang Meishan did not protest about going home. Instead, she obediently accompanied Su Wen as they exited Lanshan KTV. Once they departed, the students present were filled with envy. "Ah, Shanshan is so fortunate to have such an impressive brother-in-law. Even Yang Wubiao must defer to him. When will my own brother-in-law attain such greatness?" Indeed, it appears that the future of Jinling's stability may hinge upon the actions of Shanshan's brother-in-law. What are your thoughts on this matter? Should I endeavor to court Wang Meishan and aspire to be your partner? Are you not apprehensive that Shanshan's brother-in-law might send someone to inflict harm upon you? That is indeed a valid concern. As the students engaged in their discourse, Bai Wei remained contemplative and silent. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiming turned to her and inquired, "Bai Wei, did you not mention that Shanshan's brother-in-law is a rustic individual? Someone whom even Lu Xuanyi holds in disdain? How could he possibly wield such influence?" Bai Wei shook her head vigorously, expressing her uncertainty. "He, do you suppose it is conceivable that Shanshan's brother-in-law, in his disdain for Lu Xuanyi, chose to masquerade as an insignificant figure?" A student jested, "After all, I have heard that Lu Xuanyi possesses an exceedingly proud demeanor. Were I a man, I would certainly refrain from marrying her." To this, others concurred. Upon overhearing, Zhao Yiming and her female companions donned expressions of contemplation, reflecting on the notion that, as they transitioned into maturity, they ought to distance themselves from emulating Lu Xuanyi. "Brother-in-law, why does Yang Wubu behave as though he is your loyal pet? Did not my classmates label you a rustic simpleton? Yet, you were remarkably impressive just now." "Hee. I find myself somewhat envious of my cousin, for she has the fortune of marrying such a reassuring man like yourself. Indeed, my cousin is exceedingly fortunate. Furthermore, brother-in-law, are there any other distinguished young men akin to you? I would be grateful if you could introduce one to me." As they journeyed home, Wang Mengshan persistently lingered around Su Wan, bombarding him with inquiries. "Are you no longer attempting to chase me away?" Observing Wang Mengshan clinging to him like a shadow, Su Wan inquired with a hint of mild irritation. "Hee, I shall no longer attempt to send you away, not in the slightest." Wang Mengshan sweetly entwined her arms around Su Wen's, her face radiant as she proclaimed, "Wherever you venture, brother-in-law, I shall accompany you. When the time comes, I shall marry you as well, and alongside my cousin, I shall be your wife." Su Wen nearly faltered at her declaration. "Shanshan, do not utter such frivolities. One wife, your cousin, is quite ample for me," he responded with sincerity. "But my cousin harbors a disdain for ruffians." Wang Mengshan tilted her head, her innocence illuminating her features. "She once confided in me that she abhors boys who partake in fights. If she discovers that Yang Wubiao behaves like your pet, she would undoubtedly be quite distressed." "Is that so?" Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, in our youth, my cousin frequently found herself the target of bullies, and she resolutely swore never to wed one." After a brief pause, Wang Mengshan playfully remarked, "But brother-in-law, you are the greatest ruffian in Jinling City." I am not a ruffian, Suwen asserted. You are. Yang Wubiao is your lackey. Thus you embody the formidable demon king of Jinling City. Should my cousin learn of your ruffian nature, her heart would undoubtedly shatter. Therefore, brother-in-law, it would be prudent for you to consider divorcing my cousin. When I come of age, I shall marry you. I have an affection for the great demon king. Wang Mengshan returned to her earlier subject. Gazing at the innocent Wang Mengshan, Suwen gently tapped her on the head and said earnestly, You must not disclose to your sister the events that transpired today at Lanshan KTV, or I shall cast you into Xiang Lake to nourish the fish. Wu, please don't. Brother-in-law, spare me from feeding the fish. Witnessing Suwen's feigned ferocity, Wang Mengshan was genuinely alarmed, and she earnestly pledged, Brother-in-law, you need not worry. What transpired today shall remain our little secret. I shall not disclose it to anyone. Now, that is more like it. Suwen sighed in relief. Indeed. A mere fright was sufficient to elicit proper behavior from children. Before long, Suwen escorted Wang Mengshan back to the Rose Villa. Cousin, I have returned, Wang Mengshan exclaimed, casting an envious glance at Lu Wanfeng. Did you enjoy your day? Lu Wanfeng inquired gently. Indeed, it was delightful. Brother-in-law took me to the zoo. And we even indulged in some singing. Wang Mengshan nodded with a semblance of acquiescence. Just enjoy yourself, she said. Earlier, your mother informed me that she would come to collect you tomorrow morning to return to Anyang. Ensure you retire early tonight. As soon as Lu Wanfeng finished her statement, Wang Mengshan shook her head, displaying her dissatisfaction. Cousin Wanfeng, I do not wish to return to Anyang. I desire to remain with my brother-in-law. That is preposterous. Does your brother-in-law not have work obligations? Lu Wanfeng retorted, irritation evident in her voice. At that moment, the doorbell of the Rose Villa chimed. Upon opening the door, Lu Wanfeng was taken aback to find a long-lost visitor. Lu Xianyi, what brings you here? Is she the one who forsook my brother-in-law? Observing the tall, graceful, and extraordinarily beautiful woman at the threshold, Wang Mengshan could not help but exclaim, Lu Xianyi, you have abandoned my brother-in-law. You shall undoubtedly come to regret this. You are nothing more than a blind and malevolent woman. With that, silence enveloped the Rose Villa. Suwen, Lu Wanfeng, and Lu Xianyi exchanged incredulous glances at Wang Mengshan. Cousin Wanfeng, who is she? Although Lu Xianyi felt displeased, she furrowed her brow and inquired. She is my cousin, Wang Mengshan, Lu Wanfeng replied awkwardly. Xianyi, my cousin is still in school and speaks without a filter. Please do not take her words to heart. With that, Lu Wanfeng shot a warning glance at Wang Mengshan. Do not speak recklessly. Huh, I certainly won't stoop to quarrel with a student, Lu Xianyi replied, casting a dismissive glance at Wang Mengshan. She then articulated each word deliberately, little sister, abandoning your brother-in-law was the most sagacious decision of my life. And as for your assertion of regret, I assure you, such a scenario shall never transpire. After all, there is not to mourn over the absence of a union with a rustic simpleton. My brother-in-law is not a country bumpkin. He is. Wang Mengshan began, but abruptly covered her mouth, recalling her promise to Suwen. They had vowed to keep the events at Lanshan KTV a secret. What is your brother-in-law? A mere agricultural peasant or an archer from the countryside? Observing Wang Mengshan's momentary speechlessness, Lu Xianyi scoffed with disdain. Regardless of who your brother-in-law may be, I shall never lament my decision to forego marrying him. I, Lu Xianyi, am a born phoenix, while he, Suwen, is but a wild chicken from the mountains. This signifies that he shall eternally remain beneath my exalted stature. Lu Xianyi, cease your insolent chatter. If you have come to my abode solely to belittle my partner, then I kindly ask you to depart. We do not extend a warm welcome to you here. Lu Wanfeng cast a frosty glare at Lu Xianyi. Rest assured, Lu Wanfeng, I am not so idle as to visit your residence merely to insult Suwen. I have come today at grandmother's request. As she wishes to discuss something of great importance, Lu Xianyi responded with an air of cool composure. Once Lu Xianyi and Lu Wanfeng had taken their leave from the Rose Villa, Wang Mengshan turned to Suwen, her curiosity ignited. Brother-in-law, is it true that you do not harbor any feelings for Lu Xianyi, which is why you are feigning the demeanor of a rustic and refusing to marry her? Suwen found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Ah, brother-in-law, there is no need for words. I comprehend perfectly. Wang Mengshan teased playfully. Lu Xianyi is so proud and assertive, lacking the gentleness and grace of my sister. Moreover, my cousin possesses a figure far superior to that of Lu Xianyi. Spending your days in her company must bring you immense joy. Ahem. Suwen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Children should refrain from such frivolous discourse. Who is being frivolous? My cousin indeed has a commendable figure. Yet, I am not lacking either. Brother-in-law, would you care to? I would not. Suwen interjected earnestly before Wang Meishan could complete her thought. At your tender age, you should not jest with adults. I apologize, brother-in-law, if it is a sin. Then I shall simply show you my cousin's previous swimsuit photos. Wang Meishan pouted in feigned distress. Oh, do you possess photographs of Wanfeng in a swimsuit? Su Wen's curiosity was aroused. In fact, those are my personal swimsuit photographs. Would you care to view them, brother-in-law? If you choose to do so, you must accept the consequences, Wang Meishan remarked with a mischievous smile. Su Wen, feeling a surge of exasperation, opted to disregard Wang Meishan's words. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, Lu Xuanyi announced, Grandmother, I have brought Lu Wanfeng. Upon noticing the venerable matriarch seated in her elevated position, Lu Xuanyi performed a gesture of respect. Please, be seated, the matriarch replied with a nod of acknowledgement. Once Lu Wanfeng settled into her place, she observed that all present in the villa were women of the Lu lineage, all under the age of 30, with not a single man in sight. Grandmother, may I inquire as to the reason for your summons at such a late hour? Lu Wanfeng inquired, her expression a blend of curiosity and bewilderment. We shall converse once everyone has convened. The venerable matriarch did not hasten to respond. Just as her words dissipated, the sound of footsteps reverberated through the air. Lu Wentong had also arrived at the Lu family villa. Grandmother, Lu Wentong reverently bowed before the matriarch. After a brief interlude, 2 additional women from the Lu family made their entrance. Once all the younger women were assembled, the matriarch spoke with composure. Have you all heard of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? The Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Lu Wentong and the other women exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. Lu Wanfeng too was unfamiliar with such an event. Yet, Lu Xuanyi suddenly shuddered as a realization dawned upon her. Grandmother, are you alluding to the grand celebration that occurs once every 30 years in Jiangnan Prefecture, the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Indeed. The matriarch gazed upon Lu Xuanyi with a sense of pride. The Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, inspired by an ancient poem from the Song dynasty, epitomizes the exquisite beauty of our region. It stands as the most illustrious banquet in Jiangnan province, drawing princes and legendary masters from distant lands. Furthermore, with each iteration of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, the Jiangnan Prefecture meticulously nominates and selects the 4 great talents of Jiangnan. Upon hearing the esteemed phrase 4 great talents of Jiangnan, Lu Wanfeng and the others inhaled sharply, their faces alight with yearning. They had been raised on tales of these illustrious figures. Grandmother, have you summoned us here today to prepare us for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Inquired one of the women from the Lu family, her voice brimming with eager anticipation. Attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Do you presume it to be an amusement park where anyone can partake? Old Lady Lu scoffed and shook her head. The competition for slots at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet is intensely fierce, even among the 4 distinguished families of Jiangnan. Do you genuinely believe that the Lu family stands a chance? Well, the woman from the Lu family fell into a profound silence. In Jinling City, the Lu family enjoys a certain level of prominence. However, when one surveys the entirety of the 13 cities of Jiangnan, the Lu family barely registers. Grandmother, given that our Lu family lacks the qualifications to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, what was the purpose of summoning us here? Lu Wentong inquired, her expression reflecting bewilderment. She pondered whether her grandmother would have called them over merely for idle conversation. Although our Lu family may not qualify for the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet, I possess some insider information. Mr. Chiu from Jinling City has received an invitation to the banquet. Old Lady Lu spoke with significant implication. Master Chiu? Lu Wentong and his companions were unperturbed by the prospect of Chiu Fulong's presence at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. This was not merely attributable to his standing as the preeminent expert in Jinling City. Rather, it was significantly influenced by Master Chiu's amicable relationship with Chen Sishi, rendering his attendance at the gathering entirely reasonable. Grandmother, are you implying that you wish for us to gain entry to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet through Mr. Chiu's connections? Lu Xuanyi mused before articulating his thoughts. Indeed, Xuanyi demonstrates remarkable insight, Old Lady Lu remarked, casting an approving glance at him. In 3 days, we shall celebrate Mr. Chiu's 50th birthday. His private assistant, Miss Yin, has approached me with the information that Mr. Chiu is inclined to offer one slot at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet to one of the 7 illustrious families of Jinling City. Grandmother, how might we secure this coveted slot? Lu Xuanyi inquired eagerly. although she had garnered some acclaim within the 13 cities of Jiangnan. Establishing herself as a rising star among the elite, she was not content to rest on her laurels. She harbored grander ambitions. If she could ascend to the ranks of the 4 talented women of Jiangnan, her name would resonate throughout the realm, perhaps even beyond. At that juncture, she might capture the attention of legendary masters seeking to take her hand in marriage, to secure the coveted position at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. It hinges upon one's sincerity. Old Lady Lu sighed. Mission merely remarked that whoever presents a gift to Mr. Chiu that pleases him will earn an invitation to the banquet. Selecting based on the gift for his birthday? One of the women from the Lu family gasped. Isn't that akin to purchasing a place? Purchasing? Huh. Do you believe Mr. Chiu is in want of money? Lu Wenong scoffed from her side. To Mr. Chiu, wealth is but a mere figure, lacking true significance. Wentong's assertion holds merit. Miss Yin also remarked that the gift for Mr. Chiu need not be lavish. It merely needs to bring him joy. Even a token worth only a single yuan could still secure an invitation to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Old Lady Lu nodded with a hint of discomfort. This suggests that our offerings must align with his tastes. We must present something that would genuinely delight Mr. Chiu. Lu Xuanyi agreed. Well, I have articulated all that is necessary. You may now return to prepare your gifts. In 3 days, I shall accompany you to celebrate Mr. Chiu's birthday. As for whether you will gain entry to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet and be acknowledged as one of the 4 talents of Jiangnan, that depends entirely on your own talents. After all, you will be contending with other distinguished families from Jinling. Even I cannot assist you in this matter. Having concluded her remarks, old Madame Lu indicated her need for rest and signaled for Lu Wentong and the others to depart. The following day, in the early hours, Wang Mingshan's mother arrived at the Rose Villa. Brother-in-law, I must take my leave. Before departing, Wang Mingshan cast a lingering glance at Suwen. Brother-in-law, I shall miss you. You must think of me as well. Certainly, Suwen replied with a smile. It was only after Wang Mingshan had left that Lu Wanfeng regarded Suwen with a curious expression. Suwen, what is it about my cousin that makes her so attached to you? Well, I find myself rather uncertain. Suwen chuckled softly, shaking his head. By the way, today is the weekend. You ought not to be working, am I correct? Lu Wanfeng deftly shifted the topic. Would you accompany me to the Antique Street? Antique Street. Suwen was taken aback. Indeed, Mr. Chiu's 50th birthday was imminent, and grandmother had entrusted her with the task of selecting a gift for him. Lu Wanfeng spoke with grace, deliberately omitting any mention of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet to Suwen, as she deemed it improbable that she would be chosen by Mr. Chiu for such an occasion. As for the 4 talents of Jiangnan, that was far beyond the aspirations of an ordinary girl like her. Lu Wanfeng merely sought to present a modest token to Mr. Chiu as a means of appeasing old Madame Lu. Half an hour later, Suwen and Lu Wanfeng arrived at the Antique Street in Jinling City. This street was divided into 3 sections: the flea market, the shops, and the auction area. Lu Wanfeng chose to forego the shops and auction spaces, for the antiques therein were exorbitantly priced. Her sole intention was to discover a suitable gift for Mr. Chiu within the flea market. Beautiful lady, do you have an interest in antiques? This exquisite bronze artifact from the Shang and Zhou dynasties is undeniably authentic. In fact, even the bronze pieces exhibited at the Jiangnan Museum are procured from my collection. As they passed a stall, a young man with furtive eyes eagerly presented the bronze item to Lu Wanfeng. Consider this incense burner, for instance. It is indeed a treasure. If placed in the auction area, it would command a sum of no less than 3 million. Today, dear lady, it seems fate has conspired for our paths to cross. I shall extend to you an offer that is simply irresistible. Not 3 million, nor even 30,000, but merely 3,000. And this Shangzhou incense burner shall be yours to take home. 3,000? Is it truly that affordable? Lu Wanfeng found herself enticed by the young vendor's enticing words. She cradled the incense burner in her hands and, smiling, turned to Suwen. My dear, what do you think of my gifting this Shangzhou incense burner to Mr. Chiu for his birthday? A Shangzhou incense burner? I perceive it to be reminiscent of a last week's incense burner. Suwen rolled his eyes and, without the slightest ceremony, flung the burner back at the vendor. I would not part with 300 for it, let alone 3,000. This trinket is worth at most 30. 30 is a fair offer. The vendor's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Consider it a token of camaraderie. The Shangzhou incense burner for 30 it shall be. We shall not purchase it. You're a charlatan. Lu Wanfeng let out a delicate huff, her irritation palpable as she pulled Suwen away. The pair had scarcely moved when they were greeted by the commotion of a dispute arising from a nearby stall. Why should we bear the responsibility? We did not break it. Is that not old lady Jiang and Jiang Shiyao? Lu Wanfeng approached them, inquiring, Old lady Jiang, what troubles you? Why are you engaged in such a quarrel? Miss Lu, you have arrived just in time to mediate. I adamantly refrained from acquiring their jade bracelet. Yet they persistently insisted on presenting it to my grandmother. Regrettably, she was unable to grasp it, and it tumbled to the ground, resulting in a fracture. Now they demand recompense. Jiang Shiyao exclaimed with indignation, gesturing towards the couple of vendors. I fear that this matter does not pertain to me. Your grandmother is responsible for the damage inflicted upon the bracelet. Whoever causes such harm must bear the cost. The man at the stall retorted with unwavering confidence in response to Jiang Shiyao's accusations. I possess surveillance footage to substantiate my claim. The existence of surveillance footage is indeed impressive, is it not? Jiang Shiyao's countenance flushed with rage. Indeed, possessing such footage holds considerable weight. Should you refuse to offer compensation, I shall ensure that you face legal repercussions. The woman at the stall proclaimed triumphantly. Is this how you treat the elderly? Furthermore, is this bracelet truly authentic? What sort of jade shatters so effortlessly? Lu Wanfeng interjected, coming to their defense. Why would it not be genuine? This is authentic Hitian jade. The woman cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wanfeng. Do you truly comprehend the value of jade? Tend to your own affairs and depart. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you share a cell with them. At that moment, Suwen approached. Brother Su, Jiang Shiyao implored, her voice quivering. Please assist my grandmother and me. She was acutely aware of Su Wen's formidable reputation, knowing that even Yang Wubiao from Jinling City would not dare to offend him. Which of you shattered the bracelet? Su Wen inquired of Jiang Shiyao, seeking clarity on the matter. It was they who broke it. Before Jiang Shiyao could elaborate, the man at the stall presented a fractured bracelet to Su Wen. Oh, Su Wen scrutinized the broken jade, a smile unexpectedly illuminating his face. Are you truly certain you wish for us to recompense this bracelet? Cease with the frivolities. If you do not pay, who will? Am I to bear the cost myself? The woman maintained her stance, steadfast and unwavering. However, Su Wen interjected with a knowing tone, suggesting that should compensation be made, the bracelet would henceforth belong to them. You ought to deliberate upon this matter thoughtfully. Would you prefer we settle the payment, or would you rather retain the bracelet? Are you out of your mind? What use can we derive from such a damaged trinket? Can it be consumed? The woman's confusion deepened at Su Wen's remarks, her impatience mounting. Just settle the payment already. How much is it? Su Wen asked once more. 30,000. The woman declared, raising 3 fingers in affirmation. No sooner had she uttered the words than Jiang Shiyao interjected. Laced with envy, did you not just assert that the bracelet was worth merely 10,000? How has it suddenly escalated to 30? Surely, I must have misremembered. Before the stall, a woman radiated an air of haughtiness, demanding, hurry and provide compensation. 30,000. Not a penny less. Indeed, not a penny less, or you shall all find yourselves incarcerated. A man nearby echoed. How can this worthless jade possibly command a price of 30,000? Jiang Shiyao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes due to the couple's outrageous conduct. Firstly, the jade bracelet had not been damaged by her or her grandmother, so why should they be held financially responsible? Secondly, the sum of 30,000 was indeed exorbitant, representing the entirety of Grandma Zhang's life savings. How could such a treasure not warrant that price? Just yesterday, I sold a piece for that very amount. Inquire with those who doubt my word. The woman gestured toward other vendors at nearby stalls. Indeed, that jade bracelet is valued at 30,000. This is common knowledge among us. We are all merchants here. Who would deceive you? Dear sister, should you break something, you must offer compensation. Should you refuse, you risk incarceration. Act swiftly to reimburse. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. The other vendors clearly aligned themselves with the couple. Confronted with their accusations, Jiang Shiyao found herself speechless with indignation when Su Wen unexpectedly announced, "We shall pay 30,000. Su Wen, are we truly going to acquiesce to this demand? Lu Wanfeng was momentarily astonished by Su Wen's remarks. Jiang Shiyao bit her lip, a sharp pang of bitterness coursing through her. She had harbored the hope that Su Wen would advocate for her, only to find him aligning with the couple instead. Yet, Jiang Shiyao bore no resentment towards Su Wen. Her only reproach was directed at herself for bringing her grandmother to this jade stall. Jiang Shiyao, do you have faith in me? Observing her despondent expression, Su Wen unexpectedly inquired. Indeed, I have faith in you, brother Su. Jiang Shiyao nodded almost instinctively. To her, Su Wen represented the final flicker of hope amidst an overwhelming darkness, having once bestowed upon her a sense of comfort. Had she not crossed paths with Su Wen, She dreaded the thought of becoming merely a pawn in Chun Beishan's game, forever severed from her beloved Grandma Jiang. Since you place your trust in me, you shall remit 30,000, Suwen declared with an air of mystery. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss. Rather, you will stumble upon unexpected fortune. Very well. Jiang Shiyao replied without a moment's hesitation, producing a rural bank card belonging to her Grandma Jiang and presenting it to the couple. Please, proceed with the transaction. Oh, at least you exhibit wisdom, the couple remarked after completing the payment, exchanging knowing glances with Suwen. They jested. You, young man, possess quite the flair for boasting. Unexpected fortune? I shall be keen to observe the benefits derived from acquiring this counterfeit jade bracelet. What? You assert that this bracelet is inauthentic? Lu Wanfeng's demeanor wavered. Oh, did I imply that? Haha, I cannot recall. The man at the stall shook his head vigorously. You are utterly shameless. How can you deceive in such a manner? Lu Wanfeng exclaimed, stamping her feet in exasperation. Who is deceiving? The woman at the stall interjected with feigned innocence. Our jade bracelet is undeniably authentic, and it is the most genuine glass, valued at merely 3 yuan. Glass. At this revelation, both Lu Wanfeng and Jiang Shiyao stood in complete astonishment. Only Grandma Jiang let out a resigned sigh, her lips whispering words about acquiring wisdom through financial loss. You must return my money. For a mere shard of broken glass, you demand 30,000? Do you possess no conscience? Jiang Shiyao, regaining her composure, tearfully accused the duo of street vendors. Dear girl, it is you who shattered the glass. It is only fair that you compensate us. Furthermore, this is Antique Street. If you fail to recognize the true nature of that glass, whom can you hold accountable? Did you not observe the warning at the entrance of Antique Street? Payment by card absolves us of all responsibility. The woman at the stall seemed to wield complete authority over Jiang Shiyao, proclaiming, this is a matter of mutual consent. Indeed, the man at the stall interjected, did not this young gentleman suggest that calamity could lead to prosperity? He gestured towards Suwen, who wore a knowing expression. Suwen, what do you imply by fortune emerging from misfortune? Lu Wanfeng, keen to steer the conversation away from the dispute with the vendors, turned her inquisitive gaze towards Suwen. What do I mean? It merely signifies that the foolish often revel in foolish fortunes. Ha. Before Suwen could utter a word, the woman at the stall erupted in laughter. The sound of her mirth prompted the other vendors on Antique Street to join in, clearly deriving pleasure from the embarrassment of Jiang Shiyao and her companions. However, in the next instant, their laughter was silenced abruptly. Suwen raised his hand and, with a resounding crash, cast the fractured jade bracelet he held onto the ground. Crack! The once 2 pieces of the jade bracelet splintered instantly into countless shards. Suwen, what are you doing? Lu Wanfeng exclaimed, taken aback by Suwen's actions. Yet, with a smile, Suwen retrieved a small green orb, no larger than a fingernail, from among the myriad of glass fragments. The orb was smooth to the touch, and under the soft light, it radiated an enchanting azure glow. Suwen, what is this? Such a beautiful orb. Upon beholding the verdant orb, Lu Wanfeng experienced an overwhelming wave of affection, yearning to possess it as her own. It is a resplendent pearl. Indeed, it is a resplendent pearl. A startled exclamation reverberated through the crowd. Astonishingly, the entirety of Antique Street descended into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. After a brief interlude, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang garb hurried over to Suwen, proclaiming, Young brother, I shall procure that resplendent pearl for 300,000 in cash. I can provide it to you immediately. Do you truly believe that 300,000 would suffice for a resplendent pearl? You must be lost in a dream. Another man interjected, stepping forward to Suwen. I offer 500,000, 800,000, 1 million, 2 million. In an instant, the price of the radiant pearl surged to 2 million. Nevertheless, Suwen had no desire to part with it. Instead, he bestowed the luminous pearl upon the astonished Jiang Shiyao, saying, Shiyao, this is for you. I had previously mentioned that you would find fortune amidst your misfortunes, and this treasure is what I alluded to. Witnessing the envious glances directed at her from the crowd on Antique Street, Jiang Shiyao's eyes brimmed with tears. All the grievances she had borne moments earlier dissipated into nothingness. She stepped forward, her elegant leg leading the way, and enveloped Suwen in a tight embrace, her voice quivering as she whispered, Brother Su, thank you. Thank you. Ahem. As Lu Wanfeng cast a glance in his direction, Suwen, apprehensive of his wife's envy, swiftly pushed Jiang Shiyao aside and casually remarked, There is no need for gratitude. It is unfathomable. How could a luminous pearl reside within that glass? At this juncture, the couple who had peddled their trinkets found themselves abruptly awakened to reality, their visages marred by regret and remorse as they directed a fierce glare at Jiang Shiyao. They were acutely cognizant of the pearl's worth, which could command no less than 3 million. Thus, while they had secured a modest profit of 30,000, they had simultaneously suffered a staggering loss of 3 million. Return the luminous pearl to me. I shall not part with the jade bracelet. Suddenly, the woman at the stall lunged toward Jiang Shiyao in a fit of desperation. However, Su Wen swiftly intervened with a resounding slap, asserting, "You claim you will not sell? Do not overlook the regulations of the antique street in Jinling. Once a card has been swiped, there exists no avenue for reversal." Indeed. And there are surveillance cameras present. The luminous pearl rightfully belongs to us. Do you wish to rescind your actions? It is far too late. Lu Wanfeng interjected, her tone commanding. And so what if there are cameras? Does that render you invulnerable? The man at the stall retorted defiantly, "Indeed, it does. The luminous pearl now belongs to Jiang Shiyao. Should you dare to seize it, you shall be committing an offense and can anticipate languishing in prison." Lu Wanfeng articulated each word with precision. The couple at the stall fell into silence, momentarily bereft of words upon hearing those eerily familiar phrases. In a time long past, they had audaciously demanded compensation from Jiang Shiyao, yet now they appeared as the true fools, having forfeited the greater treasure while grasping at mere trifles. Alas, that was a luminous pearl. We shall never amass 3 million in our lifetimes. My money, my money. Overcome with despair, the woman at the stall began to weep uncontrollably. However, Lu Wanfeng felt no twinge of sympathy. Instead, she reveled in their misfortune, proclaiming, "It serves you right. You callous merchants do not deserve to possess that 3 million. After the farcical events surrounding the luminous pearl came to an end, Jiang Shiyao took her leave alongside Grandma Jiang. Prior to their departure, they insisted on treating Su Wen to a meal, yet he graciously declined, suggesting they could arrange it for another time. "Su Wen, do you possess any knowledge of treasure appraisal?" At that moment, Lu Wanfeng, her curiosity ignited, turned her clear gaze towards Su Wen, as if seeking to unravel his very essence. Previously, Su Wen had identified the flaw in the incense burner, and now he had transformed misfortune into fortune for Grandma Jiang and Jiang Shiyao. It seemed improbable that one could accomplish such feats without an understanding of treasure appraisal. "Indeed, I possess a modest understanding of treasure appraisal," Su Wen replied with humility. In truth, he had no expertise in this field. However, he could discern the essence through appearances, for within the tome The Book of Life and Death, there exists a technique known as the yin-yang eye. Impressive. My mother once imparted to me that mastering the art of treasure appraisal is a formidable endeavor, Lu Wanfeng remarked. As she spoke, a voice of astonishment emerged from behind her. "Oh, Lu Wanfeng? What brings you here, cousin Wentong?" Upon seeing Lu Wentong and Zhou Ziling approach, Lu Wanfeng smiled and replied, "I have come to the antique street to acquire a gift for Mr. Chiu's birthday." "A gift? Here? In the flea market district?" Lu Wentong was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smirk graced her lips as she contemptuously remarked, "I must inquire, Lu Wanfeng. Have you lost your senses in your financial straits? You are now the head of the International Music School, representing the illustrious Lu family, residing in the opulent Rose Villa, far more luxurious than my own residence. Yet here you are, selecting gifts for Mr. Chiu amidst the street vendors? Surely you cannot be so audacious." "Indeed, Wanfeng, should you find yourself wandering the antique street, it would be prudent to acquire a token for Mr. Chiu from the auction area, at the very least. After all, Mr. Chiu is a revered martial arts master of Jinling City. Bestowing a gift from the vendor district upon such a distinguished individual is only fitting. It lacks sophistication, and I have heard that there are many imitations in that realm," Zhou Ziling interjected. Upon hearing her cousin's remarks, Lu Wanfeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had indeed contemplated purchasing a birthday gift for Mr. Chiu from the street vendor district, as Lu Wanfeng's financial situation was rather precarious. Her entire savings amounted to a mere 50,000. With such a meager sum, it was impossible to procure a gift from the auction area. Even in the commercial district, it would pose a challenge. "This is my inaugural visit to the antique street. I merely intended to browse, and I did not plan to procure a gift for Mr. Chiu from the street vendor area," she asserted, compelling herself to speak in defense of her dignity. Deep down, she acknowledged the validity of Wentong's observations. Residing in the Rose Villa, presenting a gift of street vendor merchandise to Mr. Chiu would undoubtedly provoke her grandmother's ire. Although Lu Wanfeng had no intention of partaking in the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet, she wished to avoid inciting the wrath of old Lady Lu. I suspected as much. I thought Wanfeng had disregarded our grandmother's counsel. Intending to deceive her by failing to prepare an appropriate gift, Lu Wenong remarked cryptically. Just then, her phone rang. Oh, the auction is commencing earlier than anticipated? Very well. I comprehend. I shall arrive shortly. After concluding the call, Lu Wenong turned to Lu Wanfeng with a smile. Cousin Wanfeng, let us depart. The grand auction in the designated area is about to begin, and we shall together select a birthday gift for Mr. Chiu. Though she harbored doubts regarding Lu Wanfeng's financial capacity to procure a gift for Mr. Chiu, she savored the prospect of teasing her cousin. After all, Lu Wanfeng possessed youth and beauty surpassing her own, and she held the esteemed position of project head at the International Music School. Despite Lu Wanfeng's marriage being less advantageous than her own, Lu Wenong could not suppress a flicker of envy. Why should Lu Wanfeng enjoy the luxurious rose villa while she herself was relegated to a mere villa? Well, Cousin Wentong, Su Wan and I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps you and Zhou Xiling could proceed to the auction ahead? Lu Wanfeng graciously declined Lu Wentong's invitation. What urgent matters could possibly occupy you on such a splendid weekend? Lu Wentong remained resolute. Shall I and Zhou Xiling wait for you here? Recognizing Lu Wentong's unwavering determination to escort her to the auction, Lu Wanfeng ultimately capitulated. Very well, Cousin Wenong, the matters concerning Su Wan can be postponed. We shall attend the auction first. With firm resolve, she decided that upon their arrival at the auction, she would maintain her silence, abstaining from bidding to evade any potential embarrassment. Before long, Lu Wenong and her companions reached the museum located on Antique Street, the venue for the grand auction. The atmosphere was vibrant, teeming with activity. Observing the lively scene within the museum, Lu Wanfeng sought a discreet corner to settle down. At that moment, an individual approached and greeted Zhou Xiling. Master Zhou, you have also arrived? Lu Wentong, standing nearby, shot a perplexed glance at Zhou Xiling. What master? Instinctively, Lu Wentong's heart raced, her emotions a tempest within her. Could it be that Zhou Xiling was not only a corporate titan but also a martial arts virtuoso rivaling Mr. Chiu? Zhou Xiling is a distinguished master of treasure appraisal hailing from Jiangnan province. Were you not aware? Observing the bewilderment etched on Lu Wentong's visage, the gentleman who had come to greet them chuckled softly. A master of treasure appraisal? Although Lu Wentong felt a twinge of disappointment, she could not restrain herself from turning to Zhou Xiling. My dear, why have you never divulged your expertise in treasure appraisal? It was merely a pastime of mine in days gone by. Once I embarked on my business venture, I rarely engaged in appraisals for others. Zhou Xiling responded with a gentle smile. In his former capacity as a master of treasure appraisal, he toiled diligently yet earned less than 1 million annually. Consequently, Zhou Xiling opted to pursue a different career path. Cousin Wentong, what a serendipitous encounter. My husband possesses considerable expertise in the art of treasure appraisal. I was quite surprised to discover that brother-in-law Xiling shares a similar proficiency, Lu Wanfeng observed, her smile radiating with delight. However, Lu Wentong interjected with a scoff. Cousin Wanfeng, I implore you, do not jest. How could Su Wan possibly be compared to my husband? My husband is a master of treasure appraisal hailing from the esteemed Jiangnan province. And what of Su Wan? Merely an amateur in the realm of treasure appraisal? Just someone who has merely perused a handful of texts on the topic? Let us refrain from making unfounded comparisons. Is this not somewhat disingenuous? Lu Wentong's voice dripped with contempt. Confronted by Lu Wentong's caustic demeanor, Lu Wanfeng found herself momentarily speechless. Earlier, Su Wan had indeed acknowledged that his comprehension of treasure appraisal was merely superficial and certainly did not rival Zhou Ziling's profound expertise. As the two women engaged in conversation, the grand auction at the museum commenced. The first item up for bid was Qi Bailong's renowned painting, 100 Birds, as a striking woman clad in a crimson dress ascended the stage. She unveiled an ink painting before Lu Wanfeng and the others. The artwork depicted a multitude of birds soaring into the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Is that truly Qi Bailong's 100 Birds? Qi Bailong is revered among the top 10 masters of ink painting in the illustrious history of Jiuzhou. This piece is undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. While the audience buzzed with anticipation, the captivating woman maintained her enchanting smile. The initial bid for 100 Birds is set at 3 million. Each subsequent offer must ascend by no less than 100,000. 3,200,000. 3,500,000. As the alluring woman's voice resonated, the price of 100 Birds soared to 5 million in an instant. However, at that moment, Zhou Ziling, standing beside Lu and Tong, let out a soft chuckle, expressing her surprise at the museum's audacity to sell counterfeit artworks. How rare indeed. Counterfeit artwork? Upon hearing Zhou Ziling's comment, uncertainty flickered across the faces of those present in the museum. Young man, are you insinuating that this 100 Birds painting is a forgery? An elderly gentleman clad in traditional garb furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Zhou Ziling. Although he appeared quite advanced in years, the gentleman displayed a robust constitution and an invigorated spirit, suggesting he was likely a practitioner of martial arts. Indeed, he proclaimed, this painting of 100 Birds is a mere imitation. In response to the elder's penetrating gaze, Zhou Ziling nodded nonchalantly. Absurd. This painting possesses the seal of Master Qi Bailong. It cannot possibly be a counterfeit. At that moment, a representative from the museum began to interrogate Zhou Ziling, stating, our forebears were experts in the study of ancient seals. This painting is undoubtedly an authentic creation of Master Qi Bailong. Unfazed, Zhou Ziling simply retorted that their skepticism was of little consequence. Humph. The man who had expressed skepticism towards Zhou Ziling was rather forthright. He promptly initiated the bidding with an offer of 5,200,000. Upon hearing this, others hesitated briefly before entering their own bids, 5,800,000. 6,300,000. The predominant concern among the bidders was the apprehension that Zhou Ziling was intentionally suppressing the price. Indeed, at various auctions throughout Jiangnan province, there had been numerous instances of individuals attempting to procure valuable antiques at a reduced price by alleging that the items were forgeries, thereby obscuring the truth. After several rounds of bidding, the price for the painting soared to an astonishing 9 million. 9 million once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Inquired the enchanting woman in the crimson dress with a smile. Yet, an extended silence ensued. 9 million. Second call. 9 million. Third call. Sold. Congratulations to our esteemed Mr. Shan, who has successfully acquired the authentic masterpiece by Master Qi Bailong, painting of 100 Birds. Upon receiving this exquisite artwork, Mr. Shan's excitement was palpable, for he is a distinguished connoisseur of calligraphy and paintings in Jinling City. With this painting of 100 Birds, I now possess 3 genuine works by the illustrious Master Qi Bailong. Just as Mr. Shan reveled in his triumph, a gust of wind swept through the museum, parting the curtains and allowing a beam of brilliant sunlight to illuminate the painting of 100 Birds. What a revelation it was! Upon exposure to the light, the once vibrant hues of the painting began to wane. The black ink within the artwork transformed into a striking shade of crimson under the effects of photosynthesis. How could this be? The painting of Master Qi Bailong is fading? Initially taken aback, Mr. Shan's complexion turned as pale as snow, and even the hand that clutched the scroll began to tremble slightly. Authentic paintings do not fade. Yet, he had unwittingly acquired a forgery. Is this painting truly a counterfeit? A voice from the museum shattered the stunned silence, and instantly, all eyes turned to Zhou Ziling. In that moment, their gazes were filled with reverence, relief, and a myriad of complex emotions. My young friend, your discerning eye is truly commendable. I am in awe, one remarked. Fortunately, I heeded your words and refrained from continuing to bid. Otherwise, I would be the one attracting ridicule today, another added. You, being so young yet possessing such remarkable expertise in appraising treasures, what a fortunate woman it would be to marry you. As the crowd heaped accolades upon Zhou Ziling, Lu Wenong felt akin to a resplendent phoenix, unable to suppress the instinct to raise her chin in triumph. Yet, the middle-aged man who had previously cast doubt upon Zhou Ziling's work murmured, is this painting truly a forgery? Yet, the seal upon it, it appears authentic. At this juncture, Zhou Ziling elucidated. This painting must have been crafted by an individual who discovered the blank seal paper of Master Qi Bailong and subsequently commissioned an artist to replicate the 100 Birds masterpiece upon it. The middle-aged man, suddenly enlightened, bowed respectfully to Zhou Ziling, exclaiming, Thank you, young friend, for your illumination. If I am not mistaken, your keen perception indicates that you are indeed a master of treasure appraisal from Jiangnan province? Hiss, upon hearing the title of treasure appraisal master, even the enchanting woman in the crimson dress upon the stage cast a more favorable glance toward Zhou Ziling. In the domain of antiques, a treasure appraisal master is undoubtedly a figure of significance. Indeed, I am a treasure appraisal master, Zhou Ziling acknowledged with grace. How fortunate we are to be in the presence of such an esteemed expert. I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion, the middle-aged man offered with an apologetic smile. Moments later, the unfortunate Mr. Shan, who had unwittingly acquired the counterfeit 100 Birds painting, exited the auction house, burdened by disappointment. Meanwhile, the captivating woman in the scarlet dress continued to unveil an antique, proclaiming, "The next item up for auction is a dragon and phoenix cup utilized by Empress Wen Zhao during the Northern Song dynasty, with an opening bid of 2 million. Her declaration incited yet another wave of excitement among the attendees, prompting many to place their bids. Dear cousin Wanfeng, I believe this dragon and phoenix cup would serve as a magnificent birthday gift for Mr. Chiu. Are you not inclined to participate in the bidding?" Observing that Lu Wanfeng had yet to make a bid, Lu Wentong abruptly posed a question. I believe I shall pause for a moment and peruse the other auction items," Lu Wanfeng replied, forcing a smile. At present, she possessed only 50,000 yuan. How could she possibly afford the exquisite dragon and phoenix cup? By the way, Su Wen, given that Zhou Xiling is a master of treasure appraisal, why not sit with him and glean some knowledge? Lu Wanfeng swiftly redirected the conversation. Is that truly necessary? Su Wen appeared momentarily taken aback. Why not? Do you not possess some understanding of treasure appraisal? The master is right here. Why not seek his wisdom? As Lu Wanfeng spoke, she willingly exchanged seats with Zhou Xiling. Ha, Su Wen, I never anticipated that you, a rustic simpleton, would have any knowledge of treasure appraisal. Zhou Xiling remarked with a hint of sarcasm, casting a glance at Su Wen. So, what is it that you wish to learn? Today, I find myself in a delightful mood and am inclined to share some insights with you. You cannot teach me, Su Wen replied with a stoic expression. Cannot teach you? Indeed, my expertise in treasure appraisal is quite profound. As a novice, you would naturally find it challenging to grasp, Zhou Xiling remarked with an air of superiority. After a brief pause, he leaned in closer to Su Wen and whispered, Country bumpkin, it appears you have entirely disregarded what your brother Zhou advised you earlier. Are you not contemplating a divorce from Lu Wanfeng? Do you intend to live as a green-haired turtle in the future? My marital status is of no concern to you, Zhou Xiling retorted. Speaking of you, have you pondered your final words of late? Su Wen smiled enigmatically. What final words? Zhou Xiling frowned at him. Isn't Yang Wubiao seeking to eliminate you? Su Wen responded with a smirk. Su Wen, cease your nonsensical chatter. Yang Wubiao and I are like brothers. Why would he wish to bring me harm? Zhou Xiling emitted a soft hum, revealing a trace of unease. At that moment, the auction for the Longfeng Liangyi Cup had reached its conclusion. On stage, a woman clad in an alluring red dress unveiled a remarkable antique, a piece of blue and white porcelain from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. With a starting bid of 5 million. What? Is it truly blue and white porcelain? Upon gazing at the exquisite vase adorned with intricate blue and white patterns, Lu Wenong felt her breath quicken, for she was acutely aware of Mr. Chiu's deep appreciation for such porcelain. My dear, I wish to acquire this blue and white porcelain as a birthday gift for Mr. Chiu. What are your thoughts? Lu Wentong gazed longingly at the lustrous, deep black blue and white porcelain, unable to resist inquiring of Zhou Xiling beside her. The implication was unmistakable. She sought his insight regarding the authenticity of the piece. After all, investing millions in a counterfeit would be an unbearable blow for Lu Wentong. I believe it is a worthy investment. Blue and white porcelain from the Shang and Zhou dynasties is indeed a rarity in the 9 provinces. Furthermore, I have heard that Mr. Chiu possesses a keen interest in collecting ceramics, Zhou Xiling replied, noticing Lu Wentong's eager gaze. This blue and white porcelain is genuine. Authenticity is of utmost importance. Lu Wentong exhaled in relief, raising her bidding paddle without hesitation. 550,000. Upon hearing Zhou Xiling's words, others began to place their bids as well. With a master appraiser confirming its authenticity, there seemed to be no cause for concern. In the blink of an eye, the price of the blue and white porcelain soared to 7 million. Along the way, Lu Wentong made a quick call to Lu Xuanyi to procure additional funds. Ultimately, Lu Wentong secured the porcelain for 740 million. Congratulations to Miss Lu for successfully acquiring a piece of blue and white porcelain. The enchanting woman in the red dress instructed the staff to present the porcelain to Lu Wentong. Upon receiving the porcelain, Lu Wentong's face radiated with joy and excitement. If spending 740 million could earn her a coveted invitation to the Jiang and Huawei banquet, it would indeed be a momentous triumph. Cousin Wentong, heartfelt congratulations on acquiring the cherished gift of your aspirations. Lu Wanfeng gazed enviously at the exquisite blue and white porcelain cradled in Lu Wentong's hands. Her voice tinged with admiration. Valued at several million, this antique was procured with effortless ease. Indeed, the family of her third aunt is undeniably affluent. There is no need for congratulations. An auction is merely a contest of wealth. With my resources, I can effortlessly obtain the treasures I desire, unlike you, who has yet to place a single bid since the auction commenced. As Lu Wentong spoke, her expression took on a hint of disdain. Lu Wanfeng, if you find yourself lacking in funds, do not feign a status that does not belong to you. An auction is ill-suited for your circumstances. Perhaps you would be better off at the flea market. I have come to a profound realization, she continued. In Jinling City, not everyone is granted the privilege of acquiring treasures from an auction, nor can all indulge in a life of luxury. Some are fated to remain in a state of inferiority, navigating a mundane existence amidst the bustling stalls and markets. Before Lu Wanfeng could interject, Su Wen cast a scornful glance at Lu Wentong. Lu Wentong, do you truly take pride in spending over 7 million on a counterfeit? You incessantly mention the flea market. But allow me to elucidate, even in the flea market, no one would dare to sell such an egregious imitation of blue and white porcelain. A counterfeit. Upon hearing those two words, the crowd at the museum was momentarily taken aback. Their gazes towards Lu Wentong grew increasingly intricate. Could it be that Lu Wentong was the next to be enveloped in suspicion? Su Wen, have you lost your senses? Your wife lacks the means to procure the blue and white porcelain from Mr. Chiao, and you are merely envious, are you not? Even Zhou Xiling has asserted the authenticity of this blue and white porcelain, and yet you dare to declare it a forgery? Do you truly believe your naive perspective eclipses that of a master appraiser? Allow me to enlighten you. When Zhou Xiling was evaluating artifacts, you were still laboring in the fields. Witnessing Lu Wantong's growing agitation, Lu Wanfeng swiftly interjected, offering an apology on behalf of Su Wen, saying, Cousin Wentong, please do not take offense. Su Wen is merely jesting. Although she found it perplexing how Su Wen could regard the blue and white porcelain as a counterfeit, she recognized that Zhou Xiling, as a master appraiser, undoubtedly possessed a more discerning eye. A jest? Humph. This buffoon spends his days spewing drivel instead of engaging in something of merit. Fixating on Su Wen, Lu Wentong admonished, Simpleton, cease perusing those insignificant appraisal tomes. You are ill-suited for this vocation, do you comprehend? My aptitude for this vocation bears no relevance to you, Lu Wentong. After all, you, a woman oblivious to the truth, possess no authority to critique me, Su Wen retorted with a frigid smirk. Who are you addressing as blind? Su Wen, dare to utter that again? Lu Wentong quivered with indignation. Zhou Xiling, equally irked, reproached Su Wen. You, a country bumpkin, challenging my evaluative abilities is one matter. But disparaging my vision as a woman is crossing the threshold, do you not agree? With your woeful evaluative skills, is there even a need for me to question you? Are you truly incapable of perceiving the words made in Jiangnan inscribed on the base of this porcelain? What else could that denote but a lack of sight? Indicating the base of the blue and white porcelain in Lu Wentong's grasp, Su Wen spoke with an intriguing tone. What? Made in Jiangnan. This. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling swiftly redirected their focus to the base of the porcelain. It would have been better had they not glanced at it at all. Yet, upon closer examination, the two stood frozen in disbelief. As if struck by a bolt from the blue. Could it truly be a counterfeit? Lu Wanfeng gazed intently at the inscription made in Jiangnan, her expression a tumultuous blend of horror and bewilderment. She was not alone. The other patrons of the museum mirrored her astonishment. Goodness, have forgeries become so audacious? They even bear factory labels? Yet, why would Zhou Xiling assert that such an obviously spurious piece is authentic? Perhaps he simply erred in his judgment. As far as I am aware, even the most seasoned appraisers are prone to mistakes. The crowd exchanged their musings, leaving Zhou Xiling somewhat flustered. At that moment, however, Lu Wentong suddenly erupted, exclaiming, No, this is inconceivable. How could I have acquired a counterfeit? The sum amounted to 740,000, 700,000. The mere contemplation of the porcelain's value caused Lu Wentong's heart to ache profoundly. To acquire this antique, she had even borrowed 200,000 from Lu Shuani. Yet now, it was all in vain. Everything was lost. With a sharp crack, a sound reverberated. Lu Wentong, unable to endure the humiliation, forcefully hurled the exquisite blue and white porcelain to the ground before lunging towards the enchanting woman in the crimson dress on the stage. Return my money. That porcelain is a counterfeit. Reimburse me. Regrettably, our antique market adheres to a stringent policy. Once a card is swiped, we assume no responsibility. The woman in red replied with an icy demeanor, her indifference unmistakable. You refuse to refund me? Very well. Then I shall bring ruin to your establishment. In the throes of her wrath, Lu Wentong was suddenly silenced by a stinging slap delivered by the woman clad in red. The Museum of Antiquities belongs to Jiang and Fu. Go ahead, attempt to dismantle it. Should you do so today, the Lu family shall meet their demise by tomorrow. Jiang and Fu. The mere mention of those 3 words caused Lu Wentong to regain her composure instantly. Throughout history, none have dared to provoke Jiang and Fu. Zhou Xiling, did you not assert that the blue and white porcelain was authentic? Why have you deceived me? I am your wife. Unable to confront the Museum of Antiquities, Lu Wentong could only interrogate Zhou Xiling, jealousy igniting in her gaze. Wentong, please, calm yourself. I acknowledge my earlier error, but rest assured, I shall find a means to return the 7 million to you promptly, Zhou Xiling replied with a sense of duty. Truly? Hope shimmered in Lu Wentong's eyes. Zhou Xiling, with a reassuring smile, responded warmly, thank you, my love. Lu Wentong nestled deeper into Zhou Xiling's embrace, her heart brimming with joy. It is truly a blessing to be married to you. As she spoke, she caught sight of Su Wen's gaze fixed upon her. Filled with indignation, she retorted. What are you staring at, you unsophisticated rustic? My husband possesses far greater capabilities than you. Are you envious? Even if I were to acquire a counterfeit, Xiling would still bestow upon me 7 million. And what can you offer Lu Wanfeng? 7 million? Cousin Wentong, I do not seek Su Wen's wealth, Lu Wanfeng interjected softly. Observing Lu Wantong's fierce interrogation, I am capable of earning my own living, and I am unaccustomed to relying on a man's finances. Unaccustomed? Lu Wentong scoffed. Lu Wanfeng, spare us your feigned modesty. If you could indeed spend a man's money, would you truly feel discomfort? Naturally, you are unaccustomed to it because Su Wen lacks the means to provide for you. Before Lu Wanfeng could articulate a response, Zhou Xiling earnestly interjected, Lu Wanfeng, you possess remarkable attributes, beauty and grace. In my view, you are entirely deserving of a man of superior caliber. Su Wen is simply unworthy of you. Perhaps it would be prudent to sever ties with him and pursue a wealthy heir who can truly cherish you. I will not divorce Su Wen, Lu Wanfeng declared with unwavering conviction. Why subject yourself to this? Do you not yearn to marry into wealth and become a phoenix woman like Lu Xuani? Zhou Xiling questioned, perplexed. Marrying Su Wen was my own choice, and I shall never harbor regrets. Moreover, I have never perceived myself as a phoenix woman, nor have I aspired to wed into affluence. Lu Wanfeng insisted earnestly. You. Just as Zhou Xiling was poised to continue, Lu Wentong interjected, Xiling, why are you even engaging in this discourse with Lu Wanfeng? She has chosen to marry Su Wan, and frankly, I believe that is entirely commendable. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Wentong made the decision to exit the Museum of Antiquities alongside Zhou Xiling. After all, she had just acquired a forgery, and the humiliation was too profound for her to linger any longer. However, just as Lu Wentong began to turn away, the captivating woman in the crimson dress on stage revealed yet another auction item, proclaiming, a piece of amber from a jellyfish, with a starting bid of 50,000. Amber? Is this not merely yellow glass? As one gazed upon the diminutive, resplendent yellow stone nestled in the woman's palm, approximately the size of a quail's egg, a spectator within the museum chuckled and remarked, this amber is undoubtedly a counterfeit. I wouldn't part with 50, let alone 50,000. Indeed, the authenticity of this amber appears rather dubious. Genuine amber exudes a translucence reminiscent of jade and emanates a delicate milky aroma, whereas this specimen is entirely opaque and reek of industrial glass. As the crowd exchanged their opinions, an individual turned to Zhou Xiling with a light-hearted inquiry, Master Zhou. What is your perspective on this amber? What value does this industrial-grade yellow glass truly possess? Zhou Xiling shook his head with a smile, remarking that such antiques as amber are difficult to deceive even for the untrained eye, let alone for someone of my expertise. That is indeed the case. The world of antiques is undeniably complex, yet the domain of amber is rather straightforward. As they conversed, not a single individual in the museum placed a bid. In response, the woman in the crimson dress remained unfazed, leisurely stating, 30 seconds remain. If no bids are made for the jellyfish amber, we shall proceed to the next item. 15. 14. 13. As the countdown resonated from the enchanting woman, Lu Wanfeng became increasingly agitated, for she possessed exactly 50,000 in savings. However, due to the assertions of Zhou Xiling and others claiming the amber to be counterfeit, she hesitated to place a bid for an extended duration. Yet now, the amber was on the brink of remaining unsold. If Lu Wanfeng did not bid soon, she feared she would forfeit the opportunity entirely. Thus, she turned to her knowledgeable husband, Su Wan, and implored, Darling, may I procure this amber? Do you wish to acquire this amber? Su Wan's expression shifted subtly. I do wish to purchase it, yet I find myself hesitant. Lu Wanfeng sighed, equally apprehensive about the possibility of acquiring a counterfeit. Although 50,000 was not an exorbitant sum, it constituted her entire savings. If you wish to buy, then proceed. This amber, priced at 50,000, is a reasonable proposition. Suwon cast a discerning gaze upon the jellyfish amber before smiling at his wife. Very well, I shall purchase it. With that, Lu Wanfeng began to place her bid, 50,000. Uff, Lu Wanfeng, are you jesting? Lu Wentong scoffed. Zhou Xiling has declared this amber to be mere yellow glass, and you still dare to bid? Are you so desperate for attention? Suwon has deemed it a worthy purchase, Lu Wanfeng asserted, articulating each word with care. Suwon? Humph, what does this country bumpkin know about appraisal? His opinion pales in comparison to that of Zhou Xiling. Lu Wentong scoffed dismissively. But cousin Wentong, did you not heed Zhou Xiling's counsel previously and suffer a loss exceeding 7 million? Lu Wanfeng countered earnestly. You. Lu Wentong appeared visibly irked, glaring fiercely at Lu Wanfeng. Since you were so intent on playing the role of a benefactor, proceed as you wish. Just to not come lamenting to the museum for a refund when you discover your folly. Rest assured, I can afford to gamble with 50,000. As soon as Lu Wanfeng's words were uttered, the enchanting woman in the red dress smiled and declared, 50,000 for the first time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. Apart from Lu Wanfeng, no one else made a bid. I fail to comprehend. Why would this woman from the Lu family acquire such an obvious counterfeit? Someone voiced their skepticism. Perhaps it was her inaugural experience at an auction, and she yearned to immerse herself in the process. Another pondered the scenario, as the audience settled into a state of observation. The enchanting woman clad in a crimson dress on stage proclaimed, 50,000, third and final call. Sold. Let us extend our congratulations to Miss Lu Wanfeng for her triumphant acquisition of the amber. Upon her declaration, museum staff promptly presented the amber to Lu Wanfeng. Is this truly amber? As she scrutinized the solid yellow artifact in her grasp, Lu Wanfeng detected an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor emanating from the antique. Lu Wanfeng, what you possess is not amber. It is merely a fragment of yellow glass, Zhou Ziling jested with a smirk. Do you genuinely believe a rustic individual like Suwon? How can you ascertain it is glass? Lu Wanfeng retorted indignantly. Perhaps it genuinely is amber? Uffed. Lu Wanfeng, do you not even recognize glass when it is before you? Lu Wentong laughed with unrestrained mirth, then added with a hint of sarcasm. Here is a suggestion, dear cousin. Release the amber gently onto the ground. If it is glass, it shall shatter. If it is true amber, it will remain unscathed. Do you comprehend? Very well, I shall endeavor to do so. Aware of glass's inherent fragility, Lu Wanfeng delicately released the amber onto the floor. To her dismay, a resounding crash echoed as the quail egg-sized amber fractured into a myriad of shimmering shards. Is this truly glass? The scene instantly drained the color from Lu Wanfeng's visage, rendering her ghostly pale. She had harbored hopes of uncovering a treasure within the museum, only to be met with disillusionment. Yet, upon reflection, even a discerning expert like Zhou Ziling could err. Might Suwon also be mistaken? Was such an occurrence not all too common? Furthermore, as Lu Wanfeng had previously articulated, the sum of 50,000 was a wager she could afford. Should she incur a loss, she would simply accumulate her savings once more. Suwon, let us return home. With that, Lu Wanfeng turned, preparing to depart alongside Suwon. She found herself devoid of funds, and lingering in the antique district would merely squander precious time. However, Suwon, with a smile, shook his head. Return? Are you truly forsaking the antiques? Antiques? What antiques? Is that amber not merely yellow glass? Lu Wanfeng's expression was one of bewilderment and skepticism. Ah, Xiao Su, even now you remain unconvinced. You assert that yellow glass qualifies as an antique? At the sound of Su Wen's voice, Zhou Ziling could not suppress a chuckle. Could it be that you, a provincial simpleton, have never encountered glass in the mountains and mistook it for a treasure? When did I ever assert that yellow glass was an antique? Suwon retorted to Zhou Ziling, if you possess no discernment, refrain from behaving foolishly here. It is rather embarrassing. Suwon, whom do you dare to label a fool? Zhou Ziling erupted in fury. Yet, Lu Wentong, standing beside him, gently restrained him, uttering, Xiling, let it go. You are the president, a man of considerable wealth. Is it truly worth your while to engage in a petty dispute with someone like Suwon? A rustic from the mountains? He accuses you of lacking discernment, but do you genuinely possess none? You are a master appraiser from Jiangnan province. What is Suwon in comparison? He points at a heap of shattered glass, proclaiming it to be an antique, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of his claims. As Lu Wentong continued her relentless discourse, Su Wen crouched down and retrieved a jellyfish specimen no larger than a red bean. From the scattered shards of glass strewn across the ground, the jellyfish specimen exuded a pungent, bitter herbal aroma. "My dear, why are you collecting a jellyfish specimen?" Upon witnessing Su Wen gently cradling the jellyfish in his palm, Lu Wanfeng voiced her intrigue. "Is this jellyfish truly an antique?" Su Wen replied with a sense of leisure. You assert that this jellyfish is an antique?" Lu Wanfeng was momentarily taken aback. However, Lu Wentong and Zhou Xiling erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This is utterly absurd. Su Wen, you must be quite fond of jesting with Lu Wanfeng. This filthy, odorous jellyfish is something I could easily find anywhere along the East China Sea. Are you truly asserting that this creature is an antique? Have you lost your senses? No wonder Lu Xuanyi has declined to marry you. Which woman would desire to wed a jester?" As Lu Wentong's remarks lingered in the air, Lu Wanfeng retorted with indignation, "Cousin Wentong, is it truly necessary to exacerbate Su Wen's distress? Furthermore, Su Wen is not a jester." "Not a jester? Then why does he clutch a jellyfish specimen and proclaim it an antique? I have resided in Jinling my entire life and have never encountered such an eccentric rustic as Su Wen." Just as Lu Wentong continued to deride Su Wen, a middle-aged gentleman adorned in a mink coat approached him, his voice quivering with disbelief. "Young brother, might you reveal the jellyfish specimen you hold?" Su Wen then opened his palm. In the following moment, the man in the mink coat gasped, "Is it true? This is a blood cloud jellyfish? Blood cloud jellyfish?" Lu Wentong was taken aback, her confusion palpable as she queried, "What is a blood cloud jellyfish?" The blood cloud jellyfish, a long-extinct medicinal species from a millennium past, possessed the remarkable ability to enhance the prowess of martial masters. Recently, Mr. Chiu proclaimed a bounty for the blood cloud jellyfish in Jiangnan. Anyone who could procure this rare specimen would have any request fulfilled by Mr. Chiu. As the man clad in a mink coat concluded his remarks, Lu Wentong stood in a state of utter disbelief. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xiling and Lu Wanfeng were similarly taken aback. Could it be that this seemingly worthless jellyfish could compel Mr. Chiu to acquiesce to any demand? Lu Wentong's mind raced to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, and with wide eyes, she inquired of the man in the mink coat, "Are you certain that this inconsequential jellyfish is indeed a blood cloud jellyfish?" "There is no error. I once beheld a blood cloud jellyfish at the Jiuzhou auction house several years ago. Although it bears a resemblance to the common jellyfish, it emanates a distinctly bitter herbal aroma. I never anticipated that the blood cloud jellyfish would be concealed within this yellow glass." Upon concluding his declaration, the gentleman clad in a mink coat fixated his fervent gaze upon Su Wen, proclaiming, "My young friend, I am prepared to offer 20 million for your blood cloud jellyfish. What say you?" No sooner had he uttered these words than another voice resounded near Su Wen, "I am willing to bid 30 million. 50 million. As the attendees of the Boguzhai learned that the blood cloud mother could secure an assurance from Master Chiu, they eagerly vied to place their bids. After all, exchanging a mere few million for a commitment from a martial arts master appeared to be an extraordinary bargain. "I must express my apologies. Yet the blood cloud mother is the possession of my wife. I lack the authority to part with it," Su Wen declared, stepping before the bewildered Lu Wanfeng, and graciously transferring the blood cloud mother into the hands of his wife. "Miss Lu, our esteemed Boguzhai is prepared to offer 100 million for this blood cloud mother." At that instant, a captivating woman clad in a crimson dress on the stage also interjected. A pang of regret washed over her. Had she been aware that the amber housed the blood cloud mother, she would have refrained from placing it up for auction. "I shall not part with the blood cloud mother." Once Lu Wanfeng regained her composure, she gracefully declined all offers. In times past, she would never have dared to dream of attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. With the blood cloud mother in her possession, she found herself eagerly anticipating her participation in the illustrious banquet. After all, as a woman hailing from Jiangnan, how could Lu Wanfeng not indulge in the reverie of becoming one of the 4 great talents of Jiangnan? Previously, the 4 great talents had seemed unattainably remote, as if divided by the heavens themselves. However, since her marriage to Su Wen, she had witnessed a remarkable transformation in her life. Her injured leg had mended. She had secured a project with a prestigious international music institution, and she had returned to reside in the Rose Villa. Now, she had even acquired the blood cloud mother for a mere 50,000. Could it be that Su Wen was indeed a man of fortune for his beloved wife? After Lu Wanfeng departed from Boguzhai alongside Su Wen, a sudden wave of despair engulfed Lu Wen. On what grounds is this based? How could Lu Wanfeng discover the blood cloud mother at Bogujai while I squandered over 7 million on a mere counterfeit? This is utterly unjust. My companion is a master of appraisal, while Su Wen is not, but a provincial simpleton. Yet, why is it that the master of appraisal failed to discern the truth, while the simpleton struck gold? The mere notion of the blood cloud mother being capable of securing Master Chiu's commitment filled Lu Wenton with an overwhelming sense of jealousy and envy towards Lu Wanfeng. Ultimately, consumed by intense resentment, Lu Wenton collapsed on the spot. Wenton. Upon discovering Lu Wenton in a state of unconsciousness, Zhou Xiling promptly summoned an ambulance. After all, Lu Wenton still possessed considerable value to him, and he could not afford to allow any harm to befall her. Time flowed swiftly. 3 days later, the grand celebration of Master Chiu Fulong's 50th birthday commenced in Jinling City. As a revered local martial arts master, the magnitude of Chiu Fulong's birthday banquet was extraordinary. Taking place at the Jinling Wanhua International Building. At 9 in the morning, the Lu family arrived at the Wanhua International Building, eagerly anticipating the festivities. Grandmother, Lu Xuani, adorned in an elegant evening gown, approached her grandmother. Today, Lu Xuani once again radiated grace, her noble beauty captivating numerous gazes upon her arrival. Are all the gifts prepared? Old Madame Lu inquired, casting her gaze upon her. Indeed, all is in readiness, Lu Xuani proclaimed with unwavering confidence. I am certain I can secure a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Dearest cousin Xuani, you may find yourself disillusioned, Lu Wentong interjected unexpectedly. Lu Wanfeng has recently procured the blood cloud mother from the antique street, and I fear the opportunity for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet may fall into her possession. Blood cloud mother? The elegantly adorned Lu Xuani appeared momentarily perplexed at Lu Wentong's utterance. What is that? Indeed, cousin Wentong, what is blood cloud mother? The other women of the Lu family turned their attention towards Lu Wentong in unison. Blood cloud mother is an ancient medicinal herb, long believed to have vanished millennia ago. Reputed to enhance the prowess of martial masters, Lu Wentong explained, recounting the knowledge she held regarding blood cloud mother to Lu Xuani and the others. What? Could this blood cloud mother truly have been secured by Mr. Chiu? How fortunate Lu Wanfeng is to have uncovered the blood cloud mother at the antique shop for a mere 50,000. Why does fortune elude me? Upon hearing the entire account of Lu Wanfeng's acquisition of the blood cloud mother, the women of the Lu family were consumed by envy and jealousy, much like Lu Wentong. Yet, only Lu Xuani remained bewildered. Cousin Wentong, you mentioned that Su Wen was the one who discovered the blood cloud mother. Does he genuinely possess the expertise to appraise treasures? Su Wen is merely a fortunate soul, akin to a blind cat chancing upon a dead mouse. Moreover, Zhou Xiling informed me that the art of treasure appraisal is predominantly governed by luck, with only a minuscule portion attributed to discernment. Even if Su Wen possesses some understanding of appraisal, what significance does it hold? Even a master like Zhou Xiling has ventured into business, signifying that the future of treasure appraisal appears bleak. Lu Wentong voiced her doubts. Indeed, a close friend of mine also noted that in recent years, the regulation of antiques in Jiuzhou has significantly tightened, resulting in widespread unemployment among appraisers. Even if Su Wen possesses knowledge of appraisal, can he truly be considered anything more than an insignificant figure? He cannot even afford Lu Wanfeng's betrothal gift, resorting instead to foraging for wild mushrooms. A woman from the Lu family, looking down upon Su Wen, made a sardonic remark. To label Su Wen as a minor character is an exaggeration. He is merely a buffoon. Lu Wentong gritted her teeth in contempt. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Lu Xuani found herself engulfed in contemplation. For she mused, had she married Su Wen back then, might she have been the one to unearth the blood cloud mother at the antique shop? Yet as this contemplation arose, Lu Xuani resolutely shook her head. She would much rather forsake the opportunity to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet than to be wed to a rustic such as Su Wen. After all, Lu Xuani was acutely aware that even if she graced the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet with her presence, the esteemed title of one of Jiangnan's 4 talents would likely remain forever unattainable for her. As for Lu Wanfeng, the notion was even more preposterous. A woman bereft of connections and capabilities, who had never engaged in martial arts and had endured adversity in her early years, how could she dare to aspire to be one of Jiangnan's 4 talents? It was undeniably the folly of a dreamer. Behold, here comes Lu Wanfeng. At that moment, a member of the Lu family spotted Lu Wanfeng and Su Wen arriving at the Wanhua International Building. Today, Lu Wanfeng adorned herself in a delicate white puff skirt. Light and ethereal, complemented by a pink bow perched atop her head, exuding sweetness while retaining an air of purity, reminiscent of the charming girl next door. And as for Suwon, he simply donned a plain white t-shirt. Upon her arrival at the birthday banquet, Grandma Lu Wanfeng extended her greetings to the venerable matriarch. Lu Lao Tai Tai. Wanfeng, I heard from Wentong that you successfully acquired the blood cloud mother at the museum? Lu Lao Tai Tai inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Since the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the International Music School, her admiration for Lu Wanfeng had only deepened. Thanks to my husband, Suwon, I was fortunate enough to secure the blood cloud mother, Lu Wanfeng revealed, acknowledging the family's attention with a leisurely confession. That is truly marvelous, splendid indeed. With the blood cloud mother in our possession, the chance to partake in the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet is undoubtedly fated for our esteemed Lu family. Lu Lao Tai Tai radiated with joy, for any member of the Lu family attending this grand occasion would unquestionably enhance the family's stature within Jiangnan province. This was precisely the outcome Lu Lao Tai Tai yearned to behold. The Jiang and Flower Moon banquet? Suwon, who happened to overhear this, seemed momentarily taken aback. My dear, I neglected to mention earlier that Grandma has requested we present a gift to Mr. Chiu for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Lu Wanfeng candidly conveyed to Suwon. Initially, she had chosen not to inform him, as she had never entertained the thought of attending the banquet herself. The occurrences at the museum still felt like a dream to Lu Wanfeng. I see, Suwon replied with a contemplative nod. Cousin Wanfeng, could you please show me what the blood cloud mother resembles? I had never before witnessed the sanguine elixir utilized by martial artists. At that moment, a young lady from the Lu family regarded Lu Wanfeng with eyes brimming with anticipation. Cousin Wanfeng, I long to behold it as well. Another young lady from the Lu family interjected. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. Though it is merely an ordinary jellyfish, nothing remarkably exceptional. As she spoke, Lu Wanfeng unveiled a delicate jade box. Within the confines of the box rested a blood-hued jellyfish, no larger than a crimson bean. Is this the blood cloud mother that augments a martial artist's prowess? Is it not merely a commonplace jellyfish found along the East China Sea? The expressions of Lu Xianyi and the others transformed into one of astonishment upon witnessing the blood cloud mother. Very well, Wanfeng, swiftly secure the blood cloud mother. It is your pass to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Exercise utmost care to avoid any damage. Lu Lao Tai Tai gently instructed Lu Wanfeng after casting a glance at the blood cloud mother. Certainly, grandmother. Lu Wanfeng responded as she prepared to store the blood cloud mother. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Bang! A sudden car crash erupted at the entrance of the Wanhua International Building, the cacophonous sound startling Lu Wanfeng. In her moment of shock, she lost her grip, causing the jade box to soar from her hands. Look out! Lu Lao Tai Tai swiftly reached out to catch the box, but alas, it was too late. Just as the box was about to plummet to the ground, Suwon skillfully intercepted it with steady hands. Evening breeze, do you intend to instill fear in your grandmother? Such a precious artifact as the blood cloud mother, and yet you fail to treat it with the reverence it deserves? Fortunately, Suwon exhibited remarkable quick-wittedness. Otherwise, had the blood cloud mother sustained any damage, how could you possibly attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? Observing that the blood cloud mother remained unscathed, Old Lady Lu initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then her discontent shifted toward Lu Wanfeng. Grandmother, I sincerely apologize. Lu Wanfeng repeatedly bowed her head in contrition. Enough, swiftly store away the blood cloud mother and refrain from displaying it any further, Old Lady Lu insisted. Meanwhile, Lu Winton and Lu Xuanyi, upon witnessing Su Wen's deft catch of the blood cloud mother, exchanged fleeting glances of regret. After all, had the blood cloud mother been shattered, Lu Wanfeng would no longer have been the focal point of Mr. Chiu's 50th birthday celebration today. That insufferable Su Wen. The blood cloud mother ought to have been broken. Why did he have to intervene? Lu Winton seethed with indignation. However, just as her ire reached its zenith, the blood cloud mother in Lu Wanfeng's grasp abruptly vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the blood cloud mother, both Lu Wanfeng and Su Wen were taken aback in astonishment. Where has the blood cloud mother gone? Lu Wanfeng's countenance shifted to one of anxiety. Yet, Su Wen responded with a tone laden with complexity. Wanfeng, have you commenced your cycle today? How do you know? Lu Wanfeng retorted, her cheeks suffused with embarrassment. Su Wen opened his mouth, ultimately releasing a bittersweet smile. The blood cloud mother is a sanguine elixir. As you have begun your cycle, it detected the essence of blood and has assimilated into your being. You mean? The blood cloud mother is within me? What should I do? Can it be extricated? Lu Wanfeng stood on the precipice of tears. She was not a master of martial arts. The endeavor to refine the blood cloud mother would be a futile pursuit. There exists no possibility of reversal. Once the blood cloud mother entwines with blood, the path ahead is irrevocably set. Su Wen, wearing a bittersweet smile, shook his head. He had not foreseen that Mr. Cho's birthday celebration would culminate in such a grave misstep. Ah, the blood cloud mother has indeed integrated into Lu Wanfeng's being? Within the confines of the Wanhua International Building, the members of the Lu family responded with a tapestry of emotions. Joy radiated from Lu Xuanyi, Lu Winton, and the other younger women of the clan, who eagerly anticipated Lu Wanfeng's inability to present her offering. In stark contrast, sorrow enveloped old Lady Lu. The absence of the blood cloud mother would pose a formidable challenge for the Lu family as they sought to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Su Wen, is there truly no means to extricate the blood cloud mother from Lu Wanfeng's form? The resolute old Lady Lu inquired once more. There is no way, Su Wen replied candidly. In that moment, old Lady Lu seemed to age several years. She parted her lips, poised to reproach Lu Wanfeng for her negligence, but then remembered that Lu Wanfeng was still occupied with matters concerning the International Music School. Consequently, she restrained her words and instead sighed. It appears our Lu family is fated to be without the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Grandmother, there is no need for such pessimism. Our Lu family does not solely depend on Lu Wanfeng as a woman. The gifts I have prepared will undoubtedly please Mr. Chiu. Lu Xuanyi strode confidently in her red high heels, approaching old Lady Lu before whispering a few words. Is this true? Upon hearing Lu Xuanyi's words, the previously despondent old Lady Lu's eyes instantly gleamed with hope. Absolutely. Lu Xuanyi nodded with earnestness. Very well, Xuanyi. As long as you can represent the Lu family at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, I shall gladly relinquish the position of the head of the Lu family to you. Old Madame Lu declared with satisfaction. Thank you, Grandma, Lu Xuanyi replied, her cheeks blooming with joy as she lifted her head, resembling a regal phoenix. With an air of superiority, she addressed Lu Wanfeng. Cousin Wanfeng, your esteemed blood cloud mother is no longer among us. Why do you linger at the Wanhua International Building? Return whence you came. Even if you were to miraculously discover another blood cloud mother at the museum, how could you possibly integrate into Jiangnan's elite society? You ought to be content managing the collaboration of the International Music School. Without the status of a Phoenix Maiden, why entertain dreams of attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? Your presence reminds me of a saying from the 9 provinces, excessive joy leads to sorrow. You, confronted by Lu Xuanyi's malicious delight. Lu Wanfeng experienced a fleeting surge of frustration, but soon recognized the futility of lingering at the Wanhua International Building. She turned to her husband, Su Wen, and gently proposed, My dear, let us take our leave. However, Su Wen remained unmoved. Instead, he directed his attention to Lu Xuanyi, inquiring, Who informed you that without the blood cloud matron, Wanfeng cannot partake in the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? Do you believe we are limited to that solitary gift? Do you have alternative offerings prepared? Lu Xuanyi appeared taken aback. Of course, he replied. As he spoke, Su Wen revealed the ancient Lu Hading from the Song dynasty and presented it to Lu Wanfeng. Wanfeng, this is a token from a friend. You should present it to Mr. Chiu. Aware of his wife's disdain for nefarious individuals, Su Wen wisely chose to omit Chen Beishan's name. Is this truly permissible? Lu Wanfeng felt a touch of embarrassment. Su Wen, however, offered her words of comfort. He had learned from Chen Beishan that Qiu Fulong had long sought the Lu Hading. It appeared that presenting this artifact to Qiu Fulong would yield results no less advantageous than the blood cloud mother. Thank you, my dear. Lu Wanfeng expressed her gratitude as she accepted the Lu Hading from Su Wen. Observing this exchange, Lu Xuanyi erupted into derisive laughter. Huh, Lu Wanfeng. Su Wen himself is not but a rustic. What exquisite gift could his companion possibly bestow? Have you never heard the adage? Birds of a feather flock together. Do you truly believe this meager ding could gain entry to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? Is that even plausible? Upon concluding her remarks, Lu Wentong and the other ladies joined in with similar ridicule. Indeed, Lu Wanfeng, Mr. Chiu is a master of martial arts in Jiangnan. By presenting this worthless trinket, do you not wish to bring shame upon the Lu family? And what, pray tell, is this ding anyway? It is enveloped in verdant corrosion. Is this what one deems an antique? Surely, it must have been acquired as mere trifling merchandise online. Ha. Upon receiving the playful jest from Lu Xuanyi and the others, Lu Wanfeng's cheeks turned crimson as she countered. What is wrong with a gift that costs merely 9 yuan with complimentary shipping? My grandmother always proclaimed that even a token worth a single penny possesses immeasurable worth if Mr. Chiu cherishes it. Furthermore, I find this bronze ding rather captivating. Although Lu Wanfeng herself harbored doubts that the Luo River ding could secure her a place at the Jiangnan Flower and Moon Banquet, she was nonetheless irked by Lu Xuani's claim that Su Wen was undeserving. Very well, suit yourself. Should you render yourself a fool later, do not claim kinship with the Lus, Lu Xuani scoffed icily. No sooner had she uttered these words than a middle-aged gentleman clad in traditional Tang garb entered the Wanhua International Building, accompanied by a breathtaking woman in a cheap pao, whose elegant silhouette radiated allure. Mr. Chiu, Miss Yin, you have arrived, the crowd greeted. Greetings, Mr. Chiu. With the entrance of Chiu Fulong, the attendees at Wanhua International eagerly approached him to extend their salutations. I am grateful to all of you for taking time from your busy lives to commemorate my 50th birthday, Chiu Fulong warmly addressed his guests. Please, take a seat. Do not be shy. Once everyone was settled, the staff at Wanhua International began to serve an array of local delicacies from Jiangnan, and the guests relished the meal with great delight. It was only after they had satisfied their appetites that the atmosphere shifted, for the pinnacle of the birthday banquet was about to unfold. Mr. Chiu, this is a birthday gift from the Bai family. I hope it brings you joy. A young woman from the Bai family presented a piece of calligraphy and painting to Chiu Fulong, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and yearning. Alas, Chiu Fulong merely cast a fleeting glance at the artwork before setting it aside. Does Mr. Chiu not hold an appreciation for calligraphy and painting? The members of the Bai family were enveloped in a tide of disappointment at his response. Nevertheless, they remained resolute. Instead, they introduced another enchanting woman to bestow a gift. Mr. Chiu, this is a piece of exquisite blue and white porcelain from the Bai family. You are very thoughtful. Chiu Fulong accepted the gift with an equally apathetic demeanor. Once the Bai family had completed their offerings, it was the turn of the Li family. However, their presentations also failed to evoke any semblance of joy from Chiu Fulong. Following them was the Lu family. Lu Wentong was the first to proffer her gift. Mr. Chiu, this is a set of beeswax prayer beads my family has prepared for you. Having previously endured a loss of 7 million at the antique shop, Lu Wentong could not afford a lavish gift. Thus, she chose to present the prayer beads, which had been her 18th birthday gift, to Chiu Fulong. Oh, is this old beeswax? Upon beholding the beads presented by Lu Wentong, a smile finally graced the countenance of Chiu Fulong. Indeed, I find this gift rather delightful. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Wait, Mr. Chiu is smiling? The sight of Chiu Fulong's smile rendered Lu Wentong momentarily speechless, for these beeswax prayer beads were not particularly precious. Valued at merely around 20,000. They were insignificant when juxtaposed with the blue and white porcelain and ink paintings bestowed by the Bai and Li families. Yet, it was this humble offering that inspired Chiu Fulong to reveal his appreciation. How curious that the gift from the woman of the Lu family could evoke a smile from Mr. Chiu. Beeswax prayer beads. Surely, they must possess little worth? Observing Lu Wenten, who had unexpectedly become the focal point of attention within the Wanhua International Building, the women from the Bai and Li families, who had previously bestowed gifts, displayed expressions of envy. Could it be that the coveted position at the Jiangnan Huaiweb banquet would be claimed by the Lu family? Mr. Chiu, this is a gift prepared for you by our Feng family. As Lu Wenten reveled in the spotlight, before the women from the Lu family could present their offerings, a statuesque woman from the Feng family stepped forward to present hers. The tall woman unveiled a three-legged cauldron, intricately embellished with two dark-hued dragon motifs that appeared almost lifelike, emanating an air of fierce majesty. Is that the Longji Ding from the spring and autumn period? Am I mistaken? The Feng family has indeed acquired the Longji Ding? This is the very bronze cauldron employed by Emperor Longji for sacrificial rites, a genuine artifact of royalty. The Feng family undoubtedly exudes opulence. To secure an invitation to the Jiangnan Huawei banquet, they are prepared to relinquish a national treasure. As the spectators beheld the Longji Ding, cradled by the statuesque woman from the Feng family, an odd hush enveloped the entirety of the Wanhua International Building. Even Lu Wenten, who had been brimming with self-satisfaction mere moments prior, found herself rendered utterly speechless. As Feng Yuemu truly lost her senses? She dares to bestow the Longji Ding upon Mr. Chiu? Gazing intently at her former high school classmate, Lu Wenten drew in a sharp breath. Were she in the same position, she would never dare to offer such a precious gift to Mr. Chiu. However, Lu Wenten soon regained her composure. In recent years, the influence of the Feng family in Jinling City had diminished, and they were in dire need of solidifying their noble status at the Jiang and Huaiyue banquet. Yet, just as Lu Winton anticipated that Mr. Chiu would be elated by the Longji Ding, she was taken aback when the esteemed martial arts master, upon beholding the cauldron, displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he coldly declared, "Humph, this cauldron is beyond my means. You should take it back." "What? Mr. Chiu has dismissed the Longji Ding as a gift?" The onlookers in the Wanhua International Building stood in stunned silence. Feng Yuemu also bore a gloomy countenance. She had been convinced that presenting the Longji Ding, valued at over 100 million, would bring delight to Mr. Chiu. What, then, was the outcome? Not only did Mr. Chiu display no joy, but he also declined to accept the offering. "Feng Yuemu, do you not believe it prudent to swiftly reclaim your gift? Do you wish to incite Mr. Chiu's displeasure?" As he approached the preoccupied Feng Yuemu, Lu Winton proclaimed with arrogance, "I once considered the Longji Ding to be extraordinary. However, it diminishes in stature when juxtaposed with my beeswax prayer beads." "You." Feng Yuemu glared at Lu Winton with indignation. "And what of my gift? It is undeniably superior to yours." Lu Winton retorted without hesitation. Throughout their high school years, she often found herself overshadowed by Feng Yuemu. However, having regained a semblance of pride through the gift exchange, Lu Winton now experienced a surge of triumph. Observing the self-satisfied Lu Winton, Feng Yuemu opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately, with a sense of dejection, collected the Longji Ding and departed. Once Feng Yuemu had left, the atmosphere among the Feng family members plummeted instantaneously. In contrast, upon Lu Wentong's return to the esteemed matriarch's side, the women of the Lu family eagerly approached to offer their compliments. "Cousin Wenhong, your meticulous thoughtfulness is evident. The gift you prepared has indeed captured Mr. Chiu's favor. Truly, you deserve to be compared to our illustrious cousin of the Lu family, the twin flower of Jinling, Shennong. I envy you, Cousin Wenhong. Perhaps you may even attend the Jiang and Huawei banquet." At these words, Lu Wenhong resembled a proud phoenix, lifting her head and smiling confidently. "It is merely luck, nothing more." After a brief pause, she suddenly recalled something and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wanfeng, remarking coldly, "Cousin Wanfeng, are you not going to promptly dispose of that worthless ding bestowed upon you by Su Wen? Did you not observe that even the Longji Ding presented by Feng Yuemu was dismissed by Mr. Chiu? This clearly signifies that Mr. Chiu possesses little affection for such offerings. Or do you aspire to garner attention akin to Feng Yuemu?" Lu Wanfeng hesitated in response to Lu Wentong's remarks. However, Su Wen provided her with reassurance from the side. "Do not fret, Wanfeng. My friend S. Luo He Ding is distinct from that Longji Ding. Mr. Chiu shall not refuse it." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel," Lu Wanfeng replied obediently. Yet, Lu Xianyi interjected with a sly grin. "Indeed, one is a royal artifact valued at over 100 million, while the other is merely a factory product worth 9 yuan. They are certainly not on the same plane." "Lu Xianyi, you consistently evaluate gifts solely by their monetary worth. Is that truly significant?" Lu Wanfeng retorted, glaring at him. The beeswax prayer beads that Cousin Wentong bestowed were not costly either, yet Mr. Chiu still held them in high regard. What a farce. Can you even begin to compare yourself to Lu Wentong? Lu Xianyi scoffed, and as her words echoed, a breathtaking woman clad in a flowing black gown approached, bearing a gift. This enchanting figure, with her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor, epitomized the zenith of allure. Her long, slender legs were elegantly adorned with pale, form-fitting stockings that accentuated her flawless silhouette. It was none other than Lu Siyue, the most beautiful woman in Jinling. Upon her arrival, countless young women at the birthday banquet cast envious glances in her direction, and even Lu Xianyi was no exception. In Jinling, no woman could rival Lu Siyue's beauty. How stunning she was! Even Lu Wanfeng could not suppress an exclamation upon witnessing Lu Siyue. Yet, Su Wen shook his head, remarking, "She has undergone enhancements." "Ah?" Lu Wanfeng blinked in astonishment. Su Wen continued, "Moreover, even if she has undergone surgery, I still believe you are more beautiful." Upon hearing Su Wen's commendation, a delightful blush of shyness adorned Lu Wanfeng's pure and graceful visage. She lowered her gaze and murmured softly, "I am not that pretty. You are." "In my eyes, Wanfeng, you are the most beautiful woman in the world," Su Wen affirmed earnestly. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when Lu Wentong could no longer restrain herself. "Su Wen, spare us the pretense. How can Lu Wanfeng even be compared to Lu Siyue in beauty? You are truly hypocritical. And to speak of plastic surgery, is it slander when one cannot attain their desires? Do you not believe me?" Su Wen remained unperturbed, simply smiling as he returned the inquiry. I do not believe a word you say. Who in the Lu family is unaware of your penchant for boasting? You constantly brag about your medical prowess. Why don't you go and heal my mother's leg then? As Lu Wantong spoke, she observed Lu Siyue presenting a bronze lamp to Mr. Chiu. Mr. Chiu, this is a birthday gift prepared by the Lu family for you. I sincerely hope it meets your approval. What is this? A Yuli lamp? Splendid, splendid, splendid. This gift brings me immense joy. Upon witnessing the bronze lamp offered by Lu Siyue, Mr. Chiu repeatedly expressed his delight. Observing this, Lu Wantong felt a heavy weight in her heart, for she comprehended that her chance to partake in the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet had slipped away. What exactly is a Yuli lamp? I remain utterly perplexed. Why does Mr. Chiu hold the Yuli lamp in such high esteem? Could it possibly possess an extraordinary history? Surprisingly, it may indeed be the case. As Lu Siyue, adorned in a black gown, captured Mr. Chiu's admiration. The women assembled in the Wanhua International Building engaged in animated conversation. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, matriarch Lu furrowed her brow in exasperation. Just as her granddaughter began to radiate brilliance, the Lu family swiftly eclipsed her. Subsequently, the women of the Lu family continued to present their gifts. Regrettably, aside from Lu Siyue, the other women failed to elicit even a semblance of a smile from Chiu Fulong. Following this, gifts were bestowed by the esteemed Zhou and Chen families. During this exchange, although a woman from the Chen family did manage to coax a smile from Chiu Fulong, her offering was met with considerably less enthusiasm than the Yuli lamp. It was likened only to the beeswax prayer beads presented by Lu Wantong, receiving merely a faint expression of fondness without any commendation. As for the gifts from the other women, Chiu Fulong exhibited not the slightest trace of affection. Alas, it appears that the opportunity for the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet shall be bestowed upon the Lu family. Once the women of the two distinguished families had made their offerings, only the women of the Lu family remained bereft of gifts. Lu Shuiqin, proceed and present a gift to Mr. Chiu, commanded matriarch Lu to one of the women of the Lu family. Yes, grandmother, Lu Shuiqin replied as she stepped forward to offer her gift. Yet Chiu Fulong accepted it with an indifferent demeanor. Two additional women from the Lu family approached with their gifts, but the outcome remained unchanged. Their offerings failed to sway Chiu Fulong's sentiments. Zhao Xianglan, I have heard that your Lu family has acquired the blood cloud mother. Why do you still withhold it? Why not present it to Mr. Chiu? At that moment, an elderly matriarch from the Lu family approached matriarch Lu, a smirk dancing upon her lips as she cast a provocative glance. Even if your Lu family possesses the blood cloud mother, what significance does it hold? The value of the Yuli lamp to Mr. Chiu far surpasses that of the blood cloud mother. Thus, the opportunity for the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet shall rightfully belong to the Lu family. Pausing for emphasis, the Lu matriarch continued with a taunt, Zhao Xianglan. Were I in your position, I would refrain from showcasing the blood cloud mother. After all, it would be a lamentable waste of a treasure when the opportunity lies beyond your grasp. Observing the self-satisfied demeanor of the Lu matriarch, matriarch Lu's expression darkened considerably. In Jinling, the Lu and Lu families had been embroiled in conflict for an extended period. Previously, when the Lu family secured an alliance with the Zhu family, the Lu family failed to send even a single representative to the occasion. Grandmother, you may not be aware, but the blood cloud mother of the Lu family has long since disappeared. How can it be presented to Mr. Chiu? At that moment, the enchanting and exquisite Lu Siyue, adorned with a vermilion mole at the corner of her eye, approached Grandma Lu with a light laugh. However, despite her unparalleled beauty that ensnares the heart, Lu Siyue's laughter was somewhat jarring, sharp, and unsettling. The blood cloud mother is gone? What could have transpired? Grandma Lu inquired with a curious expression. It seems that Lu Wanfeng was involved, and then Lu Siyue recounted awkwardly. It appears the blood cloud mother has been squandered by the women of your Lu family, remarked Grandma Lu. Her gaze towards old lady Lu infused with a subtle hint of schadenfreude. Zhao Xianglan, without the blood cloud mother, how do you intend to vie for a position at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet? I once considered you a formidable adversary, yet it seems you have come merely to play the role of an escort. Grandma Lu, who claims that one cannot contend for a spot at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet in the absence of the blood cloud mother. At that moment, Lu Shuani stepped forward with an air of pride, presenting an antique to Chiu Fulong. Mr. Chiu, this is a gift that we, the Lu family, have prepared for you. What is that? The crowd at the Wanhua International Building was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the egg-sized gray meteorite cradled in Lu Shuani's hand. What could Lu Xuanyi possibly be contemplating? After all, she is the president of a publicly listed company. Why would she offer a mere piece of scrap iron to Mr. Chiu? Perhaps she came to the realization that her talent could not rival that of Lu Siyue, and thus fell into a state of despair. Impossible. Lu Xuanyi has always been one of pride. Would she genuinely surrender? As the assembly remained baffled by Lu Xuanyi's decision, suddenly, Miss Yan, clad in a knitted strapless sweater and radiating an alluring charm, proclaimed, "It is meteorite iron. This is meteorite iron." Meteorite iron? Upon hearing those words, not only did Grandma Lu's expression shift, but Lu Siyue beside her also quivered slightly. For meteorite iron is a rare ore capable of forging magical artifacts. And magical artifacts are the highly sought-after treasures of martial artists. Throughout Jiangnan, apart from Master Chen, no other martial artist possesses even a single magical artifact, underscoring their scarcity. Lu, Miss Lu, are you truly willing to bestow this meteorite iron upon me? At this moment, Chiu Fulong's voice quivered with anticipation. Meteorite iron. Indeed, it is meteorite iron. If he were able to craft a magical artifact from it, he would attain invincibility beneath the mastery level, thus etching his name into the annals of legend within Jiangnan province. Indeed, I am willing to bestow the meteorite iron upon Mr. Chiu. With all eyes within the Wanhua International Building fixed upon her, Lu Xuanyi nodded with composure. Splendid. I am thoroughly pleased with this meteorite iron. The opportunity to partake in the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet is rightfully yours, belonging to the Lu family. Upon receiving the meteorite iron, Chiu Fulong tacitly permitted Lu Xuanyi to grace the banquet with her presence. After all, aside from the coveted Luo Wading, no other offerings could possibly influence Chiu Fulong's verdict. Yet the dilemma remained. For decades, Chiu Fulong had searched in vain for the elusive Luo Hading. How could such a treasure possibly manifest at his birthday celebration? Cousin Xianyi, have you truly discovered a meteorite? At that moment, Lu Wentong regarded Lu Xianyi with overwhelming envy. The privilege of attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet signifies that Lu Xianyi possesses the potential to ascend to the ranks of the 4 illustrious women of Jiangnan, thereby inscribing her name in the annals of history. Such an extraordinary opportunity to soar like a phoenix in a single day, what woman would not experience feelings of jealousy or envy? Fortune favored me. During a business trip to Hong Kong, I serendipitously encountered this meteorite. Lu Xianyi briefly narrated the tale of her acquisition of the meteorite. Then, she raised her gaze, addressing old lady Lu with confidence and poise. Grandma Lu, do you still believe that the Lu family lacks the capability to vie for a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? Old lady Lu felt a tightness in her throat, rendered speechless. Behind her, Lu Siyue clenched her fists in a fervent grip, directing a glare of suppressed rage at Lu Xianyi, having depleted her family's fortune to procure the moonlight lantern. She was disheartened to witness Lu Xianyi seizing the moment at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Disappointment, resentment, and regret swirled within Lu Siyue, enveloping her in a tempest of negative emotions. Yet, Lu Xianyi remained indifferent to Lu Siyue's animosity. Instead, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wanfeng and proclaimed, Lu Wanfeng, do you perceive this? I alone possess the capacity to eclipse the women of the 6 illustrious families of Jinling, while you, in your folly, squander the blood cloud mother. This starkly underscores the abyss that lies between us. Even when destiny bestows upon you the chance to reshape your fate, you fail to grasp it. Thus, I chose not to wed Su Wen while you became his wife. It is all predestined, such is the nature of fate. Previously, Lu Wanfeng had secured a partnership with an esteemed international music academy, leaving Lu Xianyi feeling rather discontented. Now, she finally has the opportunity to assert her prowess and belittle her cousin, unequivocally demonstrating to Lu Wanfeng who the true phoenix of the Lu family truly is. However, just as Lu Xianyi concluded her statement, a girl from the Bai family timidly approached within the confines of the Wanhua International Building and addressed Chiu Fulong. That gray iron ore is indeed a meteorite. I too possess one of this nature. As she spoke, the Bai girl extended a fist-sized meteorite towards Chiu Fulong. Mr. Chiu, I am prepared to offer you this meteorite. Would you allow me the honor of attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? The assembly within the Wanhua International Building gasped in astonishment at the Bai girl's proclamation. Since when did meteorites become so ubiquitous? If the Lu family could present one, why could the Bai family not? Are you genuinely willing to part with this meteorite? Chiu Fulong, gazing intently at the Bai girl, felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. The meteorite she offered was, indeed, considerably more substantial than the one presented by Lu Xianyi. A greater size signifies that Qiu Fulong could commission a more potent magical artifact. Yes, I am inclined to accept this meteorite, Mr. Qiu. The Bai girl affirmed with earnest conviction. Excellent, excellent, Qiu Fulong responded. In that case, the coveted spot at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet shall be bestowed upon your esteemed Bai family. Upon receiving the meteorite, he made a solemn promise to the Bai girl. Thank you, Mr. Qiu, she replied, her heart brimming with joy. The members of the Bai family present reveled in a moment of shared elation. For attending the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet was an extraordinary honor for them. How can this be? Bai Jiangrua, a mere high school student, pondered in disbelief. What right does she possess to acquire a meteorite? A mere moment ago, Lu Xuanyi had basked in her own perceived superiority. Yet upon witnessing the unexpected shift in the allocation of the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, her emotions spiraled into turmoil. It was not solely her who felt this way. The other members of the Lu family also bore expressions of pallor and distress. In stark contrast, the members of the Lu family appeared to revel in their misfortune. Ah, Lu Xuanyi, it seems that your so-called phoenix of the Lu family is not as formidable as you once believed. You incessantly boast of your triumphs over the women of the 6 great clans, yet now, look at you. You are unable to attend the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet. Lu Xiyue taunted, her voice dripping with scorn. A mere jester. You have brought shame upon yourself. In response to Lu Xiyue's biting demeanor, Lu Xuanyi quivered with indignation, ultimately shaking her head in tears. It must be a fabrication. The meteorite in Bai Jiangrua's possession is undoubtedly a forgery. The rightful place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet belongs to my Lu family. Forgery? Humph. Lu Xuanyi, do you dare to question Mr. Qiu's judgment? The members of the Bai family nearby were immediately taken aback by this insinuation. What stature does a martial arts master possess? Mr. Qiu would never err in identifying a meteorite. Before Lu Xuanyi could articulate another thought, the matriarch of the Lu family cast her a fierce glare, commanding silence. No further words. But, grandmother, that location. Lu Xuanyi protested. It is not that our Lu family's offerings are inferior to those of the Bai family. Having forfeited our place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, we have no one to hold accountable but ourselves. Once the matriarch concluded her statement, an elderly gentleman from the Bai family, adorned in traditional garb, regarded her with a smile. Zhao Xianglan, we appreciate your grace. To the victor belong the spoils. There is nothing more to deliberate. The matriarch of the Lu family let out a soft snort and then turned to Lu Winton and the others. Let us take our leave. Although several women from the Lu family had yet to bestow their gifts upon Qiu Fulong, what purpose would it serve at this juncture? The matriarch held a firm belief that the offerings from Lu Wanfeng and the others would not influence Qiu Fulong's decision. Oh, Zhao Xianglan, is there truly no one remaining in your Lu family who has yet to present a gift? What prompts this hasty departure? Lu Laotai observed the matriarch's receding silhouette, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. Is this truly how you choose to relinquish all hope? It scarcely aligns with your typical disposition. What has become of the pride that you and old Master Lu once exhibited while traversing the streets of Jinling City? After a brief pause, Lu Laotai added with a sly grin. It appears that with old Master Lu's passing, your haughtiness has dissipated alongside him. One wonders, in a few years' time, will the Lu family still find its place among the esteemed clans of Jinling City? Min Yunyan, are you courting trouble? The matriarch of the Lu family cast a frosty glare at Lu Laodai. Grandmother, let us not linger. It is prudent for us to depart. At the very least, our Lu family has secured a partnership with the esteemed Zhu family for the International Music School. Even if we fail to attain an invitation to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, we remain far superior to the Lu family. Lu Winton, perceiving the matriarch's escalating fury, hastily intervened to placate her. Did you hear that, Meng Yunyan? Despite the tribulations faced by the Lu family, we still have the support of the Zhu family from Nanling. What does your Lu family have? Aside from clinging to a few dilapidated orchards, what achievements do you boast? Pray tell, where do you summon the audacity to deride me? Madame Lu addressed Madame Lu with a tone of superiority. You. Madame Lu found herself at a loss for words. As the members of the Lu family prepared to take their leave from the Wanhua International Building, Su Wen suddenly interjected, Grandmother Lu, my wife has yet to present a gift to Mr. Qiu. Upon hearing Su Wen's voice, the other members of the Lu family directed their attention towards him. Su Wen, do you truly believe it is imperative for Lu Wanfeng to endure such a needless trial? Lu Winton remarked, shaking her head in disdain. Even the gifts from cousin Xianyi failed to secure an invitation to the Jiang and Huawei banquet, let alone your insignificant ding. Lu Xianyi, disheartened by her own lost invitation to the banquet, could not suppress her indignation upon overhearing Su Wen's words. Su Wen, have you lost your senses? You desire for Lu Wanfeng to present a mere trinket to Mr. Chiu? Are you intent on bringing shame upon the Lu family? Did you not observe that Feng Yuanmu offered Mr. Chiu the Longji Ding, which he declined without hesitation? Or do you genuinely believe that Ding could somehow grant Lu Wanfeng access to the Jiang and Huaiwei banquet? If I, Lu Xianyi, cannot procure that invitation, what leads you to think she can? What if? Su Wen responded with composure, gazing steadily at Lu Xianyi. What if? Lu Xianyi scoffed. Su Wen, must you persist in your fanciful musings? What if? Do you genuinely believe that miracles befall Lu Wanfeng on a daily basis? Allow me to clarify. The recent ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Lu family was nothing more than a happenstance. Indeed, Su Wen, cease this frivolity and escort Lu Wanfeng away. The other women of the Lu family urged with palpable impatience. Madame Lu, without casting a single glance at Su Wen, had already begun to exit the Wanhua International Building. Never mind, my dear, let us depart. I shan't be offering a gift, Lu Wanfeng murmured as she approached Su Wen, her countenance marred by sorrow. Since the vanishing of her mother, the blood cloud, her spirit had diminished significantly. She harbored no expectations for the Jiang and Huaiwei banquet any longer. Where are you headed? Do not leave. Madame Lu's gaze shifted, and with a smirk, she called out to Lu Wanfeng. You have partaken of the banquet and savored the wine. Is it truly permissible to depart without presenting a gift? That would seem rather unreasonable, would it not? Hurry, present the gift for Mr. Chiu, Meng Yunyan urged Lu Wanfeng. Having overheard Lu Xianyi's words and aiming to intentionally provoke the Lu family, intrigued, she pondered just how meager and unremarkable the gift could be to bring shame upon the Lu family. Faced with Madame Lu's expectant gaze, Lu Wanfeng felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Lu Wanfeng, you are to present the gift, Madame Lu stated with an impassive expression. At that moment, the members of the 6 illustrious families in Jinling were observing Lu Wanfeng, the atmosphere thick with tension. Retreat was not an option for Madame Lu. Nonetheless, in her heart, Madame Lu had steeled herself for potential mockery. Lu Wanfeng, your grandmother has instructed you to present the gift. Why do you linger? Lu Wanfeng remarked, arms crossed. With a chilling tone, did not Su Wen suggest that miracles could occur? Proceed. I am most curious to witness whether a miracle shall unfold for you, or if you shall become the subject of ridicule at Wanhua International Mansion. As I observe Lu Xuanyi and others retreating, clearly distancing themselves from her, Lu Wanfeng finds herself compelled to summon her courage and approach, presenting the Luo He Ding bestowed upon her by Su Wen to Chiu Fulong. Mr. Chiu, I offer you this gift. Ah, what is this? Upon beholding the gift proffered by Lu Wanfeng, Chiu Fulong's body stiffened in astonishment. The Luo He Ding. To think it is the very Luo He Ding I have sought for over a decade in Jiangnan province, and now it has graced my birthday banquet. Overcome with exhilaration, he coughed suddenly, pressing his hand against his chest. Clearly, he was so overjoyed that he momentarily lost his composure. However, this spectacle led the onlookers at Wanhua International Mansion to misconstrue the situation, believing that Lu Wanfeng's offering had incited Chiu Fulong's ire. They exhibited expressions of schadenfreude. Meng Yunyan cast a glance at the visibly distressed Lady Lu and remarked with biting sarcasm, Zhao Xiangwan. While your Lu family may not secure an invitation to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, there is no need for such ingratitude, is there? Observe how your granddaughter has offended Mr. Chiu. Lady Lu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, wishing fervently for a place to conceal herself. How thoughtless. She should never have permitted Lu Wanfeng to present a gift. Now, she had not only lost face, but had also inadvertently affronted Mr. Chiu, an utterly futile endeavor. Su Wen, look at what you have wrought. I warned you that your futile efforts would not be valued by Mr. Chiu, yet you persisted in having Lu Wanfeng deliver it. Now, grandmother finds herself in an awkward position due to your actions. Should Mr. Chiu harbor resentment towards the Lu family, it would be prudent for you to vacate the Lu household. Lu Wendong scolded Su Wen with contempt. Lu Xuanyi approached Su Wen with a self-satisfied demeanor, remarking, Su Clown. Did you not assert that miracles would manifest? And what of that now? Lu Wanfeng has failed to secure an invitation to the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet, has she? After a moment, Lu Xuanyi directed a pointed remark at Lu Wanfeng, stating, Lu Wanfeng, ought you not to hasten and apologize to Mr. Chiu? You were requested to present a gift, not to offend him. Do you comprehend? Observe how incensed Mr. Chiu is. Regaining her composure, Lu Wanfeng came to the realization that she had inadvertently caused a disturbance and swiftly turned to Qiu Fulong, addressing him with sincerity. Mr. Qiu, I sincerely apologize. It was never my intention to present you with this Luo Hiding. In that moment of bestowal, despite her doubts regarding Mr. Qiu's appreciation for the Luo Hiding, she never anticipated that it would incite his wrath. It is noteworthy that when Feng Yuemu presented the Long Ji Ding to Mr. Qiu, he did not display such a loss of control. Observing Lu Wanfeng's humble attitude, Lu Xuanyi felt an unexpected sense of superiority and remarked to Su Wan, thank goodness I held steadfast and did not marry you. Otherwise, it would have been I who faced this mortifying apology. Lu Wanfeng is truly naive to place such trust in you. The damaged Ding is evidently devoid of value, yet she chose to bestow it upon Mr. Qiu. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for Lu Wanfeng to retreat to the mountains and engage in farming. Given the turmoil surrounding the Wanhua International Building, how can Lu Wanfeng hope to re-establish her reputation in Jinling City? As Lu Xianyi directed accusations at Su Wan, Qiu Fulong unexpectedly rose from his seat. He swiftly approached Lu Wanfeng and, with palpable enthusiasm, proclaimed, Miss Lu, what do you owe me an apology for? I should be expressing my gratitude to you instead. This Luo Hiding is indeed an extraordinary treasure. I have sought it in Jiangnan province for over a decade without success, yet you have presented it to me. Let us speak no further. The position at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet is rightfully yours, Lu Wanfeng. Hiss, at this declaration. An eerie silence enveloped the Wanhua International Building. Lu Xianyi, who had formerly ridiculed Lu Wanfeng, found herself unable to sustain her mirth. The young woman from the Bai family, who had usurped the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet spot from Lu Xianyi, now stood there, utterly bewildered. Mr. Qiu, did you just proclaim that you are bestowing the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet spot upon Lu Wanfeng? After regaining her composure, Lu Wentong inquired. Incredulity etched upon her features. Indeed, the coveted spot at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet is exclusively designated for Miss Lu Wanfeng. Qiu Fulong enunciated each word with meticulous clarity. What? Lu Wentong's gaze wavered, leaving her in a state of complete speechlessness. Beside her, Lu Xianyi shook her head fervently, nearly in a state of frenzy. Impossible. This cannot be. Why should Lu Wanfeng be deemed worthy of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet spot? In the Lu family, I am the phoenix, if I cannot attain it. How can she? While shaking her head, Lu Xianyi obstinately questioned Qiu Fulong. Mr. Qiu, may I inquire what precisely the Luo Hiding is? Is it more valuable than meteorite iron? Qiu Fulong responded with a slight smile. The Luo Hiding is certainly not more precious than meteorite iron, but to me, its worth transcends that of meteorite iron. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi was left utterly speechless. Not long ago, the amber prayer beads bestowed upon her by Lu Wentong had eclipsed numerous expensive antiques. One must comprehend that the value of the amber prayer beads was merely around 20,000. A mere fraction when contrasted with the millions commanded by exquisite blue and white porcelain. Yet, Lu Xianyi never anticipated that a humble gift from Su Wan, an unsophisticated rustic, could surpass even meteorite iron. Mr. Qiu, I bestow upon you this gift, as do I. Observing Qiu Fulong's pledge of the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet venue to Lu Wanfeng, the other ladies of the Lu family, who had yet to present their offerings, approached with eager anticipation. In this moment, they too began to envision, aspiring that their gifts would similarly enchant Qiu Fulong. After all, if Lu Wanfeng could attain such favor, why should they not possess the same capacity? Within the Lu family, they were undeniably far superior to Lu Wanfeng. However, the outcome. Qiu Fulong exhibited no semblance of interest in the offerings from these women. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the Luo Hiding presented by Lu Wanfeng. Very well, esteemed guests, let us draw today's banquet to a close. Once the ladies of the Lu family had bestowed their gifts, in the autumn, Fulong, cradling the exquisite Luo River Ding with great joy, turned to Miss Lu Wanfeng and remarked, Miss Lu, the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet is scheduled to occur in 3 months' time. I shall have Yenner inform you at the Lu residence in advance. I comprehend, she stammered, as she felt the envious stares directed at her from the assembly within the Wanhua International Building. Lu Wanfeng was struck by the surreal nature of the moment. Following the disappearance of Shui Yunmu, she had relinquished all hope of securing an invitation to the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet. Yet, unexpectedly, after a series of unforeseen events, the chance had once again presented itself before her. Haha, Meng Yunyin, did you not assert that the Lu family would forever be denied a place at the Jiangnan Flower Moon Banquet? And to you, Venerable Master Bai, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. With the esteemed family's attention now riveted upon Lu Wanfeng, the matriarch of the Lu family unexpectedly donned a victorious smile. Humph. Meng Yunyan clenched her fist, bitterly declaring, "Our Lu family does not covet the privilege of attending the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet." Before departing with Lu Siyu and others, Old Master by side, Zhao Xianglan, in the relentless pursuit of success, this time, the Lu family has emerged victorious. The Bai family humbly accepts this defeat. Following the conclusion of the autumn banquet, the matriarch of the Lu family led Lu Xianyi and others away from the Wanhua International Building. Why is this unfolding? How could I possibly be surpassed by Lu Wanfeng? Fixating her gaze on Lu Wanfeng amidst the throng, Lu Xianyi was enveloped in profound dissatisfaction. "Xianyi, dear cousin," she mused, "Lu Wanfeng is but a blind cat fortuitously stumbling upon a dead mouse, fortunate enough to have secured an invitation to the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet. After all, Mr. Chiu himself has asserted that the Luo River Ding pales in comparison to meteoric iron in worth." Noticing Lu Xianyi's glum demeanor, Lu Wentong approached to offer solace, saying, "And even if Lu Wanfeng graces the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet, what of it? Can she truly ascend to the ranks of the 4 talented women of Jiangnan? Haha. Since the moment she wed Su Wen, she was destined to inhabit a realm distinct from ours. Regardless of her efforts, she shall never rise to our level." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xianyi's spirits lifted significantly. "Cousin Wentong, your words ring true. No matter how resplendent Lu Wanfeng may seem, she remains wedded to a rustic fool whom I cast aside. Life is but a fleeting moment, is it not? Who among us has not savored their own moment of brilliance? At present, Lu Wanfeng resembles the gentle ripples that caress the shores of Xiang Lake, stirred by a tender breeze. Although she stands as the focal point of admiration, this spectacle is but ephemeral. Once the Jiangnan Flower Moon banquet draws to a close, she shall return to the realm of the ordinary. And what of Su Wen? Ha. His reliance on the trifling gifts from fair-weather companions to elicit a smile from Mr. Chiu only serves to highlight his folly. I shall watch with keen anticipation to witness what further marvels may grace him and Lu Wanfeng. As night descended, Su Wen and Lu Wanfeng returned to the Rose Villa. Upon their arrival, Su Wen was suddenly enveloped in a soft weight, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. It was his wife, who had joyfully leapt into his embrace. "What is it, Wanfeng?" Gazing upon her rosy visage, radiating an aura of purity and allure, Su Wen smiled warmly and asked, "My dear, I am grateful for today." Lu Wanfeng lowered her head, softly whispering, "Were it not for your generous gift of the Luaha Ding, I would never have secured a place at the Jiang and Huawei banquet. We are united as husband and wife. What necessity is there for gratitude?" Su Wen smiled and shook his head, proclaiming, "What belongs to me is yours." At his words, Lu Wanfeng's cheeks deepened in hue. Their gazes entwined. Suddenly, Lu Wanfeng elevated herself on her toes, encircling her arms around Su Wen's neck and bestowing upon him a tender kiss. The gentle softness and warmth of her lips sent a delightful tremor through Su Wen's being. Instinctively, his hands ventured towards her enticing curves. "Not permitted." Lu Wanfeng quivered at his touch, quickly interjecting with a serious shake of her head, "Husband, we must not be frivolous. I am indisposed today." The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched, followed by a bittersweet smile. "Then why are you pressing against me? Come down." "I refuse. Today, I desire to hold you. To embrace you eternally," Lu Wanfeng declared with unwavering determination. "You." Su Wen began, only to be taken aback upon noticing tears glistening in his wife's eyes. "Wanfeng, what troubles you?" Su Wen was taken aback. "It is nothing. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Marrying you is indeed a blessing." Lu Wanfeng wiped her eyes, her voice quivering. "Since my father's passing, I have not felt such happiness in a long time. Back in the Lu family, I always envied Lu Shuani and Lu Wentong. Yet today, at the Wanhua International Building, they envied me. I am aware that girls ought not to engage in comparisons, and I should refrain from speaking on this matter. However, during my years in the Lu family, Lu Shuani and the others consistently looked down upon me, which fostered feelings of resentment within me. Enough of the tears. There will be many days ahead when Lu Shuani will envy you," Su Wen said, gently dabbing away her tears, though his hands inadvertently brushed against her curves once more. This time, however, Lu Wanfeng did not deter him. Instead, her eyes shimmered with tears as she remarked, "You rogue." With that, Lu Wanfeng closed her eyes, assuming a coy demeanor, permitting Su Wen to take liberties. Observing this, Su Wen's heart raced. Yet, before he could act upon it, a series of urgent knocks resounded from outside the Rose Villa. "Who is it? Such a killjoy?" Su Wen inwardly cursed, yet opened the door regardless. Outside stood a middle-aged man adorned with a hard hat, apparently the project manager from the Dongjiao village site. Upon noticing Su Wan, he promptly bowed and inquired, "Mr. Su, is Miss Lu Wanfeng present?" "What is it, manager you?" Lu Wanfeng, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire, approached the middle-aged man with her long, elegant legs. "Miss Lu, there has been a grave incident at the Dongjia village project," Manager Yu lamented upon seeing her. "I just received a call from the construction site. A worker has tragically lost his life." "What? Someone has died?" Upon hearing this news, Lu Wanfeng appeared as if struck by lightning, her complexion draining as she asked, "Manager Yu, what exactly transpired?" During the construction of the pile foundation, an unforeseen tragedy occurred when an individual abruptly leapt from the excavator, resulting in instant demise. Manager Yu, gripped by anxiety, lamented that the worker's family now holds us accountable for this tragic accident and insists on meeting with the project head of the International Music School to discuss compensation. "Where are they? I shall proceed there at once." Lu Wanfeng's countenance grew grave, acutely aware of the weight of responsibility that accompanied a fatality on site. "Wanfeng, it may be prudent for me to take this on. It might not be appropriate for you to confront the bereaved family," Su Wan interjected. "That is not an option. I am overseeing the International Music School project, and I must be present," Lu Wanfeng resolutely replied, shaking her head. "Then I shall accompany you." Shortly thereafter, guided by Manager Yu, Su Wan and Lu Wanfeng arrived at the morgue of the Jinling City Cemetery. "Oh, my son, you met such a tragic end," lamented the grieving mother. How could the wretched Lu Wanfeng resort to such cruelty? May she encounter a most dreadful fate. Rest assured, dear mother shall seek retribution on your behalf. As they traversed into the morgue, Lu Wanfeng was immediately engulfed by a symphony of anguished sobs. That is her. She is Lu Wanfeng, the esteemed head of the International Music School in Dongjiao Village. At that poignant moment, an individual within the morgue, upon beholding Lu Wanfeng in her resplendent gown, exclaimed, "For murder, one must pay with their life. For murder, one must pay with their life. Lu Wanfeng, you shall atone for my son's demise." The elderly woman, clad in mourning garb, glared at Lu Wanfeng with a gaze that seemed to thirst for retribution. "Please, compose yourself, Madam Chen," Manager Yu interjected, casting a disapproving look at the grieving woman. "Miss Lu is here today to negotiate compensation with you." "Compensation, is it? Very well. 10 million, not a single cent less." Madam Chen retorted vehemently. "If you refuse to pay me 10 million, I shall see each of you imprisoned." 10 million? Upon hearing Madam Chen's demands, Lu Wanfeng's expression darkened. Manager Yu furrowed his brow as well. "Madam Chen, are you attempting to extort us? The contract explicitly states that in the event of an accident, the compensation is set at 1 million. How dare you demand 10 million? I care not. My son has lost his life. You must compensate me with 10 million. Madam Chen insisted stubbornly. "Otherwise, I shall report you to the Jiangnan prefecture for murder." Chen Sishi has issued strict orders against such brutality, yet you dare to flout the laws of Jiangnan? "Madam Chen, we did not engage in such heinous, futile practices. The Lu family would never stoop to that level," Lu Wanfeng asserted, shaking her head in denial. "Just because you say so, does it make it true? Then tell me, how did my son die? You appear to be a rather beautiful young woman, yet you are nothing but a venomous serpent. Bah, a filthy wretch. How dare you, Madam Chen, to speak so disrespectfully of our Miss Lu?" Manager Yu raised his hand, poised to strike the elderly woman. Yet, Lu Wanfeng interjected. "Manager Yu, please desist." "What? You have caused my son's demise, and now you wish to lay hands on me?" As Manager Yu's hand lingered in the air, Madam Chen cried out even louder, "Help! The Lu family is lawless. They have taken my son's life, and now seek to silence me. Someone please, come quickly." Upon hearing the commotion, numerous staff members from the cemetery congregated outside the morgue. Upon discovering that a death had transpired at the construction site in Dongjiao village, they began to murmur among themselves. The Lu family is one of the 7 illustrious families in Jinling City. How could they descend into such brutality? One remarked, "Humph. Which of these affluent families is without stain? Who can fathom the multitude of heinous deeds concealed behind their polished exteriors?" Another responded with a heavy sigh, "Alas, poor ordinary souls like us." As the throng outside the morgue swelled, Mrs. Chen crumpled to the ground, sobbing inconsolably. "Oh, my dear son, Lu Wanfeng has taken your life. And as your mother, I am powerless to procure justice for you. I cannot continue to exist." With that, she attempted to strike her head against the doorframe behind her. This poignant scene instantly drew sympathetic gazes from the onlookers. Lu Wanfeng, is this not excessive? An accident transpires at your establishment, and instead of offering recompense, you seek to silence the victims? One voice cried out. Humph. Can the scions of affluent families truly perceive human life as mere fodder? Another added. Hasten to provide compensation. Otherwise, I shall escalate this matter before the Jiangnan prefecture, and you shall face incarceration. Sensing the tide of public sentiment shifting in her favor, Mrs. Chen felt emboldened. Glaring fiercely at Lu Wanfeng and demanding, Lu Wanfeng, compensate me. Indeed, pay her at once, 10 million. The sentiments of the other grieving families echoed in unison. 10 million? Humph. Allow me to declare that such an amount is utterly unacceptable. If you dare, we shall take this matter to court. There are individuals in Jiangnan Prefecture. Manager Yu was not easily cowed. Nevertheless, Lu Wanfeng sought to pacify the situation. She turned to Mrs. Chen earnestly and said, Madam Chen, I am prepared to offer you 10 million in compensation. To the Lu family, 10 million was but a trifling sum. She intended to elucidate the circumstances to Elder Lu. Oh, you genuinely wish to provide compensation? Mrs. Chen was taken aback by Lu Wanfeng's readiness. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, she seized the opportunity to assert, 10 million? That is insufficient. My son is deceased. Unless you offer 50 million, do not presume that the Lu family can evade the consequences. Enough, Chen. Are you attempting to exploit our goodwill? Miss Lu has demonstrated generosity by proposing 10 million, and instead of expressing gratitude, you endeavor to extort us? Manager Yu seethed with indignation. While it was indeed the case that one's existence could not be quantified by mere wealth, the sum of 50 million was nothing short of a fantastical notion. I care not. You must furnish me with 50 million. I have but one son, and if the Lu family fails to compensate, I shall pursue legal action against you in the Jiangnan prefecture. Mrs. Chen exclaimed with venomous intent. Indeed, we shall take legal action. Another voice interjected. Can a wealthy heiress trample upon the common people? You Lu family are so affluent. What trouble would it be to part with 50 million? The surrounding crowd echoed in unison. This, confronted with the overwhelming tide of public sentiment. Manager Yu turned to Lu Wanfeng with an expression of despair. Miss Lu, what course of action shall we undertake now? We must offer compensation, after all. It is the Lu family's responsibility, Lu Wanfeng lamented bitterly. Acknowledging that it is indeed your family's fault, why do you not hasten to provide me with the 50 million? Mrs. Chen's countenance radiated with triumph at Lu Wanfeng's apparent concession. Madam Chen, kindly provide me with your bank account number, and I shall facilitate the transfer of funds from the Lu family to you, Lu Wanfeng declared. As her words resonated, the morgue staff commenced preparations for the cremation of a body. Upon the revelation of the corpse, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chun Pa suddenly erupted in tears, exclaiming, My child, at last, I have avenged you. Rest assured that 50 million will be safeguarded for you, my son. Amidst the lamentations, Su Wen unexpectedly interjected, Chun Pa, cease this feigned sorrow. Whether it be 50 million or merely a penny, we shall not offer you any compensation. What? What did you say? Chun Pa gazed blankly at Su Wan, while the other grieving families erupted in outrage, shouting, No compensation? We shall take you to Jiangnan Prefecture. Go ahead. Act as you wish. You are not the kin of the deceased, so on what grounds do you demand payment from us? Su Wen's remarks were nothing short of astonishing. Su Wen, what do you imply? They are not the kin of the deceased? Lu Wanfeng quivered slightly, unable to fathom what she had just heard. You must cease this nonsensical talk. How could we not be the deceased family? Hurry and settle the payment. Chin Pa was immediately flustered. For indeed, they were not the relatives of the departed. They were merely acquaintances. The deceased had been an orphan, devoid of both father and mother. Nevertheless, Su Wen felt no inclination to elucidate. He promptly contacted Chen Baifu. Shortly thereafter, several law enforcement officials from Jinling City arrived to confront Chun Pa and her associates. Chen Xiume, are you attempting to deceive once more? It appears you have forgotten the lesson from before. Wu, Captain Wu, this is a misunderstanding, a mere jest. We were merely jesting with Miss Lu. Upon witnessing Captain Wu and his team, Chen Xiume was taken aback. She had intended to swindle the Lu family and then depart from Jiangnan province. But unexpectedly, Su Wen had unveiled her scheme. This left Chen Xiume in a state of bewilderment. How could Su Wen ascertain that she was not a kin of the deceased? Was it a jest? How dare one jest about the departed? Manager Yu delivered 2 resounding slaps to Chen Xiume's visage. Captain Wu then approached Lu Wanfeng, inquiring, Miss Lu, do you and Chen Xiume intend to resolve this matter privately or publicly? Privately, Chen Shuime hastily interjected, forcing a smile as she gazed at Lu Wanfeng. Miss Lu, I was in the wrong earlier. I should not have misled you. How about this? I shall offer you 10,000, and we shall consider this matter settled. Absolutely not. Lu Wanfeng replied, shaking her head, feeling a sense of injustice. If we do not confine you, how can we ensure you will not deceive others again? We shall not deceive anyone further, Chen Shuime asserted, shaking her head resolutely. However, Lu Wanfeng remained steadfast in her position, with no other recourse. Chen Shuime turned to Su Wen, young brother, you. She proposed a private settlement, 50 million, not a penny less. As she cast a beseeching glance, Su Wen spoke with grave significance, 50 million? Momentarily taken aback by the seemingly innocuous Su Wen, Chen Shuime found herself at a loss for words. There was no conceivable way for her to amass 50 million, regardless of the circumstances. Young brother, we erred. I implore you, show us mercy and spare us this time. The other impostors, masquerading as relatives of the deceased, wept in repentance. We shall deceive no more. Yet, Su Wen offered them no clemency, instead responding with a chilling laugh. Without funds, you shall obediently face imprisonment. Do you dare to deceive even my woman? Truly, you are ignorant of the essence of life. After concluding his speech, Chen Shuime was escorted away by the law enforcement officers. In an instant, numerous cemetery staff members were left in a state of bewilderment. They had previously celebrated Chen Shuime, only to uncover that she was, in fact, an impostor. Miss Lu, I extend my sincerest apologies for my earlier comments. I was completely unaware that those individuals were charlatans. And I regret having spoken ill of you, a staff member admitted sheepishly. It is perfectly all right. You bear no responsibility, Lu Wanfeng responded with a gracious smile, directing her inquisitive gaze towards Su Wen. My dear, what is it? Su Wen inquired of his wife. How did you discern that Chen and her cohort were not the family of the deceased? Lu Wanfeng asked, perplexed. They had managed to fool Manager Yu. Yet Su Wen had seen through Chen Shuime's deception. I merely inferred, Su Wen replied, leaving both Lu Wanfeng and Manager Yu momentarily astonished. A mere inference? Could Su Wen truly be so fortunate as to stumble upon the truth? Pardon me, Miss Lu, earlier when Team Leader Wu took his leave, he conveyed to me that the deceased was an orphan devoid of any relatives. Shall we proceed with cremation? A staff member approached Lu Wanfeng to inquire. Indeed. Let us opt for cremation. I shall cover the ensuing expenses, Lu Wanfeng nodded. However, Su Wen shook his head, asserting, no, we should rather proceed with a burial. The staff member was taken aback. Yet, a burial incurs a greater cost. That is of no consequence. We shall adhere to my husband's wishes. Lu Wanfeng replied with a gentle smile. Understood. Once the deceased was laid to rest, dawn broke over Jinling City. Mr. Su, what compelled you to advocate for a burial instead of a cremation? Manager Yu, though fatigued, found himself compelled to interrogate Su Wen. The deceased is tainted. Cremation would permit malevolent entities to escape, whereas interment would not. Upon the conclusion of Su Wen's discourse, Manager Yu was enveloped in perplexity. Lu Wanfeng instinctively drew nearer, grasping Su Wen's sleeve, and timidly inquired, My dear, what do you mean by malevolent entities? Just as Su Wen was poised to reply, Manager Yu's phone abruptly rang. What? Another incident at the East Suburb Village project? After terminating the call, Manager Yu urgently apprised Lu Wanfeng, Miss Lu, an individual has fallen and sustained a leg fracture at the East Suburb project? What? Lu Wanfeng's complexion turned pale as she pressed her fingers to her temples. Overwhelmed with confusion. What is transpiring? A person perished on the project yesterday, and now another is injured today? Manager Yu found himself at a loss for words. Never mind. I shall proceed to East Suburb Village myself, declared Lu Wanfeng, guiding Su Wen directly to the location. The old structures in East Suburb Village had been entirely razed, with numerous excavators stationed at the construction site, poised for action. Oh, Lu Wanfeng, you have arrived at East Suburb so early? It appears you are quite devoted to the International Music School project. Lu Wanfeng noticed Lu Shuani approaching, accompanied by several workers. Lu Shuani? What brings you here? As Lu Shuani, elegantly dressed in a professional attire, stood before her, Lu Wanfeng suddenly asked, Are you here to contest for the project? Rest assured, Lu Wanfeng. I am not here to compete for the project with you, Lu Shuani replied with a dismissive scoff, then gestured towards the vacant land beside her. We, at Shuani Media, have acquired the land in Shijiao Village. I intend to establish a film and television base there. You purchased the land in Shijiao Village? Lu Wanfeng was taken aback. Isn't that land not for sale? Not for sale, at least from your perspective, Lu Xuanyi replied with an air of superiority. I am unlike you. Even in my absence from the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet, I remain the Phoenix girl of Jiangnan province, possessing connections that surpass your imagination. With a hint of pride. Lu Xuanyi proclaimed this, then recalled something and, with a smirk, inquired, by the way, Lu Wanfeng. I heard from the workers in Dongjiao village that there was a fatality at the International Music School project last night. Yes, Lu Wanfeng acknowledged, not concealing the truth, fully aware that the news of a death on the construction site was significant and would inevitably reach the ears of the Lu family. TSK, how unfortunate. The International Music School project has scarcely begun, yet a tragic death has already occurred. It poignantly resonates with the ancient adage, the wheel of heaven turns. You, Lu Wanfeng, have recently enjoyed an abundance of fortune, to the extent that even the heavens could not bear to witness it. Lu Xuanyi jestingly remarked before departing with a group of workers. Encountering you first thing in the morning is already an omen of misfortune, Lu Wanfeng muttered. Her frustration evident as she observed Lu Xuanyi's diminishing figure. Moments later, Lu Wanfeng encountered the injured laborer from Dongjiao village. Greetings, Miss Lu, the injured worker said, endeavoring to rise and acknowledge her despite his evident limp. How can you refrain from seeking medical attention with such grave injuries? Upon observing the blood on the worker's leg, Lu Wanfeng furrowed her brow in concern. It is merely a trivial injury that shall mend within a few days. It will not hinder my ability to work. So I earnestly beseech you, Miss Lu, not to dismiss me, he implored, his voice thick with emotion. My family relies on me for our livelihood. Nonsense. In your current state, how can you possibly work? With that, she turned to Manager Yu. Manager Yu, escort the worker to the hospital at once. I shall cover all expenses. After a brief pause, Lu Wanfeng added, furthermore, his wages will continue during his hospitalization. Miss Lu, you truly need not concern yourself with the wages, Manager Yu began, but Lu Wanfeng interrupted him with a frosty glare. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Let it not escape your mind that I am the overseer of the Dongjiao village project? Indeed. I shall escort the injured worker to the hospital immediately, Manager Yu responded, refraining from contradicting her, and promptly departed with the injured individual. Following their exit, numerous workers at the site regarded Lu Wanfeng with admiration. She truly embodied the essence of a compassionate heiress. My dear, shall we return? Having resolved the matter concerning the injured worker, Lu Wanfeng intended to leave with Su Wen. However, Su Wen lingered, casting a glance toward Dongjiao village before suddenly declaring, Wanfeng, you ought to instruct the workers on the International Music School project to cease operations. Cease operations? Lu Wanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. In light of recent events, it would be wise to refrain from sending workers to Dongjiao village. Otherwise, fatalities will continue to occur here. Su Wen remarked with a grave expression. More deaths? Lu Wanfeng was astonished by his words, unable to quell her curiosity. My dear, why is that? Due to the presence of malevolent entities on this construction site, Su Wen remarked with solemnity. The deceased from the previous day and the injured laborers today were both victims of these sinister forces. Malevolent entities? Are you implying that Dongjiao village is beset by hauntings? The nostalgic memories of childhood ghost stories compelled Lu Wanfeng to draw closer to Su Wen. By nature, young women tend to be apprehensive, and she was no exception. Whether or not the place is indeed haunted remains to be ascertained. Wanfeng, kindly instruct the workers to retreat for the time being, Su Wen said with a reassuring smile. Are you truly going to investigate this? My dear, are you well versed in feng shui and the art of exorcism? Lu Wanfeng gazed at him with incredulity. After a moment, Su Wen nodded in acknowledgement. Exercise caution. Should the situation become too treacherous, we may enlist the aid of a few masters from Haiyuan Temple to conduct an exorcism. Lu Wanfeng cautioned before she began organizing the workers' departure. Once the villagers of Dongjiao had vacated the premises, Su Wen proceeded to a stake situated within the village. He clasped his hands together and commenced chanting incantations, invoking Yuan Shiren Jun, calling upon all spirits, Yu Du Jingguan, the spirit of the land. As he uttered these words, an invisible black smoke began to surge forth from the end of the stake, as though imbued with a life of its own. The smoke swiftly gathered in a singular direction, ultimately coalescing into the imposing silhouette of a dragon. What is this? Su Wen's countenance altered as he beheld the mist-like entity. The 9-killing candle dragon calamity? Such malevolence resides within Dongjiao village? According to the records inscribed in the Book of Life and Death, there exist 6 categories of malevolent spirits: earthly malice, infernal malice, vengeful spirits, land malice, dragon vein malice, and maritime evil malice. Among these, earthly malice and vengeful spirits are relatively prevalent. However, the 9-killing candle dragon calamity, a variant of dragon vein malice, is exceedingly rare, something that Suwon had never encountered throughout the entire realm. In the face of such a calamity, even a skilled feng shui master would not only be unable to dispel it, but might also find themselves bereft of any opportunity for escape. It appears that I must counsel Wanfeng to temporarily halt the construction of the International Music School. The 9-killing candle dragon calamity is far too formidable, and I find myself utterly powerless against it. Just as Suwon contemplated relinquishing the exorcism, a sudden crack reverberated, and an ancient, tattered wooden tablet tumbled forth from the maw of the towering mist dragon. This dilapidated wooden tablet was palm-sized, adorned with enigmatic characters that Suwon could not decipher. What could this be? As he lifted the tablet and scrutinized it, a realization dawned upon him. Might this be the wooden dragon stake employed to subdue the dragon vein? To confirm his suspicions, Suwon infused a wisp of yin-yang energy into the weathered wooden tablet. In an instant, the battered artifact radiated a pure, sacred power. The mist dragon that had manifested from the stake recoiled in terror and hurriedly retreated into the depths below. Indeed, this was the wooden dragon stake. Yet, in its current dilapidated state, this object could no longer contain the 9 fiends candle dragon calamity. Unless, before Suwon lay 2 divergent paths. 1. To persuade Lu Wanfeng to abandon her project with the International Music School. 2. To restore the wooden dragon stake and quell the 9 fiends candle dragon calamity. The former was relatively uncomplicated, merely a matter of eloquence. However, the latter, repairing the wooden dragon stake, presented a formidable challenge. Suwon would first need to decipher the inscriptions upon the stake, and then procure the suitable timber for its restoration. Ultimately, he would employ the Z-Way Star to stabilize the wooden dragon stake. 3 steps in total, none of which could be overlooked. After all, the wooden dragon stake was no ordinary artifact. Given Wanfeng's deep investment in the collaboration with the Zhu family, it seemed prudent to ensure that she did not abandon the construction of the International Music School. After a moment of introspection, Suwon carefully stored the wooden dragon stake, preparing to embark on its restoration. Just then, he received a call from Chun Bai-Fu of the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, there is a document that requires your personal signature. Very well, Suwon replied, intending to visit the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. However, as he departed Dongjiao Village, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Xianyi emerging from Shijiao Village. At that moment, Lu Xianyi was besmirched with mud, resembling someone who had just stumbled. Dust clung to her exquisite features, rendering her a portrait of disarray. Country bumpkin, what are you staring at? As Suwon's gaze lingered upon her, Lu Xianyi instantly assumed an air of superiority. Have you fallen into a well? Suwon remarked with nonchalance. How do you know? Are you following me? Lu Xianyi's delicate features hardened upon hearing this. Mr. Su, I must convey that there is no possibility for us. A sparrow has its own destiny. I am a woman beyond your reach. Should you continue to pursue me, do not hold me accountable for my impoliteness. You think too highly of yourself. Suwon replied calmly, observing Lu Xianyi's self-importance. Lu Xianyi, out of respect for our past acquaintance, I offer you a piece of counsel. Abstain from visiting Shijiao Village in the future. It lies adjacent to Dongjiao Village, and that land is deemed inauspicious. That is why you encountered misfortune today. I believe you are the one who is truly unfortunate. Lu Xianyi scoffed. A mere jester, spouting folly. Shijiao Village is property I acquired at a considerable cost. How could I be unaware of its value? Do you presume I require your counsel? You are quite the pretender. Believe what you will, Suwon remarked nonchalantly, as he turned and sauntered away. Half an hour later, Suwon arrived at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Su, you have finally graced us with your presence, Chun Bai-Fu said respectfully, presenting a document. Here is the recruitment list for this year. Our chamber mandates the president's personal signature for all new appointments. Why do we still have vacancies? Suwon inquired with curiosity, noticing an unfilled position on the list. Did we not recruit sufficient personnel this year? Not at all. That vacant position has been expressly earmarked for you, Mr. Su. To facilitate the arrangement of your own personnel at the Luyu Chamber of Commerce, Chun Bai-Fu elucidated with a smile. After all, he had undertaken a similar initiative in the past. Ah, I see, Suwon acknowledged, inscribing his signature. Once Chun Bai-Fu meticulously stored the documents, he was poised to depart when, from the periphery of his vision, he glimpsed the wooden dragon stake in Suwon's hand. Ah, Mr. Su. Have you also delved into the silver armor script? Chun Bai-Fu inquired, his gaze riveted upon the inscriptions adorning the wooden stake. Silver armor script, you refer to these? Su-wen gestured toward the characters on the stake. Indeed, this silver armor script is distinctive to Jiangnan province, its origins traceable back several millennia. Chen Baifu confirmed with a nod. Manager Chen, do you comprehend the significance of these characters? Su-wen inquired with increasing curiosity, as he yearned to restore the wooden dragon stake and sought to grasp the significance of the inscriptions. Regrettably, Mr. Su, I have not delved into silver armor script, and I am unacquainted with the meanings of these characters. Chen Baifu responded with a rueful smile and a shake of his head. Might you know where I could acquire knowledge of silver armor script? Su-wen pressed on. In all of Jinling City, only the esteemed Tianli Training Institute boasts instructors proficient in silver armor script. Should Mr. Su desire to learn, I would be delighted to arrange for Teacher Zhu from the Tianli Training Institute to provide personalized instruction at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, Chen Baifu suggested, keen to accommodate. No need. I shall visit the Tianli Training Institute myself, Su-wen replied with a gentle shake of his head. In Jinling City, the Tianli Training Institute is often regarded as a haven for those seeking fortune, as numerous recently graduated female university students invest their savings to attend, hoping to encounter affluent individuals. After all, silver armor script is a rather esoteric form of writing in Jiangnan province, typically pursued solely by the wealthy. Gu Manman arrived at the Tianli Training Institute with the aspiration of meeting a prosperous heir. Not long ago, a friend of hers had encountered a wealthy individual at the institute, who subsequently facilitated her friend's appointment as a supervisor at a publicly listed company, leaving Gu Manman filled with envy and longing. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find that among the 13 students in her class, all were women. There was not a single man. This revelation left her disheartened, for with her classes concluding the day after tomorrow, should she fail to encounter a prosperous gentleman, her tuition would have been in vain. Just as Gu Manman was engulfed in anxiety, the sound of footsteps resonated through the air. A woman, adorned in elegant black high heels and captivating gray stockings, clad in a professional uniform, entered the room. Allow me to introduce a new student to everyone, Su-wen, she proclaimed. A man. Gu Manman's eyes shimmered at the sight of Su when standing behind Teacher Zhou. After a prolonged period of yearning for the presence of a man, her wish had finally been realized. Who among you wishes to sit beside Su-wen? Teacher Zhou inquired. Teacher Zhou, I would like to. Gu Manman promptly raised her hand. Very well, Su-wen, please take a seat beside Gu Manman, instructed Teacher Zhou. Once Su-wen was settled, Teacher Zhou commenced his exposition on the history of silver armor script. Su-wen listened with rapt attention, while Gu Manman, positioned beside him, found her focus wavering. She deliberately showcased her long, slender legs, occasionally grazing against Su-wen, only to hastily offer an apology. Su-wen merely uttered a casual word of reassurance before redirecting his focus to the lecture. During the intermission, Gu Manman took the initiative to procure 2 cups of milk tea. She presented 1 cup to Su-wen and confidently introduced herself. Hello, my name is Gu Manman, a graduate of Jinling Academy of Fine Arts. Su-wen's reply was succinct. Why are you studying silver armor literature, Su-wen? Gu Manman inquired, resting her chin upon her hands, her eyelashes gracefully fluttering as she regarded him with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a charming younger sister. For no particular reason. I simply wish to learn. Su-wen chose to remain silent regarding the matter of the 9 Fiends Candle Dragon calamity. Then where do you work, Su-wen? Gu Manman pressed further. At Liyue Chamber of Commerce, Su-wen disclosed without reservation. Liyue Chamber of Commerce? One of the 4 major chambers in Jiangnan? How impressive, Su-wen. Gu Manman mused internally that Su-wen must indeed be quite affluent. Her gaze towards him grew more fervent as she feigned a modest demeanor. Su-wen, I live near Liyue Chamber of Commerce. If you are free, may I come to visit you? I have yet to explore the magnificent structure of Liyue Chamber. Naturally, Su-wen, acknowledging their common bond as classmates, graciously accepted. Thank you, Su-wen. Your kindness is truly remarkable. Gu Manman's countenance beamed with delight as she expressed. I have longed for an elder brother who genuinely cares for me. Your presence brings me 1 step closer to realizing my dream. If it pleases you, may I assume the role of your little sister? I promise to be exceedingly obedient. Should you ever find yourself in solitude, I can. At that moment, Teacher Zhou entered the Tianli training class, accompanied by a gentleman with curly hair. I would like to introduce a new classmate, Chang Wuyang. Following the introduction, Chang Wuyang gazed incredulously at Su-wen in the classroom, exclaiming, Su-wen? You are here as well? He had witnessed Su Wen's remarkable skills during the archery competition against Zhuge Chun. In essence, Cheng Wuyong was well acquainted with Su Wen's esteemed background. Wuyong, do you know Su Wen? Is he also a privileged scion from Jinling? A curious young woman, blooming with the vibrancy of youth. Inquired upon witnessing the intimate familiarity between Cheng Wuyong and Su Wen. She recognized Cheng Wuyong, the heir of the illustrious Wanfeng department store group. A privileged scion born into opulence and a close confidant of Lu Xianyi and Zhuge Chun. A mere second-generation wealthy youth? He is nothing of the sort. Cheng Wuyong derided the young woman's observations, asserting that Su Wen was merely a rustic from the mountains, striving to elevate his status through a matrimonial alliance with Lu Xianyi, only to discover that she harbored no affection for him. As he spoke, Cheng Wuyong approached Su Wen, mocking him, "Country bumpkin, what brings you to the Tianli training class? Do you really believe this is a place for someone of your insignificance?" To which Su Wen retorted, "Insignificant? Me?" Observing the serious countenance of Su Wen, Cheng Wuyong could not suppress a chuckle. "What audacity does a mere rustic have to designate me as a secondary character? So you have triumphed in archery against Zhuge Chun? And what of it? Even if you are the archery champion of the 9 provinces, what significance does that hold? In this realm, it is one's connections and lineage that bear weight. Pray tell, what do you possess? A scant 3 acres of land, or perhaps a couple of swine?" Upon hearing Cheng Wuyong's remarks, Gu Man, who had been extolling Su Wen just moments ago, was rendered speechless. "Cheng Xiao, are you implying that Su Wen is a country bumpkin?" She stammered. "Is it any wonder? If Su Wen is not a country bumpkin, then who am I?" Cheng Wuyong scoffed. This left Gu Man in silence. She was acutely aware that Cheng Wuyong was no rustic. Only recently had she seen him at the annual gathering of the Wanfeng department store group. Indeed, Cheng Wuyong was one of the true elite scions of Jinling City. "All right, everyone, please settle down. It is time for our lesson," Teacher Zhou urged. Casting a disapproving glance at the altercation between Su Wen and Cheng Wuyong. With that, a new lesson commenced. During this session, Teacher Zhou instructed the class on the pronunciation and strokes of Yin Jiawen. Once the class had concluded, although Su Wen had gained some understanding of Yin Jiawen, he found himself unable to decipher the characters inscribed on the wooden dragon post. With a sense of reluctance, he approached his deskmate, Gu Man, with a humble inquiry. "Are you acquainted with this Yin Jiawen?" Rather than producing the wooden dragon post, he inscribed one of the characters from it on a piece of paper. "I do not recognize it," he replied. To his astonishment, the previously enthusiastic Gu Man, who had once declared her intention to be his little sister, now responded with a palpable chill, "Cease your conversation with me." Taken aback by Gu Man's abrupt transformation in demeanor, Su Wen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that juncture, Teacher Zhou received a phone call and, donning a forced smile, declared, "I must step out for a moment. For your assignment, please pair up and complete an annotation of Yin Jiawen." With that, she began to organize the groups. By sheer coincidence, Su Wen was paired with Gu Man. Once Teacher Zhou had exited, Su Wen turned to Gu Man and inquired, "Shall we commence the annotations?" "Humph. Who wishes to collaborate with you?" "Su Wen, you may annotate on your own." Gu Man retorted with evident disdain. "What could a country bumpkin like you possibly know about Yin Jiawen? It is utterly ludicrous. You squander my sentiments. You are not but a fool." Observing the abrupt shift in Gu Man's demeanor, Su Wen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Gu Man, whether I study Yin Jiawen seems to bear no relevance to you. Does it? Indeed, your matters as a country bumpkin are of no concern to me. However, that cup of milk tea cost 20 yuan. I would be grateful if you could refund the amount. I have no obligation to treat a rustic individual to milk tea." Upon hearing Gu Man's demand for reimbursement, Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, for he possessed not a single coin. "What troubles you, Su Wen? Surely, you do not mean to suggest that you lack even 20 yuan? As Su Wen hesitated in returning the money, Gu Man continued with a tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is it truly the case that even the farmers from the mountains are so destitute now? Unable to afford the price of a mere cup of milk tea? How do you still dare to set foot in Jinling City?" Man, it appears that Su Wen has depleted all his resources in his quest to master the silver armor script, chuckled another girl with a ponytail from the Tianli Tutoring Center. "Without funds, how can one possibly study the silver armor script? Merely putting on an act of sophistication? Do not be absurd. A rustic will perpetually remain rustic. Only agricultural pursuits befit you. It is no surprise that Cheng Xiao asserts that Lu Xuanyi harbors no interest in you. Were I a woman, I would not wed you either." As Gu Manman articulated her thoughts, a serene young lady adorned in white knee-high socks and black-rimmed spectacles approached, coolly interjecting, Gu Manman, has Suwen offended you as a dweller of the mountains? Is it truly necessary to exacerbate his wounds? Moreover, individuals from rural backgrounds can indeed transform their destinies through diligent study. At this juncture, the quiet girl nearly exclaimed in a quavering voice. For she herself had been raised in the mountains and had ultimately secured admission to a prestigious university specializing in classical literature through her own perseverance. Ah, who is causing such a commotion? It appears to be Zhao Qian'er, yet another rustic. Observing Zhao Qian'er, with her cascading ebony tresses and a silhouette that belied her modest demeanor in a beige skirt, Gu Manman smirked. I merely requested Suwen to return my money for the milk tea. Why are you in such a frenzy? Or shall you act as his defender? I shall, Zhao Qian'er retorted, flinging 20 yuan at Gu Manman, while casting a scornful remark. You look down upon others with your myopic perspective. What did you just say? Gu Manman was on the verge of erupting in fury, but suddenly erupted into laughter. Indeed, I do look down upon you rural folk. What of it? If you, Zhao Qian'er, hold Suwen in high esteem, then you ought to collaborate with him on the annotation of the silver armor script. I shall not partake. Engaging in conversation with you country bumpkins is beneath me. With that, Gu Manman turned her back on Suwen and strode purposefully towards Qing Wuyang, who stood in the distance. Her primary motive for attending the Tianli Tutoring Center was to encounter a wealthy and handsome young man. In stark contrast, Suwen, a financially struggling youth who could scarcely part with 20 yuan, was evidently not her intended target. Her earlier display of feigned innocence was simply a miscalculation regarding Suwen's true circumstances. What a materialistic girl. Witnessing Gu Manman's dismissal of Suwen, Zhao Qian'er indignantly took a seat beside him and remarked, Suwen, do not let Gu Manman's words affect you. Though we hail from humble mountain backgrounds, we possess the power to alter our destinies through education. I stand as a testament to this. Once, I labored in the fields, yet through unwavering dedication to my studies, I transcended those mountains. After a brief pause, Zhao Qian'er beamed. Now, regarding the homework assigned by Teacher Zhou, shall we annotate it together? She realized that Gu Manman would no longer assist Suwen in the annotation of the silver armor script. Should she disregard this predicament, Suwen, a neophyte in this domain, would undoubtedly find it arduous to annotate an entire manuscript unaided. Thank you. Observing Zhao Qian'er, who exuded gentleness and harbored a pure and benevolent spirit, Suwen contemplated before declaring, in the future, should you face any challenges in Jinling City, do not hesitate to seek my aid. Consider it a token of gratitude for the 20 yuan. Certainly. Zhao Qian'er beamed with a radiant smile and nodded. Yet, you must keep your promise. Despite her words, she did not take it too earnestly. After parting ways with Suwen, Gu Manman sought out Qing Wuyang. Cheng Xiao, may I accompany you in annotating the silver armor script? Gu Manman gracefully positioned herself beside Qing Wuyang, artfully lifting her diaphanous skirt to unveil a pair of exquisitely formed porcelain-skinned legs. Indeed, Gu Manman's legs were a sight to behold. With such captivating beauty, she had graced the modeling scene during her university days, captivating a multitude of admirers. However, it is a lamentable truth that for a wealthy heir like Qing Wuyang, the allure of women like Gu Manman had long since waned. Instead, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Zhao Qian'er, a pure and demure girl adorned with glasses. Are you familiar with such beauty? Qing Wuyang inquired with curiosity, gesturing towards Zhao Qian'er, who was seated beside Suwen. Indeed, I am acquainted with her. Her name is Zhao Qian'er. She is a pupil of a friend of Teacher Zhou. When Gu Manman spoke of Zhao Qian'er, her tone was laced with disdain and malice. She is nothing more than a simple country girl. At the Tianli Training Center, nearly all the women are present to attract wealthy suitors. Yet Zhao Qian'er is there solely to study the silver armor script. This strikes Gu Manman as utterly ludicrous. Despite possessing an alluring figure, she opts not to associate with the affluent, but instead dedicates herself to the pursuit of such an obscure script. A country girl? Upon hearing those words, Qing Wuyang's interest in Zhao Qian'er deepened. What is it, Qing Xiao? Are you perhaps enamored with Zhao Qian'er? Noticing Qing Wuyang's gaze fixed upon Zhao Qian'er, Gu Manman was consumed by jealousy. Enamored? Haha, how should I articulate this? I merely wish to conquer such a woman. You comprehend my intentions, do you not? Qing Wuyang spoke with an air of significance. Ah, so it appears that Qing Xiao harbors desires for Zhao Qian'er, Gu Manman exclaimed. Her realization dawning as she leaned alluringly against Qing Wuyang, her gaze filled with yearning. Qing Xiao, Should you wish to indulge in the company of women, I would be most eager to oblige. I am far more compliant than Zhao Qian'er. Furthermore, my legs are exquisite, and I could don stockings for your pleasure. Qing Wuyang regarded Gu Mianman with a playful smile. Are you proposing yourself without any expectation of compensation? Cheng Xiao, how could you suggest such a thing? There is no such concept as a complimentary affair. Gu Mianman replied with a flirtatious demeanor. Then what is your price? Qing Wuyang inquired nonchalantly. Chen Xiao, I seek not monetary reward, Gu Mianman replied earnestly, shaking her head. What is it that you desire then? Having graduated from university nearly 2 months ago, I have yet to secure a suitable position. If, perchance, Cheng Xiao could facilitate a worthy opportunity for me, I would undoubtedly devote myself to you. Gu Mianman gazed at Cheng Wuyang with hopeful and tender eyes. A job arrangement, is it? Haha, you are quite entertaining, and you grasp the significance of patience. Very well. Next week you shall commence your position at the Wanfeng Department Group with a salary of 10,000. As he spoke, Qing Wuyang presented Gu Mianman with a room key card. This evening, wear something minimal and recline upon my bed. Thank you, Cheng Xiao, for this opportunity. I shall undoubtedly strive to leave a favorable impression. Upon receiving the key card, Gu Mianman was overwhelmed with joy. A monthly salary of 10,000? In Jinling City. That was undeniably a substantial income. Moreover, the Wanfeng Department Store Group stands as one of the foremost enterprises in Jinling City. Whispers suggest that the investment of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce underpins its success. Should Gu Mianman choose to affiliate herself with the Wanfeng Department Store Group, she would, in essence, become an employee of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. It is crucial to acknowledge that the ambition of every university student in Jinling City is to secure a position within the esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, Cheng Wuyang remarked with significant implications, if you could arrange for Zhao Qian'er to spend the night with me, I shall double your salary. As Gu Mianman meticulously tucked away her room card. At the Tianli training class, after Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er completed the assignment left by teacher Zhou, Su Wen inquired of Zhao Qian'er about a character inscribed in the silver armor script. Zhao Qian'er, do you recognize this character? The character in question was inscribed upon the wooden dragon stake. This silver armor script signifies to become an immortal. Zhao Qian'er responded with a subtle smile. To become an immortal? Upon hearing these words, Su Wen narrowed his eyes in deep contemplation. While the world perceives martial supremacy as the ultimate dominion, Su Wen is acutely aware that this realm is inhabited by those who ardently pursue immortality, for he himself is one such individual. Su Wen, from whence did you encounter this silver armor script? Is it chronicled in strange tales or historical accounts? Zhao Qian'er inquired, observing Su Wen's silence. It was a chance sighting. He replied. After a brief pause, Su Wen inscribed another character and turned towards Zhao Qian'er, asking, do you recognize this character? This. After a meticulous examination of the newly inscribed character, Zhao Qian'er shyly shook her head, stating, I do not recognize this character. It has not been taught by teacher Zhou. I apologize. That is quite all right, Su Wen replied with a gentle smile as he shook his head. As their conversation continued, the clock chimed 6 in the afternoon, signaling the departure of many students from the training class, who began to prepare for their journey home. Su Wen, I shall return to school first. Until tomorrow. Zhao Qian'er bid farewell to Su Wen. Until tomorrow, he echoed as he stood to leave. Just then, Gu Mianman, adorned in a diaphanous long dress and delicate pink sandals, approached them directly. Zhao Qian'er, come here. I have something to discuss with you, Gu Mianman asserted, addressing Zhao Qian'er, who stood behind Su Wen. If you have something to say, please voice it here. I shall not come over. Zhao Qian'er retorted, unwilling to engage in private discourse with someone of Gu Mianman's ilk. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Cheng Xiao has taken a fancy to you. This evening, you are to accompany Cheng Xiao for the night. Come morning, I shall bestow upon you 3,000 yuan. As Gu Mianman articulated her proposition, Zhao Qian'er erupted in a torrent of invective. Gu Mianman, are you out of your mind? Why would I spend the night with Cheng Wuyang? Let me be unequivocal. I refuse. What? Do you deem 3,000 insufficient? Unperturbed by Zhao Qian'er's vehement rejection, Gu Mianman maintained her condescending demeanor. Country girl, 3,000 is indeed quite generous. How much do you receive in your monthly scholarship? Merely by shedding a garment, you could. Before Gu Mianman could conclude her thought, Zhao Qian'er coldly shook her head. Gu Mianman, if you wish to disrobe, do so yourself. Do not approach me. I am not as contemptible as you. Zhao Qian'er, have you truly considered this? Cheng Wuyang's interest in you is a boon you have rightfully earned from your past existence. If you choose to decline his invitation tonight, Do you genuinely dare to reject him? Are you aware of the implications of associating with Cheng Wuyang and Jinling? Upon hearing Zhao Qian'er's disparaging remarks, Gu Manman felt a wave of indignation. However, recalling Cheng Wuyang's assurances, she tempered her anger and responded, "It signifies that you could spare yourself 30 years of arduous toil. Moreover, Zhao Qian'er, by spurning Cheng, you are certainly inciting his ire. Have you contemplated the repercussions of a rural girl like yourself challenging a wealthy heir in Jinling? I must tutor Suwen on silver armor literature this evening. I am simply too occupied." Zhao Qian'er nonchalantly concocted an excuse. As soon as she concluded her statement, Gu Manman erupted in laughter. "Ha, Zhao Qian'er, you would prefer the company of this unsophisticated Su when over accompanying Cheng? Are you out of your wits? What could this rustic offer you? He cannot even spare 20 yuan for milk tea, yet you are providing him guidance in silver armor literature? Surely you have developed affections for this rustic individual. Have you not? Tend to your own affairs. I derive pleasure from tutoring Su Wan." Zhao Qian'er shot an intense glare at Gu Manman. "Very well. Act as you will. Just do not come lamenting to me later." Observing Zhao Qian'er's steadfastness, Gu Manman lost her enthusiasm and departed from the Tianli training class to don captivating attire. Once Gu Manman had left, Zhao Qian'er bashfully turned to Su Wan, saying, "Su Wan, I apologize for having used you as a shield earlier. It is of no concern." Su Wan replied with an air of nonchalance. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Rest assured, Cheng Wuyang would not dare to trouble you. Otherwise, he would face grave repercussions." "Yes, I am aware. This is a society governed by law." Zhao Qian'er failed to grasp the deeper implication of Su Wan's words. Upon exiting the Tianli training class, Su Wan received a call from his wife. "Su Wan, Grandma wishes for us to come over for dinner." "Very well, I understand." Half an hour later, Su Wan arrived at the Lu family residence in Jinling. "Su Wan, I have heard that you instructed Wanfeng to cease the project in Dongjiao village." During the dinner, the venerable old lady Lu inquired of Su Wan with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, while serving herself. Indeed, Su Wan did not refute her inquiry. Yet, why the pause? Old lady Lu's tone shifted to one of displeasure. "Do you comprehend the significance of the International Music Academy to our Lu family? It is a paramount endeavor endorsed by the Zhu family. You failed to provide any prior notice before instructing Wanfeng to cease operations? Do you presume that the Lu family is at your command?" As her words intensified, old lady Lu's ire became tangible. Su Wan, maintaining his composure despite her escalating fury, calmly elucidated, "Because there exist unsavory elements in Dongjiao village. Continuing construction would inevitably result in a series of worker fatalities." Upon his conclusion, the guests at the Lu family dinner were rendered speechless, clearly unprepared for the absurdity of Su Wan's rationale for halting the project. "Unsavory elements? I must ask, Su Wan, are you succumbing to feudal superstition?" Lu Qinxin, Lu Wentong's mother, cast a scornful glare at Su Wan and retorted, "What age are we living in? Unclean elements? I dare say you are the true unclean element here. Had it not been for your arrival at the Lu family, how could I have suffered an accident and broken my leg? You are nothing more than a harbinger of calamity, a jinx." "Aunt San, Su and I is not a jinx." Before Lu Qinxin could complete her tirade, Lu Wanfeng interjected, a tinge of envy lacing her voice. "Su Wan has been my fortunate star. Ever since he joined the Lu family, my leg has healed, I have moved into a villa, and I have secured a project with the International Music School. Just yesterday, I was even invited by Mr. Chiu to the illustrious Jiang and Flower Moon Banquet." Upon hearing the mention of the Jiang and Flower Moon Banquet, Lu Wentong responded with a hint of bitterness, "Cousin Wanfeng, while it is true that you have been flourishing of late, what relevance does that have to Su Wan? It is merely a stroke of fortune on your part. If Su Wan were genuinely a beacon of luck, would Lu Xuanyi not choose to marry him? Indeed, they speak of unclean spirits in Dongjiao village. Yet, why is there an absence of such issues in Shijiao village, which my daughter oversees? Shijiao and Dongjiao are in close proximity, and construction is proceeding without hindrance today." Lu Xuanyi's mother, Kong Mandan, interjected, "In my opinion, Su Wan is simply performing a charade." "Enough. Everyone, quiet down." At that moment, old lady Lu interrupted the tumult. With an authoritative tone, she addressed Lu Wanfeng. "Wanfeng, the project for the International Music School cannot be postponed. Construction shall proceed as scheduled starting tomorrow." "I refuse." To everyone's astonishment, Lu Wanfeng boldly contradicted old lady Lu, emphasizing each word. "Unless Su Wan gives the order to commence, I shall not permit the workers to begin. I will adhere to my husband's wishes." "Lu Wanfeng, have you lost your senses? Are you truly permitting a rustic individual to meddle in such a momentous endeavor as the International Music School? Observing Lu Wanfeng's unwavering demeanor, numerous members of the Lu family furrowed their brows in disapproval. The matriarch, old lady Lu, visibly perturbed, inquired of Lu Wanfeng. What shall you do if Su Wen persists in obstructing your progress? To which Lu Wanfeng replied, with deliberate conviction, I shall maintain the suspension of work until such time as Su Wen grants her consent. Her disposition was intrinsically benevolent, while she did not subscribe to superstitions. She harbored a lingering apprehension regarding the presence of malevolent forces in Dongjiao village. After all, a fatality had indeed transpired at the construction site the previous night. You are utterly unmanageable. A venture valued at over 10 billion, and you permit a fraud from the hinterlands to intrude? Lamented the matriarch. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would have preferred my daughter to oversee the International Music Academy. Lu Qinxin spoke with a hint of acidity in her tone. Yet Lu Wanfeng, in a fit of defiance, retorted, I did not prevent cousin Wen from negotiating with the Zhu family. What do you imply? Do you harbor disdain for my daughter? Lu Qinxin shot back, her voice tinged with resentment. Enough, Aunt San. Do not concern yourself with Lu Wanfeng. If she wishes to halt construction, let her do so. When the Zhu family comes to hold her accountable, she shall face the consequences alone. Lu Xuanyi remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Xuanyi, dear cousin, Shijiao village lies adjacent to Dongjiao village. I advise you to refrain from commencing any work in the coming days until Su Wen addresses the issue of those unclean matters. Observing Lu Xuanyi's frosty demeanor, Lu Wanfeng offered a gentle reminder. In matters of life and death, she did not wish for Shijiao village to incur any casualties. How absurd. What unclean matters? Cease your jesting. Su Wen's ramblings may deceive you, but do you truly believe the remainder of the Lu family is devoid of discernment? Lu Xuanyi quipped with a hint of sarcasm, in my estimation, you have transgressed far too frequently and consequently bear the weight of a guilty conscience. Lu Xuanyi, do not unjustly accuse me, I have committed no wrongs. Lu Wanfeng exclaimed, her frustration manifesting as she stamped her foot in indignation. No sooner had she uttered these words than Su Wen, equally nonchalant, turned to Lu Xuanyi, saying, Lu Xuanyi, heed the wise counsel. My wife graciously advises you to abandon your pursuits. Should you choose to ignore her words, you will undoubtedly find yourself filled with regret. Regret? I would have lamented marrying a simpleton such as you from the very outset. Thus, the physician has abandoned his pretense and assumed the guise of a seer, has he? Su Wen, why do you engage in such daily theatrics? Lu Xuanyi retorted sharply, why can you not exhibit the same composure as Zhou Xiling? We are all sons-in-law of the Lu family. Just observe Zhou Xiling, then turn your gaze to yourself. How can such a disparity exist? As she spoke, Zhou Xiling raised his head with pride, radiating an air of superiority. However, Su Wen's subsequent remarks provoked Zhou Xiling's wrath. Should I also become a fleeting specter like Zhou Xiling? How dare you, Su Wen, label me as such? Zhou Xiling rolled up his sleeves, brimming with indignation. My dear, why do you even waste your breath on that fool Su Wen? He is merely envious of your accomplishments. Lu Wentong remarked with contempt, before turning to Lu Xuanyi with a smile. Cousin Xuanyi, how can a mere farmer maintain the same composure as the president of a corporation? You are being too harsh on Su Wen. Indeed, that is true, Lu Xuanyi replied, then abruptly shifted the conversation. Cousin Wentong, did you not express a desire to construct a guest house? There are some vacant plots in Shijiao village. Shall I reserve them for you? Certainly, Lu Wentong exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Xuanyi. You truly are a remarkable sister. Tomorrow, Zhou Xiling and I shall journey to Shijiao village to strategize the construction of the guest house. After a brief pause, she cast a significant glance at Su Wen and continued, Rustic, did you not mention the presence of unsavory elements in Dongjiao village? I shall commence my endeavors in Shijiao village tomorrow and unveil your absurd fabrications. If you are unafraid of the consequences, then proceed. Su Wen did not dissuade Lu Wentong, merely cautioning, just do not lament when matters take a turn for the worse. Regret? Allow me to assure you, the term regret does not feature in Lu Wentong's lexicon. She retorted with a disdainful huff. The following day, Lu Wanfeng did not venture to Dongjiao village for construction. However, Su Wen departed from the Rose Villa early, for he was obliged to attend a training session at Tianli in preparation for the silver armor exam. Su Wen, you have arrived. Zhao Qianer greeted him with a radiant smile upon his arrival. What troubles you? Did you not rest well last night? Upon observing the shadows beneath Zhao Qianer's eyes, Su Wen nonchalantly inquired, Indeed, I was occupied with crafting my resume last night, as I am on the cusp of graduation and in pursuit of employment, Zhao Qianer elucidated. What type of position are you aspiring to secure? Do you require my assistance? Su Wen graciously offered. After all, given the connections of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, facilitating a favorable position for Zhao Qian'er would be effortlessly attainable. However, as Su Wen's words trailed off, a voice thick with sarcasm echoed through the Tianli training class. You are endeavoring to assist Zhao Qian'er in her job search? Su Wen, you truly overestimate your own capabilities. Do you envision yourself as Qing Xiao? Most likely. You are merely a lowly security guard at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, are you not? With that, Gu Man, clad in a black skirt and a white camisole, sauntered over with an air of superiority. Yesterday, Su Wen had mentioned his employment at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Initially, Gu Man had found Su Wen rather impressive. However, it now seemed that he was merely a lowly security guard, perhaps even less than that, possibly just a janitor. Gu Man, what is so contemptible about being a security guard? Su Wen neither engages in theft nor deceit. He earns his livelihood through his own diligence. What gives you the right to look down upon him? Zhao Qian'er shot a piercing glare at Gu Man. I disdain security guards, and I look down upon all of you rural simpletons. Farming and raising livestock is your rightful domain. Why do you insist on venturing into the metropolis? Do you truly believe that relocating here will enhance your lives? You shall ultimately remain inconsequential beings, Gu Man derided, a triumphant smirk gracing her lips. By the way, Zhao Qian'er, Cheng Wuyang has graciously consented to my employment at Wanfeng department store commencing next week. Had you chosen to spend the night with Cheng Xiao, perhaps you too would have secured a position. Yet, instead, you opted to tutor this unsophisticated rural lad, Su Wen. Pray, tell me, are you truly so foolish? Do you sincerely believe that a country boy like him could assist you in finding employment? How naive can a collegiate mind be? Cheng Wuyang has indeed permitted you to work at Wanfeng department store? Zhao Qian'er quivered at Gu Man's declaration. In that instant, a pang of envy surged within her. However, upon reflecting on the cost of employment at Wanfeng, she resolutely shook her head. She would prefer to seek her own opportunities rather than sacrifice her dignity. Man, is it veritable? Has Cheng Xiao genuinely extended an offer to you at Wanfeng department store? At that moment, several women from the Tianli training class, having overheard Gu Man's remarks, encircled her, suffused with envy. It is utterly true, and Cheng Xiao is offering me a monthly salary of 10,000, Gu Man proclaimed. Her head held aloft like a haughty phoenix. 10,000 a month? My goodness, Man, you are incredibly fortunate. The average salary in Jinling City scarcely reaches 6,000. Indeed, a salary of 10,000 is regarded as high income even throughout the entirety of Jiangnan province. As they beheld the seemingly superior Gu Man, many women in the Tianli training class experienced a twinge of regret. Had they been aware of this, they would have humbled themselves and pursued Cheng Wuyang yesterday. Man, might you be so kind as to mention me to Cheng Xiao? I would also like to seek employment at Wanfeng department store. A woman in a blue floral dress timidly inquired. That matter is best addressed by you personally, Gu Man responded curtly. No sooner had her words left her lips than Cheng Wuyang made his entrance at the Tianli training class. Cheng Xiao? Good morning, Cheng Xiao. You appear even more dashing today than you did yesterday. Upon the arrival of Cheng Wuyang, the women from the training class were instantly illuminated by a fervent glow in their eyes, eagerly approaching him to exchange pleasantries. Among them, Gu Man took the initiative to nestle into Cheng Wuyang's embrace, her voice sultry and alluring as she remarked, Cheng Xiao, you were quite impressive last night. Even now, my legs feel a bit unsteady. Merely moderately impressive, perhaps only the third best in Jinling, Cheng Wuyang replied, his pride swelling as he absorbed Gu Man's flattering words. However, his gaze shifted to Zhao Qian'er, who was seated beside Su Wen, and his expression darkened. The previous night, he had tasked Gu Man with persuading Zhao Qian'er, a woman from the countryside. To his dismay, Zhao Qian'er had declined his advances, citing her commitment to tutoring Su Wen in silver armor literature. This left Cheng Wuyang feeling quite displeased, though he dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, as a wealthy second-generation heir, he could never lower himself to pursue a country girl like Zhao Qian'er. By the way, Su Wen, I heard there was a fatality at your wife's construction site yesterday? Cheng Wuyang suddenly recollected, approaching Su Wen with a knowing smile and a hint of significance. That must have incurred quite an expense, would you not agree? He inquired. What does that concern you? Su Wen replied with an icy demeanor. How could it not? We are classmates. Your misfortune amuses me, Cheng Wuyang jested with a smirk. He leaned in closer, advising, Su Wen, I implore you to distance yourself from Lu Wanfeng. Her injury has healed, and she is soon to grace the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet. In essence, the once unattractive duckling has evolved into a resplendent swan. Do you genuinely believe a rural simpleton like yourself is deserving of her? Cheng Wuyang's motivation originated from a rumor he had encountered. Zhuge Chen appeared to be pursuing Lu Wanfeng as a devoted friend. Cheng Wuyang felt compelled to facilitate Zhuge Chen's intentions by persuading Su Wen to sever his connections with Lu Wanfeng. Whether I am deserving of Wanfeng seems inconsequential to someone as insignificant as you, Su Wen retorted, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. As for you, maintain your distance in Jinling. Should you dare to lay a finger on Zhao Qianer, I assure you the repercussions will be severe. Do you comprehend? Wait. You dare to? Cheng Wuyang was momentarily taken aback by Su Wen's abrupt threat. Guman Man, still nestled in Cheng Wuyang's embrace, indignantly interjected, Su Wen, have you lost your senses? Do you believe you can inflict harm upon Cheng Wuyang? Who do you think you are? Merely because you have dabbled in silver armor literature for a day does not elevate your status. Have you forgotten that you are but a rural simpleton? Precisely. Our esteemed Cheng Xiao stands as the rightful heir to the illustrious Wancheng department store group. A gentleman of his prominence possesses the power to bring about your downfall with but a single phone call, and yet you have the audacity to behave with such arrogance. Offer your apologies to Cheng Xiao forthwith. A multitude of women from the training class eagerly interjected, striving to gain the favor of Cheng Wuyang in hopes of securing employment through his auspices. However, before Su Wen could articulate a response, Teacher Zhou entered the Tianli training class, commanding the room with a firm, silence, class is commencing. Meanwhile, as Su Wen immersed himself in the study of silver armor literature, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz came to a graceful halt outside a construction site in the western suburbs of Jinling City. Lu Xianyi, accompanied by Lu Wentong and Zhou Ziling, alighted from the opulent vehicle. Greetings, General Manager Lu, the site supervisor at the West Suburb Village construction site remarked, his demeanor radiating warmth and a subtle touch of flattery as he approached Lu Xianyi, whose statuesque figure was accentuated by her uniform and high heels. Manager Wen, please continue with your responsibilities. I shall escort my cousin and her companions for a leisurely stroll, Lu Xianyi replied with a charming smile. Just as the trio was about to depart, the supervisor hesitated, inquiring, General Manager Lu, might you be aware of the reasons behind the work stoppage at East Suburb Village? The abrupt cessation of operations at East Suburb Village yesterday, coupled with a tragic incident occurring the prior night, left Manager Wen in a state of considerable unease. After 3 decades in the construction industry, he had encountered innumerable unusual events and recognized that a work stoppage typically signified a grave concern. As destiny would have it, Lu Xianyi was related to Lu Wanfeng, the head of East Suburb Village, which compelled Manager Wen to seek her perspective. Why has work come to a halt? What an inquiry. My cousin is merely naive and has fallen prey to her husband's deceit, Lu Xianyi retorted, her tone imbued with contempt as she referenced Su Wen. To assert that East Suburb Village is haunted is sheer folly. What era do we inhabit? Engaging in superstitions is utterly ludicrous. Xianyi, do not be overly disheartened. The rural populace frequently clings to such superstitions. Su Wen, having been raised in the mountains, bears some responsibility for this, Lu Wentong remarked with a smile, dismissing Lu Xianyi's sarcasm. Su Wen has perpetually embodied the role of a jester, Zhou Ziling interjected ominously, in stark contrast to the trio's disdain for Su Wen. Manager Wen recoiled at the mention of unclean matters. General Manager Lu, are there indeed assertions regarding the existence of unclean entities in East Suburb Village? What? Manager Wen, surely you do not subscribe to such fables, do you? Lu Xianyi retorted coldly, taking note of his evident trepidation. If memory serves me right, you possess a doctorate, yet you still yield to these superstitions? Manager Wen found himself at a loss for words, ultimately striving to counsel her earnestly. General Manager, as they say, caution is the mother of safety. Perhaps we should consider suspending operations at West Suburb Village as well? Suspending operations? Manager 1. Have you also fallen prey to the unfounded fears of a simpleton? I have invested significantly in the land at West Suburb Village. Surely, I am cognizant of its condition. Lu Xianyi retorted sharply. Manager 1 fell silent. Step aside. Do not obstruct our plans for the guest house at West Suburb Village, Lu Xianyi asserted, pushing past him without a trace of courtesy. As he watched the Lu family trio fade into the distance, Manager 1 sighed helplessly, murmuring, superstition? Alas, ignorance begets fear. I earnestly hope that General Manager Lu and her companions can depart from West Suburb Village safely today. With those words, he turned away without a backward glance. Upon arriving at West Suburb Village, Lu Xianyi and her companions were immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze. The cool zephyr caressed their cheeks like gentle hands, prompting Lu Wenong and her companions to instinctively pause in their steps. Why has it suddenly turned so cold? Lu Wenong inquired, pressing closely against Zhou Xiling. A sense of unease enveloping her. It's merely the onset of autumn. The temperatures in Jinling are notoriously fickle, Lu Xianyi remarked nonchalantly as she led the way. Before long, the trio arrived at an unanticipated plot of land in Shijiao village. Cousin Wentong, what are your thoughts on constructing a guest house here? Over there. We could envision an outdoor swimming pool, complemented by a barbecue area behind it, Lu Xuanyi proposed with a smile, gesturing towards the surrounding layout. I believe that is an excellent idea, Lu Wenong responded, nodding in agreement. She surveyed the area and added, I find this place quite appealing. Then it is settled. I shall arrange for the workers to commence excavation shortly, Lu Xuanyi declared as she retrieved her phone to place a call. By 6 in the evening, the foundation for the guest house had been substantially excavated by the workers. Observing the emerging outline of the guest house, Lu Wenong suddenly remarked with sarcasm. That fool Suan insisted there were malevolent forces in Dongjiao village, forbidding me from working here in Shijiao village. And look at us now, after an entire day of toil. We have achieved nothing. Wentong, do you truly give credence to the words of a jester? Zhou Xiling scoffed derisively. In this modern era, who, apart from the rural populace, still clings to superstitions? Suan is merely a simpleton, uneducated and devoid of culture. It is only natural for him to utter nonsense. Indeed, he is an uninformed jester, perpetually seeking attention. I truly ponder what other capabilities Suan possesses, Lu Xuanyi interjected with a sharp retort. It is laughable that the foolish woman, Lu Wanfeng, truly believes him and naively ordered the workers in Dongjiao village to halt operations. Wanfeng was much the same in her youth, utterly lacking in discernment. Lu Wentong remarked, just as an unexpected noise interrupted their conversation. With a resounding crash, a construction vehicle, which had been excavating the guest house foundation, lost control. The entire machine plummeted into the foundation, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air. What transpired? Do you even possess the knowledge to operate an excavator? Lu Xuanyi exclaimed, visibly exasperated as she confronted a worker. Are you aware of the value of this machine? If it sustains damage, can you bear the cost of repairs? Ms. Lu, I extend my sincerest apologies. I am at a loss to comprehend what transpired. The excavator merely lost control, the worker responded, his visage marked by concern. A flicker of relief washed over him, knowing that it was a remotely operated machine, devoid of any human presence, had it not been the case. The outcome could have been disastrous. Lost control? The trio stood frozen at those utterances. Lu Wenong could not refrain from murmuring, Xuanyi. Could it be that there truly are malevolent forces at play in Dongjiao village? What malevolent forces? Cousin Wentong, do not frighten yourself unduly. Excavators losing control is a rather commonplace occurrence. Do not ascribe every coincidence to Suwan, that mere fool. If he possessed any genuine talent, would he have chosen to wed a woman with a disability? Lu Xuanyi dismissed the notion with a gentle shake of her head. Indeed, Wenton, you should not harbor such suspicions. Suwan, that rustic fellow, possesses little knowledge of feng shui. His refusal to permit Lu Wanfeng to proceed with the construction may very well be a ruse, Zhou Xiling replied with an air of ambiguity. That is indeed plausible. It is quite customary for a large excavation machine to encounter occasional difficulties. Perhaps I have been overly dramatic in attributing mere coincidences to Suwan. Lu Wenton chuckled softly, shaking her head lightly. Wenton, dear cousin, the hour grows late. Let us return and reconvene tomorrow. Casting a glance at the time, Lu Xuanyi directed a worker to address the excavator's predicament, then shifted the conversation. Cousin Wenton, I have heard that a new seafood restaurant specializing in crabs has opened in Jinling City. I would be delighted to treat you all to a meal. Oh, that would be most gracious of you. If anyone should be treating, it ought to be me, for I owe you, dear cousin, my gratitude for helping me realize my dream of staying in a guest house during my university days. Lu Wenton responded with elegance. We are sisters. There is no need for such formalities, Lu Xuanyi was saying when suddenly a peculiar sound emanated from the excavator, which was embedded in the foundation. The noise resembled a wooden door attempting to close, but being obstructed by something solid, unable to shut completely. What is that sound? The inherently timid Lu Wenton was taken aback by the peculiar sound and swiftly sought refuge behind Zhou Xiling. Noticing Lu Wenton's ashen visage, Zhou Xiling offered her a comforting smile. Do not fear, Wenton. It is probable that the excavator has once more gone awry. Be cautious. Quickly move aside. Before Zhou Xiling could complete her warning, the arm of the excavator surged upwards abruptly and then plummeted downwards towards Lu Xuanyi. This horrifying scene instilled profound terror in Lu Winton, who immediately crouched down, clutching her head and screaming. Lu, be cautious. A worker, who had long idolized Lu Xuanyi, witnessed her peril and, without a moment's hesitation, pushed her out of harm's way, aspiring to elevate his status within the Lu family through this act of valor. Alas, his gallant gesture did not usher him into a life of prosperity. Rather, it sealed his tragic destiny. With a sickening thud, the arm of the excavator descended. The young worker, merely 24 or 25 years of age, was crushed into a gruesome mess. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyi collapsed onto the ground, her gaze fixated on the pool of blood and remains, her body trembling uncontrollably. Stripped of all color, Lu Xuanyi was indeed paralyzed by fear, for she comprehended that had that worker not intervened, it would have been she who faced death. What has transpired? Did someone perish in Shijiao village? Zhou Xiling and Lu Winton, upon beholding the horrific spectacle, turned ashen with terror. Simultaneously, a flicker of gratitude ignited within their hearts for having narrowly evaded disaster. Mere moments earlier, they had positioned themselves slightly farther from Lu Xuanyi. Had the excavator's arm descended upon them, they too would likely have succumbed to a similar fate. Swiftly, summon an ambulance. Quickly, dial 120. In that moment of dread, Lu Xuanyi gradually regained her composure, urgently imploring the workers. The words uttered by Su Wen the previous day at the Lu family villa reverberated incessantly in Lu Xuanyi's mind. Lu Xuanyi, heed the counsel of others. Take care of yourself. My wife graciously advises you to abandon your efforts. Should you disregard her wisdom, you shall soon find yourself steeped in regret. Initially dismissed as mere sensational rhetoric from Su Wen, it now became evident that something malevolent indeed lurked within Dongjiao village. For had it not been for a fortuitous twist of fate, Lu Xuanyi might have met her demise in Shijiao village, ensnared within its grasp forevermore. Regarding the events unfolding in Shijiao village, Su Wen remained blissfully unaware. Even if he had been cognizant, he would not have deigned to concern himself with individuals like Lu Xuanyi, who had dismissed his cautions. Indeed, Lu Xuanyi had long abandoned her previous identity as a naive, gentle, and kind-hearted maiden, morphing instead into a vain and haughty woman, burdened by an inflated sense of self-worth. To Su Wen, the entire Lu family bore little consequence, with the exception of Lu Wanfeng. The destinies of the others held no significance to him. Whether he chose to rescue them or not rested entirely upon his capricious inclinations. Classmates, today's lesson on silver armor script concludes here. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to raise your hands, announced Teacher Zhou with a warm smile from the podium. Break? Su Wen was taken aback by this unexpected announcement. What troubles you, Su Wen? Are you not aware? Tomorrow, Teacher Zhou will supervise an examination, heralding a 2-week hiatus. Zhao Qian'er confided in him. Alas, Su Wen remained oblivious to Teacher Zhou's agenda. At present, he had yet to unravel the significance of the silver armor script inscribed upon the wooden dragon stake, and he could not permit Teacher Zhou to depart without clarification. After all, in a fortnight's time, he feared that even the wooden dragon stake might falter in containing the malevolent energies emanating from Dongjiao village. Thus, Su Wen raised his hand, addressing Teacher Zhou, who was elegantly attired in a black uniform and form-fitting stockings. Teacher Zhou, I have several inquiries regarding the silver armor script that I hope you could elucidate. Please, proceed, Teacher Zhou replied, her demeanor warm and inviting, graced by a gentle smile. Teacher Zhou, I seek to comprehend the meanings of these 4 characters in the silver armor script. With determination, Su Wen took up his pen and transcribed the 4 characters from the silver armor script into his notebook. The wooden dragon stake bore 5 characters in total, one of which, as Zhao Qian'er had enlightened him, signified to become immortal. However, the meanings of the remaining 4 characters remained elusive, as Teacher Zhou had yet to elucidate them. Consequently, he felt an urgent need to inquire directly. Upon gazing at the 4 characters inscribed by Su Wen, Teacher Zhou's countenance transformed, revealing an expression of astonishment. Su Wen, from where did you encounter these 4 characters? He inquired. I happened upon them while traversing the road, Su Wen replied nonchalantly, deliberately neglecting to mention the wooden dragon stake or Dongjiao village. If I am not mistaken, these characters signify the upper script of the silver armor script. Teacher Zhou assessed with gravity. The term upper script denotes the earliest iteration of the silver armor characters, the progenitors of the script itself. As per Teacher Zhou's narrative regarding the evolution of the silver armor script, it experienced two pivotal transformations in its written form, progressing from upper script to lower script. In the Jiangnan province, the vernacular usage of the silver armor script is notably prevalent. Teacher Zhou, are you cognizant of the meanings encapsulated in these four silver armor characters? Upon hearing Teacher Zhou elucidate the origins of the inscriptions on the wooden dragon stake, Su Wen exhibited no signs of astonishment. I possess an understanding of the meanings of 3 out of the 4 silver armor characters, yet one remains elusive to me. Noticing Su Wen's insatiable curiosity, Teacher Zhou offered a wry smile, remarking that the translation of the silver armor script is an ongoing pursuit. I would be immensely appreciative if you could illuminate the meanings of the remaining 3 characters. Upon discovering that Teacher Zhou was acquainted with 3 of the inscriptions, Su Wen's eyes gleamed with delight, for he had not harbored much hope when he initially posed the inquiry. To his amazement, the meanings of these 3 silver armor characters were revealed to be maturity, yin and yang, and inversion. Teacher Zhou candidly disclosed the meanings to Su Wen. Maturity? Yin and yang? Inversion? Su Wen echoed Teacher Zhou's sentiments, softly uttering the word immortal as he fell into profound contemplation. Soon, with no further questions from the students, Teacher Zhou took his leave from the Tianli training class. Once he departed, the other students began to prepare for their journey home. However, at that moment, Cheng Wuyong rose to his feet, clapped his hands, and with a warm smile addressed his classmates. Dear friends, I kindly ask you to remain for a moment. What is it, Cheng Xiao? Do you have plans for this evening? What would you like to share with us, Cheng Xiao? As Cheng Wuyong approached the podium, the women of the Tianli training class regarded him with eager, admiring glances. After all, the advantages Gu Man had reaped from Cheng Wuyong still resonated within these women. While I would not characterize it as an arrangement, I have decided to discontinue my attendance at the Tianli training class. Before I take my leave, it would be my pleasure to treat everyone to a meal and to gather together, Cheng Wuyong stated graciously. I hope you all can spare some time. What? Will Cheng Xiao no longer be attending? What could be the reason for this? Cheng Xiao, you have merely engaged with the silver armor script for a mere 2 days. Why cease your studies at this juncture? Upon discovering that Cheng Wuyong would no longer partake in the Tianli training class, a sense of unease rippled through the women surrounding Gu Man, for they had yet to establish a rapport with him. There exists no particular rationale. I merely feel that the silver armor script does not resonate with me, hence my desire to cease my studies. Cheng Wuyong's reply was rather indifferent. In truth, he had enrolled with the intention of pursuing a renowned actress whose family was steeped in the traditions of the silver armor script. Unfortunately, that very morning, the actress had departed Jiangnan province to commence filming and would not return for 6 months. Consequently, Cheng Wuyong perceived no merit in persisting with his studies in the silver armor script. He possessed neither the desire nor the fortitude to await a woman for half a year. For a privileged heir such as Cheng Wuyong, an abundance of enchanting women graced Jiangnan. The loss of one merely signified the opportunity to seek another. Since Cheng Xiao will no longer pursue the silver armor script, let us indulge in revelry until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight, a woman with short pink hair boldly proclaimed. Indeed, let us not remain sober. Since Cheng Xiao has graciously invited us to gather, how could we possibly decline? Beside him, another captivating woman adorned in a strapless top swiftly echoed her sentiment. Zhao Qianer, you surely need not instruct Su Wen in silver armor literature this evening, correct? Observing Cheng Wuyong casting her a knowing glance, Gu Man promptly seized the opportunity and elegantly approached Zhao Qianer. I shall not be tutoring today. Zhao Qianer instinctively shook her head. In light of this, since Cheng Xiao has extended an invitation to a gathering, you shall attend as well, will you not? Gu Man further inquired. I will indeed go, Zhao Qianer contemplated. Having previously declined Cheng Wuyong's invitation, it would be discourteous to refuse once more. Very well, since all shall be present. Let us convene at 9 o'clock tonight at the Wanfeng International Hotel in Jinling City. We shall not fail to gather, Gu Man proclaimed. And Cheng Wuyong displayed a look of satisfaction upon witnessing her invite Zhao Qianer. What? Wanfeng International Hotel? Goodness, Cheng Xiao, your generosity is truly remarkable. For our class reunion, you have selected such an opulent venue. I have heard that the average expenditure at Wanfeng International Hotel is rather exorbitant, at least 3,000 per person. Upon discovering that the gathering would take place at Wanfeng International Hotel, the women from the Tianli training class became even more elated. For that venue genuinely epitomizes the elite circles of Jinling. At 9 o'clock that evening, Su Wen arrived at Wanfeng International Hotel. Initially, he held little interest in the class reunion orchestrated by Cheng Wuyong. However, His concern for Zhao Qian'er's well-being in the presence of Cheng Wuyang compelled him to attend. After all, Zhao Qian'er had once offered her assistance to him at the Tianli training class, and Su Wen harbored no desire for this modest young lady to fall into perilous hands. Mr. Su? Upon entering the Wanfeng International Hotel, Su Wen encountered the establishment's manager, Lu Yuanqing. Lu Yuanqing was adorned in a pristine white tang suit, accompanied by an exceptionally tall woman in a resplendent red dress. The beauty before him was youthful, likely in her early 20s. At that moment, this statuesque figure clung to Lu Yuanqing's arm, emanating a beguilingly submissive aura. "Ah, Mr. Lu, it has been a while." Su Wen greeted Lu Yuanqing with a casual nod. "Mr. Su, what brings you to our Hanfeng International Hotel?" Lu Yuanqing inquired, his gaze sharpening with an inexplicable intensity. He pondered, surely Mr. Su is not here to demand repayment? It was not long ago that he had borrowed 200 million from Su Wen through the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. However, there were still a few days remaining before the stipulated repayment date. "I am here to attend a class reunion," Su Wen replied candidly. "A class reunion? Which private room?" Lu Yuanqing probed further. "In the Chuanju room," Su Wen responded. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Lu Yuanqing initiated a phone call, requesting Xiaochen to deliver 2 bottles of Royal Salute Heritage to the Chuanju room. In the international market, Royal Salute Heritage is a rare commodity, seldom seen outside the confines of overseas auction houses. Furthermore, it bears a staggering price, commencing at 3 million per bottle. "Mr. Lu, there is no need for such extravagance. I do not partake in alcohol." Su Wen swiftly declined upon hearing Lu Yuanqing's magnanimous offer. "Mr. Su, should you choose to abstain, your classmates will undoubtedly indulge. Please, do not stand on ceremony. It is, in fact, my privilege to present you with this drink. I eagerly anticipate further collaborations in the future," Lu Yuanqing asserted earnestly. In response, Su Wen merely stated that there was no obligation to reciprocate the gesture before turning to depart. After Su Wen exited, the striking beauty in the red dress standing behind Lu Yuanqing inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Lu, who was that young man just now? Why were you so gracious towards him? Are you alluding to Mr. Su?" "He, Mr. Su is indeed a distinguished individual in Jinling City. You are familiar with the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, are you not?" Lu Yuanqing chuckled, encircling the waist of the enchanting woman in red. "Yes, I am acquainted with the Liyue Chamber of Commerce," the woman affirmed. "Mr. Su holds the esteemed position of president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, supported by the illustrious Zhu family of Nanling. His influence extends not only throughout the modest Jinling city, but also across the entirety of Jiangnan province." Lu Yuanqing spoke with profound respect. "Is he truly the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce at such a tender age?" The woman nestled in Lu Yuanqing's embrace gazed wistfully at Su Wen's receding silhouette. How delightful it would be to be the partner of such a prominent figure. Within the intimate confines of the Chuanju private room at Hanfei International Hotel, the door creaked open. "Su Wen has arrived," Zhao Qian'er exclaimed, her smile blooming like a radiant flower upon his entrance. Su Wen nodded in acknowledgement and sought a suitable place to sit. However, a coolly elegant woman, her ponytail swaying and clad in a form-fitting dress, disdainfully interjected, "Su Wen, this seat is already occupied. Perhaps you ought to find another spot?" This captivating woman, Zhao Xiyun, was the epitome of beauty at the Jinling dance school. Not only did she possess exquisite looks, but she also boasted a figure that many envied. She enrolled in the Tianli training class with the same aspirations as Gu Manman, both yearning to encounter affluent individuals. In contrast, Zhao Xiyun perceived Su Wen as a mere rustic country bumpkin, which fueled her reluctance to sit beside him. Undeterred by her icy demeanor, Su Wen chose to relocate to another seat. However, the woman beside him was equally acerbic, remarking, "Su Wen, I would rather not sit with you. The odor of poverty clings to you too tenaciously, and I cannot savor my meal in your presence." At that moment, laughter erupted from Gu Man, Zhao Xiyun, and the other young women in the training class, their mouths covered as they giggled. "Su Wen, why not simply return home? This gathering serves to bid farewell to Cheng Wuyang. Your presence is of no consequence," Gu Man remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Or perhaps you would prefer to seclude yourself in a corner. Gu Man, you are being rather excessive, are you not? Why not take a seat in the corner yourself instead of insisting that Su Wen do so?" Zhao Qian'er interjected, unable to endure it any longer. After encouraging the girls beside her to switch seats, she gestured to Su Wen. "Su Wen, come sit beside me." "Very well," Su Wen replied as she settled in. At that moment, the door to the Chuanju private room swung open once more, revealing a young man adorned in a Givenchy suit and sporting a Rolex watch. It was Cheng Wuyong. Cheng Xiao has arrived. Cheng Xiao, please take a seat. Cheng Xiao, why not join me here? I can prepare some dishes for you. A girl from the Tianli training class said with an inviting gesture, eagerly wishing to take a seat beside Cheng Wuyong. A stark contrast to her previous indifference towards Su Wen. Yet, with numerous individuals vying for his attention and limited seating, Cheng Wuyong ultimately opted to sit alongside Gu Mianman and Zhao Xiyun. Have you placed your order yet? Cheng Wuyong inquired after settling beside the elegantly attired Gu Mianman, who donned a denim miniskirt that accentuated her long, delicate legs, capturing his gaze more than once. Not yet. We were awaiting your order, Cheng Xiao. Gu Mianman responded with a sweet, melodious tone. Very well, let us indulge in the extravagant set meal, one for each of us, Cheng Wuyong proclaimed with a flourish. Pausing, he cast a playful glance at Su Wen, adding, as for you, Su Wen, perhaps it would be prudent to select the commoner's meal. A rustic fellow like yourself would find that quite sufficient. No need for that. I've already dined, Su Wen interjected, shaking his head. Prior to arriving at the Wanfeng International Hotel, he had shared a meal with his wife, Wanfeng. Had it not been for his apprehensions regarding Cheng Wuyong's intentions towards Zhao Qian'er, he would have abstained from attending the reunion altogether. Already dined? Cheng Wuyong was briefly taken aback, then smirked. That makes sense. The cuisine at Wanfeng International is not universally appealing, particularly for someone hailing from the countryside. Just as Cheng Wuyong concluded his statement, a woman clad in an office lady uniform and black stockings entered the Chuanju box, bearing 2 bottles of wine. Cheng Xiao, this is a bottle of red wine sent to you by Manager Yang. As a Black Diamond member of Wanfeng International Hotel, Cheng Wuyong was accustomed to receiving 2 bottles of the esteemed 1982 Lafite with each visit. Yes, I am aware. Please convey my gratitude to Manager Yang, Cheng Wuyong replied, unperturbed by the gesture. However, Gu Mianman and Zhao Xiyun could not suppress their astonishment upon beholding the 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Is this truly the illustrious 1982 Lafite? They exclaimed, wide-eyed, my goodness, this is the first time I have ever encountered such an extravagant wine. Observing the astonished expressions of Gu Mianman and Zhao Xiyun, Cheng Wuyong simply chuckled. Indeed, it is Lafite, yet the flavor is rather unremarkable. I do not particularly relish it. Would you care to partake? Is that truly acceptable? Gu Mianman's eyes sparkled with elation, while Zhao Xiyun exhibited a comparable enthusiasm. Although she was the epitome of beauty at her university, the affluent airs from her institution paled in comparison to Cheng Wuyong, and she had never before savored the exquisite 1982 Lafite. There is absolutely no issue. Feel free to indulge as much as you desire, Cheng Wuyong remarked as he set 2 bottles of Lafite before Zhao Xiyun and Gu Mianman. Once the 2 young women received the wine, they refrained from hastily sharing it with others. Instead, they extracted their phones and commenced capturing photographs. After documenting dozens of images, they reluctantly decided to uncork the bottles for the enjoyment of the others. However, when it came time to pour for Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er, both paused their actions in unison. Su Wen, Zhao Qian'er, you both hail from the countryside and likely lack an appreciation for fine red wine. Perhaps I should simply fetch you a Coke from downstairs. To serve you exquisite wine valued in the hundreds of thousands would be nothing short of a travesty. Gu Mianman proclaimed with an air of superiority. Indeed, if you wish to partake in wine, I could procure some locally produced red from Jiang'an for you. An 82 Lafite would be far beyond your reach, Zhao Xiyun added. Wine reflects one's life. What sort of life corresponds with what kind of wine? You are hardly individuals of great success, so what necessity do you have for Lafite? There is no need. Su Wen, and I refrain from drinking. You may indulge as you please, Zhao Qian'er retorted, casting a scornful glance at the acerbic Gu Mianman and her companion. You are all accomplished individuals. Surely we are not deserving of such luxuries? Alas, I merely spoke a few truths. Why the agitation? Gu Mianman was poised to respond, but at that moment, creak. The door to the Spring Chrysanthemum private room swung open once more. A man in a tailored suit entered, cradling 2 bottles of red wine. Excuse me. Is there a Mr. Su Wen present? The gentleman in the suit spoke with a tone of utmost respect and humility. I am, Su Wen replied calmly. Mr. Su, these are gifts from our employer for you. Please enjoy them, the man said as he approached Su Wen, handling the 2 bottles of Royal Salute with utmost care, as if fearing to shatter them. The combined worth of these bottles exceeded 6 million. Furthermore, they were treasures that could not be acquired without the appropriate status. Once the man in the suit departed, Gu Mianman, who had just been disparaging Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er, found herself in a state of confusion. She could not comprehend why the staff of Wanfeng International Hotel would offer wine to someone like Suwon, whom she deemed a rustic. Suwon, could it be that you are a Black Diamond member of Wanfeng International Hotel? Gu Mianman inquired incredulously, her gaze fixed upon him. She had heard that only Black Diamond members were privy to such privileges. And what concern is it of yours whether I am a Black Diamond member? Suwon retorted with a frigid glance. His initial impression of her had been tolerable, yet her abrupt hostility had stirred his aversion. In her demeanor, he discerned a striking resemblance to Lu Xuanyi. You. Gu Mianman bristled at Suwon's audacity, but Cheng Wuyong interjected nonchalantly, Gu Mianman, you overestimate Suwon. How could a mere country bumpkin possibly attain the status of a Black Diamond member at Wanfeng International Hotel? However, that man did deliver wine to Suwon. Gu Mianman noted, her brow furrowed. Perhaps Suwon compensated someone to bring him the wine, Cheng Wuyong suggested with a knowing glance. After all, it is stipulated that only 82 Lafite is to be served to Black Diamond members. As for the wine Suwon received, he continued, what on earth could that be? I have never even laid eyes on it. It could very well be counterfeit from a roadside stall. Upon hearing this, the girls present at the Tianli training class began to scrutinize the 2 bottles of foreign liquor before Suwon. I do not recognize this wine either, Zhao Siyun remarked unexpectedly. Why not check it on your phone? Gu Mianman retrieved her mobile device, yet after an exhaustive search, she could not identify the specific brand before Suwon. I found it. One of the female students suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. This wine appears to be Royal Salute. The price tag of the Royal Salute left her utterly astonished. 3 million? Royal Salute collectible wine? Uffed, Suwon. Even if you wish to flaunt your wealth, you need not resort to Royal Salute, correct? Today's gathering is for my group. Do you not fear being struck by lightning with such ostentation? With Royal Salute in the mix, you truly are remarkable. Upon realizing that the 2 bottles before Suwon were indeed Royal Salute, Cheng Wuyong nearly erupted with laughter. Brother Su, those from rural backgrounds ought to refrain from such pretentious displays. Even if the esteemed matriarch of the Lu family were to visit the Wanfeng International Hotel, no one would dare present her with Royal Salute. Do you comprehend? Suwon, I never fathomed that an individual hailing from the countryside could exhibit such vanity. While others graciously present the esteemed Xiao with a bottle of 82 Lafite, you, feeling inadequate, resort to having counterfeit Royal Salute delivered to you, do you not? Have you ever contemplated the vast chasm in social standing? What qualifications do you possess that would allow you to compare yourself with Xiao? In that moment, Gu Mianman's gaze towards Suwon grew even more contemptuous. Previously, she had dismissed Suwon as a mediocre, impoverished, and ineffectual country dweller. But now, she perceived Suwon as merely an unrealistic and pretentious individual. To go so far as to arrange for someone to deliver wine in a feigned display of sophistication? How utterly hypocritical! Gu Mianman, who informed you that my Royal Salute is counterfeit? Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Mianman, Suwon replied with an air of enigma. Do you truly believe that I, Suwon, am the inconsequential figure you imagine? Moreover, you have articulated a compelling argument. What credentials does Cheng Wuyong possess to draw a comparison with me? Enough of this rural charade. Abandon your masquerade. Gu Mianman retorted with palpable disdain. How could I ascertain the authenticity of your Royal Salute? What a farce. A genuine Royal Salute is valued at 3 million per bottle. Do you truly believe that the Wanfeng International Hotel would go to such lengths as to deliver such a costly libation to you? Who do you presume to be? The president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce or a martial arts savant from Jinling? Allow me to clarify. You are of no significance. You are merely a jester. Consequently, Gu Mianman dismissed Suwon entirely, asserting unequivocally, and regarding that counterfeit wine, we shall not partake. If you wish to indulge, you and Zhao Qian'er may do so. Indeed. We shall not partake, Zhao Siyin and the other women from the Tianli training class chimed in unison. You needn't drink. I shall indulge in it with Suwon myself, exclaimed Zhao Qian'er, pouring herself a glass of the Royal Salute collectible wine. Puffed, Zhao Qian'er, savor it slowly. No one is competing with you for that imitation wine. Gu Mianman teased once more, watching Zhao Qian'er consume the Royal Salute collectible in a single gulp. Gu Mianman, who informed you that this is counterfeit alcohol? I personally find this beverage quite delightful. Perhaps it is authentic wine? With a sharp glare at Gu Mianman, Zhao Qian'er spoke earnestly. Her words were not mere bravado. The bottle of Royal Salute before her indeed possessed a commendable flavor. Heh, authentic wine, you say? Do you even believe that yourself? After a sardonic chuckle, Gu Mianman chose silence. Instead, she remarked, very well, if you believe this wine to be exquisite, then indulge in it at your leisure. She understood the futility of attempting to awaken someone who feigned slumber, whether it was Su Wan or Zhao Qian'er. Their efforts at pretense within the lavish confines of the Hanfei International Hotel were utterly risible. Engaging with such provincial individuals left Gu Mianman feeling a sense of embarrassment. Indeed, Zhao Qian'er, relish your royal salute, but do bear in mind that should you find yourself hospitalized due to counterfeit wine, do not seek our financial aid, Zhao. Siyun remarked with a sly smile, her eyes narrowing. At her words, the other young women from the Tianli training class burst into laughter. You all. Infuriated by her sharp-tongued classmates, Zhao Qian'er turned to Su Wan and said, Su Wan, let us disregard these condescending individuals. Come, I shall pour us some wine. Despite her earlier declaration of abstaining from alcohol, Zhao Qian'er filled glasses for herself and Su Wan with the royal salute. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded from outside the Chunjin private room. Come in, Cheng Wuyong replied nonchalantly. Creak. As the door swung open, a young waiter clad in a gray suit entered. What is it? Cheng Wuyong inquired of the waiter. It appears someone has taken a fancy to your reserved Chunjun room. Might I trouble you to relocate? The waiter's tone was imbued with sycophancy as he regarded the striking Cheng Wuyong. Relocate? Cheng Wuyong chuckled at the suggestion. Beside him, Gu Man, nestled closely against him, haughtily interjected. Pardon me, are you out of your senses? You wish for us, Cheng Xiao, to vacate? Are you even aware of who Cheng Xiao is? Have you heard of the Wanfeng department store group? Do you presume Cheng Xiao to be one of those simpletons easily coerced? Begone. Do not stir trouble here, for with a mere call from Cheng Xiao, you shall find yourself unable to return to Hanfei International Hotel come morning. With an arched eyebrow, Gu Mianman coldly addressed the young waiter. But that individual claims to be the nephew of Yang Wubiao. He threatened that if the occupants of the Chunjun room do not vacate, he will unceremoniously eject everyone within to feed the fish. The waiter, who had come to convey the message, expressed his distress. Yang Wubiao's nephew? Upon hearing the name Yang Wubiao, Gu Mianman, who had previously exuded arrogance, was rendered utterly speechless. It was not only her. Zhao Siyun and the other women from the Tianli training class instinctively recoiled. Who exactly was Yang Wubiao? They were all too familiar with the name. He had once been the underground sovereign of Jinling City, a figure of considerable influence. Furthermore, not long ago, Yang Wubiao had served as a subordinate to Qin Sishi's son, enjoying connections within the elite circles of Jiangnan. Such an individual commands profound respect. It is not merely that ordinary folk should exercise caution in his presence. Even the 7 distinguished families of Jinling would think twice before provoking Yang Wubiao. Qing, might we consider altering our seating arrangement? After a surge of trepidation, Gu Mianman pressed her graceful form closely against Cheng Wuyong, her demeanor delicate as she implored, I do not wish to be fed fish. Indeed, Cheng, in Jinling, while we may disregard the wishes of others, we ought to show some deference to Yang Wubiao. Zhao Siyun concurred, nodding in agreement. Just as everyone anticipated Cheng Wuyong's reluctant acquiescence to move, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. Huh, Yang Wubiao's nephew? Let him attempt to feed me fish. How dare he suggest I vacate my booth for him? What a ludicrous notion. Does he even consider himself worthy? The suit-clad waiter who had come to relay the message was momentarily taken aback by Cheng Wuyong's brazen demeanor. You, go tell that self-proclaimed nephew of Yang Wubiao that Chang Yi will not yield his space for some insignificant wretch. Do you comprehend? With a dismissive glance at the quaking waiter, Cheng Wuyong reclined in an air of haughty indifference. Indeed, I shall convey the message. The waiter responded with respect before departing without a backward glance. Once the waiter had exited, Gu Mianman and her companions in the Chuanju booth became increasingly anxious. Cheng, will you truly disregard the nephew of Yang Wubiao? Is it not merely a trivial matter of changing seats for a meal? He replied with nonchalance. Indeed, Cheng. As the adage suggests, a step back can lead to expansive vistas. There is no necessity to incite tension with Yang Wubiao's nephew. The students from the Tianli training class were now engulfed in apprehension, having heard countless tales of Yang Wubiao's formidable reputation since childhood, leaving them with lingering shadows of trepidation. Gu Mianman, Zhao Siyun, you need not fret, Cheng Wuyong reassured them. To speak candidly, having been raised in Jiangnan, I have never encountered any mention of Wubiao having a nephew. Observing the pallid visages of the female students, Cheng Wuyong remarked with curiosity. It is likely some inconsequential individual masquerading as someone of significance. What? Ching, are you insinuating that the one requesting our departure from this booth is not Yang Wubiao's nephew? Gu Mianman inquired, momentarily taken aback. Of course not. My father has been acquainted with Wu Biao for decades. To my knowledge, he is an orphan, devoid of any relatives. Cheng Wuyang asserted with unwavering conviction. That, in response to Cheng Wuyang's steadfast certainty, Gu Mianman rolled her eyes and exclaimed, I am truly astounded. In this modern age, how can such absurdities prevail? Someone feigning importance at the Wanfeng International Hotel, and now we have an individual impersonating young Wu Biao's nephew. Requesting Cheng to alter his seating? It is indeed utterly ludicrous. The mere fact that we encounter such peculiarities is quite the coincidence, would you not agree? Zhao Xiyun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Wen, her voice laced with irony. As the assembly engaged in discourse regarding the individual masquerading as young Wu Biao's nephew, Su Wen abruptly turned to Cheng Wuyang, stating, Cheng Wuyang, in light of our shared camaraderie as classmates, I would advise you to graciously relocate your seat and partake of your meal in another private chamber. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unceremoniously discarded into the river as sustenance for young Wu Biao's nephew. Cheng Wuyang remained oblivious to the existence of young Wu Biao's nephew. Though Su Wen was well aware, for young Wu Biao had personally divulged this information to him not long ago. It was rumored that the lad was the offspring of young Wu Biao's distant cousin, who had sought refuge in Jiangnan. Su Wen, what on earth do you imply by that? Are you aligning yourself with an outsider? Upon hearing Su Wen propose that Cheng Wuyang should relocate, Gu Mianman was the first to voice her discontent. Zhao Xiyun icily remarked, So, Su Wen, have you discovered a kindred spirit and begun to experience a sense of camaraderie? You are quite the eccentric. Seeking someone to procure counterfeit liquor for you at Hanhui International Hotel, while that charlatan, the nephew of young Wu Biao, is equally ludicrous, attempting to intimidate young Master Cheng. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. At the mention of a match made in heaven, the female students from the Tianli training class erupted in laughter. Only Zhao Qian'er stepped forward to defend Su Wen, asking, What is it that you find so amusing? Su Wen is simply concerned for your well-being by proposing a change of private room. My apologies, Zhao Qian'er, but I find no necessity for Su Wen's kindness. Cheng Wuyang cast a sidelong glance at Su Wen and, with a tone laden with ambiguity, remarked, Provincial simpleton. Indulge in your imitation spirits in silence and refrain from drawing attention to yourself here. Do you comprehend? As soon as he concluded his remarks, the door to the Chunjin private room swung open. In the next instant, the elegantly attired waiter re-entered, accompanied by a young man of approximately 18 or 19 years. His hair dyed a striking shade of yellow. Master Wang, allow me to introduce young Master Cheng Wuyang, of the Wanfeng department store group. The waiter respectfully presented Cheng Wuyang to the young man beside him. The waiter, lacking any connections with Cheng Wuyang, was unaware of whether young Wu Biao truly had a nephew. Yet, in his estimation, as the underground monarch of Jinling City, it seemed improbable that an ordinary individual would dare to impersonate young Wu Biao's nephew. Otherwise, the repercussions would be grave. Are you the one who referred to me as a turtle grandson and asserted that I was unworthy of you adjusting my seat? Is that correct? Wang Zijuan, with his yellow hair, approached Cheng Wuyang and coldly inquired. Indeed, it was your father who addressed you as a turtle grandson. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the youth with golden tresses, Cheng Wuyang arrogantly crossed his legs and proclaimed, Certainly. If you desire your father to alter your standing in the Chunjin private room, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Kneel and cleanse my shoes with your tongue, and I may contemplate granting you the privilege of dining in the Chunjin private room. You wish for me to kneel? Staring at the imperious Cheng Wuyang, Wang Zijuan was taken aback. Prior to his arrival in Jiangnan province, his uncle had incessantly boasted of his influence in Jinling City, expounding on his formidable connections. Yet, the reality proved to be starkly different. Wang Zijuan had come to Hanhui International Hotel for a meal, and upon mentioning young Wu Biao's name, he was met with public humiliation and ridicule. This was utterly contrary to his expectations. Dear young man, it is solely because young Master Cheng regards you with favor that he allows you the opportunity to kneel. Should you not hasten to kneel before him and polish his shoes? Do you comprehend the multitude in Jinling who yearn for the opportunity to serve young Master Cheng in such a fashion? Now that fortune has smiled upon you, it is imperative that you seize this moment, Gu Mianman remarked with a sly grin, casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Wang Zijuan. Very well, very well. You all possess the audacity to belittle and deride me. I shall summon my uncle forthwith. Let him arrive at Hanhui International Hotel, Wang Zijuan declared, his indignation palpable in the face of the affront he had endured. How could he, who had never before faced such disgrace, tolerate this humiliation? Particularly as Gu Mianman's patronizing gaze kindled a flame of rage within him. Your uncle? Which uncle do you speak of? Zhao Xiyun inquired with a tone of derision. I have but one uncle, and that is Yang Wubiao. Wang Zijuan enunciated each word with conviction. As soon as he concluded, Zhao Xiyun erupted into laughter. Dear young lad. At such a tender age, why have you opted to play the fool? By the way, she continued, we happen to have another jester in our spring chrysanthemum private room. Would you like an introduction? As she spoke, Zhao Xiyun cast a glance at Su Wan, then, with a knowing smile, added, Su Wan, why don't you come over and meet your esteemed companion, Wang Fochu? You are quite the anomaly, and so is he. Together, you two form a delightful pair of eccentrics. Perhaps you might even create something remarkable from this union. With that, a chorus of laughter erupted from the women in the spring chrysanthemum room. Even Cheng Wuyong found mirth in the situation, remarking, Su Wulong, why don't you share your counterfeit wine with your good brother Wang Fengqiu? Cheng Wuyong, I suggest you reflect on your last words, Su Wen replied calmly, observing Cheng Wuyong's self-satisfied expression. Last words? Have you lost your mind? Cheng Wuyong retorted with a furrowed brow. If you do not express your final sentiments now, when Yang Wubiao arrives at Hanhui International Hotel, you may discover that you have no opportunity to speak at all, Su Wen remarked with a subtle smile. Do you genuinely believe that Yang Wubiao will make his way to Hanhui International Hotel? Pray tell, Su Wen. Can you truly entertain the notion that this young man is Yang Wubiao's nephew? Cheng Wuyong scoffed, delivering a swift kick to Wang Zijuan. Yet that was insufficient. Cheng Wuyong rose, seizing a bottle of wine and shattering it upon Wang Zijuan's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle splintered, leaving Wang Zijuan bleeding profusely upon the floor. Wang, young master? A nearby suited attendant gasped in astonishment at the sight of Wang Zijuan convulsing on the floor. Before he could articulate a response, Cheng Wuyong expelled the young man from the spring chrysanthemum room. Having completed his actions, Cheng Wuyong turned to Su Wen with a meaningful glance. Su Wen, did you not assert that this boy is Yang Wubiao's nephew? Yet here I am, having struck him. Do you believe Yang Wubiao will seek vengeance upon me? I assure you, the answer is no, he continued. For Wubiao would never deign to concern himself with an insignificant fool, and you should be grateful for the support of the Liu family. Otherwise, should you act the fool at my gathering, your fate would mirror that of Wang Fengqiu. As Cheng Wuyong mocked, Zhao Qian shot him an admonishing glare. Cheng Wuyong, you may say whatever you wish, but what gives you the right to shatter Su Wen's drink? Just moments ago, Cheng Wuyong had shattered a bottle of exquisite wine over Wang Zijuan's head, a regal collection bestowed upon Su Wen by Liu Yuanqing. Zhao Qianer, why do you raise your voice? It was merely a vessel of counterfeit wine. Shall I offer compensation to Su Wen on behalf of Cheng Shao? Upon hearing Zhao Qianer's exclamation, Gu Manman disdainfully turned to Su Wen. Su Wen, why do you not enlighten us regarding the expenditure on those 2 bottles of spurious wine? Would 10 bottles suffice as restitution? I fear you may lack the means to afford such a sum. Su Wen retorted with composure, I lack the means? What a farce. You, a provincial who cannot even part with 20 yuan for a cup of milk tea, presume to indulge in lavish wine? As Gu Manman articulated her words, another figure entered the Chuanju private room. This individual was none other than Yang Wubiao, the underground sovereign of Jinling City. Master Biao, what brings you to our gathering? Upon encountering Yang Wubiao, Gu Manman was not the only one rendered speechless. Even the haughty Cheng Wuyong stood in utter disbelief. Uncle, as Cheng Wuyong and Gu Manman grappled with the shock of Yang Wubiao's sudden appearance, Wang Zijuan, sprawled on the ground with blood matting his hair, fought back tears. His voice quavering and slightly muffled. Zijuan? Upon recognizing his nephew's voice, Yang Wubiao momentarily faltered. However, as he scanned the vicinity and failed to locate Wang Zijuan, a sense of panic enveloped him. Zijuan, where are you? Where are you? Uncle, I'm right beneath your feet. You're stepping on me, Wang Zijuan replied helplessly. Earlier, upon witnessing Yang Wubiao enter the Chuanju private room, he had crawled towards it, only to be inadvertently trampled by his uncle. What? Yang Wubiao glanced down, his body stiffening in shock. His nephew lay bloodied on the ground, wailing in distress. Who could have done this? Bring help immediately. In a fit of fury, Yang Wubiao thundered. Heavy and tumultuous footsteps reverberated throughout the Hanfei International Hotel. Moments later, a throng of men clad in black surged into the premises. What is transpiring? What is happening? From whence have all these ruffians emerged? Where is Manager Wei? Many affluent patrons dining at the Hanfei International Hotel were left utterly astounded by the unfolding scenario. One of the hotel's managers, wearing a visage of anxiety, approached Yang Wubiao, his voice quavering. Master Biao, what is the significance of this? Our Hanfei International Hotel is, after all, a five-star establishment in Jinling City. Creating a disturbance here may not bode well for you. Furthermore, Lu, depart at once. Before the manager could complete his statement, Yang Wubiu delivered a resounding slap. Do you believe you can intimidate me with that antiquated fool Lu Yuanqing? Today, I shall raise your Hanfei International Hotel to the ground. Just observe if Lu Yuanqing dares to utter a single word. Confronted by the formidable and wrathful Yang Wubiao, the manager of the Hanfei International Hotel found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, in the entire city of Jinling, apart from a select few such as Mr. Chiao, who would dare to provoke a figure of Yang Wubiao's stature, the undisputed leader of the underworld, Lu Yuanqing certainly lacked the audacity to do so. Zijuan, please inform your uncle of the identity of the one who inflicted this injury upon you, Yang Wubiao urged. His gaze imbued with affection and guilt as he regarded Wang Zijuan, his voice tinged with overwhelming fury. Rest assured, Uncle will ensure you receive justice. Uncle, it was him. He was the one who harmed me. Wang Zijuan gasped, her eyes brimming with a mixture of resentment and sorrow as she directed her finger towards Cheng Wuyang. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Wuyang was rendered speechless by fear. Bi Baoyi, he stuttered, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but before he could complete his sentence, Yang Wubiao struck him with a resounding slap. In an instant, Cheng Wuyang crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth as his body trembled uncontrollably. Bi Baoyi, I was mistaken. I had no inkling that the blonde was your nephew. I truly did not know. As the adage goes, ignorance is no crime. I beseech your forgiveness. I shall not dare to offend again, I swear. Cheng Wuyang implored desperately from his prostrate position. Regrettably for him, Yang Wubiao averted his gaze, coldly remarking, call home and utter your final words. Instruct your mother to prepare for your funeral at the Jinling cemetery. Such a simple declaration plunged Cheng Wuyang's heart into a chasm of despair and terror. Baoyi, I shall bow before you. I will offer you money. Please, spare my life. Do not take my life. I am still young. I do not wish to perish. Overcome by sheer terror, Cheng Wuyang lost all composure, succumbing to his fear. The foul stench that pervaded the air quickly incited panic among Gu Mianman and the others in the Chuanju box. They had never envisioned that Wang Zijuan was indeed the niece of Yang Wubiao. Suan had been correct? You wish to live? How dare you utter such words after reducing my nephew to this state? Do you believe you can endure in Jinling after this? Who do you think you are? Yang Wubiao seized Cheng Wuyang by the hair and struck him twice more across the face. Cheng Wuyang's visage became bruised and swollen, yet he continued to implore for mercy. Stammering, Baoyi, my father is the chairman of Wanfeng Department Store Group. For my father's sake, I beg you, grant me this one reprieve. In that moment, all of Cheng Wuyang's former arrogance had evaporated, leaving only a frantic yearning to appease and plead. The chairman of Wanfeng Department Store Group? In Jinling. Your father's role as a mere manager of a department store will not shield you. Yang Wubiu retorted, and as he spoke, Wang Zijuan gestured towards Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun, declaring, Uncle, these two women have also belittled and ridiculed me earlier. Wang Shao, it is a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. We did not mock you. We were merely jesting. Upon hearing Wang Zijuan's words, Gu Manman trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Xiyun, even more petrified, collapsed to the ground in tears. Oh, these two shameless harlots dare to mock my nephew? Bring them forth, sever their hands and legs, and sell them to Myanmar as human puppets. With Yang Wubiao's decree, several thugs clad in black advanced towards Gu Manman and her companion with ominous intent. No, please, do not approach any closer. I do not wish to become a human puppet. Frightened by the ominous tales surrounding such a fate, Gu Manman hurriedly clung to Wang Zijuan's leg, her voice quivering as she implored, Young Master Wang, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you, show me mercy. I am prepared to be your companion. My legs are quite exquisite, and I can adorn them in stockings for your pleasure. Suddenly, a sharp slap from Yang Wubiao landed on Gu Manman's cheek. A wretched creature like you, aspiring to be my nephew's woman? Do you truly believe you are deserving of such a position? Overwhelmed, Gu Manman crumpled to the ground, weeping inconsolably. The other women from the Tianli training class cast sympathetic glances her way, with Zhao Qianer being no exception. She sighed, her expression a blend of emotions as she observed Yang Wubiao, reflecting on the merciless nature of this underworld leader from Jinling. Selling Gu Manman and the others to Myanmar? It would be a more merciful act to simply end their lives. Girl, what kind of look is that? Yang Wubiao's gaze darkened upon noticing Zhao Qianer's expression. What? Are you unable to tolerate my presence? And no. Zhao Qian'er fervently shook her head. Nevertheless, Yang Wubiao remained undeterred, commanding, approach and disrobe. Zhao Qian'er was momentarily paralyzed, at a loss for words. At that juncture, Su Wen unexpectedly stepped forward. Yang Wubiao, do you possess such audacity? You dare to compel my classmate to undress? Damn it, Su Wen, how dare you address the boss in such a manner? Gu Man exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Upon hearing Su Wen's defiance, she quickly added, why are you not kneeling and apologizing to the boss? Strike yourself. She hoped her cunning would soften Yang Wubiao's attitude towards her. Yet, in the very next instant, Gu Man stood frozen in disbelief. To her utter astonishment, upon laying eyes on Su Wen, Yang Wubiao knelt before him in trepidation. Uncle, why have you bowed down? Wang Zijuan, witnessing Yang Wubiao's actions, appeared utterly bewildered. Silence. Yang Wubiao cast a fierce glare at Wang Zijuan before, trembling, he turned to Su Wen and said, Sir Su, I beg your pardon. I was unaware that these individuals were your classmates. My sole intention was to confront that insolent brat from Wanfeng department store. As for my nephew, he has wronged you, and his fate lies in your hands. In a desperate plea for survival, Yang Wubiao forsook even his own nephew. He was acutely aware of the dread that Su Wen instilled. The latter was rumored to be a martial arts master, a peer to the legendary Qiu Fulong of Jinling. To provoke such a formidable figure meant that Yang Wubiao would not survive, even with 9 lives. Why release Qing Wuyang? Observing Yang Wubiao's subservience, Su Wen chuckled and replied, Qing Wuyang's fate is of no concern to me. The classmate I refer to is solely this Zhao Qian'er. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Yang Wubiao initially thought the other party was jesting, prompting him to inquire once more, Sir, are you truly serious? Do you believe, considering my standing, that I would stoop to deceive someone as trivial as yourself? Su Wen responded, her tone laced with intrigue. Indeed, Su Yi, I comprehend. Yang Wubiao, being both seasoned and perceptive, discerned that this Cheng Wuyang must have encountered some discord with Su Yi. Otherwise, why would Su Yi remain passive? My dear young lady, I sincerely apologize for my previous demeanor. I was unaware that you were a peer of Su Yi. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. Feeling a sense of discomfort, Yang Wubiao approached Zhao Qian'er with a forced smile, lifting a glass in her tribute. Zhao Qian'er found herself at a loss upon witnessing Yang Wubiao toasting her. Under ordinary circumstances, given her stature in Jinling City, she would never engage with someone of Yang Wubiao's ilk. To receive a toast from this underground sovereign? Such a notion was but a fantasy. Yet, at this moment, the scene she had never dared to envision unfolded before her very eyes. Su Wen, rescue me. We are classmates. You cannot feign ignorance. Witnessing Yang Wubiao toasting Zhao Qian'er, the injured Cheng Wuyang could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly implored Su Wen in a muted tone. Save you? Su Wen replied. Looking at Cheng Wuyang with a blend of amusement and scorn, Cheng Wuyang, you have relentlessly mocked me as a rustic simpleton and even shattered a royal gift bestowed upon me. Why should I extend my assistance? Cheng Wuyang's lips quivered. Just as he was about to utter another word, Yang Wubiao delivered a sharp slap to his face. How dare you refer to Su Yi as a rustic simpleton? And you shattered his drink? Cheng Wuyang stammered. I am willing to make amends. I can treat Su Wen to drinks. He hastily presented a bank card. Su Wen, there are 10 million within this card. I beseech you, please rescue me. There is no necessity. Su Wen firmly declined the card. I find no requirement for your paltry funds. Su Wen, if monetary assistance is unwelcome, I can present you with women. I am acquainted with numerous female celebrities. Provided you are willing to. Cheng Wuyang was still articulating his thoughts when Su Wen interjected, I regret to inform you that I must decline. I am already wed and possess no desire for additional companionship. Then Cheng Wuyang intended to persist, but Su Wen, with serene composure, retorted, Enough, Cheng Wuyang. Cease your futile efforts. Previously, out of deference to our shared history as classmates, I extended an offer for you to relocate to the private room. You opted against it. Who, then, can you hold accountable? Cheng Wuyang stood immobilized, his countenance pale and vacant. At that juncture, Yang Wubiao abruptly pointed at Cheng Wuyang and commanded a nearby thug, seize this lad from Wanfeng department store and cast him into Xiang Lake to nourish the fish. Understood. Several thugs clad in black seized Cheng Wuyang and dragged him from the Chuanju private room. No, do not offer me to the fish. Su Wen, I implore you. Assist me. In that poignant moment, Cheng Wuyang was consumed by a tempest of anger and regret. Lamenting his failure to heed Su Wen's counsel regarding the relocation of the Chuanju room to Prince Jun, Had he not belittled others and derided Su Wen as merely a concealed talent, perhaps Su Wen would have been inclined to extend a hand to save him. It was he who had squandered his solitary opportunity for salvation. After Cheng Wuyang was taken away, within the confines of the Chuanju box, Gu Man and the others appeared pallid and devoid of vitality. At that juncture, Yang Wubiao obsequiously addressed Su Wen, Master Su. I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer. Wang Zijuan, why do you not promptly bid farewell to Master Su? Su, Master Su, farewell, Wang Zijuan stammered timidly. Yang Wubiao hurriedly came and went. However, upon his departure, he neglected to have anyone escort Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun away. It remained ambiguous whether this was a deliberate act or merely an oversight. Once the group of ruffians vacated the Chuanju box, the stifling atmosphere gradually began to dissipate. Su Wen, how do you know Yang Wubiao? Why does he address you as Master Su? Gu Man, regaining her composure, inquired as she gazed at Su Wen, her eyes brimming with confusion and uncertainty. Under typical circumstances, considering Su Wen's humble origins, Yang Wubiao ought not to have shown such deference. My affairs bear little significance to you, Su Wen replied with a frigid smirk, casting a glance in her direction. Did you not just mention that you would reimburse me for the drinks on Cheng Wuyang's behalf? With Cheng Wuyang's absence now palpable, the onus to settle the bill has fallen upon you. Gu Man found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze fixated on the remnants of the shattered royal cannon collectible wine scattered across the floor. Observing her reaction, Su Wen deemed further argument futile. Instead, he addressed Zhao Qian'er, remarking that the hour was growing late and suggesting they conclude the evening's gathering. He offered to escort her home. Su Wen had initially ventured to the Wanfeng International Hotel out of concern for Zhao Qian'er's safety in light of Cheng Wuyang's presence. With Cheng Wuyang now deceased, her safety was no longer in jeopardy. Very well, Zhao Qian'er responded, casting a complex glance at Su Wen before following him out of the Chuanju box. The unexpected intrusion by Yang Wubiao and his companions had unsettled her, and her enthusiasm for the reunion had long since dissipated. Once Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er had taken their leave, Gu Man and the others remained in the Chuanju box, exchanging expressions of bewilderment. Are they all gone? Zhao Xiyun, still in a state of bewilderment, finally regained her composure and cautiously addressed Gu Man. Do you believe we may have misjudged the circumstances? Perhaps Su Wen is, in fact, the significant figure within the Tianli training class? This. Gu Man found herself momentarily rendered speechless. After an extended silence, she mustered the resolve to respond. Zhao Xiyun, you are overthinking this. Su Wen is merely a country bumpkin that cannot be mistaken. If he is just a country bumpkin, then why did Wanfeng International Hotel present him with 3 million in Royal Salute collectible whiskey? And why did Yang Wubiao, a distinguished individual in Jinling City, show him such reverence, referring to him as Master Su? Zhao Xiyun pressed on. Upon hearing Zhao Xiyun's probing questions, Gu Man found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, if Su Wen truly is an unsophisticated bumpkin, then why was he honored with a collection of Royal Salute whiskey by Wanfeng International Hotel? And what accounts for Yang Wubiao's remarkable courtesy towards him? Nevertheless, Gu Man is reluctant to acknowledge her misjudgment of him. It is noteworthy that she was on the verge of becoming Su Wen's adopted sister, having even arranged to convene at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. It was she who willingly relinquished the prosperity that had been bestowed upon her to Zhao Qian'er. Had Gu Man not harbored aspirations of ascending the social hierarchy alongside Cheng Wuyang, perhaps someone as esteemed as Yang Wubiao would have raised a toast in her honor. Just as a flicker of regret began to awaken within Gu Man, a girl from the Tianli training class suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. Not long ago, the Lu family of Jinling and the Zhu family of Nailing reached a momentous agreement to collaborate on an international music school. Furthermore, Cheng Xiao revealed that Su Wen has wed a woman from the Lu lineage. It appears that Yang Wubiao's deference towards Su Wen is indeed a reflection of the Zhu family's influence. The Royal Salute whiskey, valued at 3 million, bestowed by Wanfeng International Hotel, is also a mark of respect towards the Zhu family. The Zhu family of Nailing? Upon hearing the name of this esteemed lineage from Suzhou province, Zhao Xiyun and the others were struck with astonishment. No wonder. Yang Wubiao addresses Su Wen as Master Su. It turns out there are connections to the Zhu family behind this. Humph. I knew my instincts were correct. That Su Wen emanates an aura of destitution. How could a mere rustic like him be the recipient of a royal salute from Wanfeng International Hotel? Is that not preposterous? Upon hearing the girl's words, Gu Man experienced a fleeting sense of relief. She had feared that she had squandered an immense opportunity, But it seems it was merely a false alarm. The Zhu family of nailing is undeniably formidable. Even the Qin envoy of Jiang'an would hesitate to provoke them. However, what relevance does that hold for Su Wan? That individual is simply performing for show. I was nearly misled by this jester in the Chuanju box earlier. Zhao Xian scoffed, clearly not an influential figure. Yet he parades his power. Su Wan is indeed duplicitous, truly a man of pretense. No wonder Qing Xiao remarked that Lu Xuanyi would never wed him. If I were a woman, I too would shun marriage with him. The women from the Tianli training class resonated with agreement, oblivious to Gu Mianmian and the others' perceptions of them. At 10 o'clock that night, Su Wan accompanied Xiao Qianer back to the University of Ancient Literature. Thank you for escorting me back, Su Wan, Zhao Qianer expressed, turning to him at the university gate, her tranquil visage illuminated by a captivating and youthful smile. No need for gratitude, Su Wan replied, preparing to head home. Just then, Zhao Qianer called out, Su Wan, please wait a moment. What is it? Su Wan inquired with a smile as he glanced back at her. Earlier, at the Tianli training class, you inquired of teacher Zhou regarding the significance of silver armor literature, did you not? Zhao Qianer spoke softly. Indeed, that is the case. Su Wan nodded in agreement. He had sought to understand the significance of the silver armor literature in order to mend the wooden dragon stake and to quell the malevolent energy emanating from the dragon vein in Dongjiao village. Regrettably, the 5 silver inscriptions adorning the wooden dragon stake captivated Su Wan, who could only unravel the meanings of 4. The remaining inscription remained an enigma. Even to teacher Zhou, our institution boasts a professor who specializes in silver inscriptions. I can inquire about the one you find indecipherable, Zhao Qianer offered. Her cheeks flushed with modesty. The recollection of Su when defending her at the Hanfei International Hotel, confronting young Wu Biao, sent her heart racing. Really? I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently, Su Wan exclaimed, hastily inscribing the enigmatic silver inscription onto a piece of paper before presenting it to Zhao Qianer. I shall reach out to you as soon as my teacher elucidates its meaning, she remarked, delicately tucking the paper away before departing with her head bowed. Once Zhao Qianer had left, Su Wan received an urgent phone call from his wife, Lu Wanfeng. Su Wan, something is amiss. You must come to the Lu family residence. It appears that something malevolent is afoot. Malevolent? Upon perceiving the trepidation in his wife's voice, Su Wan reassured her and swiftly made his way to the Lu family villa. Upon his arrival, a chilling breeze enveloped him. What is this? Su Wan mused, when Lu Wanfeng approached him, stating, Su Wan, you have arrived. What is transpiring at the Lu family home? The anguished wails resonating from within stirred Su Wan's curiosity. The cries resembled those of tormented souls, profoundly disconcerting. It concerns my cousin, Wentong, Lu Wanfeng replied, her countenance betraying a blend of concern and complexity. She returned from West Suburb Village today, and she has lost her sanity. Wentong, she ventured to West Suburb Village today? Upon grasping the background, rather than feeling compassion, Su Wan scoffed. This is the consequence of disregarding counsel. Husband, this is not the moment for sarcasm. You possess knowledge of geomancy, do you not? Can you assist my cousin? She appeared utterly forlorn at that moment. Lu Wanfeng implored, her lip caught between her teeth, her eyes brimming with profound empathy. Despite occasionally finding Lu Wentong's haughty demeanor exasperating, she reminisced about the tender care her cousin had shown during their youth, frequently whisking her away to amusement parks. Deep within, Lu Wanfeng yearned for her cousin to reclaim her sanity. Let us first evaluate Lu Wentong's condition. As for my ability to assist her, I cannot make any assurances, Su Wan comforted his wife. He was acutely aware of the dreadfulness associated with the 9 Killers Candle Dragon calamity and was reluctant to promise Lu Wentong's recovery. Very well, follow me, Lu Wanfeng instructed, guiding Su Wan to a chamber on the villa's 2nd floor. Within the confines of the room, the walls were adorned with yellow paper, upon which the words "Exorcise Evil" were inscribed in sheep's blood. On the bed lay Lu Wentong, clad in a snug gray uniform, restrained by several members of the Lu family, rendered immobile. Ah, release me. Oh, you ordinary mortals, liberate me forthwith. I shall devour you all. Lu Wentong, paralyzed and rendered immobile, roared vehemently at the Lu family, her eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, marred by veins of sanguine. Her teeth shone starkly white, akin to those of a deranged hound stripped of sanity. Why, Wentong, my daughter, how could you have descended into this state? In a secluded corner of the chamber, Lu Qinxin sat ensconced in her wheelchair, bearing witness to Lu Wentong's anguished lamentations, tears cascading down her cheeks, aging her considerably in an ephemeral moment. Her hair now flecked with gray, Auntie, please refrain from weeping. I have brought Suwon. My husband possesses knowledge of feng shui. Perchance he can restore cousin Wentong. Lu Wanfeng spoke tenderly as she approached the tear-stained Lu Qinxin. Suwon. Upon hearing Lu Wanfeng's voice, Lu Qinxin's gaze rapidly shifted to Suwon. Suwon, can you genuinely heal Wentong? I possess but one daughter. I beseech you to safeguard her. This is a heartfelt entreaty from your aunt. In that instant, Lu Qinxin's prior arrogance and disdain dissipated completely, supplanted by a tone that was nearly deferential. For the opportunity to heal Lu Wentong, she would concede to any demand. Aunt, I cannot assure you that I can cure cousin Wentong. I can only endeavor to do my utmost. No sooner had Suwon concluded her words than Lu Xuanyi interjected with a derisive tone. Suwon, are you attempting to don the guise of a shaman once more? You are well aware of the veracity of my claims. Had Lu Wentong not ventured to Shijia village today, this calamity would not have befallen her, Suwon replied with composure. However, should you continue to harbor doubts, you may choose to journey to Shijia village again on the morrow, but I cannot guarantee your safe return to the Lu family. Recalling her harrowing experience in Shijiao village that day, Lu Xuanyi cast a fierce glare at Suwon, yet found herself rendered speechless. For indeed, Suwon spoke an undeniable truth. Today in Shijiao village, Lu Xuanyi had narrowly evaded being crushed by an excavator. The mere thought of returning there instilled in her a profound sense of dread. If you possess any skill, then heal Lu Wentong. She retorted defiantly before dismissing Suwon entirely. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes of the other members of the Lu family upon him, Suwon refrained from attempting to exorcise Lu Wentong. Instead, he began to dismantle the yellow papers affixed to the walls of the room. Suwon, what are you doing? Lu Xuanyi exclaimed, her displeasure immediately evident upon witnessing his actions. Those yellow papers were procured by grandmother from Master Chiu to ward off evil. Who granted you permission to tear them down? Do you comprehend the value of these talismans? These yellow papers hold no power in repelling malevolence. They are but insignificant scraps. Their existence here not only fails to quell the malevolent forces within Lu Wentong, but may also provoke their transformation, Suwon remarked with an air of indifference. Such sheer folly. The talismans from Master Chiu's estate are far from worthless. Let us not overlook the fact that Master Chiu is a master of martial arts. Do you truly grasp the principles of feng shui? If not, it would be wise for you to step aside. Lu Xuanyi's visage reflected deep resentment and indignation. Xuanyi, I implore you to remain silent. At that moment, the previously reticent elder Lu interjected with a composed demeanor, asserting, let us heed Suwon's counsel. As long as he can heal Lu Wentong, what harm can arise from tearing a few yellow papers? Yet, grandmother, this man is but a simpleton. How could he possibly comprehend feng shui? Perhaps we ought to bide our time for Zhou Ziling's return. He has journeyed to Jiangnan province to summon the master of Ku Wu. Lu Xuanyi voiced her exasperation. Who can ascertain when Zhou Ziling will return with the master? A day? 10 days? Shall we merely linger here, idly awaiting his arrival? Or do you wish to witness your cousin's descent into further madness? Elder Lu replied with a chilling retort. Lu Xuanyi found herself utterly speechless. Indeed, she was uncertain when Zhou Ziling would be able to summon the esteemed master from Jiangnan. After all, he was a distinguished feng shui practitioner. It might well take a fortnight before Zhou Ziling returned to the Lu family in his company. By that time, the question of Lu Wennin's survival would be one of mere conjecture. I shall observe how this rustic intends to heal cousin Wennin after he has shredded the talismans meant to repel malevolent forces, she scoffed, crossing her arms and casting a fierce glare at Suwon. With a rustling sound, as each talisman was torn away by Suwon, the temperature within the Lu villa plummeted to frigid levels. It's so cold. One of the Lu family members involuntarily shivered. Lu Wanfeng approached Suwon, gently offering, my dear, do you require my assistance in dismantling these talismans? No need, Suwon replied, shaking his head. Though these papers lack the potency to repel malevolence, it is prudent for women to refrain from contact. Very well. Observing the gravity in Suwon's expression, Lu Wanfeng withheld his assistance. Time meandered slowly, and after a span of 10 minutes, Suwon had dismantled all the yellow papers within the chamber. At that moment, an abrupt commotion erupted. Lu Wenton, as if besieged by an invisible force, lunged at a male member of the Lu family, sinking his teeth into him. Wenton, release me, I implore you. It pains me. The man recoiled in torment from the bite. Suwon, why do you not restrain cousin Wenton? Are you not capable of exorcising evil? Now that you have dismantled the yellow papers, do you intend to remain passive? Lu Xuanyi admonished, witnessing Lu Wenton's descent into madness. In response, Su Wen approached with calm resolve, raised his hand, and with a decisive blow, struck Lu Wenton between the brows. In the next instant, Lu Wenton collapsed, rendered unconscious. Su Wen, have you lost your senses? I implored you to expel the malevolent spirits, not to assault Cousin Wenton. Lu Xuanyi exclaimed in fury. It appears you are intentionally exacting vengeance upon her. Su Wen, what is the meaning of this? Do you perceive exorcism merely as an avenue for violence? Even Lu Qinxin was taken aback by Su Wen's conduct. She had placed her faith in his purported mastery of feng shui for her daughter's healing, only to unearth the disheartening truth that he was nothing more than a fraud masquerading as a master. At that moment, footsteps resonated from outside the Lu family room, followed by the entrance of Zhou Xiling, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, clad in a yellow Taoist robe. The old man, wielding a whisk, exuded an aura of ethereal grace and wisdom, evoking the presence of a figure of great esteem. Mother, Xianyi, I have invited Master Kuwu from Jiangnan province, Zhou Xiling announced, hastening to the side of Lu Qinxin while casting a glance at the unconscious Lu Wentong. He earnestly implored the venerable elder, Master Kuwu, I beseech you to save my wife. Though Zhou Xiling and Lu Wentong had not yet formally wed, they had already procured a marriage certificate. Observing the barely conscious Lu Wentong, whose brow and lips had darkened, the venerable elder known as Master Kuwu furrowed his brow slightly. This peculiar affliction was unprecedented for him. After a moment of contemplation, Master Kuwu turned to Zhou Xiling and inquired, Might I ask where Miss Lu had been prior to her ailment? Furthermore, has she encountered anything unusual of late? Zhou Xiling replied candidly, My wife has not experienced anything strange recently. She merely visited the western suburbs today, not daring to withhold any details. The western suburbs? Master Kuwu echoed, producing a piece of golden yellow paper from his sleeve, which he affixed to Lu Wentong's forehead before quietly uttering the word extinguish. In an instant, Lu Wentong, who had been in a stupor, began to convulse violently upon the bed. Observing this, Su Wen approached with an icy demeanor, stating, I advise you to cease. The malevolent force afflicting Lu Wentong cannot be exorcised by your hand. Any attempt to forcibly expel it may peril her life. Upon hearing Su Wen's words, Master Kuwu's brow furrowed slightly. He scrutinized Su Wen with penetrating eyes before maintaining his composure and inquiring, Are you also a geomancer? Master Kuwu, disregard this jester. He is no geomancer but a rustic fool from the mountains. Just moments ago, he boasted of exorcising evil from my cousin and even tore apart the protective talisman my grandmother had procured from Mr. Chiu, only to subsequently render my cousin unconscious. It is utterly preposterous. Lu Xianyi interjected with a tone laced with grievance. What? Su Wen, how dare you lay a hand on my wife? Zhou Xiling erupted in fury upon receiving this revelation. It became evident why Lu Wentong had been so silent, devoid of any cries. She had, in fact, been rendered unconscious by Su Wen's actions. Su Wen, you shall face retribution for this. Zhou Xiling threatened, his finger pointing at him with palpable intensity. You strike my beloved, and I will ensure you suffer the repercussions. I struck Lu Wentong for her own benefit. Su Wen replied with an air of calm, observing Zhou Xiling's escalating agitation with an inscrutable expression. Curse be your for her own good. If you possess any courage, confront me in a fair duel. What sort of prowess is it to assault my woman? Do you truly think I will refrain from unleashing my wrath upon Lu Wanfeng as well? Zhou Xiling shouted in a fit of rage. Lay a single finger on Lu Wanfeng, and I shall take your life. Su Wen retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering. Come now, do you believe I am easily intimidated? I. Zhou Xiling began, only to be swiftly interrupted by the stern voice of old Madame Lu. What are you two squabbling about? If you persist in your bickering, both of you may leave. Can't you see that Master Kuwu is still endeavoring to exorcise the evil? At her admonition, Zhou Xiling fell silent at once. Even Lu Wanfeng approached Su Wen and whispered, Husband, please cease your chatter. Allow Master Kuwu to cleanse Cousin Wentong of her affliction. He cannot dispel the malevolence plaguing Lu Wentong. Su Wen merely shook his head. Young man, are you casting doubt upon my abilities? Master Kuwu's countenance grew increasingly frigid upon hearing Su Wen's words. I have already ascertained that Miss Lu is beset by a form of earthly malevolence. In the past, I have banished such spirits countless times in Jiangnan. Grant me but 10 minutes, and I shall restore Miss Lu to her former health. Who has informed you that Lu Wentong is afflicted by earthly malevolence? Su Wen responded with a calm demeanor. The ailment afflicting Lu Wentong is referred to as the 9 malevolent candle dragon calamity. It is not within the capabilities of a mere fortune-teller, such as yourself, to remedy this. The 9 malevolent candle dragon calamity? Master Ku Wu momentarily halted, then erupted into scornful laughter. What utter absurdity! What exactly is this 9 malevolent candle dragon calamity? I have traversed the geomantic landscape of Jiangnan for decades and have never encountered such a term. It is no wonder that Miss Lu Xianyi asserts your ignorance regarding exorcism. You truly appear to be a jester seeking the limelight. Suwen, it would be wise for you to hold your tongue. What standing does Master Ku Wu have that you presume to instruct him on matters of exorcism? I assure you, there is no malevolence in Jiangnan that Master Ku Wu cannot vanquish. He has studied at the esteemed Qintian Observatory. Do you, a mere provincial simpleton, comprehend the significance of the Qintian Observatory? It is a revered institution where the royal family of the 9 provinces nurtures geomancers. A fraud such as yourself, who has merely skimmed a few texts on geomancy, shall never grasp the significance of a student from the Qintian Observatory. Observing Su Wen persist in his challenge against Master Ku Wu, Lu Xianyi let out a sharp sneer. Indeed, Su Wen, Master Ku Wu has confidently declared that he can restore my daughter's health in a mere 10 minutes. It would be prudent for you to remain silent. Should you disrupt Master Ku Wu while he performs the exorcism on my daughter, I assure you, you shall come to deeply regret it. Lu Wentong's mother cast a fierce glare at Su Wen. As the adage suggests, a name carries significance, much like a tree that casts a shadow. In Jiangnan, Master Ku Wu is esteemed as a preeminent figure within the realm of geomancy. Even the 4 illustrious families of Jiangnan frequently summon him to safeguard their abodes. Consequently, Lu Qinxin placed her faith in Master Ku Wu rather than in Su Wen. Since you all choose to disbelieve, so be it. Observing the Lu family extolling the virtues of Master Ku Wu, Su Wen lost interest in further discourse and instead regarded the unfolding events with a cold detachment from the sidelines. Master Ku Wu, that insufferable buffoon Su Wen has finally lapsed into silence. You may now proceed with the exorcism for my wife. Noticing Su Wen standing quietly beside Lu Wanfeng, Zhou Ziling lavished praise upon Master Ku Wu. Very well. Master Ku Wu acquiesced, retrieving 9 withered yellow candles from his sleeve. Each candle was affixed with a red string, to which a copper coin was attached. Master Ku Wu ignited the 9 candles and arranged them around Lu Wentong's body, creating an arrangement reminiscent of the purple star constellation. In the next moment, a resonant humming filled the air. The chill that had enveloped the Lu family villa dissipated, replaced by a wave of warmth that permeated Lu Xianyi and the others as the candle flames danced to life. How delightful this warmth is! Behold, the dark blemish upon Lu Wentong's forehead is gradually fading. It appears that the malevolent energy within her is on the brink of being expelled. Indeed, the master of Ku Wu is remarkable. His command of geomancy is nothing short of divine, far exceeding that of Su Wenxiang. Su Wen, what could that rustic simpleton possibly know of geomancy? How audacious to draw a comparison between him and the master of Ku Wu. Is he even deserving? As the members of the Lu family engaged in fervent discourse, Lu Wentong, trembling, suddenly expelled a pool of black blood, her eyes snapping open to reveal cold, lifeless orbs devoid of spirit. Lu Wentong opened her mouth, unleashing a chilling, mournful wail. I shall consume you all. Vol specters, begone. With deft hand seals, the master of Ku Wu ignited a piece of golden paper with a candle, and in the next instant, he drew forth a peachwood sword from behind, poised to pierce Lu Wentong's forehead to eradicate the malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Su Wen felt a surge of compassion and implored, Master Ku Wu, I urge you to halt your actions. Should you strike with that sword, her life shall be forfeited. Although Su Wen bore no familial ties to the master of Ku Wu, he could not disregard the fate of another. Earlier, Lu Wanfeng had recounted tales of the master's noble deeds, instilling within Su Wen a profound admiration for him. The master, having risen to prominence at a tender age, selflessly aided the denizens of Jiangnan province, irrespective of their wealth or status, earning him the revered title of Bodhisattva of exorcism. Naturally, Su Wen wished to avert the descent of a benevolent soul, one who alleviated the world's suffering into darkness. Su Wen, I implore you to be silent. Do you not comprehend the language of humanity? Do you not perceive that cousin Wentong stands on the brink of restoration, guided by Master Ku Wu? Or are you simply envious of the talents possessed by others? Lu Xuanyi cast a frigid glare at Su Wen. Zhou Ziling, too, rebuked him vehemently, stating, Su Wen, your ignorance of exorcism is evident, yet you obstruct the master from assisting my wife. What, pray tell, is your intention? Do you wish to oppose me? Master Ku Wu disregarded Su Wen entirely, dismissing him as a mere jester as he directed the peachwood sword towards Lu Wentong's brow. Sai observing Master Ku Wu's impending strike upon Lu Wentong, Su Wen released a sorrowful exhalation. However, he recognized that, at this moment, words would prove to be ineffectual. It was a lamentable fate for a compassionate geomancer to meet such an untimely demise. It was evident that Lu Wentong was not destined for death just yet. Yet she was poised to be sacrificed upon the altar of the Lu family. Mother? Cousin Xuani, why do you all gather here? What has transpired to me? As the master of Ku Wu executed his strike, the dark markings upon Lu Wantong's forehead dissipated entirely. In that fleeting moment, the girl who had moments earlier been lamenting in despair regained her composure. Her eyes, once devoid of life, now shimmered with confusion and astonishment. My dear daughter, at last you remember your mother? How marvelous, truly marvelous. You were ensnared by malevolent forces, and it was Master Ku Wu who delivered you from this torment. Upon witnessing Lu Wantong's return to clarity, Lu Qingxing shed tears of joy. Possessed? At the sound of these words, Lu Wenong appeared somewhat perplexed. Why would I be possessed? Could it be West Suburb Village? A shiver involuntarily coursed through her as she recalled her unsettling experience in West Suburb Village earlier that day. Even now, the memories of that encounter sent tremors of fear through Lu Wenong's heart. At that very moment, she noticed Lu Qingxing gazing gratefully at Master Ku Wu. Master Ku Wu, thank you for rescuing my daughter from her plight and driving away the malevolent spirits. If it weren't for you, Wenton, no need for thanks. As a practitioner of feng shui, it is only natural to assist others with exorcism, Master Ku Wu replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. Master Ku Wu is indeed remarkable. He claimed he would cure Lu Wenton in 10 minutes, and precisely 10 minutes have passed, someone remarked. No wonder Master Ku Wu is able to study at the Qinianjian. His expertise in feng shui is truly impressive, another added. Truly deserving of the title of a master in the realm of Jiang and feng shui, yet another concurred. The other members of the Lu family breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Lu Wenton regain consciousness. After all, had she remained unconscious, rumors of the Lu family being haunted could severely tarnish their reputation in Jinling. Should the Zhu family from Nanling catch wind of this, it could jeopardize their collaboration on the International Music School project. Wenton, do you still feel any discomfort? If anything causes you discomfort, please inform me, so that Master Ku Wu may attend to you, Zhou Xiling expressed, his heart lifting at the sight of his wife rousing from slumber. He approached her with a warm smile, tenderly brushing his fingers against her cheek. Husband, I feel perfectly well. I believe I am quite all right. Lu Wenton responded, a tinge of fear prompting her to retreat into his embrace. She murmured softly, let us not return to West Suburb Village. Agreed. We shall not venture there again, Zhou Xiling affirmed with a nod. In truth, he harbored no inclination to revisit that dawning locale. Su Wen, did you witness that? Master Ku Wu not only healed Cousin Wenton, but also emerged unscathed himself. What say you now? Lu Xuani proclaimed, standing tall and casting a derisive glance at Su Wen. What of your assertions that Master Ku Wu is incapable of healing Cousin Wenton? Do you genuinely believe he is as inept as yourself? He is a disciple of the Qinianjian, whilst you are but a rustic simpleton. How can you even begin to compare yourself to Master Ku Wu? Su Wen, do you not believe it is time to extend an apology to Master Ku Wu? Lu Xuani interjected, her tone assertive. The other members of the Lu family resonated with her sentiment, unwilling to jeopardize their rapport with a feng shui master from Jiang and due to Su Wen's ill-considered remarks. Having erred in her speech, it is incumbent upon Su Wen to offer an apology. Proceed and express your apologies to Master Ku Wu. Even the matriarch of the Lu family insisted, her tone commanding. As a figure of distinction, I am certain Master Ku Wu would not harbor resentment towards someone of your youth. Master Ku Wu, I am genuinely remorseful. My husband did not intend to question your expertise. He merely made an error. Before Su Wen could continue, Lu Wanfeng gracefully approached Master Ku Wu, humbly conveying her own apology. An error? Upon hearing those words, Master Ku Wu let out a derisive snort, addressing Su Wen with an air of condescension. Since you possess a lack of understanding regarding feng shui, I advise you to refrain from embarrassing yourself in the future. Otherwise, you may become a source of ridicule, compelling your woman to lower her head in shame, which is utterly unseemly. Who told you that I lack knowledge of feng shui? Su Wen retorted, gazing steadily at Master Ku Wu, who stood in an imposing manner. Calmly, he extended 3 fingers. Master Ku Wu, with this count, your 9 killers candle dragon calamity shall soon come to fruition. Do you have any final words? Now is the opportune moment to speak. This count? Are you insinuating that I have but 3 days to live? Master Ku Wu scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as preposterous. 3 days? Master Ku Wu, you overestimate your own significance. What I meant to convey is 3 seconds. As Su Wen's words lingered in the air, Lu Xuanyi could no longer restrain herself. You, Su, are truly unyielding, are you not? Previously, you asserted that Master Ku Wu was incapable of healing my cousin Wentong, and now that he has successfully done so, you claim he will not survive even 3 seconds? Do you take pleasure in being so petty? Do you find joy in repaying kindness with cruelty? Master Ku Wu has rendered us an invaluable service, and yet you dare to curse him? Thank goodness I remained steadfast and did not wed a man like you. Otherwise, Just as Lu Xuanyi uttered these words, Master Ku Wu, who had seemed perfectly well moments before, suddenly erupted in a violent fit, expelling a mouthful of black blood. The blood exuded a repugnant stench of decay, causing the members of the Lu family to instinctively cover their noses in revulsion. Master Ku Wu, what has transpired? Are you unwell? Upon witnessing Master Ku Wu suddenly spit blood, Lu Wenong and Zhou Xiling were taken aback. Master Ku Wu glanced at the two, poised to utter a word, when in an instant, his body began to twist grotesquely, and his skin visibly withered at an alarming rate, reducing him to a mere skeletal figure. Why, young brother, save me, please. I do not wish to die. As he felt the life force within him rapidly deplete, Master Ku Wu was not oblivious in this dire moment. He comprehended that his current condition was indeed a result of possession rebounding upon himself. I regret to inform you, Master Ku Wu, I cannot save you, Su Wen lamented, shaking his head sorrowfully as he beheld the tragic sight of Master Ku Wu. That sword you should never have thrust. Having done so, death is an inescapable destiny. An inescapable destiny? Master Ku Wu echoed in a daze, followed by a desperate wail. No, this cannot be. How can I meet my end within the confines of the Lu family? I must still visit the Qintian supervisor, and I must. As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished. Ultimately, with a thud, his emaciated form crumpled to the ground. In his final moments, Master Ku Wu perceived the empathy in Su Wen's gaze, feeling deep regret for disregarding the young man's advice, lamenting the insistence on exorcising Lu Wentong. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. In a state of helplessness and sorrow, Master Ku Wu concluded his earthly journey. Following Master Ku Wu's passing, the Lu family villa was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Every gaze was locked in disbelief, breaths suspended, as the atmosphere thickened with a palpable sense of horror and incredulity. Could it be that Su Wen had indeed spoken the truth? The master of Kunwu had dared to exorcise Lu Wentong, confronting the specter of death in such a strange and unfathomable manner? Mama, I am frightened, whimpered a child from the Lu family, instinctively retreating behind a middle-aged woman clad in a white qipao, her gaze fixated on the emaciated corpse of the Kunwu master. Sooner, my dear, do not be afraid. Mama is here. The woman forced a smile, striving to comfort her daughter, though trepidation gripped her heart as well. Yet, as a mother, she could not afford to display weakness before her child. In the oppressive silence, an unexpected cry shattered the stillness. Lu Wentong, having just regained her senses, erupted into a fit of frantic shrieks, her wails now even more desperate and chilling than before. Moreover, she was not merely lamenting. She relentlessly battered her head against the walls of the Lu family villa, and soon, crimson streaks began to appear on her forehead. Drop blood trickled down her cheeks, rendering her visage grotesque and spine-chilling. Daughter, what is amiss? Please awaken. Do not harm yourself. Do not frighten Mama. With Lu Wentong's gaze shrouded in a shadowy pall, Lu Qinxin's eyes brimmed with tears. She could not comprehend the calamity that had befallen her daughter. Why had Lu Wentong, who had been in perfect health mere moments ago, suddenly descended into madness? Why did destiny choose to torment her child so cruelly? Quickly, restrain Lu Wentong. She must not continue to strike the walls. If she does, she will perish. Lu Tout, I implored her family members, her voice tinged with urgency. At her behest, Zhou Xiling and others swiftly subdued the frenzied Lu Wentong, pinning her firmly to the bed. I shall consume you all. I will feast upon you. Though her body was confined, Lu Wentong continued to writhe and struggle, her mouth agape as she cried out to Zhou Xiling and the others. Grandmother, this cannot persist. Perhaps we should secure cousin Wentong for her own safety, suggested Lu Xuanyi, her gaze settling upon Lu Wentong's bloodied visage. The other members of the Lu family nodded in agreement. Indeed, we ought to bind Lu Wentong. No, you cannot restrain my daughter. Absolutely not. Lu Qinxin vehemently protested, her eyes flitting towards Su Wen, as if she had stumbled upon a flicker of hope. Su-won, I implore you, you must save my daughter. The Kunwa master is deceased. You are the sole individual capable of rescuing her. Lu Qinshin comprehended the gravity of her predicament. Having witnessed the demise of the Kunwa master, she recognized that Su-won, the rustic from the mountains, genuinely possessed knowledge of feng shui. How else could he have predicted the master's imminent passing? Yes, Su-won, I beseech you, aid cousin went on. The younger members of the Lu family were urged on, their desperation palpable. And now you seek my assistance? Was it not you who doubted me previously? Su-won replied with a sardonic smile, directing his gaze at Lu Qinshin and the others. The Lu family found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Only Lu Qinshin continued to express her remorse and apologies. Xiaowen, I was mistaken before. I should not have doubted you. I implore you, please save my daughter. I have but one daughter, went on. I cannot bear to lose her. As she spoke, Lu Qinshin was overwhelmed with grief, her sobs rendering her nearly incoherent. If anything were to happen to Wentong, I would no longer wish to live. Husband, why do you not save cousin Wentong? Hearing Lu Qinshin's desperate cries, Lu Wanfeng felt a pang of compassion. Very well, I shall make an attempt. Observing the longing in his wife's eyes, Su-won approached Lu Wentong. I shall consume you. Upon the sight of Su-won approaching, Lu Wentong let out a piercing wail. Devour me? Do you truly believe you can? Faced with Lu Wantong's fierce demeanor, Su-won sneered and raised his arm. Then, before the eyes of the entire Lu family, with a resounding thud, he rendered Lu Wentong unconscious once again. Su-won, you scoundrel. In an instant, Zhou Xiling was consumed by rage at the sight of his wife being struck down. Are you courting death? I harmed Lu Wentong for her own benefit. To hell with you. It is evident you are doing this intentionally. You are ignorant of feng shui. You are nothing but a charlatan, unable to restrain himself any longer. Zhou Xiling swung his arm to strike Su-won, but Su-won simply raised his leg. Boom. Zhou Xiling was propelled backwards, crashing violently against the wall of the Lu family's residence. Zhou Xiling, what are you doing? Shouldn't you apologize to Su-won at once? Witnessing Zhou Xiling's predicament, Lu Qinshin, instead of feeling compassion, reprimanded him harshly. Mother, do you truly wish for me to apologize to Su-won? Zhou Xiling was taken aback. He had just been struck, and now he was expected to offer an apology? Zhou Xiling, apologize. Even the venerable matriarch of the Lu family spoke with an authoritative tone. Do you not desire for Su-won to exorcise the malevolent spirit from Lu Wentong? At that moment, as the master of the craft drew his final breath, a storm of emotions surged within the matriarch's heart. In the past, she had pondered why the late Mr. Lu had dispatched the marriage contract of Lu Xuanyi to Shennong Valley, uniting the Lu family's pride with a mere mountain dweller. But now, the matriarch began to comprehend the situation. Setting aside other considerations, it became evident that Su-won eclipsed the late master in the realm of feng shui expertise. Observing the members of the Lu family fixated upon him, Zhou Xiling recognized that failing to extend an apology would undoubtedly provoke their wrath, as Lu Wentong's safety was paramount to them. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and addressed Su-won, saying, Su-won, I extend my apologies for my previous outburst. I should not have resorted to violence against you. Is this the manner in which you convey your apology? Su-won regarded Zhou Xiling with an inscrutable expression. I have already expressed my remorse. What further do you desire? Zhou Xiling retorted through clenched teeth. Must I kneel before you? If you desire to kneel, it is not entirely out of the question. Su-won smiled mischievously. You scoundrel. Zhou Xiling teetered on the brink of rage. Yet Lu Xuanyi shot a fierce glare at Su-won. Surname Su, I caution you against exploiting the Lu family. Zhou Xiling has already offered his apology. Should you not hasten to rid my cousin Wenton of this malevolent presence? That is not negotiable. Unless Zhou Xiling kneels today, I shall not carry out the exorcism. Su-won nonchalantly took a seat, his demeanor leisurely. Surname Su-yu. Zhou Xiling's countenance paled with fury. Lu Xuanyi, equally irate, stamped her foot and retorted, Su-won, show some compassion. In Jinling, you are merely a rustic, whereas Zhou Xiling is the CEO of a multi-million-dollar conglomerate. If you provoke Zhou Xiling, do you genuinely believe you can sustain your position in Jinling? My standing in Jinling is of no concern to you, Lu Xuanyi. Perceiving the menacing glare from Lu Xuanyi, Su-won merely shrugged. My position is unequivocal. Unless Zhou Xiling kneels, you may seek another adept individual to exorcise Lu Wentong. Seek whomever you wish. Damn it. Surname Su. Do you presume that you alone possess knowledge of feng shui and exorcism throughout Jiangnan? I have affiliations at the Qintian Observatory. You may depart from the Lu family now. Lu Wenhong does not require the assistance of a jester such as yourself. Just as Zhou Xiling was on the verge of unleashing a cascade of insults towards Su Wen. Slap. Lu Qinxin delivered a resounding blow. Zhou Xiling. Kneel. Apologize to Su Wen. Mother, have you lost your senses? You strike me for this rustic fool? Do not forget. I am your son-in-law. Feeling the sting on his visage, Zhou Xiling was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. He was compelled to apologize to Su Wen, and now he found himself commanded to kneel? Zhou Xiling. I care not whether you are my son-in-law. Heed my words. Should you refuse to kneel before Su Wen, you shall be cast out from the Lu family. Lu Qinxin exhibited no compassion towards Zhou Xiling. For her, nothing surpassed the safety of her daughter. To rescue Lu Wentong, Lu Qinxin would readily contemplate acquiring another son-in-law. Confronted with Lu Qinxin's unyielding and frigid demeanor, Zhou Xiling opened his mouth, yet ultimately suppressed his words. Instead, he knelt before Su Wen with a resounding thud. Su Wen, I should not have struck you earlier. I am truly sorry. I vow it shall not occur again. I beseech you to save Wenhong. Though he uttered these words of submission, Zhou Xiling's heart brimmed with darkness and bitterness. He swore that in the days to come, he would ensure that Su Wen would pay dearly for today's insolence. Enough. Zhou Xiling, you may rise. From this moment forth, exercise greater discernment within the Lu family. After all, I am not one to be trifled with. Observing Zhou Xiling kneeling in contrition, Su Wen bestowed a knowing smile. Now that Zhou Xiling has bowed in apology, will you proceed to exorcise the malevolence afflicting my cousin Wentong? With a frosty glare aimed at Su Wen, Lu Xuanyi scoffed in disdain. At that instant, rather than feeling admiration for Su Wen's prowess, she was overcome with a pang of sympathy for him. For in Jinling, Su Wen was merely a rustic simpleton. Had the opposing party truly offended the eminent Zhou Xiling, the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. Fear not. I shall immediately purge the malevolent energy from Lu Wentong. Having declared this, Su Wen stood and extinguished the lights in the chamber. As darkness descended, a chilling aura enveloped the members of the Lu family. It is so frigid. One of the Lu family members remarked, involuntarily trembling. In response, Su Wen simply snuffed out the candle previously lit by the master and ignited a piece of white paper he had retrieved from the Lu family's quarters. With a crackling sound, the flames ignited, and the white paper astonishingly floated above Lu Wantong's brow. Spirit of Danzhu, expel the impurities and dispel the miasma. Spirit of righteousness, connect life and nurture the essence. Lord of the thousand teeth, ward off malevolence and safeguard the truth. Spirit of the tiger, guide the energy. Hasten as the law dictates, suppress. Su Wen silently recited the exorcism from the Book of Life and Death. In an instant, the once burning white paper extinguished. Failed. Observing that the paper had not succeeded in dispelling the 9 fiery calamity dragon from Lu Wentong's body, Su Wen's expression turned slightly grave. Nevertheless, he refrained from attempting again. Instead, he illuminated the room once more. Su Wen, has the malign energy afflicting my daughter been eradicated? Lu Qinxin asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him with caution. Not at all, Su Wen replied candidly, revealing the truth. The malign energy within Lu Wentong has penetrated to the marrow, as it stands. I am unable to dispel the malevolent aura from her body. What do you mean? You cannot save Lu Wentong. Zhou Xiling, who had once knelt in submission, was taken aback by Su Wen's sincere demeanor. It is not that I lack the ability to save her. Rather, the moment is not ripe for such intervention. Su Wen rectified his statement, asserting that once he had vanquished the 9 fiery calamity dragon in Dongjiao village, the malevolent energy ensnaring Lu Wentong would inevitably dissipate. To hell with considerations for the future. You, Su, are merely toying with my emotions, are you not? Zhou Xiling struggled to maintain his composure. He had believed that through his act of kneeling and yielding, Su Wen would be able to cure Lu Wentong. Yet, he had not foreseen that this seemingly rustic individual might be incapable of delivering her salvation. Had his submission been in vain? Su Wen, you must be acting with intent. You are fully aware of your inability to save Lu Wentong, and yet you still compelled Zhou Xiling to kneel before you? Lu Xuanyi could no longer restrain herself. I have expressed that I simply cannot do it at this moment, Su Wen replied with calmness. Enough, be silent. It has become evident to me that you possess no comprehension of feng shui. Your assertion regarding the master's death was nothing but folly. Who could have anticipated that you would inadvertently stumble upon a truth? As Lu Xuanyi's words resonated, Lu Qinxin succumbed to anguished sobs. Oh, my dear daughter, my unfortunate daughter. Following the master's passing, Lu Qinxin had firmly held the conviction that Su Wen could restore Lu Wentong to health. Yet the outcome was, "Auntie, please refrain from weeping. My husband has stated that he is unable to heal cousin Wentong at this moment. If we grant Su Wen a little more time, perhaps he shall be capable of treating her." Noticing the sorrowful and tormented expression upon Lu Qinxin's visage, Lu Wanfeng approached her gently to offer solace. "How much time does Su Wen require? A few days? 10 days? Or perhaps half a month? Will my daughter be able to endure until then?" Lu Qinxin's voice faltered as she spoke. "Husband, how long will it take for you to resolve the Nine Fiends Candle Dragon calamity in Dongjiao village?" Upon hearing her question, Lu Wanfeng cast a glance at Su Wen, his expression betraying uncertainty. "I do not know," Su Wen replied, shaking his head. "The Nine Fiends Candle Dragon calamity is no trivial matter. I must first mend the wooden dragon pillar, and then—" Before Su Wen could complete his thought, Zhou Xiling interjected with palpable ire. "Su Wen, cease your pretense. You possess no knowledge of exorcism. What is this Nine Fiends Candle Dragon calamity? What wooden dragon pillar? It is all a deceitful fabrication aimed to mislead us. You compelled me to kneel and inflicted harm upon my beloved. I shall not forget this debt. We shall witness the outcome of this." After uttering these words, Zhou Xiling turned to Lu Qinxin, saying, "Mother, dry your tears. Su Wen, that ineffectual man, is incapable of rescuing Lu Wentong. I shall promptly reach out to the feng shui master from the Qintian Bureau in Jiangnan. Furthermore, Lu Xuani, I recall that your acquaintance, Cheng Wuyang, possesses ties with the Qintian Bureau. Might you solicit his assistance?" At that moment, old lady Lu suddenly turned her gaze towards Lu Xuani. "Indeed, Xuani, I implore you to extend your assistance to your third aunt." Lu Qinxin also cast several furtive glances at Lu Xuani, cognizant of the amicable relationship she shared with Cheng Wuyang. "Dear third aunt, please refrain from weeping. I shall promptly contact Cheng Wuyang and ascertain whether he can procure a feng shui master from the Qintian Bureau." Observing Lu Qinxin persistently dabbing her tears, Lu Xuani swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed Cheng Wuyang's number. However, after a considerable interval, Lu Xuani found herself without any response from Cheng Wuyang. What could be the matter with Cheng Wuyang? Typically, he answers my calls without delay. Why is he not responding today? Lu Xuani articulated her frustration. Perhaps young Master Cheng is preoccupied, Zhou Xiling suggested as a means of consolation. He was well aware of Cheng Wuyang, the young heir of the Wanfeng department store group, who had previously engaged in collaboration with his own enterprise. Regardless of his commitments, he cannot disregard my call. After uttering these words, Lu Xuani disconnected the call in frustration. Seething with anger, "When I next encounter Cheng Wuyang, I shall teach him a lesson," he declared vehemently. "You may not have that opportunity," Su Wen interjected unexpectedly. "What do you mean by that, Su Wen?" Lu Xuani retorted, glaring at him with irritation. "Are you suggesting that I won't have the chance? Are you cursing the master of Kunwa once more, and now wishing to bring about my own premature demise? Is there any humanity left in you? Our Lu family took you in out of goodwill, and this is how you repay us? Lu Xuani, I never stated that your life was in jeopardy. Why are you so agitated?" Su Wen replied calmly, observing Lu Xuani's tempestuous demeanor. "What I mean is, you will not see Cheng Wuyang again." "Not see him? Why is that?" Lu Xuani inquired, bewildered. "Because he is already dead." As soon as Su Wen finished speaking, Lu Xuani scoffed derisively. "Su Wen, will you ever cease this nonsense? You incessantly speak of one individual perishing and another meeting their demise. Why do you not heed your own counsel? Cheng Wuyang, the heir of the illustrious Wanfeng department store group, is in perfect health. How could he possibly be deceased? Xuani, do not waste your breath on Su Wen. He is not but a fool. He previously boasted that should I kneel and offer an apology, he would perform an exorcism for Lu Wentong. Yet what transpired? He proved incapable of executing the exorcism," Zhou Xiling interjected. As Zhou spoke, Lu Wanfeng, standing beside Su Wen, retorted with indignation, "Zhou Xiling, my Su Wen is not a fool. Be mindful of your words." To which Zhou replied, "Lu Wanfeng, at such a critical juncture, why do you still champion Su Wen? If he is not a fool, then how dare he assert that Cheng Wuyang has perished? Who has granted him such audacity?" Zhou Xiling continued, casting a frigid glare at Su Wen. "You Su are indeed a reckless jester. To offend me in Jinling is one matter, but to audaciously claim that young Master Cheng is dead is quite another. Do you truly believe that on the morrow, Cheng Wuyang shall not come in search of you, leading you to an inescapable fate?" Before Zhou could articulate his thoughts, Lu Xuani's phone began to ring. "It was Cheng Wuyang. He is returning my call," Lu Xuani proclaimed, casting a glance at the caller ID. In an instant, she adopted a more upright posture and, with an air of contempt, addressed Lu Wanfeng. Now, Wanfeng, will you still defend Su Wen? Lu Wanfeng began to speak, but Lu Xuanyi interjected coldly. Lu Xuanyi, everyone is susceptible to error. Perhaps Su Wen has misinterpreted the news of Cheng Wuyang's demise. Is that not a possibility? Misinterpreted? Lu Xuanyi remained unfazed, merely smiling with a knowing expression. Su Wen, I have long recognized that your assertions regarding Master Ku Wu's impending death are akin to a blind cat inadvertently stumbling upon a dead rat. Given your rural origins, how could you possibly grasp the intricacies of feng shui? Fortuitously, I did not take you as my spouse. Otherwise, should Cheng Wuyang become aware of your incessant disparagement of him, how could I ever face him again? Noticing Lu Xuanyi's biting demeanor, Lu Qinxin interjected. Enough, Xuanyi. Why squander your words on this unsophisticated fellow? Promptly respond to Cheng Xiao's summons and ascertain if he could procure a feng shui master of esteemed rank to assist our Lu family. With the passing of Master Ku Wu, it appears that only a feng shui master from the Qintian supervisor could alleviate my daughter's predicament. Although Lu Qinxin held no belief in feng shui or supernatural phenomena, she had heard that feng shui practitioners were categorized by rank, and all esteemed masters served the Qintian supervisor. Very well, I shall make the call without delay. Without hesitation, Lu Xuanyi answered the phone, but her expression soon shifted dramatically. Cheng, Uncle Cheng? Are you in earnest? Very well, I comprehend. In 3 days, I shall indeed attend Cheng Wuyang's funeral. After concluding the call, Lu Xuanyi cast a discontented glance at Su Wen. Xuanyi, what did you just mention regarding a funeral? Has a member of the Cheng family passed away? Zhou Xiling inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. It is Cheng Wuyang. Today he incurred the wrath of Yang Wubiao and was cast into the Xiang River. Meeting his demise, Lu Xuanyi uttered, her voice laced with despair. First, it was Jiang Ziki, and now Cheng Wuyang. In the span of mere days, 2 friends I had cherished in Jinling have been lost. It is utterly unimaginable. What? Cheng Wuyang is truly deceased? Upon receiving this harrowing news from Lu Xuanyi, Zhou Xiling was enveloped in shock and bewilderment. Zhou Xiling, did you hear that? My husband speaks the truth. You must hasten to apologize to Su Wen. Lu Wanfeng expressed with evident dissatisfaction towards Zhou Xiling. Apologize? I would rather not. Zhou Xiling countered with a hint of sarcasm. When I previously expressed my contrition to Su Wen, he assured me that he would heal Lu Wentong, yet has he succeeded? He even proclaimed that the ailment is currently beyond remedy, but may be treatable in the future. Such juvenile trickery is something only you, Lu Wanfeng, could possibly believe. What if Su Wen truly manages to cure cousin Wentong? Lu Wanfeng staunchly defended her position. Could she truly cure him? Is that even conceivable? If Su Wen were genuinely capable of healing Lu Wentong, I would willingly sever my own leg. Zhou Xiling sneered before reaching out to consult the feng shui master from the Jiang and Qintian Observatory. Meanwhile, old lady Lu commanded that Lu Wentong be restrained and ordered the other members of the Lu family to depart, fearing that he might contaminate the rest of the family with something impure. Grandma, we shall take our leave now. Please rest well. After paying her respects to old lady Lu, Lu Wanfeng exited with Su Wen. Once they had departed, old lady Lu's gaze flickered with disappointment. Following the demise of the previous master, she had believed Su Wen to be a truly proficient feng shui master, but to her dismay, Su Wen proved utterly incapable of healing Lu Wentong and merely offered grandiose excuses to postpone matters. Such conduct, in old lady Lu's eyes, was undeniably a mere performance. As for Su Wen's assertion that Cheng Wuyang had perished, to her, it merely implied that Su Wen had serendipitously become aware of the discord between Cheng Wuyang and Yang Wubiao. Indeed, I ought not to have harbored any expectations regarding the old man's discernment. Su Wen is truly nothing more than an unexceptional, rustic individual. The decision not to unite Xuanyi with him now appears to have been a prudent choice. Closing her eyes, old lady Lu softly murmured to herself. That evening, upon returning to the Rose Villa, Su Wen felt something tender within his embrace. Looking down, he beheld his wife, Lu Wanfeng, holding him tightly. What troubles you, Wanfeng? He asked, noticing the tears shimmering in her eyes. It is nothing, Lu Wanfeng replied softly, but the thought of cousin Wentong's condition fills me with trepidation. What if I were to suffer the same fate as cousin Wentong? Would you forsake me? How could I ever do that? Su Wen tenderly tousled his wife's hair, declaring, no matter how you change, I, Su Wen, shall never abandon you. Should you fall victim to a curse, I will exhaust every means at my disposal to restore you. Upon hearing the word restore, Lu Wanfeng merely smiled and nodded, opting to keep her doubts unspoken. In truth, at that moment, even Lu Wanfeng herself harbored little faith that Su Wen could heal Lu Wentong. Nonetheless, she refrained from dampening Su Wen's spirits, choosing silence instead. From the very outset, Lu Wanfeng had never envisioned her future husband as needing to be extraordinary. Whether Su Wen was commonplace or unremarkable held no significance for her. As long as they could be together, in good health and happiness, she would find contentment. A night passed without incident, and the dawn of a new day arrived. Soon, Su Wen received a call from Zhao Qianer. "Are you serious?" "Certainly, I shall proceed promptly." After concluding the call, Su Wen apprised his wife of his intentions to step out and made his way to the Ancient Literature Research University in Jinling City. Upon his arrival at the university's entrance, he found Zhao Qianer, who had been awaiting him for quite some time. Today, she adorned herself in a delicate, form-fitting light-hued dress that accentuated her already enviable silhouette, complemented by knee-high white stockings and elegant yellow leather shoes, exuding an alluring and sophisticated charm. "Zhao Qianer," he inquired, "did you mention over the phone that you have deciphered the meaning of the silver characters I provided?" Su Wen approached her with a brisk demeanor. There were a total of 5 silver characters inscribed on the wooden dragon stake. He had successfully deciphered the meanings of 4, once the final character was translated. He could restore the wooden dragon stake to quell the 9 evil candle dragon catastrophe in Dongjiao village, thereby enabling his wife to pursue her endeavors at the International Music Academy. Naturally, Lu Wentong would also benefit and emerge from her state of madness. Indeed, last night, I sent a photograph of the silver characters you provided to the teaching group at the Ancient Literature Research University. By coincidence, Teacher Zhuang mentioned that she was conducting research on the upward characters within the silver characters. This morning, she called specifically to inform me that she had translated the meaning of that character and expressed a desire to meet the individual who supplied the silver characters. Zhao Qianer nodded affirmatively. "Are you saying that Teacher Zhuang wishes to meet me?" Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not decline. Rather, he smiled and said, "Then let us proceed." Before long, under Zhao Qianer's guidance, Su Wen arrived at a secluded villa community in Jinling City. "Teacher Zhuang, I have brought Su Wen," Zhao Qianer announced at the entrance of a villa, knocking on the door. Shortly thereafter, a striking woman in a flowing black gown opened the door. "And who might you be?" Feng Yuemu inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on the composed Zhao Qianer. "Sister Feng, I am a student of Teacher Zhuang. I have come to seek her counsel regarding the silver characters," Zhao Qianer replied, recognizing the elegantly poised woman as Teacher Zhuang's daughter, Feng Yuemu. "Please, do come in." Feng Yuemu invited, but her attention abruptly shifted to Su Wen standing behind Zhao Qianer. Is that you?" Upon recognizing Su Wen, her expression transformed into one of palpable surprise. "Sister Feng, do you know Su Wen?" Zhao Qianer inquired with keen curiosity. "We have met once," Feng Yuemu responded nonchalantly, then diverted her gaze from Su Wen. At that moment, another woman clad in a chi pao with elegantly curled hair emerged from the villa. Despite being over 50 years of age, this middle-aged woman possessed remarkably well-maintained skin, and her makeup rendered her appearance akin to that of someone in her early 30s. Exuding an air of grace and intellect, "Teacher Zhuang," Zhao Qianer exclaimed, hurrying to greet her with utmost politeness. "Qianer, do not linger at the door. Come in and take a seat," Teacher Zhuang urged, before gently addressing Feng Yuemu beside her. "Yuemu, would you kindly fetch us 2 cups of tea?" "Certainly, mother," Feng Yuemu replied. Once Feng Yuemu departed, the atmosphere transformed. Su Wen and Zhao Qianer followed Teacher Zhuang to a room on the villa's 3rd floor. The room was embellished with numerous inscriptions in silver armor script, revealing Teacher Zhuang's profound passion for the study of this ancient writing. "Teacher Zhuang, you mentioned over the phone this morning that you have translated the meanings of the silver armor script I photographed. May I inquire what those meanings are?" Zhao Qianer inquired eagerly, her hopeful gaze fixed upon Teacher Zhuang. Su Wen mirrored her anticipation, turning his attention to the teacher as well. "Before I address your inquiries, might I ask you to respond to one of mine?" Teacher Zhuang replied, his gentle smile prolonging the suspense surrounding the script's significance. "Certainly, Teacher Zhuang," Zhao Qianer answered promptly. "I wish to know, from where was this silver armor script unearthed?" Teacher Zhuang's gaze remained steadfast on Su Wen, acutely aware that he was the one who had unveiled the ancient inscriptions. "It was discovered at a construction site," Su Wen replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he sensed Teacher Zhuang's discerning scrutiny. "A construction site? Did you uncover only one inscription, or?" Teacher Zhuang probed further. "In total, there are 5 inscriptions." I have already translated the meanings of the other four, Suwen disclosed without reservation. May I examine the other four inscriptions? Teacher Zhuang's tone transformed into one of eager anticipation as she smiled and remarked, after all, encountering such ancient silver armor script is a first for me. And as scholars of ancient texts, our greatest joy lies in unearthing the profound significances of words. Aware that her request might border on the excessive, she offered a clarification. Certainly, Suwen replied, producing the wooden dragon stake and presenting it before Teacher Zhuang. The other four inscriptions are right here. What is this? Upon beholding the magnificent 5 inscriptions on the wooden stake, Teacher Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in awe. Zhao Qianer, who stood beside her, was equally captivated by the spectacle. After a considerable pause, Suwen finally broke the silence that had settled over the room. Teacher Zhuang, I have presented to you the silver armor script. Now, could you kindly unveil the meaning of the final inscription? The essence of the final inscription is Shun and I. Teacher Zhuang responded after inhaling deeply. Shun and I? Suwen mused, his brow slightly furrowed, for despite his understanding of the 5 inscriptions' meanings, he remained perplexed about how to restore the wooden stake. Sensing Suwen's bewilderment, Teacher Zhuang elaborated, the amalgamated significance of these 5 inscriptions conveys that Shun transforms into a person. I transforms into an immortal. Yin and Yang exist solely in opposition. Shun transforms into a person. I transforms into an immortal. Yin and Yang exist solely in opposition. Echoing Teacher Zhuang's words, Suwen lapsed into a moment of contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianer whispered, what do transforming into a person or transforming into an immortal signify? This silver armor script is exceedingly profound. Did the ancients devote their days to pondering the secret of achieving immortality? Upon hearing Zhao Qianer's words, Teacher Zhuang chuckled softly. The concept of transcendence, as understood by the ancients, is likely distinct from our contemporary interpretation. To extend one's lifespan can indeed be regarded as a form of transcendence. A person of extraordinary talent may also be deemed transcendent. Much like the poet who eloquently expressed, one may ascend to the pinnacle and regard the myriad mountains as mere trifles, or the musician who composed the melody of Jiangnan's rivers and mountains. Zhao Qianer nodded thoughtfully, absorbing this wisdom. However, Suwen remained silent, for he was cognizant that the method of transcendence chronicled within the wooden dragon post indeed existed. Yin and Yang inverted? The path of transcendence through reversal? It seems that to restore the wooden dragon post, one must reconcile the essence of Yin and Yang. As Suwen contemplated this, Teacher Zhuang suddenly began to cough. In the next instant, blood trickled from her nose, each droplet falling softly onto the wooden floor, creating tiny, nearly imperceptible splatters. Teacher Zhuang, are you all right? Zhao Qianer, noticing the pallor of Teacher Zhuang's complexion, could not help but voice her concern. I am fine, Teacher Zhuang managed a strained smile. It is merely an old ailment. A touch of medication will suffice. No sooner had she spoken than Feng Yumu, graceful and elegant in her flowing dress, entered the room. Mother, I have prepared the tea. Mother, why is there blood trickling from your nose once more? Upon witnessing Teacher Zhuang's dire state, Feng Yumu hastily retrieved 2 vials of medicine from the cabinet, urging, please take the medicine first. I shall summon Dong Changhai to examine you. As she spoke, she prepared to reach out to the esteemed physician of Jinling, Dong Changhai. At that moment, Suwen shook his head and interjected, Miss Feng. There is no need for that call. Teacher Zhuang teeters on the precipice of death. Dong Changhai cannot save your mother. What did you say? Both Feng Yumu and Teacher Zhuang were taken aback by Suwen's pronouncement. In the next instant, Feng Yumu's fury erupted, directing her ire at Suwen. Suwen, have you lost your senses? My mother graciously assisted you in deciphering the silver armor text, and you wish her demise? Is this the manner in which the Liu family instills values in you? Witnessing Feng Yumu's righteous indignation, Zhao Qianer promptly interjected before Suwen could utter a word, expressing, Sister Feng, I beg your pardon. Suwen was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. A jest? Scoffed Feng Yumu, her eyes narrowing with disdain. There is nothing humorous about this. She cast a frigid glare at Suwen and declared, you, of the Su surname, depart at once and return to your Liu family. The Feng family does not welcome your presence. Yet, Suwen remained steadfast and fixated his gaze upon Teacher Zhuang, articulating, the pulse of the heart is in turmoil, and the vital essence assails the 5 organs. This signifies a decline. Sorrow is both celestial and human. Teacher Zhuang's condition epitomizes human sorrow. Those burdened by such sorrow often endure restless nights, plagued by dreams and a waning appetite. Manifestations of this affliction include epistaxis, constipation, and cardiac inflammation. This malady necessitates the application of the 9 yang needles. Throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, I alone possess the prowess to alleviate sorrow. With that, Suwen retrieved 9 golden needles from his sleeve, proclaiming, in gratitude for teacher Zhuang's assistance in unraveling the silver armor text, I shall endeavor to remedy this affliction. What do you imply by treating it? Do you hold a medical license? Feng Yuemu cast a cold and disdainful glance at Suwen. I have not. Suwen replied truthfully, shaking his head. Without a medical license, what pretensions are you attempting to uphold as a doctor? Depart at once. Feng Yuemu forcefully pushed Suwen aside, her voice frigid as she continued. If you wish to perform, do so at the Lu family. Do not bring your deceitful charades to the Feng family. Are you truly denying me the opportunity to treat your mother? Noting Feng Yuemu's aloof demeanor, Suwen spoke with gravity. Your mother's condition is far from promising. If I do not intervene, she may only have this number of days remaining. As he spoke, Suwen extended 3 fingers. You mean 3 years? Feng Yuemu's expression softened slightly. Given her mother's current state, living for 3 years would indeed be remarkable. However, Suwen's subsequent words sent a shiver through Feng Yuemu's gaze. Incorrect. It is 3 days. 3 days? Humph. I am convinced you will endure no more than 3 days yourself. Now, I implore you to vacate the Feng family premises at once. Feng Yuemu clenched her jaw in fury. Previously, she had found herself perplexed as to why Suwen was initially betrothed to Lu Xuanyi, only for Lu Wanfeng to ultimately become his bride. However, the situation has now become clear. It appears that Lu Xuanyi may have never held Suwen in any regard. This sentiment is entirely understandable. Were she in Feng Yuemu's shoes, she too would hesitate to wed a man who merely uttered empty words. Suwen, might we consider taking our leave? Observing the somber and frigid countenance of teacher Zhuang, Zhao Qian'er could no longer suppress her urge to counsel Suwen. Quite appropriately, Suwen chose not to pursue the matter further. However, prior to his departure, he entrusted his contact information to Feng Yuemu. Miss Feng, here is my number. You may reach out to me at your convenience within the next 3 days. In deference to teacher Zhuang, who aided me in unraveling the intricacies of the silver armor script, I shall not remain passive. Moreover, there is no necessity to squander time contacting Dong Changhai, for he is incapable of rescuing teacher Zhuang. Having expressed these sentiments, Suwen accompanied Zhao Qian'er out of the Feng residence. Humph, what utter folly. Dong Changhai, the preeminent physician in Jinling, if he cannot save my mother, what can a man devoid of a medical license possibly achieve? As she beheld the diminishing silhouette of Suwen, Feng Yuemu was engulfed by a wave of contempt, swiftly followed by a sense of exasperation directed towards teacher Zhuang. Mother, you should never have aided that ungrateful scoundrel in unraveling the silver armor script. We extended our assistance. Yet he dares to curse you with a fate of merely 3 days. Enough, Yuemu. It is my obligation to decipher the silver armor script. The text bears no blame. Teacher Zhuang had just managed to pacify Feng Yuemu when, in an instant, she was beset by a sudden wave of vertigo, leaning against the wall. Her brow creased in discomfort. Mother, what ails you? Are you well? Witnessing her mother's near collapse, Feng Yuemu hurried to provide her support. I am well, merely a tad lightheaded, and as she uttered these words, teacher Zhuang abruptly lost consciousness, her eyes rolling back. Mother? Upon witnessing her mother's sudden collapse, Feng Yuemu was struck with a sense of dread and helplessness. Hastily, she reached for her phone to contact Dong Changhai. Dr. Dong, please come quickly to the Feng residence. My mother is in grave distress. As Zhao Qian'er exited the Feng household, she abruptly turned to Suwen and inquired, Suwen, have you pursued the study of medicine? Reflecting on the earlier events at the Feng residence, Suwen recounted teacher Zhuang's condition, while Zhao Qian'er displayed a countenance of deep complexity. Indeed. I have studied for several years, Suwen admitted without reservation. Then why did you not continue your studies? Zhao Qian'er could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring whether passing the medical qualification exam would grant one the opportunity to work at the esteemed Jinling City Hospital, a path that many hold in high regard. In response, Suwen simply smiled and chose to remain silent. Instead, he expressed, Zhao Qian'er, it is due to your support that teacher Zhuang assisted me in unraveling the complexities of the silver armor script. Whatever aspirations you harbor, I can aid you in bringing them to fruition. Aspirations? Zhao Qian'er was momentarily taken aback, then fervently shook her head. Suwen, that is unnecessary. We are merely classmates. Such formalities are unwarranted. Instinctively, She assumed Su Wen was merely being courteous. Then may I treat you to a meal? Su Wen impulsively proposed. Not today. As I have an interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce shortly, Zhao Qian'er declined Su Wen's invitation. You are indeed going for an interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing Zhao Qian'er's words, Su Wen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I am on the cusp of graduating from the University of Classical Literature, yet the employment prospects for our classical literature major appear rather grim. Therefore, I intend to transition into a different field, Zhao Qian'er responded with a smile. After a brief pause, she added with a touch of uncertainty, however. I have heard that the interviews at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce are exceedingly competitive. Only 1 in 100 may succeed. I shall merely attempt to test my fortune. Then allow me to accompany you, Su Wen said with casual ease. Certainly. Zhao Qian'er readily consented without a moment's hesitation. Initially, she felt trepidation about attending the interview alone. But with Su Wen by her side, her apprehensions began to dissipate. Half an hour later, Su Wen and Zhao Qian'er arrived at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. There are so many people. Observing the multitude of thousands gathered at the entrance, Zhao Qian'er was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. With such fierce competition, surely my prospects are bleak. Su Wen, shall we depart? In that instant, a tide of uncertainty surged within her. How can one ascertain their chances without making an attempt? Nevertheless, Su Wen steadfastly encouraged Zhao Qian'er to remain. I hold firm in my belief that you possess exceptional qualities. You will undoubtedly secure a position at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Really? At Su Wen's praise, Zhao Qian'er's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue. Yet, at that moment, a derisive voice rang out from behind them. Su Wen, are you not concerned that your words may falter in the wind? You, a mere security guard at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, from where do you derive the audacity to assert that Zhao Qian'er will assuredly be hired? Do you fancy yourself the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? As the words cascaded forth, Gu Mianman and Zhao Siyun, both elegantly attired in professional attire, approached in unison. Each woman radiated a captivating presence, particularly Gu Mianman, whose long, enchanting legs captivated the attention of numerous men awaiting their interviews. Gu Mianman? Zhao Siyun? What brings you here? Zhao Qian'er inquired instinctively upon encountering her fellow students from the Tianli training class. Zhao Qian'er, if you are permitted to attend the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, why should we refrain from doing so? Zhao Siyun replied with a raised eyebrow, her tone laced with challenge. Are you here for an interview as well? Zhao Qian'er asked, somewhat taken aback. Did not Gu Mianman recently join the Wanfeng department store group? Just because I have commenced my journey there does not imply that I am precluded from exploring additional opportunities. Are you truly so naive? Gu Mianman retorted with disdain. However, before she could complete her statement, Su Wen, with a countenance devoid of emotion, interjected, Gu Mianman, Zhao Siyun, you might as well take your leave. The Liyue Chamber of Commerce will not entertain your application for an interview. There is no need for you to squander any more time here. Humph, Su Wen. Spare me your day of authority. You are merely a security guard. What influence do you possess over the interview process at Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Gu Mianman scoffed derisively. Do not delude yourself into believing that your connections with the Liu family and the Nanling Zhu family render you significant. Allow me to remind you, your surname is Su, not Liu. Indeed, Su Wen, confine yourself to your responsibilities as a security guard and refrain from overstepping your bounds. Since Mianman and I have arrived at Liyue Chamber of Commerce, we undoubtedly have our means of succeeding in the interview, Zhao Siyun remarked icily. And what might those means be? Su Wen inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ah, indeed, it is through Mianman's boyfriend. Zhao Siyun was just beginning to elucidate when, with a flourish, a sleek black Mercedes Maybach came to a graceful stop at the entrance of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. The door swung open, revealing a young and handsome gentleman clad in a pristine white suit. My dear, over here, over here. Gu Mianman exclaimed excitedly upon catching sight of the dashing figure adorned with a luxurious Rolex watch. Mianman, Siyun, have you both arrived at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce so early? Wang Qiuyu approached Gu Mianman, casually wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. I simply wished to see my dear sooner, Gu Mianman replied, nestling against Wang Qiuyu with an alluring demeanor. Pray tell, Gu Mianman, who is he? Zhao Qian'er, unfamiliar with Wang Qiuyu, inquired with a sense of curiosity. Wang Xiao is Mianman's new boyfriend, Zhao Siyun explained, her tone tinged with a subtle hint of envy and jealousy. Previously, Gu Mianman had been entangled with Chang Wuyang, and now she found herself with Wang Qiuyu. Meanwhile, Zhao Siyun lamented her own lack of encounters with any worthy suitor. Boyfriend? The revelation left Su Wen momentarily astonished. If memory served her correctly, Gu Mianman had been vying for Chang Wuyong's affections just the day before. How had she so swiftly acquired a new beau? Could it be? Su Wen, what sort of expression is that? Observing Su Wen's puzzled expression, Gu Mianman icily declared, I am not a woman of dubious morals. Allow me to clarify. My acquaintance with Wang Xiao commenced only last evening. With this, Gu Mianman felt a subtle sense of relief. Had she not ventured to the prestigious Hanfei International Hotel the previous day? It is improbable that she would have ever crossed paths with someone of Wang Qiuyu's affluent background. You met last night, and today you are already a couple? Such a swift progression. Su Wen jested, her eyes narrowed. What concern is it of yours? Wang Xiao and I experienced love at first sight. Is it improper for our relationship to evolve so rapidly? A provincial simpleton like you possesses quite the audacity to interfere, Gu Mianman retorted without hesitation. No sooner had she uttered these words than a representative from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce approached Wang Qiuyu, inquiring, Young Master Wang, what brings you here? I am here to accompany my girlfriend and her friends for an interview, Wang Qiuyu replied with an air of indifference. This inconsequential matter does not necessitate your personal presence. Young master, a mere phone call to your uncle would suffice, the staff member remarked, casting a glance at Su Wen and the others. You are all acquaintances of young Master Wang, are you not? I shall arrange your interview shortly. However, before the staff member could proceed, Gu Mianman coldly gestured towards Su Wen and Zhao Qianer, asserting, those two are not friends of young Master Wang. They need not be considered for the interview. Understood. The staff member acknowledged, preparing to escort Gu Mianman and Zhao Xiyun for their interview. Before departing, Gu Mianman could not resist delivering a condescending remark directed at Su Wen, stating, Su Wen, were you not just inquiring how I would manage to succeed in the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Now you are aware, are you not? I must candidly inform you that my boyfriend, Wang Qiuyu, is the nephew of a senior executive at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. His mere utterance can ensure both my passage and that of Zhao Xiyun through the interview. However, she continued, should you choose to kneel and beseech me, offering a few flattering words, I might entertain the notion of requesting my boyfriend to elevate you from your current role as a mere security guard to a formal employee of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. At this juncture, Gu Mianman's gaze bore a trace of amusement. Yet, Su Wen merely shook his head with a cold smile, responding, there is no need for that. Gu Mianman, your boyfriend lacks the influence to sway my position. As for you, you are equally unqualified to join the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. How ungrateful can you be? Su, Gu Mianman was merely extending her compassion. You ought to be kneeling in gratitude rather than asserting that we lack the qualifications to be part of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Xiyun retorted, her anger palpable as she stamped her foot in frustration. Nearby, Wang Qiuyu arched an eyebrow, directing a disapproving glare at Su Wen. Do you truly believe the Liyue Chamber of Commerce is a family possession? Merely labeling my girlfriend as unqualified does not alter the truth, she remarked. You ought to disregard this unsophisticated youth, young Master Wang. He appears oblivious to the opportunities he has recklessly squandered due to his hubris, Gu Mianman declared, her countenance replete with disdain as she regarded Su Wen. Su Wen, do you sincerely think that being bestowed with 2 bottles of exquisite wine from Hanfei International Hotel and being addressed as Master Su Bai Yang Wubiao bestows any real significance upon you? Let me enlighten you. It is nothing but an illusion. They are merely extending courtesies out of respect for the Jews of Nanling. Honestly, I cannot comprehend why someone of your lowly status as a security guard insists on adopting such airs. Down you go. As Gu Mianman concluded her statement, Zhao Qianer interjected with a sharp rebuke. Gu Mianman, recognize your limitations. Had it not been for Su Wen's intervention yesterday at Hanfei International Hotel, you would have been seized by Yang Wubiao and sold into Myanmar. What entitles you to look down upon Su Wen? It's utterly absurd. Yang Wubiao refrained from claiming me solely due to his own cowardice. Gu Mianman retorted with an air of arrogance, we inhabit a society governed by the rule of law. Do you truly believe that once Yang Wubiao sells me to Myanmar, Jiang and Prefecture would turn a blind eye to his actions? After a brief pause, Gu Mianman added, furthermore, if Su Wen possessed any genuine talent, would Lu Xuanyi not have chosen to marry him? Enough, Mianman. You need not trouble yourself with those 2 unsophisticated individuals. Engaging with such rustic folk is beneath your stature. Zhao Xiyun implored Gu Mianman. We should make our way to the interview now. Very well. Let us proceed to the interview. Without casting a glance at Su Wen, Gu Mianman departed alongside the staff of Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Su Wen, I too shall participate in the interview. Zhao Qianna said nervously after Gu Man and her companions had left. Although Su Wen had just assured her of her inevitable success in the Liyue Chamber of Commerce interview, Zhao Qianna was acutely aware that his words were merely a source of comfort. Deep down, she harbored no confidence regarding the forthcoming interview. Go ahead. I shall await your good news, Su Wen encouraged her with a smile. After Zhao Qianna departed, Su Wen slowly retrieved his phone and made a call. Manager Chun, please come to my office, he stated before making his way to the chairman's office of Liyue Chamber of Commerce. At 2:30 in the afternoon, within the interview hall of Liyue Chamber of Commerce, candidates took turns for their interviews. Man, look, that country girl Zhao Qianna truly did arrive. Zhao Xiyun mocked with a sardonic tone. I truly wonder what instills this rural woman with the audacity to submit her resume to Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Does she even grasp the essence of international trade? Hee. It seems Zhao Qianna regards the Liyue Chamber of Commerce as a sanctuary, coming here to make her wishes known. Gu Man quipped. 2 hours later, the interviews at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce came to a close. A statuesque beauty in professional attire, adorned with elegant gray stockings, approached with a form in hand. I shall now announce the names of those who have succeeded in today's interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Gu Man. Zhao Xiyun. Is that all? Merely 2 individuals have triumphed in the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? This is not simply a selection from 100. It resembles a selection from 1,000. As the impeccably dressed beauty finished reading the list, the gathered candidates erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. However, their focus swiftly shifted back to the illustrious Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun. Are those 2 women the fortunate candidates who emerged victorious in the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Perhaps they possess influential connections? Sure, lower your voice. Do you not fear incurring their displeasure? I find myself envious of them. They are destined to embark on their journey at the esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce in the near future. As the weight of the crowd's attention bore down upon her, Gu Man instinctively lifted her head with an air of pride, her expression radiating triumph and superiority. For Gu Man, it appeared that she reveled in the allure of being in the limelight. Ah, Zhao Qianna, what is your intention? Out of the corner of her eye, Yu Qianna observed Zhao Qianna preparing to exit the interview hall. With a smile that was both playful and taunting, Gu Man suddenly called out to her. I was merely suggesting we should celebrate together after both Zhao Xiyun and I successfully navigate the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. No need. You all may proceed, Zhao Qianna replied with a strained smile. Why not? Zhao Qianna, is it that your appetite has vanished? Having not succeeded in the Liyue Chamber of Commerce interview? Observing Zhao Qianna's crestfallen demeanor, Zhao Xiyun quipped, this is quite unexpected. Is Su Wen not rather remarkable? Outside the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, he incessantly claimed that neither I nor Gu Man possessed the qualifications to pass the interview. Yet you, Zhao Qianna, were destined for success. What transpired, then? Both Gu Man and I triumphed, while you, Zhao Qianna, faced elimination? At Zhao Xiyun's remarks, Gu Man could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, Zhao Xiyun, remember, Su Wen is merely a menial security guard at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. His words bear no significance. In Jinling, not everyone is the illustrious young Master Wang. Nor does every individual boast an uncle of high standing at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. This is a veritable truth. Su Wen is merely a jester. Zhao Xiyun laughed heartily. Upon overhearing Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun's derision directed at Su Wen, Zhao Qianna experienced a pang of irritation but found herself at a loss for a retort. Zhao Qianna, do not lose heart. Today's setback serves as a valuable lesson. A reminder that a woman of beauty deserves a man of merit. You are not without appeal, Zhao Qianna. While your figure may not rival my own, it is certainly passable. Given your attributes, it would be quite effortless for you to attract a wealthy scion in Jinling. Yet you persist in pursuing a rustic like Su Wen. Had you heeded my counsel and spent an evening with Qing Wuyang? Even if you had not succeeded in the Liyue Chamber of Commerce interview today, you could have still secured a position at Wanfeng department store. And what, pray tell, has been the result? You insisted on instructing Su Wen in silver armor literature. What benefit does Su Wen provide for you? Merely playing the fool to entertain you? Gu Man, silence yourself. Do you presume all women share your vanity? Are they incapable of thriving without a man? Zhao Qianna cast a piercing glare at Gu Man. I willingly offer my tutelage to Su Wen in silver armor literature. I am not as contemptible as you. What did you just utter? Gu Man was on the verge of an outburst, but instead burst into laughter. Very well, Zhao Qianna, should you find joy in tutoring Su Wen, feel free to do so at your leisure. Soon, we shall inhabit different realms. I, having successfully navigated the Luyu Chamber of Commerce interview, shall soon emerge as a wealthy and exquisite woman, while you are destined to lead a life of mediocrity in Jinling. And this is a result of your own decisions, Zhao Qianer. You opted for Su Wen over Cheng Wuyang, thus sealing your fate to remain on the periphery of Jinling's elite society. Meanwhile, Gu Mianman continued to revel in the admiration of those around her. However, in that moment, the previously composed and aloof beauty, who had just perused the list, suddenly offered an apologetic smile, stating, "Allow me to clarify. I misinterpreted the list earlier. Gu Mianman and Zhao Xiyun are individuals whom the Luyue Chamber of Commerce will never employ. They did not pass the interview. I must confess I was mistaken. Never employ?" Upon hearing those 4 words, Gu Mianman, who had been exuding confidence just moments prior, felt her smile vanish completely. Behind her, Zhao Xiyun crumpled, collapsing to the ground in despair. She shook her head in disbelief, murmuring, "No, this cannot be true. How could this happen? Why would the Liyue Chamber of Commerce ever decline to employ us? Surely, this must be an error. Indeed, a mere oversight." Manman's paramour happens to be the nephew of a senior executive within the esteemed Liyue Chamber of Commerce. We possess valuable connections. Why, then, would they refuse our application? As she articulated her thoughts, Zhao Xiyun raised her gaze, imploring the tall, elegantly attired beauty in gray stockings. "Manager AI, are you certain about this? There is no error." Manager AI responded with resolute conviction. "This list was furnished to me by President Su. It is infallible." In that moment, Zhao Xiyun found herself utterly speechless, as if the heavens had crumbled around her. She had been tantalizingly close to securing a position at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Why would destiny enact such a cruel jest upon her? "Manager AI, if Gu Mianman and I have failed to pass the interview, then who has succeeded?" A sense of curiosity surged through the audience, as one individual could no longer restrain themselves. The person who successfully navigated the interview today was none other than Zhao Qianer. Manager AI articulated each word with meticulous precision. "Zhao Qianer? Is it truly she? Is she the sole candidate to succeed?" Upon hearing Zhao Qianer's name, the multitude of aspirants who had gathered for interviews with the Liyue Chamber of Commerce diverted their gazes towards her. A palpable blend of envy and resentment evident in their expressions. How could this transpire? Zhao Qianer, a simple country girl. What qualifications does she possess to triumph in the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? No, I refuse to accept this. Regaining her composure, Gu Mianman suddenly exclaimed, "There must be some impropriety in your interview process. I shall contact my boyfriend immediately. I intend to lodge a formal complaint against you." With that, Gu Mianman retrieved her phone and dialed Wang Qiuyu's number. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qiuyu, who had been awaiting outside the interview hall, approached Gu Mianman. "Mianman, what troubles you? Why are you in tears?" Observing her tear-stained visage, Wang Qiuyu experienced a surge of empathy. "Oh, my dear, you must assist me. There exists corruption within the interview process of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. They are openly dismissing your worth." Gu Mianman recounted the particulars of her and Zhao Xiyun's disqualification to Wang Qiuyu. Upon receiving this revelation, Wang Qiuyu regarded Manager AI with a blend of confusion and skepticism. "Manager AI, is this list genuinely from the president? If you harbor doubts, I can summon the president here at this very moment," Manager AI retorted, her tone laced with disdain. "Then please do," Wang Qiuyu replied, a persistent suspicion gnawing at her that something was amiss. Without further hesitation, Manager AI retrieved her phone and dialed Su Wen. 5 minutes later, Su Wen entered the interview hall. "Su Wen, what brings you here? This place is not meant for someone as insignificant as a mere security guard to enter," Gu Mianman declared, her spirit sinking as she found a means to express her frustrations. With eyes glistening with unshed tears, she exclaimed, "You would do well to depart. Had I not crossed paths with you today, how could the Liyue Chamber of Commerce have ever turned me away? Indeed, Su Wen, withdraw your presence from our midst. You are nothing but an omen of calamity." Zhao Xiyun, seated despondently upon the ground, cast a frosty glare at Su Wen. Yet, scarcely had their words dissipated when a resounding slap reverberated through the atmosphere. Manager AI approached, administering a series of stinging blows to their faces. "Impudent wretches! Who do you presume to be?" demanding that President Su vacate the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. "President Su?" Gu Mianman was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. "Manager AI, if you desire that we vacate the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, there is no need for subterfuge. This Su Wen is but a peripheral figure from the Lu family, someone whom even Lu Xuanyi regards with disdain. How could he possibly hold the esteemed position of president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, Manager AI. We are fully cognizant of Su Wen's origins. Spare us your deception, Zhao Xiyan interjected, equally incredulous that this rustic could attain such a venerable role. Do you seek your demise? You two insignificant insects dare to question President Su's identity. Manager AI's irritation surged once more as she raised her hand again. Darling, I am terrified. Gu Mianmian quickly concealed herself behind Wang Qiuyu. Zhang Xianyai, do not overstep, Wang Qiuyu interjected, standing resolutely before Manager AI. Wang Qiuyu, I advise you to step aside. Offending President Su means that even your uncle will be unable to rescue you today, Zhang Xianyai warned icily. Wan Xiao, that young man is not the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Do not be intimidated by Manager AI, Zhao Xiyun asserted, her conviction unyielding. Indeed, darling. This Su Wen is merely a rustic from the mountains. How could someone of his ilk possibly be the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Gu Mianmian echoed, steadfast in her incredulity. She could never accept that Su Wen could be a luminary within Jiangnan province's elite. Rest assured, I have already contacted my uncle, and he shall arrive shortly. Soon, the truth will be unveiled. At this moment, Wang Qiuyu harbored a profound suspicion that Zhang Xianyai was misleading them. For it was incomprehensible that the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce would grace a mere training class for silver gauntlets. Just as Wang Qiuyu's words lingered in the atmosphere, several esteemed executives from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce made their entrance into the interview hall. Is that General Chen Baifu? And Lu Luoxue, a seventh-tier martial artist from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce, my idol. Why are so many illustrious figures from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce present? Upon glimpsing Chen Baifu, many attendees in the interview hall stood in reverent awe. After all, such an assembly of eminent individuals was a spectacle typically reserved for the realm of television. In reality, without adequate status, it was nearly inconceivable to encounter such figures. Uncle, you have arrived. Just moments ago, Zhang Xianyai was misleading us, asserting that this young man is the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Observing his uncle, Wang Qiuyu pointed an accusing finger at Su Wen, expressing his suspicions. Furthermore, I harbor doubts regarding the hidden motives behind the interview at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Oh, upon laying eyes on Su Wen, Wang Qiuyu's uncle momentarily stiffened. Humph, Su Wen, now that Chen Baifu and his associates have arrived, the truth of whether you are a dragon or a mere worm must come to light. I shall witness how Manager AI aids you in weaving your fabrications. As the executives of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce convened, Gu Mianmian cast a provocative glare at Su Wen. Zhao Xiyun interjected with a sardonic tone, Su Wen, though I remain unaware of how you have managed to sway Manager AI, an ugly duckling shall eternally remain an ugly duckling. It is high time for you to awaken from your grandiose delusions. As the two women conversed, Wang Qiuyu abruptly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He instinctively cast a glance at Lu Luoxue beside him. Uncle, why do you remain silent? Hurry and unveil Zhang Xuanai. Expose this country bumpkin named Su. I shall reveal your true nature. Lu Luoxue retorted, delivering a resounding slap across Wang Qiuyu's face. You despicable wretch. How dare you question the identity of our esteemed President Su from the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I shall summon your mother to collect your lifeless body. At that moment, the interview hall descended into an unsettling silence. Wait, could it be that this individual is truly the president of the Liyue Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing Lu Luoxue's proclamation, Wang Qiuyu was rendered utterly speechless. Just moments before, Gu Mianmian had fervently insisted that Su Wen was nothing more than a rustic simpleton from the mountains. And now, this supposed simpleton had metamorphosed into a figure that even he, a privileged scion, had to revere? This moment felt utterly surreal. Wang Qiuyu, I commanded you to kneel and offer your apologies. Do you not comprehend human language? Observing Wang Qiuyu, bewildered and immobilized, Lu Luoxue struck him again, covering his reddened cheek. Wang Qiuyu, no longer hesitating, sank to his knees before Su Wen, trembling with trepidation. President Su, I sincerely apologize. I was blind and mistook you for a mere individual from Jinling. Please, have mercy on a wretched soul like me and do not hold my insolence against me. As he spoke, Wang Qiuyu turned and dealt a harsh slap to Gu Mianmian's face. You shameless harlot, how dare you question President Su's identity? You foolish creature who cannot recognize greatness. From this moment forth, we are parting ways. In that instant, Wang Qiuyu's eyes were filled with resentment. Were it not for Gu Mianmian, how could he have offended Su Wen? Parting ways? Gazing upon the unfeeling Wang Qiuyu, Gu Mianmian was overwhelmed with tears. With the demise of Qing Wuyang the previous day, if Wang Qiuyu were to forsake her, would she not once again be condemned to a mundane existence in Jinling City? Woe is me, young Master Wang. I have erred. Please do not sever our ties. Gu Manman clung desperately to Wang Qiuyu's arm, tears cascading down her cheeks. Did you not profess your fondness for me in stockings? This evening how dare you, you wretched harlot, attempt to ensnare me? Wang Qiuyu unceremoniously kicked Gu Manman to the ground. In that very moment, a cadre of middle-aged men dressed in black entered the interview hall of the Luyue Chamber of Commerce. Is that Yang Wubiao? Am I hallucinating? My goodness. Even someone as notorious as Yang Wubiao, a figure of the underworld, has graced the Luyue Chamber of Commerce with his presence. As Yang Wubiao approached, a palpable tremor coursed through the many candidates awaiting their interviews. Indeed, an individual's reputation casts an enduring shadow. In Jinling City, Yang Wubiao's influence is nothing short of monumental. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Lu Luoxue, the uncle of Wang Qiuyu, greeted Yang Wubiao with a warm smile upon recognizing him. I am here to locate someone, Yang Wubiao replied, striding purposefully toward the weeping Gu Man. Alas, I overlooked the presence of you two women in my haste yesterday. Someone, seize these two wretches and transport them to Myanmar as human puppets. Pointing at Gu Man and Zhao Xiyun, Yang Wubiao issued his command with an air of unyielding authority. No, please do not sell me to Myanmar. I do not wish to become a human puppet. Faced with the formidable Yang Wubiao, Gu Manman felt her legs give way. Zhao Xiyun, engulfed by fear, dissolved into tears. Wubiao, please show me mercy. I am willing to comply with any of your demands if you grant me my freedom. Spare you? Do not be absurd. In the city of Jinling, you dare to insult my nephew, and I have not dispatched you without hesitation? You ought to consider yourself fortunate. Yang Wubiao cast a frigid glance at Zhao Xiyun before redirecting his attention to Su Wan, adopting a more amiable demeanor. Master Su, I trust one am not intruding upon your interview? Not at all, Su Wan responded, shaking his head. That is reassuring, he replied. Observing Yang Wubiao's respectful address towards Su Wan, Gu Manman seized the moment, her voice quavering. Su, I implore you to rescue me. I was mistaken. I should not have underestimated you or the individuals from the countryside. Please, assist me this once. At this juncture, Gu Manman no longer harbored doubts regarding Su Wen's status. The previous day, Wanfeng International Hotel had delivered wine to Su Wen. Yang Wubiao had referred to him as Master Su. Everything? It was entirely unrelated to the Lu family. It was solely due to Su Wen's esteemed position in Jinling City. Yes, Su Wen, I beseech you to save us. We are, after all, classmates. I have no desire to travel to Myanmar or become a mere puppet. Upon hearing Gu Manman's entreaty, Zhao Xiyun turned to Su Wan, her eyes filled with desperation. Save you? Su Wan replied coldly, Zhao Xiyun, Gu Manman, when you demeaned me outside the Luyue Chamber of Commerce, why did you not beseech my assistance then? With a composed demeanor, Zhao Qianu addressed Gu Manman. Indeed, Gu Manman. Did you not assert that Yang Wubiao refrained from seizing you yesterday due to his apprehension of Jiangnan Prefecture? Then go and implore Jiangnan Prefecture. Why seek Su Wan? As Gu Manman faltered, Yang Wubiao swiftly struck her across the face. How dare you two scoundrels insult my nephew and still have the audacity to offend Master Su? Someone, take them to Myanmar at once. With a commanding shout from Yang Wubiao, several thugs swiftly advanced, seizing Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun by their hair and dragging them toward the exit of the interview hall. No, please don't. I refuse to go to Myanmar. I absolutely do not wish to go to Myanmar. Gu Manman cried out, engulfed in despair. Zhao Xiyun, overwhelmed by terror, fainted on the spot. Upon witnessing Zhao Xiyun's collapse, Gu Manman once again cried out hoarsely, Su Wan, I was wrong, truly wrong. I will spend the night with you. Please save me. If you rescue me, I shall be your devoted servant, unwavering in my loyalty for life. To hell with you, you wretched creature, daring to aspire to be Su's servant? I wouldn't even cast a glance in your direction. What makes you think Su would? Wang Qiuyu struck Gu Manman sharply across the face. Wah! Observing that Su Wan would not extend his assistance, Gu Manman ultimately succumbed to despair. Before departing the interview venue, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhao Qian'er, who was the center of attention besides Su Wan, and her heart swelled with a tumult of frustration, regret, and dismay. It was evident that she had known Su Wan first. She had nearly become his god-sister. She could have eclipsed Zhao Qian'er and triumphed in the interview with the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Yet, why did she strive to elevate herself by pursuing Qing Wuyang? Evidently, Su Wan emerged as a distinguished figure within Jinling City. Following the departure of Gu Manman and Zhao Xiyun, Su Wen turned to Zhao Qian'er with a reassuring smile, advising her to concentrate on her endeavors at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. Should anyone dare to mistreat you, do not hesitate to bring it to my attention, she urged. Zhao Qian'er, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream, responded affirmatively, as she caught sight of Zhang Xuan'er gazing at her with palpable envy. She initially dismissed Su Wen's promise of success in the interview as mere platitude. However, she was astonished to discover that Su Wen held the esteemed position of president at the Liyue Chamber of Commerce. This revelation felt akin to a dear friend unexpectedly transforming into the wealthiest individual on the planet, leaving one in a state of profound shock and disbelief. Just as Zhao Qian'er was ensnared in her contemplations, Su Wen's phone rang. It was a call from Wanfeng. Su Wen, something dreadful has transpired. You must return home immediately. My mother has lost her sanity as well. Half an hour later, Su Wen arrived at the Rose Villa in haste. Su Wen, you have returned. Upon seeing him approach, Wanfeng, adorned in a delicate yellow gown, rushed into his embrace, weeping, I am so frightened. Wanfeng, please do not cry. Where is your mother? Su Wen inquired with genuine concern as he gently wiped away her tears. Mother is upstairs. I do not dare to go up, Wanfeng replied in a trembling voice. No sooner had she spoken than a frantically Guifang came barreling down the stairs, wielding a wooden stick, intent on striking both Su Wen and Wanfeng. Mother, it is me, Wanfeng. Please awaken. Witnessing her mother in such a tumultuous state, Wanfeng instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Su Wen. She would prefer to endure suffering herself than permit her mother to inflict harm upon Su Wen. Wanfeng, step aside. Allow me to address this, Su Wen asserted, resolutely pulling his wife behind him. Su Wen, you would not dare to bring harm to my mother, would you? Recalling the previous incident in which Su Wen had assaulted Lu Wentong, Wanfeng articulated her apprehensions. Rest assured, I shall not bring any harm to your mother, Su Wen assured as he approached Li Guifang, fervently intoning, Danju, spirit of the mouth, expel the impurities and eradicate the miasma. Spirit of the tongue, uphold righteousness. Nurture the spirit. Lord of 1,000 teeth, dispel the malevolent and safeguard the truth. Spirit of the throat, fierce as a tiger, guide the essence. As Su Wen's incantations resonated, a fleeting azure light flickered in his eyes. Li Guifang found herself captivated by his azure gaze, her previously agitated demeanor gradually yielding to tranquility. After 3 breaths, her body weakened, and she succumbed to slumber, collapsing to the ground. Mother? Upon witnessing Li Guifang's sudden collapse, Wanfeng rushed over with her heart racing in trepidation. Do not fret, Wanfeng. Mother is simply resting, Su Wen reassured her. After a brief pause, curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to inquire, what led to mother's current state? She ventured to Dongjiao village today, Wanfeng lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks. I neglected to inform her about the work stoppage. It is entirely my fault. My thoughtlessness. Had I conveyed the news of the halt in Dongjiao village, she would not have gone there in search of me. Enough, Wanfeng, do not weep. This is not your doing. Su Wen gently consoled her, observing the guilt etched upon her face, adorned with shimmering tears. Mother is merely under a spell. She is not in any peril. Once I address the calamity of the 9 Fiends Candle Dragon in Dongjiao village, she will be restored to safety. Su Wen, can you truly rescue my mother? Wanfeng's voice quivered with uncertainty. Should we not seek the counsel of a geomancer from the Qintian Bureau? There is no need. The geomancers from the Qintian Bureau cannot resolve the calamity of the 9 Fiends Candle Dragon, Su Wen asserted with steadfast conviction. Then, very well. Observing Su Wen's confidence, Wanfeng felt it inappropriate to further suggest the Qintian Bureau. After all, as a devoted wife, it was only natural for her to place her trust in her husband. Su Wen, how long do you anticipate it will take to resolve the 9 Fiends Candle Dragon calamity in Dongjiao village? After a brief moment of hesitation, Wanfeng gently inquired. I have begun to comprehend the means to suppress the 9 Fiends Candle Dragon calamity. In approximately 3 days, I shall be able to eradicate the threat in Dongjiao village. Su Wen replied with assuredness. Is there anything with which I may assist you? Upon hearing the words 3 days, Wanfeng felt a sense of reassurance. Primarily because she yearned for Li Guifang to put an end to her madness. There is no necessity for your assistance. Your condition is rather precarious. It would be prudent for you to abstain from engaging in matters of geomancy, Su Wen remarked with a smile directed at his wife. Your husband is more than capable of managing everything. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, at the Feng residence, Dong Chonghai, accompanied by several nurses, made his way to Feng Yamil. Dr. Dong, You have finally arrived, Feng Yumu exclaimed, relief washing over her features as though she had discovered a lifeline. Her voice quivered. Dr. Dong, you must save my mother. Where is Mrs. Zhuang? Dong Changhai inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. She is upstairs. Feng Yumu replied as she guided Dong Changhai and the nurses into Teacher Zhang's room. At that moment, Teacher Zhang lay upon the bed, her complexion ashen. Eyes closed, breathing weak and labored. How did Ms. Zhang fall so gravely ill? Dong Changhai inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow as he approached her bedside. He turned to Feng Yumu and asked, has she been adhering to the medication I prescribed? Yes, my mother has been diligent in taking her medicine. Feng Yumu affirmed with a resolute nod. That is reassuring, Dong Changhai replied, settling himself beside Teacher Zhang to take her pulse. Dr. Dong, how is my mother? Is her condition grave? Feng Yumu inquired with a note of caution. She is stable. Her ailment is not overly severe, merely an exacerbation of her chronic condition. Dong Changhai proclaimed with assurance, I shall prescribe an additional medication that should aid in restoring her consciousness. A sigh of relief escaped Feng Yumu, yet within her, she harbored a disdainful thought towards Su Wan, finding it rather amusing that the son-in-law of the Liu family believed he alone possessed the capability to heal her mother, while Dong Changhai clearly had the requisite treatment in hand. Miss Feng Yumu, here is the prescription, Dong Changhai stated, presenting her with a slip of paper. I shall summon a servant to procure the medicine immediately, she instructed, calling for a servant from the Feng household. Considering the Feng family's involvement in the herbal medicine trade, it took no longer than 5 minutes for a servant to return with the prepared remedy. Dr. Dong, is this quantity of medicine sufficient? Feng Yumu inquired, clutching the medicine jar. Is it sufficient? Dong Changhai nodded in affirmation. However, after administering the medicine to her mother, Teacher Zhang remained unresponsive, ensconced in a profound slumber. Dr. Dong, what does this signify? Did you not assure me that my mother would awaken after taking the medicine? Feng Yumu asked, her voice laced with confusion. Patience. Dong Changhai urged, gesturing for her to maintain her composure. Yet, as 2 hours elapsed, Teacher Zhang continued to lie in a state of exhaustion upon the bed. Feng Yumu's anxiety escalated. Dr. Dong, what is transpiring with my mother? Let me examine her pulse once more, Dong Changhai suggested. His demeanor now imbued with unease as he felt her pulse again. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. At that moment, Teacher Zhang's pulse revealed a condition medically referred to as the death pulse, an indication that she would not endure beyond 3 days. How is this conceivable? How could this be? Dong Changhai murmured, rendered speechless. Dr. Dong, what is the situation? Can you still save my mother? Observing his deep contemplation, Feng Yumu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Miss Feng Yumu, I must regrettably inform you that I am powerless to assist. Your mother's condition has deteriorated. She is in a critical state, and under normal circumstances, she should not endure beyond 3 days, Dong Changhai stated, his voice laden with resignation. What? Not survive beyond 3 days? Feng Yumu's heart plummeted in disbelief. How could this be? My mother was perfectly fine this morning. How could she suddenly be in such a grave condition? Upon witnessing Dong Changhai meticulously packing his medical kit and preparing to depart from the Feng residence, Feng Yuemu urgently grasped his arm, imploring, Dr. Dong, you cannot simply abandon us. I beseech you, please save my mother. I regret to inform you, Miss Feng Yuemu, that I am entirely at a loss concerning your mother's affliction. It would be wise for you to begin making arrangements for her final rites. Dong Changhai replied before taking his leave, accompanied by several nurses. Patients exhibiting what is referred to as the death pulse are, in essence, no longer regarded as patients. Dong Changhai harbored no desire to treat a soul destined for demise, as it could potentially tarnish his esteemed reputation as a physician. As the door slammed shut, Feng Yuemu, engulfed in her thoughts, could no longer suppress her emotions. She crumpled to the ground, weeping, Mom, please don't leave me, don't. In her moment of despair and desolation, a notion suddenly flickered into her mind. Something Su Wen had previously mentioned. Could it be that the son-in-law of the Liu family is indeed a miraculous healer? Though hesitant to embrace Su Wen's assertions, Feng Yuemu found herself devoid of alternatives. She resolved to seize upon a flicker of hope, however fragile it may be. After all, Su Wen had professed his ability to heal Teacher Zhuang, and he had also asserted that Dong Changhai could offer no aid to her mother. With this contemplation in mind, Feng Yuemu retrieved her phone and dialed Su Wen. Who is this? Su Wen inquired, answering an unfamiliar number at the Yueli villa. Su Wen, it's Feng Yuemu. Can you truly save my mother? Her voice quivered, laden with desperation and tears. Indeed, I can save her, Suwon replied with composed certainty. When will you be available to administer treatment? Feng Yuemu inquired with palpable anxiety. Tomorrow? It is too late for today, Suwon replied, unruffled by her urgency. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the Feng residence tomorrow. Feng Yuemu affirmed their arrangement. The following morning, Suwon arrived at the Feng residence. Suwon, you have finally graced us with your presence, Feng Yuemu exclaimed. Attired in light blue jeans and a white blouse, having awaited his arrival with bated breath. Upon seeing him, a fleeting array of complex emotions danced across her visage. I apologize for underestimating you yesterday. It is quite all right, he responded. Indeed, I lack formal medical credentials, thus, your skepticism is entirely understandable. Suwon replied as he stepped into the villa. Noticing the absence of Teacher Zhuang, he inquired, Feng Yuemu, where is Teacher Zhuang? Yesterday, upon receiving the disheartening news of her mother's illness, the Feng family made arrangements for her to be admitted to a nursing home. Just then, footsteps resonated through the villa. A strikingly graceful woman, adorned in high heels and a form-fitting black skirt, approached. Yueya, what brings you here? Feng Yuemu inquired of her cousin. Feng Yueya, although her visage betrayed a flicker of unease. Within the esteemed Feng family, Feng Yueya was celebrated alongside Lu Xuanyi as a paragon of beauty and elegance. And Feng Yuemu had perpetually felt a sense of intimidation in her presence. Feng Yuemu, today grandfather has specifically summoned the illustrious Jiang and Hua to attend to your mother. You must hasten to the airport to retrieve the esteemed doctor, she urged with an authoritative tone. Master Hua? Upon hearing those three words, Feng Yuemu gasped in astonishment. Could it be Hua Qing'an? Is there another Master Hua in Jiangnan apart from Hua Qing'an? Feng Yueya retorted without offering a reply. This caught Feng Yuemu off guard for a moment, but soon, filled with exhilaration, she proclaimed, Splendid. I shall proceed to the airport to welcome Master Hua forthwith. At that instant, the tension that had enveloped Feng Yuemu since the previous night began to dissipate ever so slightly. For Hua Cheng'an was no ordinary physician. He held the esteemed title of the Imperial Doctor of Jiangnan. Across Jiangnan, if one were to discuss the pinnacle of medical expertise, it could undoubtedly be attributed to Hua Cheng'an. In his presence, any intricate ailment or terminal affliction seemed trivial and scarcely worthy of mention. With Hua Qing'an attending to her mother's health, Feng Yuemu was enveloped in a profound sense of reassurance. Suwon, perhaps it would be prudent for you to return home for the time being, before departing for the airport to meet Hua Qing'an. Feng Yuemu cast a glance at Suwon. With Hua Cheng'an present, it appeared superfluous for Suwon to consult on her mother's condition. Suwon? Is he not the rustic lad dismissed by Lu Xuanyi? Pray tell, how did this young man find his way into our esteemed Feng family? As Feng Yueya observed her sister approaching Suwon, she suddenly became aware that the Feng family had an unexpected guest. Previously, she had assumed Suwon was merely a servant within the household. Yueya, I summoned Suwon here to attend to my mother, Feng Yuemu explained gently. Allow this rustic fellow to tend to Aunt Zhuang? Upon hearing Feng Yuemu's words, Feng Yueya was momentarily taken aback, followed by an outburst of laughter. Feng Yuemu, have you lost your senses? Does this rustic lad possess any understanding of medicine? Are you not apprehensive that he may jeopardize your mother's well-being? Faced with Feng Yueya's biting remarks, Feng Yuemu found herself momentarily speechless, ultimately summoning the courage to address Suwon. Suwon, I sincerely apologize for summoning you here in vain today. Please accept this card containing 50,000 in cash as a token of my appreciation for your consultation. Although Feng Yuemu understood that 50,000 was a trivial sum for an affluent family like the Lus, she still felt compelled to convey her gratitude. Miss Feng Yuemu, I must insist you take this money back, Suwon replied. As I previously stated, my willingness to treat Aunt Zhuang stems solely from my desire to repay her for her assistance in deciphering the silver armor script. Otherwise, in Jiangnan, requesting my services would necessitate at least 5 additional zeros on this card. 5 additional zeros? That equates to 5 billion. Are you truly serious, Mr. Su? Feng Yueya exclaimed. Her skepticism evident as she cast a scornful glance at Suwon. Even Master Hua does not command such exorbitant fees for a consultation. What gives you the audacity to demand such a sum? Is it merely your capacity for boasting or your capability to perform? Is my ability to heal Aunt Zhuang adequate? Especially when Master Hua is unable to? And facing the confrontational Feng Yueya, Suwon enunciated each word with precision. What? You possess the ability to heal Aunt Zhuang, while Master Hua cannot. Feng Yueya regarded Suwon as if he were a simpleton. Mr. Su, might you consider refraining from jesting? Do you truly lack an awareness of your own value, you rustic fool? If your medical talents were genuinely exceptional, would Lu Xuanyi not have chosen to wed you? In reply, Su Wen chose not to elaborate, simply addressing Feng Yumu. Miss Feng Yumu, would you prefer that I consult with Aunt Zhuang? The choice is yours. No, thank you, Su Wen, Feng Yumu replied with a forced smile. My grandfather has already summoned the esteemed Dr. Hua. It would be rather disrespectful for our Feng family to disregard the imperial physician of Jiangnan Prefecture, would it not? I have previously stated that Hua Qingyan is incapable of rescuing your mother. Su Wen reiterated his admonition. Enough, country bumpkin, silence yourself. Feng Yuya interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Feng Yumu. Feng Yumu, consider the unsavory company you keep daily. I must caution you to refrain from introducing unseemly individuals to the Feng family in the future. Having uttered these words, Feng Yuya glanced at the clock. Her impatience palpable as she urged Feng Yumu, hurry and proceed to the airport to receive the guests. Do you wish for Dr. Hua to wait for you? Half an hour later, Feng Yumu welcomed the esteemed Dr. Hua from Jiangnan province at the airport. Greetings, Dr. Hua. Observing the elderly gentleman before her. Adorned in traditional garb, with silvering hair and a wooden cane in hand, Feng Yumu approached him with warmth and the utmost respect. Are you the granddaughter of Feng Qishan? Hua Cheng'an inquired amiably, observing Feng Yumu with keen interest. Indeed, I am, Feng Yumu affirmed with a nod. Let us proceed. Guide me in assessing your mother's condition. Hua Cheng'an stroked his beard, speaking in a leisurely manner. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yumu led Hua Cheng'an to the largest sanatorium in Jinling City. At that moment, within a VIP ward of the sanatorium, teacher Zhuang lay unconscious upon the bed, encircled by numerous members of the Feng family. Grandfather, aunt, I have brought Dr. Hua. Pushing open the door to the VIP room, Feng Yumu swiftly entered, closely followed by Hua Cheng'an. Greetings, Dr. Hua. Respectful salutations to Dr. Hua. One after another, the Feng family members greeted Hua Cheng'an with profound reverence. Even the elderly Mr. Feng smiled at Hua Cheng'an, saying, Hua Go, I entrust my daughter's life to your expertise. Rest assured, my dear brother Feng, with my intervention, your daughter will undoubtedly be out of danger, Hua Cheng'an assured as he approached teacher Zhuang to take her pulse. Ah, what an unusual pulse. It resembles that of one on the brink of death. Upon discovering that teacher Zhuang possessed a dying pulse, Hua Cheng'an's expression transformed to one of astonishment. What does a dying pulse signify? A member of the Feng family exclaimed in astonishment. A dying pulse, as the term implies, denotes an individual teetering on the edge of death, Hua Cheng'an elucidated. Is there any hope for my daughter? Mr. Feng's expression darkened upon hearing the phrase on the brink of death. The future of the Feng family in Jinling City is profoundly intertwined with Zhuang Linmin's fate, should she succumb. The repercussions for the Feng family could be dire. The elderly gentleman found himself unable to articulate the grim thought. For not, my dear Feng. For to the other physicians of Jiangnan, the dead pulse is indeed deemed an irredeemable ailment. Yet for me, your daughter's affliction is not insurmountable. Grant me but half an hour, and I shall restore her health, proclaimed Hua Cheng'an with unwavering confidence. His assurance stemmed from the fact that he had successfully revived no fewer than 80 patients afflicted with the dead pulse in Jiangnan. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the members of the Feng family, grateful to learn that Hua Cheng'an deemed Zhuang Linmin's condition manageable. Recently, news had surfaced from Jiangnan indicating that Minister Chun had developed a keen interest in the silver armor script and wished to delve into its study. Zhuang Linmin, being a university professor specializing in this ancient text, presented a valuable connection for the Feng family, should they successfully capitalize on Zhuang Linmin's association with Minister Chun. They would enjoy enduring prestige in Jinling for decades to come. Yet, what if misfortune were to befall Zhuang Linmin? The aspirations of the Feng family hung precariously on the brink of collapse. As Hua Cheng'an approached Zhuang Linmin with his silver needles, the countenances of the Feng family members grew taut with anxiety. Feng Yumu clasped her hands in fervent supplication, beseeching the heavens, please safeguard my mother, grant her safety. If only she can recover, I would do anything. Hardly had her words left her lips when Hua Cheng'an plunged the silver needles into the esteemed teacher's vital organs. In that moment, with a sudden gasp, Zhuang Linmin expelled a torrent of murky black blood, the acrid stench of decay permeating the atmosphere. The next instant, the long unconscious Zhuang Linmin stirred to awareness. Mother? Upon witnessing her mother regain consciousness, Feng Yuemu's eyes shimmered with tears, and she erupted into joyous sobs, enveloping her mother in a heartfelt embrace. Oh, mother, I feared I would never behold you again. What is transpiring? perplexed by her daughter's tears. Zhuang Linmin gazed on with a touch of bewilderment. Mother, you suddenly fainted today, and it was the esteemed physician Hua from Jiangnan who came to your rescue. Feng Yuemu explained with palpable awkwardness. Upon grasping the situation, Zhuang Linmin immediately rose and conveyed her heartfelt gratitude to Hua Cheng'an. Thank you, divine physician Hua, for preserving my life. There is no need for such gratitude. I acted solely to spare dear Feng from the anguish of losing a loved one. Hua Cheng'an replied with a nonchalant smile. Hua, has my daughter's ailment truly been entirely resolved? The elder Feng inquired instinctively as he approached Zhuang Linmin. Indeed, with my intervention, your daughter's condition is undoubtedly rectified, Hua Cheng'an affirmed without a moment's hesitation. Linmin, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any improvement? The elder Feng pressed on, eager for her response. Father, I feel much improved. Divine physician Hua is indeed the imperial doctor of Jiangnan. Dr. Dong treated me for months without achieving the results that Hua has. Zhuang Linmin managed to smile. How could Dong Changhai possibly compare to divine physician Hua? They are not even of the same caliber, the elder Feng scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Observing the amiable exchange between Zhuang Linmin and the venerable Feng Leoi, Feng Yueya suddenly interjected with a caustic tone directed at Feng Yuemu. I knew it all along. That Su Wen is utterly devoid of medical expertise. He claimed that Hua Shenyi couldn't cure Aunt Zhuang. Yet look, Aunt Zhuang has now fully recovered. Pausing for a moment, Feng Yueya adopted a condescending posture. Feng Yuemu. As the saying goes, one is influenced by their companions. You ought to minimize your interactions with that rural bumpkin, Su Wen. Do you understand? Had I not sought you out today, and you had taken Su Wen to attend to Aunt Zhuang, what calamity might have ensued? Faced with her cousin's belligerent remarks, Feng Yuemu could only muster an awkward smile. Oh, is there someone asserting that I am incapable of healing the daughter of Feng Laodi? Upon hearing Feng Yueya's words, Hua Cheng'an could not restrain himself from casting a glance in her direction. Hua Shenyi, do not take offense. She is merely a jester in pursuit of attention. Feng Yueya dismissed with nonchalance. In these days, certain rustic individuals, lacking in their own prowess, find joy in belittling others. Is this not a manifestation of sheer envy and malice? Enough, Yueya. Cease your remarks and escort Hua Gu to the venue for tonight's banquet, Feng Leoi interjected abruptly. Interrupting Feng Yueya. Hua Shenyi, please accompany me. With utmost respect, Feng Yueya addressed Hua Cheng'an. My grandfather has arranged a banquet for you this evening at the Hanhai International Hotel. No sooner had she concluded her words than Zhuang Linmin, who had appeared perfectly well moments before, suddenly began to convulse. Followed by, puff, puff, puff. Zhuang Linmin expelled 3 mouthfuls of dark blood. Mom. Upon witnessing Zhuang Linmin collapse once more, Feng Yuemu was immediately engulfed in panic. It was not only her. The other members of the Feng family present stared in shock at Hua Cheng'an. Not long ago, he had confidently asserted that Zhuang Linmin was well, yet now. Hua Shenyi, what is happening to my mother? Did you not declare she was free from illness? Why has she fainted again? Nervously approaching Zhuang Linmin, Feng Yuemu inquired of Hua Cheng'an with a perplexed expression. Initially, Feng Yuemu had no intention of questioning Hua Cheng'an's medical expertise. However, the current scene compelled her to recall Su Wen's earlier words. Could it be that this imperial physician from Jiangnan truly lacked the ability to heal Zhuang Linmin? Gazing at Zhuang Linmin, whose vitality appeared to diminish and whose lips had darkened, Hua Cheng'an momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Hua Ge is my daughter. Is there still hope for her? Noticing Hua Cheng'an's prolonged silence, Feng Leoi's expression shifted to one of unease and apprehension. Feng Laodi, please remain calm. Allow me to examine your daughter once more, Hua Cheng'an said after a moment of hesitation, stepping forward to take Zhuang Linmin's pulse. To his astonishment, upon feeling her pulse, Hua Cheng'an stood frozen, incredulous. How can this be? I had distinctly administered treatment to her. Why does she continue to exhibit a lifeless pulse? Such an extraordinary spectacle left even the esteemed physician from Jiang and in a state of utter bewilderment and confusion. After a prolonged silence, Hua Cheng'an suddenly recollected something and exclaimed in a fragmented manner, could it be the lament of humanity? Hua divine doctor, what is the lament of humanity? The members of the Feng family were unacquainted with such a condition. Yet, Feng Yuemu remained motionless, for not long ago, within the confines of the Feng family villa, Su Wen had disclosed to her that the affliction plaguing Zhuang Linmin was indeed the lament of humanity. The lament of humanity is a congenital malady, referred to in our medical discourse as the curse of death. Once contracted, even divine beings cannot render salvation, Hua Cheng'an lamented. Could it be that even you, Brother Hua, are unable to cure the lament of humanity? Old Master Feng regarded Hua Chengyan with steadfast hope. Do not attribute this to me. Even the esteemed sage of medicine from Jiuzhou cannot alleviate the sorrows of humanity, Hua Chengyan responded ambiguously. Upon hearing that even the sage of medicine was powerless to save Zhuang Linmin, Old Master Feng seemed to age significantly in that fleeting moment. After all, in Jiuzhou, the sage of medicine epitomized the zenith of medical expertise. If such a venerable figure could not heal Zhuang Linmin, her fate was destined for irrevocable decline. It appears that our Feng family's aspirations to align ourselves with Chun Sishi are rather fanciful, remarked a member of the Feng family. A look of bitterness etched upon their visage. Feng Yuya's expression mirrored this grim reality. As the members of the Feng family donned masks of despair, the dazed Feng Yuemu abruptly regained her composure and addressed Old Master Feng. Grandfather, I know someone who can heal my mother. Oh, who is that individual? Old Master Feng inquired, casting a look of astonishment at Feng Yuemu. It is Su Wen, the son-in-law of the Liu family. Feng Yuemu pronounced each word with unwavering conviction. However, before she could conclude her statement, Feng Yuya interjected coldly, Cousin Yuemu, at such a critical juncture, are you still jesting? Did you not hear Hua Divine Doctor proclaim that even the sage of medicine from Jiuzhou cannot save Aunt Zhuang? What leads you to believe he can? Is it simply because he is a mere rustic? Or perhaps it is due to his prior abandonment by Lu Xuani? Am I to believe that my faith in Su Wen is inadequate? Feng Yuemu fixed her gaze upon her cousin, her teeth clenched as she articulated her response. If coincidences were merely one or two, then Su Wen's persistent claims that esteemed physicians could not remedy her mother, alongside his disclosure of her mother's lament for humanity, cannot be dismissed as mere happenstance. Do you truly place your faith in a rustic? Observing Feng Yuemu's earnest demeanor, Feng Yuya could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Cousin Yuemu, have you been seduced by that rustic simpleton? If Su Wen truly possessed such remarkable abilities, why then was he forsaken by Lu Xuani? Why Lu Xuani abandoned Su Wen is of no significance to me. All that matters is that Su Wen has the potential to save my mother. As she spoke, Feng Yuemu retrieved her phone and dialed Su Wen. I see your condition is rather grave, she remarked. Indeed. It resonates with the ancient adage, one who is near vermilion becomes red, and one who is near ink becomes black. You have known Su Wen for but a few days. And yet you have become so irrational and unreasonable. Observing Feng Yuemu's behavior, Feng Yuya shook her head in disdain, yet refrained from intervening. Approximately half an hour later, Su Wen arrived at the sanatorium housing Zhuang Linmin, clad in casual attire. Su Wen, you have come, Feng Yuemu remarked. Feeling a twinge of guilt and awkwardness as she continued, I sincerely apologize for having previously permitted your departure from the Feng residence. Where is Teacher Zhuang? Su Wen inquired of Feng Yuemu. My mother is there. Feng Yuemu gestured toward the ailing Zhuang Linman, who lay upon the hospital bed. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to articulate her plea. Su Wen, I implore you, please save my mother. I cannot bear the thought of losing her. As she spoke, Feng Yuemu knelt before Su Wen with a resounding thud, her delicate knees pressing against the ground. Radiating a profound sincerity. Miss Feng, please rise, Su Wen urged gently. I have previously expressed that Teacher Zhuang has extended her kindness towards me, and I cannot remain indifferent in the face of her distress. He helped Feng Yuemu to her feet and then approached the unconscious Zhuang Linman. Upon seeing Su Wen, watching and experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the young man, yet he could not recall his identity at that moment. He then cautioned, Young man, Miss Zhuang suffers from a terminal illness that is beyond remedy. I advise you to refrain from expending your efforts in vain. Who has claimed that terminal illnesses are insurmountable? Su Wen retorted, just because you are unable to heal her does not imply that others are incapable. Do you comprehend? Insolent. How dare you address Master Hua in such a manner, Su Wen? What grants you the audacity to show him disrespect? Feng Yuya glared fiercely at Su Wen, exclaiming, Master Hua possesses unparalleled wisdom. He has saved more lives than you have encountered women. How dare you attempt to draw attention to yourself in his esteemed presence? Observing the acerbic Feng Yuya, Su Wen responded with a cold smile, If Master Hua is indeed as exceptional as you claim, then how is it that he has failed to perceive that you are not a member of the Feng family, but rather an illegitimate child? You, how dare you utter such words? Upon hearing Su Wen's remarks, Feng Yuya erupted in fury. You, a mere provincial simpleton, have the audacity to label me an illegitimate child? You are the one who, Yuya, silence yourself. Before Feng Yuya could complete her sentence, The elder of the Feng family interrupted her with a frigid tone. Feng Qishan then turned to Su Wen and inquired, "Dear friend Su, do you genuinely believe you possess the ability to remedy my daughter's affliction?" "Indeed," Su Wen replied nonchalantly with a nod. "In that case, I beseech you to extend your aid. Should you succeed, the Feng family shall bestow upon you a generous reward." Feng Qishan addressed Su Wen with utmost courtesy. "Grandfather, why do you place your faith in this rustic?" Feng Yuya gazed at the elder of the Feng family in disbelief. While Feng Yumu's bewilderment was understandable, Feng Qishan's faith as well. "Yuya, it is imperative for you to comprehend that the Feng family cannot bear the loss of Zhuang Linman. At this juncture, we must regard this situation as a perilous gamble." The patriarch of the Feng family exhaled a heavy sigh. Despite his reservations regarding Su Wen's capability to rescue Zhuang Linman, the Feng family found themselves devoid of alternatives. Within the rehabilitation center of Jinling, as Su Wen felt the penetrating gazes of the Feng family members upon him, he gradually drew forth 9 golden needles from the folds of his sleeve. Are those indeed golden needles? Observing the 9 golden needles gracefully held in Su Wen's hand, Huacheng and could not suppress a shift in his demeanor. It is widely acknowledged within the medical fraternity that silver needles are the favored instruments for acupuncture. Even the esteemed medical sage of the 9 provinces adheres to this tradition. The application of golden needles for therapeutic purposes was an entirely novel experience for Huacheng, stirring within him a profound curiosity regarding this audacious young man and the remarkable abilities he must possess to restore Zhuang Linman's health. The intricate dance of yin and yang, of life and death, is a matter of fate. Under Huacheng's keen observation, Su Wen deftly inserted the golden needle into Zhuang Linman's lower abdomen, precisely 7 inches from her navel. That specific location. Could it truly be the Purple Palace acupoint? Witnessing Su Wen deftly insert the needle into Zhuang Linman's Purple Palace acupoint, Huacheng gasped once more. The Purple Palace acupoint is regarded as the very threshold of life itself. A single miscalculation could precipitate dire consequences. This young man exhibits extraordinary audacity, daring to penetrate the sacred Purple Palace acupoint. I ponder from whom he gleaned such profound medical wisdom. Surely, his mentor must have imparted warnings regarding the inherent risks associated with the Purple Palace. As Huacheng contemplated, a deep, resonant dragon's roar suddenly reverberated from within Zhuang Linman's body. Though faint, the sound was unmistakable to all present. What was that sound just now? Why would such an eerie noise emanate from Aunt Zhuang's being? The members of the Feng family were enveloped in a shroud of perplexity, their bewilderment evident. Feng Yuemu felt as though her heart had ascended to her throat. In a fleeting moment, however, Huacheng experienced an epiphany, his countenance transforming into one of terror as he beheld Su Wen. The 9? The 9 yang needle? You possess the fabled 9 yang needle? Could it be that you? Silence. When I engage in the practice of medicine, I prefer to remain undisturbed. Su Wen cast a frigid glare at Huacheng. Yes. I shall maintain my silence, Huacheng promptly responded, forcing a smile while covering his mouth with his hand, fearful of uttering a single sound. This tableau prompted the members of the Feng family to exchange perplexed glances, pondering the peculiar circumstances. Why would the esteemed Huacheng from Jiangnan suddenly demonstrate such deference and respect towards a mere son-in-law of the Lu family? It is important to acknowledge that in terms of both identity and stature, Huacheng significantly surpassed Su Wen. As the members of the Feng family wrestled with their bewilderment, a delicate cough pierced the stillness. In that instant, Zhuang Linman, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, stirred awake. Mother? Upon witnessing her mother regain consciousness, Feng Yuemu rushed into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. How could this fellow have managed to revive Aunt Zhuang? In the crowd, Feng Yueya inhaled sharply, her countenance a tapestry of shock and disbelief. Previously, Huacheng had proclaimed that even the esteemed medical sage of the 9 provinces would be unable to save a life. How could an unrefined individual like Su Wen possess such extraordinary medical capabilities? Feng Yueya was not alone in her astonishment. The other members of the Feng family were equally taken aback by Su Wen's remarkable talents. Young friend Su, has my daughter truly recovered from her ailment? At this moment, the elderly patriarch Feng, trembling with emotion, approached Zhuang Linman to inquire about Su Wen. Feng Qishan's feelings resembled a tumultuous roller coaster, oscillating wildly. Initially, the arrival of Huacheng had lifted his spirits, leading him to believe that his daughter's affliction was trivial. Yet what had transpired? Huacheng was unable to cure Zhuang Linman. This revelation plunged the venerable Master Feng into despair. causing him to believe that the Feng family could no longer establish a connection with Chief Chen. However, unexpectedly, Feng Yuemu introduced Su Wen, illuminating a path through the shadows. As the son-in-law of the Lu family successfully healed Zhuang Linman. Indeed, after being treated with the Nine Suns needle, all of Zhuang's ailments were thoroughly eradicated. Su Wen remarked calmly, observing the anxious expression on Master Feng's face. Hua Ge, why don't you examine my daughter's health once more? The venerable Master Feng proposed to Hua Chengyan, seeking affirmation. Indeed, Divine Dr. Hua, I implore you to assess Aunt Zhuang's condition. I harbor doubts that this individual, Su, has genuinely cured her. Feng Yueya interjected unexpectedly. Deep within, she grappled with the incredulity that a rustic man, cast aside by Lu Shuani, could wield medical prowess that eclipsed that of the esteemed imperial physicians from Jiangnan. If Su Wen were truly so extraordinary, why would Lu Shuani have forsaken him? Based on Feng Yueya's insights into Lu Shuani, that haughty woman would never abandon such a remarkable man. Examine her? Hua Chengyan shook his head, filled with self-deprecation at their remarks. Please, do not underestimate my abilities. The King of Hell himself attended to Miss Zhuang. I scarcely possess the authority to conduct another examination. With that, the imperial physician of Jiangnan abruptly knelt before Su Wen, declaring, Divine Doctor of Jiangnan, Hua Chengyan, pays homage to your excellency, the King of Hell. Gasp. The members of the Feng family stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape at the sight of Hua Chengyan kneeling before them. How did you discern my identity? Su Wen inquired, astonished as he regarded Hua Chengyan. The Nine Suns needle of the King of Hell is renowned throughout the medical community. Hua Chengyan elaborated, his tone subservient. While internally, he felt a sense of unease. It was indeed extraordinary for the King of Hell, said to dwell at the zenith of the 9 provinces, to manifest within a modest family in Jiangnan. By the way, Your Excellency, Chief Chen has been most eager to make your acquaintance. I wonder if you... Hua Chengyan suddenly recalled Chief Chen's desire to pay his respects to the King of Hell and broached the subject. I have been rather occupied of late, Su Wen replied, shaking his head in courteous decline. What a pity, Hua Chengyan remarked with a wry smile. Divine Dr. Hua, what do you mean by King of Hell? Are you implying that Chief Chen desires to meet Su Wen? Is that indeed the case? Feng Yueya's voice resonated with disbelief and confusion upon overhearing the exchange between Su Wen and Hua Chengyan. Oh, the identity of the King of Hell is not a matter that a mere woman from Jinling is entitled to inquire about. You are unworthy of such knowledge. Hua Chengyan retorted, stepping forward to place a reassuring hand on old Master Feng's shoulder, adding with a knowing glance, Old Brother Feng. The King of Hell previously commented that your granddaughter is quite the wild child. You may want to contemplate a paternity test. Rest assured, I shall promptly arrange for Feng Yueya to undergo a paternity test. Should she prove not to be of the Feng lineage, she must not anticipate any kindness from me. After all these years of reaping the benefits and resources of the Feng family, she shall owe a debt in return, old Master Feng declared with icy resolve. Grandfather, I am indeed your granddaughter. Is there truly a necessity for a paternity test? Upon hearing the words of the venerable elder, Feng Yueya hastily interjected. How could I possibly not belong to the esteemed Feng family? Alas, the revered elder remained steadfast in his resolve. An hour later, the results of Feng Yueya's paternity test were unveiled, and to her utter dismay, they confirmed her severance from the illustrious Feng lineage. How? How can this be? This is inconceivable. Staring vacantly at the report, Feng Yueya felt as though the very heavens were collapsing around her. Bring forth the decree. Exile Feng Yueya from the illustrious Feng family. Henceforth, if she dares to cross the threshold of the Feng household again, break her legs. Upon the revelation that Feng Yueya was, in fact, not his genuine granddaughter, the elder addressed the household servants with a frosty demeanor. No, please, grandfather. Do not expel me from the Feng family. Without the Feng family, I cannot endure. Feng Yueya fell to her knees before the elder, weeping and beseeching him earnestly. In the past, in Jinling, she had reveled in the privileges bestowed by her noble lineage, leading a life replete with luxury and abundance. Many gazed upon her with envy and jealousy. Yet, should she be stripped of the esteemed Feng family support, how would she differ from any ordinary girl? Accustomed to the splendor of high society in Jinling, Feng Yueya could never resign herself to a life of mediocrity as a mere commoner. Humph! What concern is it of mine whether an outsider like you can survive in Jinling? The elder, witnessing Feng Yueya's tears, displayed no vestige of compassion. In Zhuang, Uncle Luo, might you advocate for me with grandfather? Desperately, Feng Yueya cast her gaze upon the other members of the Feng family. Yet, to her profound disappointment, None were inclined to utter a word in her defense. In utter despair, she knelt once more before Su Wan, trembling as she implored, Su Wan, I was wrong to speak ill of you. Please, inform grandfather that I am not merely an illegitimate child of the Feng family. I beseech you, if you assist me, I will comply with any request you may have. I am afraid I cannot extend my assistance, Su Wan replied with calm resolve, shaking his head. The undeniable truth is that you are not a member of the Feng family, and my words alone cannot alter that. Cannot change? How can that be? Your words have irrevocably altered the course of my life. I was once a privileged heiress of the Feng family, yet you have chosen to brand me as an illegitimate child. Why? Could you not simply avert your gaze? Why have you treated me thus? You, a mere provincial simpleton. How dare you? Slap. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Hua Chang'an delivered a resounding slap across her visage. Impudent wretch. You, a mere insignificant individual from Jinling, how dare you raise your voice against the king of hell? As he spoke, Hua Chang'an directed his ire towards the elder Feng. Why do you not promptly expel this woman from the Feng family? If her presence provokes the wrath of the king of hell, your family may not endure 3 days. Feng Yueya, you are to vacate the Feng family at once. Upon hearing Hua Chang'an's admonition, Feng Qishan wasted no time and struck Feng Yueya across the face with 2 sharp slaps. Grandfather, cupping her reddened cheeks, Feng Yueya wept profusely. Enough of your tears in our household. Depart. Feng Qishan commanded the servants to cast Feng Yueya out of the family as though she were refused. Wu. Please do not forsake me. I am a member of the Feng family. I cannot become a wanderer. In that moment of being cast aside, Feng Yueya was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret and remorse. Why had she spoken ill of Su Wan? Why had she mocked and belittled him in the sanatorium? Had she not subjected Su Wan to humiliation, perhaps he would not have branded her a bastard. Wu. In her desolation, Feng Yueya wept tears of helplessness. Yet she understood profoundly that in this world, there are no remedies for regret. Her once illustrious life came to an abrupt end the instant she chose to humiliate Su Wan. Within the sanatorium of Jinling, Feng Yuemu witnessed her sister's disgraceful expulsion at the hands of their grandfather, her countenance one of bewilderment and disbelief. Yet, even more perplexing was her confusion regarding why the imperial physician, Hua Chang'an, would extend such courtesy to Su Wan. Moreover, why did Dr. Hua refer to Su Wan as the king of hell? Could it be that Su Wan was a prince from some distant province in Jiuzhou? However, Feng Yuemu had never encountered any prince referred to as the king of hell in Jiuzhou. Miss Feng, your mother has completely recuperated from her illness. I shall take my leave now. As Feng Yuemu was absorbed in contemplation, Su Wan suddenly smiled and spoke. My dear friend Su, please do not depart just yet. Observing Su Wan on the verge of leaving, Feng Qishan hastily called out to him. Is there anything more, Grandfather Feng? Su Wan inquired, turning to Feng Qishan. Esteemed friend Su, you have rescued my daughter, and I must express my gratitude appropriately. Permit me the honor of allowing you to choose an item from the Feng family treasury, Feng Qishan declared with great grandeur. Father, have you lost your senses? You intend to bestow the treasures of the Feng family upon an outsider? That is our family's century-old collection, a legacy bequeathed through the annals of time. Each piece is invaluable and the result of arduous toil. Indeed, Father, to unveil the Feng family treasury is a serious transgression. I beseech you to reconsider. The members of the Feng family were all taken aback by Feng Qishan's pronouncement. Su Wan, shaking his head in response, addressed Grandfather Feng, stating that there was no need for such magnanimity. I rescued teacher Huang solely because she aided me in unraveling the silver armor script. I seek no recompense. My dear friend Su, while a favor is one matter, the assistance my daughter provided in deciphering the script is a private affair between you and her. My offer of reward for her rescue is a matter that lies between the Feng family and yourself. Feng Qishan forced a smile, simultaneously signaling to a servant of the Feng family, who promptly presented a list to Su Wan. Esteemed friend Su, this list enumerates the treasures of the Feng family treasury. Should you discover anything of worth, do not hesitate to express your wishes. Feng Qishan adopted an affable demeanor, his generosity and lavishness arising from Hua Chang'an's excessively respectful attitude towards Su Wan, as Feng Qishan endeavored to foster their friendship. Despite Su Wan being a man once forsaken by Lu Xuanyi, is this? Gazing at the list in his hand, Su Wan contemplated a further refusal. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an artifact inscribed upon the list. The 3-live stone. At that moment, upon beholding the 3-live stone, Su Wan nearly questioned his own perception. For the three live stone was indeed a remarkable object with the power to reverse the forces of yin and yang. Su Wen could effortlessly wield the three live stone to restore the wooden dragon post, thus quelling the 9 fiends candle dragon calamity that plagued Dongjiao village. Grandfather Feng, does the treasury of your esteemed Feng family truly harbor the three live stone? He approached Feng Qishan with a hint of uncertainty. Naturally, as long as it is on the list, the Feng family possesses it all, Feng Qishan affirmed with conviction. Then I shall acquire the three live stone, Su Wen declared with unpretentious resolve. Not an issue. Feng Qishan promptly instructed a member of the Feng family to procure the three live stone from their treasury. Half an hour later, Su Wen cradled a tricolored stone, reminiscent in size to a quail's egg. The stone was surprisingly light, and under the sun's embrace, the black, white, and red hues emanated an aura of enigma. Indeed, it is the three live stone. As he contemplated the translucent tricolor stone in his grasp, Su Wen felt a flicker of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that a modest aristocratic family like the Fengs of Jiang and Jinling could possess such a remarkable treasure, one capable of reversing the forces of yin and yang. Just as Su Wen was evaluating the three live stone, his phone rang unexpectedly. Wanfeng, what is it? Upon receiving his wife's call, Su Wen gently inquired, My dear, Zhou Xiling has extended an invitation from a distinguished feng shui master affiliated with the Qintian Bureau, and he wishes for me to convey that you should visit the Liu family. Wanfeng whispered from the other end. I perceive that Zhou Xiling's intentions are rather dubious. If you are preoccupied, it may be prudent to refrain from attending the gathering at the Liu family. I shall confront Zhou Xiling myself. It is quite all right. I am available, Su Wen responded with a smile. Furthermore, if Zhou Xiling truly intends to create difficulties for me, how could I possibly conceal myself behind you? My beloved Wanfeng, it is I who ought to stand before you, shielding you from the tempests. After concluding his conversation with his wife, Su Wen turned to old Master Feng and remarked, Grandfather Feng, I have an urgent matter to attend to and must take my leave. Before he departed, he abruptly paused, recalling something significant, and added, Furthermore, Grandfather Feng, I noticed the Long Ji Ding listed in the Feng family treasury. Permit me to offer you a word of counsel. The Long Ji Ding is not a mere trinket. It is a royal artifact that your esteemed family cannot adequately safeguard. It would be prudent to divest yourselves of it sooner rather than later, lest you find yourselves beset by unforeseen calamities. With that, Su Wen chose to say no more and left the sanatorium without casting a backward glance. Following Su Wen's exit, several members of the Feng family knitted their brows in perplexity. What could Su Wen possibly mean by suggesting that we part with the Long Ji Ding? The Long Ji Ding is an exquisite antique that we painstakingly acquired from an esteemed international auction house. Even if we did not trade it for a place at the Jiangnan Huaiyue banquet, it ought not to be so readily surrendered, should it? Indeed. While Su Wen possesses remarkable medical prowess, what emboldens him to presume authority over our esteemed Feng family? Concerning the Dragon Ji Ding, we, the Feng family, are acutely aware of its profound significance and do not require his interference. Upon hearing the comments from the members of the Feng family, Hua Qing'an merely scoffed, opting for silence. Hua Ge, now that we are amongst ourselves, might you illuminate me regarding this young man, Su Wen? Feng Qishan inquired in a soft voice, casting a sidelong glance at Hua Qing'an. Their rapport with Qiu Fulong was rather indifferent, thus, Qiu had never broached the topic of the King of Hell with the Feng family. Brother Feng, it would be prudent not to delve too deeply into Mr. Su's past. Often, possessing excessive knowledge can prove to be perilous, Hua Qing'an warned, hesitant to disclose further details for fear of endangering the Feng family's welfare. Is that so? Feng Qishan pondered, noting Hua Qing'an's reticence, and ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet, Feng Yuemu suddenly had a revelation and interjected, Grandfather, considering that Su Wen has indicated that the Dragon Ji Ding poses a threat to the Feng family, perhaps we should contemplate its sale? Sell what? One of the Feng family members glared at Feng Yuemu. Yuemu, do you believe that national treasures are as commonplace as cabbages? Should we part with the Dragon Ji Ding? It may be an eternity before the Feng family encounters another national treasure. Indeed, Zhuang Linman, it is imperative that you exercise control over your daughter. If she has the audacity to sell the Dragon Ji Ding today, who can predict her actions tomorrow? A woman from the Feng family cast a venomous glance at Zhuang Linman. This woman was none other than Feng Yueya's mother. The decision to sell the Dragon Ji Ding does not rest with my daughter, Zhuang Linman replied coolly, acutely aware of her family's scrutinizing gaze. Everything will be determined by my father. The Dragon Ji Ding shall not be sold for the time being, Feng Leoi declared with unwavering certainty, without a moment's hesitation. After all, he remained unaware of Su Wen's true origins. He had sought clarification from Hua Cheng'an, yet found none. Surely, Feng Qishan would not hastily relinquish the ancestral treasure, the dragon Ji Ding, acquired through the family's sacrifices, solely on the basis of Su Wen's assertions. Such an act would not be indicative of folly, but rather a profound lack of discernment. Unbeknownst to the Feng family's contemplations regarding the dragon Ji Ding, Su Wen had already arrived at the Lu family's villa. Su Wen, you have arrived. Clad in a modest long gown and elegant high heels, Lu Wanfeng approached Su Wen with an aura of delicacy. Recently, she had developed a fondness for high heels, perhaps as a means of compensating for a previous disability that had hindered her from donning such footwear. Now that her legs had mended, she endeavored to reclaim the time lost. What brings mother here as well? Su Wen inquired with curiosity, noticing the unconscious Li Guifeng resting on a bed in the Lu family villa. Zhou Xiling has invited a distinguished feng shui master from the Qintian Observatory to perform an exorcism for my cousin Wadong. And I thought since the occasion calls for an exorcism, why not have that master conduct a cleansing for my mother as well? Lu Wanfeng spoke softly, conveying her concern. Su Wen grasped Lu Wanfeng's apprehension regarding Li Guifeng's welfare and opted to refrain from further comment. As their dialogue unfolded, the sound of footsteps gradually approached from outside the Lu family villa. Shortly thereafter, a young woman clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with delicate aquamarine tresses, entered the villa, following Zhou Ziling. This young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, possessed an exquisite and enchanting beauty. Standing there in silence, she radiated an air of detached elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, with naturally rosy lips and brows that sparkled without the need for adornment. Zhou Ziling, you have finally arrived. Where is he? Have you brought the feng shui master from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau? Upon observing Zhou Ziling's entrance into the Lu family villa, Lu Xianyi elegantly approached, her long, slender legs moving with deliberate grace. Her gaze lingered on the aquamarine-haired woman accompanying Zhou Ziling, imbued with a sense of curiosity. For in the realm of beauty, Lu Xianyi acknowledged that even she, a renowned beauty of Jinling City, found herself overshadowed by the woman before her. Within the confines of the Lu family villa, only Lu Wanfeng's allure could rival that of the aquamarine-haired enchantress. Who, then, is Zhou Ziling? Lu Qin Xian's demeanor darkened and soured upon observing that Zhou Ziling had introduced an unfamiliar woman into the villa. A wave of trepidation enveloped her, as she feared that Zhou Ziling, having succumbed to madness over Lu Wentong, might have shifted his affections to another. Such incidents were not rare in Jinling City, where numerous daughters of Lu Qin Xian's colleagues had suffered betrayal at the hands of irresponsible men. Consequently, she dreaded the possibility that Zhou Ziling might prove to be one such man. Mother, she is the feng shui master from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau, Jibai Gu. Zhou Ziling explained with a wry smile, seemingly attuned to Lu Qin Xian's apprehensions. What? She is a feng shui master from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau? Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Qin Xian's countenance was marked by disbelief and astonishment. Since when had feng shui masters from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau become so youthful and strikingly beautiful? In Lu Qin Xian's perception, such masters were predominantly venerable men akin to Master Ku Wu. Zhou Ziling, you mentioned her name is Jibai Gu? Could it be that she is the youngest prodigy of feng shui from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau? Suddenly, Lu Xianyi appeared to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, Miss Jibai Gu is the youngest feng shui master from the Qintian Monitoring Bureau. Witnessing Lu Xianyi's surprise, Zhou Ziling did not shy away from the truth, stating earnestly, it required substantial connections and relationships for me to secure Miss Jibai Gu's presence on this occasion. Xianyi, is Miss Jibai Gu truly exceptional? Observing Lu Xianyi's reaction, Lu Qin Xian could not suppress her curiosity. She had no prior acquaintance with Jibai Gu and had never heard of any feng shui prodigy. Auntie, Miss Jibai Gu's feng shui skills rank among the top 10 in the world. Would you not concur that she is indeed remarkable? Lu Xianyi responded as she drew nearer to Lu Qin Xian. Furthermore, Miss Jibai Gu is the esteemed feng shui master engaged by the royal family of the 9 provinces. With her expertise, any malevolent forces that may threaten cousin Wentong shall undoubtedly become a trivial matter. Indeed, this is splendid news. Upon realizing her daughter's safety, Lu Qin's heart was instantly uplifted, and with her eyes shimmering, she conveyed her sincere gratitude to Zhou Ziling, saying, Ziling, I am truly grateful for your efforts in inviting Miss Ji by Go from the Qingtian Bureau to dispel the malevolent spirits haunting my daughter. Mother, we are bound by family. Such formalities are unnecessary between us. As Lu Wentong's partner, how could I remain passive while Wentong endures suffering? Zhou Xiling paused briefly before proceeding. After all, I am not akin to certain ungrateful souls who remain apathetic even in the face of their mother-in-law's affliction by malevolence. It is utterly preposterous. As he spoke, Zhou Xiling cast a scornful glance at Su Wen. Zhou Xiling, my husband is not indifferent. Su Wen has pledged to discover a means to quell the Jishazhulong calamity in Dongjiao village. Spare us your mockery. Upon hearing Zhou Xiling's remarks, Lu Wanfeng shot him an admonishing glare. Although Zhou Xiling refrained from naming names, Lu Wanfeng discerned that he was deriding Su Wen. Let Su Wen unravel this predicament? What a farce. If that rustic simpleton truly possessed the prowess to subdue the so-called Jishazhulong calamity, why has he not already accomplished it? He deceived me into kneeling and offering apologies, asserting he could exorcise Lu Wentong's malevolent spirits. Yet what has transpired? My beloved remains ensnared in a profound coma. I find myself utterly perplexed as to how such a fool has managed to endure for this long. No sooner had Zhou Xiling completed his statement than Ji Beige, her flowing emerald tresses cascading around her, knitted her brow and inquired, Zhou Xiling, did you just insinuate that your companion is beset by the Jishazhulong calamity? Miss Ji, it was not I who suggested such a notion. Rather, it was this individual. Zhou Xiling swiftly distanced himself from any implication, gesturing towards Su Wen. Are you also a feng shui master? Ji Beige's luminous gaze, reminiscent of the tranquil moonlight reflecting upon a still pond, scrutinized Su Wen intently. One might say so. Su Wen replied with an air of calm, nodding in affirmation. You consider yourself one? Do you genuinely comprehend the intricacies of feng shui? Or are you merely uttering nonsensical drivel? Upon hearing Su Wen's acknowledgement, Zhou Xiling hastily interjected, Miss Ji Beige, do not heed this jester's utterances. He possesses no knowledge of feng shui. He is but a rustic from the mountains. It is often said that adversity breeds cunning. Su Wen is no exception. Smack. Before Zhou Xiling could complete his statement, Ji Beige raised her delicate hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Zhou Xiling, if you hold those from the mountains in disdain, then why did you summon me to Jiang'an to exorcise evil for your woman? Let me remind you, I too was raised in the mountains. Miss Ji Beige, I. Faced with the wrath of Ji Beige, Zhou Xiling was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that this prodigy from the Qingtian Bureau would also originate from humble beginnings. Miss Ji Beige, I misspoke. I did not intend to disparage those from rural areas. I was merely confused and chose my words poorly. Once he regained his composure, Zhou Xiling managed a forced smile towards Ji Beige. Zhou Xiling, since you do not look down upon those from the countryside, you should extend an apology to Su Wen. Lu Wanfeng unexpectedly interjected. Apologize to you? Zhou Xiling teetered on the brink of an outburst, yet upon encountering Ji Beige's icy stare, he steadied himself and addressed Su Wen. Little Su, I must confess, my brother-in-law was indeed at fault earlier. I hold no contempt for villagers such as yourself, but given your lack of understanding regarding feng shui, it would be wise to refrain from seeking attention. After all, our Lu family is not the grand theater of Jinling. It would not reflect favorably upon us if you chose to enact your theatrics here. Zhou Xiling, you vastly overrate your own importance. What is my standing that I should indulge in the antics of someone as insignificant as you? Su Wen retorted with a frigid smirk. How dare you? Zhou Xiling seethed, incensed by Su Wen's dismissal of his worth. Lu Xuanyi, unrestrained, struck back. Su Wen, it would serve you well to temper your arrogance. Who do you believe yourself to be to dismiss Zhou Xiling as a mere trifle? Do you consider yourself akin to Mr. Chiu? As Lu Xuanyi spoke, Lu Wentong, who had been in a daze within the confines of the Lu family villa, abruptly regained her senses. Upon awakening, Lu Wentong's mouth fell agape as she unleashed a haunting wail, proclaiming, I shall consume you all. I yearn to devour you. Quickly, restrain Lu Wentong. She is spiraling into madness once more. Witnessing Lu Wentong's frenzied state, the matriarch of the Lu family swiftly commanded several relatives to take action. In no time, a cadre of martial practitioners from the Lu family subdued the deranged Lu Wentong. Miss Ji Beige, I humbly beseech your assistance in exorcising the malevolent spirit from my granddaughter. The matriarch addressed Ji Beige with the utmost courtesy, casting a glance at Lu Wentong, who was thrashing about on the bed. Miss Ji Beige, we implore you to intervene. Zhou Xiling and Lu Qingxin echoed in unison. Very well, Ji Beige replied with a nod, retrieving a stack of yellow paper from her pocket. Each piece of yellow paper bore the character inscribed in blood. May the myriad deities pay homage, commanding the thunder. May the malevolent spirits tremble in fear. The phantoms lose their form. Within lies the thunderclap, the thunder god conceals his name. Wisdom shall penetrate, the five energies shall surge. Golden light shall swiftly manifest, safeguarding the true being. As Ji Beige chanted the incantation, the yellow paper in her delicate hands crackled with flashes of lightning. Each streak of lightning radiated a terrifying and heart-stopping power. Is this thunder? Miss Ji Beige possesses the remarkable ability to summon thunder? This is indeed a manifestation of divine power. It is no surprise that the royal family of the 9 provinces has appointed Miss Ji Beige as their feng shui master. She undeniably wields extraordinary talents. Observing Ji Beige's astonishing abilities left many members of the Lu family in utter astonishment. Yet, Lu Qinxin clapped her hands in sheer delight, exclaiming, "Splendid! Splendid! With such thunderous magic, my daughter shall surely be saved." Although Lu Qinxin was not one to succumb to superstition, she recognized that thunder specifically targets malevolent entities. Hence, she held a firm belief that her daughter, Lu Wentong, would soon awaken. Calmly, as the yellow paper became enveloped in lightning, Ji Beige gracefully waved her jade-like hand. In an instant, 18 pieces of yellow paper floated before the agitated Lu Wentong. Meanwhile, the lightning on the yellow paper coursed like water, intricately weaving into Lu Wentong's brow. As the lightning coursed through her body, Lu Wentong's wail transformed into a more sorrowful and grotesque lament. Time elapsed, ticking away second by second. Once the lightning inscribed upon the yellow paper was entirely expended, Lu Wentong's cry subsided. Had it succeeded? Witnessing Lu Wentong's sudden calmness, Lu Qinxin felt an overwhelming surge of joy. However, Suwen interjected coldly, "The 5 thunder sealing light technique can only subdue ordinary malevolent spirits. It is incapable of containing the 9 killings candle dragon calamity." Suwen, you have begun your tirade once more, Haven Tiyu? Observing Suwen's authoritative demeanor within the confines of the Lu family villa, Lu Qinxin glared at him with icy disdain. Could you not remain silent for once? Previously, when I implored you to exorcise the evil from my daughter, you faltered. Now, you cannot bear to witness Miss Ji Beige's healing efforts. How can one be so small-minded? I am merely articulating the facts, Suwen replied, his expression unyielding. Articulating facts? What a preposterous assertion. Miss Ji Beige, a prodigious master of feng shui hailing from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, hardly requires your commentary. It would be best for you to find a tranquil place and remain there. Zhou Xiling admonished Suwen with a sharp tone. Enough, Suwen, refrain from further discourse. The venerable matriarch of the Lu family directed a frosty glare towards Suwen. If you lack the prowess to exorcise the malevolence afflicting the Lu family, kindly maintain your silence, and do not disrupt Miss Ji Beige, who claims I lack the ability. Does the Lu family consider the 9 killings candle dragon calamity a trivial matter, one that can simply be subdued? Suwen countered, defying the matriarch's authority. Very well. My dear, let us cease this quarrel. Allow Miss Ji Beige the opportunity to attempt the exorcism of cousin Wentong's affliction first. Startled by Suwen's boldness against the matriarch, Lu Wanfeng gently implored him, if Miss Ji Beige cannot alleviate cousin Wentong's plight, then we shall consider an alternative solution. Shall we? Very well, Suwen nodded in assent. During their discourse, Lu Wentong, who had previously remained silent, abruptly raised her head. Her bloodied gaze fixed intently upon Ji Beige. Cursed be the feng shui techniques. Cursed be the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. You shall all meet your demise. Perish. With that, Lu Wentong, no longer wailing like a banshee, freed herself from the clutches of the Lu family members and launched an assault towards the seemingly fragile Ji Beige. What? Witnessing Lu Wentong's sudden ferocity, Ji Beige was not only taken aback, but the Lu family members were also left in astonishment. For at that moment, Lu Wentong's formidable prowess rivaled that of any adept martial artist. It is noteworthy that in the past, she had never undergone martial arts training in Jinling City. Could this indeed be a manifestation of the malevolent spirit's backlash? Perceiving Lu Wentong's peculiar behavior, Ji Beige swiftly retrieved 2 white candles from her pocket and ignited them. Concurrently, she raised her hand, summoning several pieces of yellow paper into her palm. With a decisive motion, she cast the yellow paper towards Lu Wentong, initially believing it would subdue her. To her astonishment, Lu Wentong tore the yellow paper asunder with a sharp rip. Unable to be contained, this spectacle elicited a wave of anxiety within Ji Beige. Subsequently, she produced a string of copper coins from her pocket. only to discover that they too were ineffective in restraining Lu Wentong. How could this be? Even the coins bestowed upon me by my mentor. As Ji Beige momentarily succumbed to her thoughts, Su Wen interjected, suggesting the leaves of the osmanthus tree. The leaves of the osmanthus tree? Instinctively, Ji Beige retrieved several osmanthus leaves from her pocket and cast them towards Lu Wentong. To her astonishment, Lu Wentong was indeed rendered immobile by the leaves, unable to move. Strike her 3 inches above the center of her brow, Su Wen further instructed. Yet, Ji Beige hesitated. Instead, she turned to the assembled members of the Lu family, expressing her heartfelt apologies. I am truly sorry, but I cannot dispel Miss Lu Wentong's malevolence. It would be wise for you to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, Ji Beige departed from the Lu family villa almost in flight, not daring to glance back. Before her exit, a flicker of trepidation and fear illuminated her eyes. If Lu Wentong had indeed been afflicted by the 9-fiend candle dragon calamity, her presence within the Lu family would only herald disaster. Is Miss Ji Beige gone? Wasn't she a prodigy of feng shui from the Qingtian Observatory? How could she fail to dispel Lu Wentong's evil? As they beheld the receding figure of Ji Beige, the members of the Lu family exchanged perplexed glances, rendered momentarily speechless. Overcome with emotion, Lu Qinxin succumbed to tears, lamenting, "Woe is me, my daughter, my daughter." She had envisioned a splendid evening, planning to escort her daughter to a Western restaurant for dinner, only to discover that Ji Beige had been unable to heal Lu Wentong. This revelation shattered Lu Qinxin's hopes, plunging her into a profound abyss of despair. "Mother, please refrain from weeping. Let us contemplate an alternative solution," urged Zhou Xiling. His ire directed at Su Wen as he glared. "Su Wen, why must you incessantly prattle? Were it not for your relentless chatter, Miss Ji Beige would not have departed from the Lu family." Indeed, Su Wen, while Miss Ji Beige endeavored to dispel malevolence, what were you engaged in with your ceaseless commands? If you truly possessed the requisite skill, why did you not heal Lu Wentong from the outset? Lu Xuanyi remarked coldly. Yet the approach suggested by my husband indeed enabled Miss Ji Beige to subdue cousin Wentong. Lu Wanfeng defended her position. What a farce. If Lu Wentong has been subdued, it is solely attributable to Miss Ji Beige's expertise in feng shui, not that of Su Wen, sneered a sharp-tongued elder from the Lu family. You, Lu Wanfeng, in your 20s, truly fail to discern right from wrong. As Lu Wanfeng prepared to retort, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Li Guifeng, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, abruptly awoke within the confines of the Lu family villa. Like Lu Wentong before her, Li Guifeng erupted into a frenzy, flailing her limbs wildly. Mother, mother, please awaken. Do not succumb to madness." Lu Wanfeng cried, rushing to her mother, her eyes brimming with tears as she embraced her. However, with a resounding crash, Li Guifeng forcefully thrust Lu Wanfeng away, howling in a fit of madness. "Ah, I shall consume you all. Woe is me, Su Wen. What shall we do? My mother has once again succumbed to madness," Lu Wanfeng uttered, her voice thick with emotion as she cast a glance at Li Guifeng, whose eyes appeared dim and devoid of life, seeking counsel from Su Wen. "Evening breeze, do not be troubled. I have indeed unearthed a method to abate the 9 fiends candle dragon calamity today. Permit me to journey to eastern suburb village. In half an hour, should fortune smile upon us, your mother shall be restored to safety." Su Wen gently reassured his wife, Lu Wanfeng. "Then I shall accompany you to eastern suburb village." Lu Wanfeng responded, her tone imbued with anxiety for Su Wen's well-being, for that place had borne witness to untimely demises. "There is no need. I shall undertake this journey alone," Su Wen insisted. With a swift motion, he pressed his fingertip to Li Guifeng's forehead, inducing a deep slumber within her. Having accomplished this task, Su Wen delivered a decisive blow that rendered the motionless Lu Wentong unconscious. "Damn it! Su Wen, what are you doing?" Zhou Ziling exclaimed, his body quaking with rage at the sight of Su Wen striking Lu Wentong yet again. This was not the first instance of such an affront. "If I do not incapacitate Lu Wentong, shall I merely stand by and permit her to inflict harm upon you?" Su Wen retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Cease your excuses. Your actions are deliberate," Zhou Ziling accused. However, before he could elaborate, Elder Lu furrowed her brow and fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Wen. "Su Wen, what is your true intent? You consistently bring harm to the women of the Lu family. You must harbor ulterior motives. Elder Lu, please do not be alarmed. My intention in rendering Lu Wentong unconscious is ultimately for her own benefit. Otherwise, when I dispel the malevolent forces within her, she would undoubtedly endure excruciating pain and collapse," Su Wen explained, his words imbued with significance. "Su Wen, Zhou Ziling has already made it clear that the Lu family is not the Jinling Grand Theater. If you wish to perform, do so elsewhere. Cease your theatrics within the Lu family. Having been deceived in the past, Elder Lu harbored no trust in Suwen. Yet, he narrowed his eyes and inquired, Elder Lu, if I successfully expel the malevolent spirits from Lu Wentong, what will you do then? If you genuinely possess the ability to liberate Lu Wentong from her torment, I shall take it upon myself to allocate 3/10 of the Lu family's fortune to Lu Wanfeng. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to accomplish such a feat, Elder Lu remarked, casting a patronizing gaze upon Suwen. Very well. I trust you will not renege on your promise, Suwen replied with a smile before striding out of the Lu family's villa. After Suwen's departure, Zhou Ziling began to deride, a mere jester, always conjuring up tricks. Previously, he masqueraded as a divine physician, and now he assumes the role of a feng shui master? How will he alleviate Lu Wentong's affliction? Suwen knows nothing of feng shui. Zhou Ziling, on what basis do you presume to belittle Suwen? Do not forget, he risks his own safety to journey to eastern suburb village for the sake of your wife. Lu Wanfeng glared at Zhou Ziling, her eyes brimming with emotion. Did I ever request that Suwen, the jester, save Lu Wentong? If he truly possessed the capability, why did he not rescue her earlier? And I am bewildered. Are you genuinely so naive, Lu Wanfeng? Why do you incessantly defend that rustic fool, Suwen? Suwen is a simpleton. Does that render you, Lu Wanfeng, foolish as well? It is you who lacks discernment. Lu Wanfeng retorted, her visage flushed with indignation. Enough, Zhou Ziling. Do not persist. If Lu Wanfeng will not champion Suwen, should she then lend her support to you instead? Do not forget, Lu Wanfeng is Suwen's wife. As Lu Xuanyi spoke, she cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Wanfeng. Cousin Wanfeng, marrying a boastful man like Suwen indeed stirs pity for you. Yet, I deem it fortunate. Had I married him in the past, would I not be condemned to entertain Suwen all day? Her words provoked laughter from several members of the Lu family who were in attendance. How could marrying Suwen be perceived as pitiable? I have never regarded myself in such a manner, Lu Wanfeng retorted, her icy gaze fixed upon Lu Xuanyi, her silver teeth gritting against her pale lips. Following my marriage to Suwen, my leg was healed. I relocated to the Rose Villa, secured a collaboration with the Zhu family of Nanjing for an international music school, and earned an invitation to the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet. If you consider this pitiable, then I have nothing further to say. The laughter that had once graced the faces of the Lu family members dissipated in an instant. Even Lu Xuanyi fell silent upon hearing this. After a considerable pause, Lu Xuanyi indignantly proclaimed, Lu Wanfeng, you may have reveled in your fleeting glory recently, but do not forget that within the Lu family, I, Lu Xuanyi, am the true phoenix. We shall witness how events unfold. Once the Jiang and Flower Moon banquet concludes, you, Lu Wanfeng, shall revert to obscurity, becoming an unremarkable, ordinary woman. As for me, Lu Xuanyi, I am destined for an extraordinary existence. Observing Lu Xuanyi's arrogant demeanor, Lu Wanfeng refused to yield. She raised her chin and responded, let us see how it unfolds. Suwen has foretold that in the future, you, Lu Xuanyi, will find countless reasons to envy me. Suwen? Were the utterances of a rustic simpleton to materialize, this world would be stripped of such unsophisticated beings. Lu Xuanyi derided the notion with disdain, opting to refrain from further discourse, for she recognized that it is futile to rouse one who pretends to slumber. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, in the remote Dongjiao village of Jinling City, Suwen arrived at the forlorn construction site, clutching the 3-life stone and a wooden dragon stake. Roar, roar. Upon his arrival at the site, a deep, rumbling chorus of dragon roars enveloped him. Yuan Shi and Zhen proclaimed to all spirits, while Yudu Zhangguan summoned the land deities and ethereal beings. Suwen formed intricate hand seals, reciting incantations with steadfast determination. Suddenly, a thick, invisible black mist began to rise from the earth beneath him. In an instant, this mist morphed into a formidable fog dragon, glaring menacingly at Suwen. Go! As he beheld the emergence of the 9-Sha candle dragon calamity, Suwen produced the wooden dragon stake. With a sharp crack, the stake was driven resolutely into the dragon's forehead, akin to a nail. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the immense fog dragon began to wail in torment, unleashing a thunderous roar. The uproar was immense. Even the villagers of the nearby Dongjiao village could hear the haunting cries. Do not squander your efforts. With the 3-life stone in my possession, your fate of being subdued is irrevocably sealed. Witnessing the 9-Sha candle dragon calamity struggle in futility, Suwen retrieved the 3-life stone, a treasure acquired from the Feng family, and embedded it within the wooden dragon stake. In a sudden surge, the three-life stone harmonized with the stake, infusing it with vitality. The once decayed and fragmented wooden dragon stake now emanated a sacred and enigmatic radiance. This ethereal glow enveloped the stake, transforming it as if draped in a luminous veil, rejuvenating it with newfound life. As the pristine wooden dragon stake ascended above the village in the eastern suburbs, a resounding roar reverberated through the atmosphere. An awe-inspiring and formidable power erupted from within the stake, driving the nine-fiend candle dragon calamity deep into the earth, rendering it immobile for a prolonged period. Could this be the authentic might of the wooden dragon stake? Su Wen gasped in astonishment as he witnessed the complete subjugation of the nine-fiend candle dragon calamity. Even he felt a sense of trepidation and unease in the face of the overwhelming might of the stake. This was a force potent enough to subdue celestial beings. It seemed that the nine-fiend candle dragon calamity could no longer threaten the construction in the eastern suburbs village. As he observed the immense fog dragon beneath the earth begin to dissipate gradually, Su Wen turned to make his way back to the Lu family estate. Just then, a chilling voice resonated in his ear. "You, a dying wretch, dare to suppress me? Oh, you can speak?" Su Wen was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the nine-fiend candle dragon calamity, as a malevolent dragon vein, had existed in Jiangnan province for millennia, and developing sentience was indeed plausible. "Spare me, and I can alter your fate. You are afflicted with the nine-yang absolute pulse, and have but 4 months left to live. Release me, and I shall grant you an extension of 3 years to your life." The nine-fiend candle dragon calamity, ensnared beneath the earth, began to negotiate with Su Wen. However, Su Wen merely shook his head in indifference, stating, "There is no need. I have already uncovered a remedy for the nine-yang absolute pulse." Upon his departure from the Shennong Valley, Su Wen had merely 3 months of life remaining, yet each intimate encounter with Wanfeng had prolonged his existence. Now, it had been extended to 4 months. Su Wen harbored confidence that, given time, aging gracefully alongside Wanfeng would be an effortless endeavor. "You, a practitioner at the transcendent stage, how could you possibly possess a cure for the nine-yang absolute pulse?" The nine-fiend candle dragon calamity appeared dubious regarding Su Wen's assertions. Whether one chooses to believe or not bears no significance. Su Wen provided no additional clarification and proceeded towards the fringes of the eastern suburban village. "Return. You cannot depart. How dare you subdue me, detestable cultivator? Perish." In a state of despair, the nine-fiend candle dragon calamity expended its final remnants of strength to strike at Su Wen. In an instant, the apparition of a purple imperial star descended upon Su Wen. The dread radiating from this specter was potent enough to annihilate any martial artist, including the national war god of the battlefield and the legendary sovereigns of the 9 provinces. Yet, Su Wen merely waved his hand dismissively. With a resounding crack, the phantom of the purple imperial star shattered instantaneously. Like a moth drawn to a flame, one overestimates their own capabilities. Casting a frigid glance at the now silent nine-fiend candle dragon calamity, Su Wen turned to depart. However, in that moment, a chill surged through his body. No. This is dire. The nine-yang absolute pulse is becoming restless. In Jiling City, at the Lu family villa, Wanfeng had been fervently praying for Su Wen's safety ever since his departure. She dreaded the thought of her mother sinking deeper into madness. Yet she was even more terrified at the prospect of Su Wen meeting his demise in eastern suburb village. May heaven safeguard him. Su Wen will surely be fine. She prayed earnestly. At that moment, unexpectedly, Lu Wentong, who had been in a state of coma, awakened within the Lu residence. Wentong, observing her daughter's eyes, clear and free from madness, Lucine Xin swiftly maneuvered her wheelchair to her side. "Wentong, are you well?" she inquired. "Mother, what brings you here? What has transpired?" Under the attentive gaze of her family, Lu Wentong instinctively rubbed her head. Confusion and bewilderment etched upon her visage. The recollection of the events surrounding her possession had eluded her completely. "Cousin Wentong, you were once possessed," Lu Xianyi awkwardly articulated, perceiving Lu Wentong's perplexity. "Possessed?" Lu Wentong gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that such an occurrence could befall her. "Mother, if I was indeed possessed, then who came to my rescue?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Wentong pressed for clarification. "It was my husband, Su Wen, who saved you," Lu Wanfeng interjected to elucidate. "He ventured alone into eastern suburb village to subdue the malevolent spirit that threatened you." "That is preposterous. How could Su Wen possibly comprehend feng shui?" Zhou Ziling scoffed repeatedly. Furthermore, if it were indeed Su Wen who banished the malevolence from eastern suburb village, why is it only Lu Wentong who has regained consciousness? Your mother remains in a state of coma. Precisely. Both Li Guifeng and Lu Wentong were possessed. Does this imply that Su Wen only rescued Lu Wentong and neglected his mother-in-law? What sort of misguided son-in-law is that? This. Lu Wanfeng found herself momentarily taken aback by the Lu family's rebuttals. Indeed, her mother lay still in her slumber, yet to awaken. Lu Wanfeng. I comprehend your desire for Su Wen not to languish in perpetual worthlessness, hence your defense of him. However, have you contemplated the tremendous burden you impose upon him? He is merely a fool. You assert he is the feng shui master who saved Lu Wentong? Are you not compelling him into an untenable predicament? Have you not heard the adage, the nail that protrudes shall be hammered down? Lu Wentong's mother addressed Lu Wanfeng with a tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, Lu Wanfeng, once your mother regains consciousness, you may assert that it was Su Wen who alleviated Lu Wentong's plight. Your mother remains in a state of unconsciousness. Yet you still find the audacity to claim credit for Su Wen? Your boldness is truly astonishing. Lu Xianyi's mother interjected with a teasing familiarity. Confronted by the Lu family's reproaches, Lu Wanfeng stood frozen, rendered speechless. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Li Guifeng stirred from her slumber. Mother? Upon witnessing her mother's awakening, Lu Wanfeng rushed into her embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother, are you well? Wanfeng, what has transpired? How did I find myself at the Lu residence? Li Guifeng surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling upon the familiar visages of the Lu family. Li Guifeng, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Suddenly, the matriarch of the Lu family inquired. Mother, I feel quite well. There is no discomfort at all. Li Guifeng responded earnestly. Then it appears that the malevolent force you shared with Lu Wentong has indeed been dispelled, remarked the elder. Madame Lu, her heart shrouded in a veil of confusion, pondered. Could it be that Su Wen has truly vanquished the unclean entities that plagued Dongjiao village? But does Su Wen genuinely possess an understanding of feng shui? Grandmother, you previously promised Su Wen that if he succeeded in driving away the malevolence within Lu Wentong, you would relinquish 1/3 of the Lu family's assets to me. Does that still hold true? Upon witnessing her mother awaken, Lu Wanfeng was resolute. It was undoubtedly Su Wen who had rescued both her mother and Lu Wentong. Indeed, it holds true, affirmed Madame Lu after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. Wanfeng, which of the Lu family's assets do you wish to claim? Just as Lu Wanfeng was on the verge of articulating her thoughts, Lu Xianyi interjected abruptly. Pray, hold a moment. Lu Xianyi, what do you imply by that? Lu Wanfeng inquired, her displeasure evident at the interruption. Who informed you that Su Wen restored the health of Lu Wentong and Aunt Wu? On what basis does grandmother intend to bestow the Lu family's assets upon you? Lu Xianyi pronounced each word with meticulous care. It is an undeniable truth that Su Wen healed my mother and Lu Wentong. How can this be disputed? Lu Wanfeng retorted with icy disdain. A truth? How utterly absurd. If Su Wen possessed such extraordinary abilities, why did he not intervene sooner? Why was he unable to assist Aunt Wu and Lu Wentong in a timely manner? Lu Xianyi scoffed derisively. Indeed, I harbor grave reservations regarding the notion that Lu Wentong and Aunt Wu recovered solely by their own efforts, entirely independent of Su Wen. Zhou Xiling interjected without hesitation. You shameless scoundrels. Lu Wanfeng was genuinely enraged by the audacity of Lu Xianyi and Zhou Xiling. Shameless? Lu Wanfeng, if you possess any valor, let us embark to Dongjiao village at this very moment. I refuse to accept that Lu Wentong was miraculously healed by Su Wen, Zhou Xiling proclaimed, radiating confidence. Very well. Let us proceed. I do not fear you. Shortly thereafter, the Lu family arrived at Dongjiao village in Jinling City. However, upon their arrival, they discovered no sign of Su Wen. Now, Lu Wanfeng, what do you have to say? I have always known that Su Wen is nothing more than a charlatan, completely unacquainted with the principles of feng shui, and he could never have journeyed to Dongjiao village to dispel malevolence. Zhou Xiling declared triumphantly as they surveyed the desolate village beneath the starlit sky. Lu Xianyi interjected with a smirk. Lu Wanfeng, it appears that Grandma shall not need to bequeath any of the Lu family's fortunes to you after all. You should simply concentrate on establishing your international music academy here in Dongjiao village. Lu Wanfeng began, but ultimately chose silence. At this moment, she reluctantly acquiesced, convinced that Su Wen genuinely possessed no understanding of feng shui, despite a flicker of hope lingering within her heart. Yet the final outcome was unmistakable. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Nonetheless, Lu Wanfeng did not hold Su Wen accountable. Regardless of his grandiloquent words or lack of ability, he remained, after all, her man. As Lu Xianyi had previously asserted, one must follow the path of their partner. After all, Lu Wanfeng had never yearned to marry into a life of grandeur. Grandma, let us return home. The country bumpkin Su Wen knows nothing of feng shui. He is merely a jester seeking attention. Approaching old lady Lu Xianyi smiled and said, "There is no need for you to relinquish the Lu family's assets to Lu Wanfeng." "Very well, let us return," old lady Lu nodded. Just as the Lu family was about to depart Dongjiao village, a family member pointed at a patch of uneven ground, exclaiming, "Look over there. Is that a person? Someone?" Lu Wanfeng swiftly averted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes as she called out, "Su Wen? Su Wen, what has befallen you? Please do not terrify me." Upon witnessing Su Wen lying unconscious upon the ground, Lu Wanfeng rushed towards him, her heart consumed by trepidation. What if some dreadful misfortune had struck Su Wen in Dongjiao village? After all, the village was already shrouded in malevolence. Yet, no matter how fervently Lu Wanfeng cried out to him, Su Wen remained unresponsive. Could it be that Su Wen had departed from this world? One of the members of the Lu family inquired hesitantly. "Better off dead. He is nothing but a jester," Zhou Xiling sneered with malicious glee. "I have always found this country bumpkin repugnant." Indeed, bereft of any skill yet still daring to exorcise evil in Dongjiao village, he is akin to a diamond attempting to manipulate delicate porcelain. Su Wen has brought this fate upon himself. Lu Xianyi remarked with evident disdain, "Thank heavens I did not wed this Su Wen. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find myself a widow." "Lu Xianyi, cease your insolence," Lu Wanfeng retorted, casting a tearful glare in her direction. "Even in this dire circumstance, you still indulge in sarcasm? Am I the one who insisted that Su Wen come to Dongjiao village to exorcise malevolent forces? He chose to seek attention for himself. Who can be held accountable?" At that moment, a sudden sound shattered the tension. A loud snore reverberated through the night in Dongjiao village. It was Su Wen. "He's not deceased?" Upon hearing Su Wen's snores, Zhou Xiling voiced his disappointment, followed by a derisive laugh. "Blast it, this Su Wen truly startled me. I believed he had met his end in Dongjiao village, yet it appears he is merely indulging in slumber." "Lu Wanfeng, did you witness that? Su Wen evidently possesses no understanding of feng shui. If he truly held reverence for the spirits, would he dare to sleep in Dongjiao village?" Even Lu went on. The very individual in question crossed her arms in scorn, casting doubt upon Su Wen's ability to rescue her. Perhaps Su Wen was simply too fatigued from subduing the 9 fiends to remain alert. Lu Wanfeng obstinately provided an excuse for him. "Lu Wanfeng, enough of this. Just observe the surroundings of Dongjiao village. Where is the evidence of any exorcism? There are no talismans, no coins, and